Chapter 1: The most expensive bag in the world, and the cheapest sincerity. 7 o'clock in the evening, Tianhai City. The traffic during the evening rush hour merged into a giant steel dragon with no end in sight, slowly crawling. Lin Feng rode his squeaking electric scooter, like a fallen leaf in a torrent, nimbly weaving between the gaps between cars. After delivering the last takeaway order, he parked his car on the side of the road. Sweat had soaked through his yellow work clothes with Hummingbird Express printed on the back. He turned on the screen of his mobile phone, and the dim light reflected a tired but excited face. Bank card balance, 50,032.5 yuan. Lin Feng grinned. It took 2 full years, 2 years of wind and sun, 2 years of sleepless nights, and 2 years of frugality to get this string of numbers. He opened the photo album and on the screen was a girl with a beautiful smile, Su Qianqian. His eyes instantly became extremely gentle. Today is Qianqian's birthday. He was going to Tianhai City's top shopping mall, the Global Luxury Center. I bought her the Starry Dream handbag that she had been talking about for half a year. The Global Luxury Center is a magnificent palace built with money and desire. The cool marble floor was mirror clear, and the air was thick with the scent of expensive perfumes. When Lin Feng, wearing a washed-out yellow delivery uniform, pushed open the heavy glass door, he instantly became the focus of the entire hall. The security guard at the door had a frown on his face, and the disgust in his eyes was undisguised. The ladies and socialites passing by also cast disdainful glances at him, as if they saw a cockroach crawling onto the dining table. Lin Feng clenched his fists and then slowly released them. He ignored it all. His goal was clear, and he walked straight to the counter he remembered. "Hello, I want the Star Dream dot." His voice trembled a little, not because of fear, but because of excitement. The shopping guide in charge of reception was a young woman with exquisite makeup. She looked Lin Feng up and down, with a sarcastic smile on her lips. "Sir, this bag is 50,000 yuan. Are you sure?" Her voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone around her to hear clearly. Lin Feng didn't say much and took out his cell phone. Action is the best answer. Just as he was about to pay, a silver bell-like laughter came from the door, so familiar and so harsh. Lin Feng turned back subconsciously. Boom! A thunderclap exploded in his head. His girlfriend, Su Qianqian, walked in intimately with her arm around a man. The man was wearing top-notch branded clothes, and the Patek Philippe on his wrist shone brightly under the light. Su Qianqian also saw Lin Feng. The smile on her face froze instantly, and then turned into cold disgust and panic. "Brother Hao, look, isn't that?" The young man called Wang Hao followed her gaze and held Su Qianqian's arms tighter. He showed off an even more luxurious crocodile leather bag in his hand, his voice full of possessiveness. "Qianqian, do you like it? 500,000 Royal Supreme, this is worthy of your temperament." Su Qianqian's face was immediately filled with smiles again. She walked up to Lin Feng and looked down at him condescendingly. She glanced at the bag Lin Feng was about to buy, and then at the cheaply wrapped birthday cake he was holding. Bang! She slapped the gift box to the ground, and the cake fell to pieces. "Lin Feng, let's break up." Her voice was colder than the central air conditioning in this shopping mall. "Open your eyes and look at yourself, you poor guy, and then look at Brother Hao. You're just a delivery boy, are you worthy of me?" Lin Feng's whole body was cold, and his blood seemed to have frozen. Su Qianqian pointed at the Starry Dream on the counter with disgust, then turned to Wang Hao and said with a smile, "Brother Hao, look at him. He saved up for who knows how long, just to buy this 50,000 yuan piece of junk. He wanted to give me a surprise." The 3 words junk were like 3 steel needles, piercing Lin Feng's heart. Wang Hao let out an exaggerated laugh, attracting the attention of everyone around him. 50,000? Ha ha. That's not even enough for a meal with my friends. He walked up to Lin Feng and looked at him as if he were trash. "Boy, take a piss and look at yourself. Do you think a toad wants to eat swan flesh?" "Shut up." Lin Feng's blood rushed up and his eyes turned red in an instant. He stared at Su Qianqian intently. "Su Qianqian, my sincerity over the past 2 years is worthless in your eyes?" He turned to Wang Hao suddenly, like an angry beast. "Why do you insult me?" He roared and rushed towards Wang Hao. "You don't know your own limitations." Wang Hao's eyes turned cold and he was too lazy to even move. The 2 black-clad bodyguards behind him, Heihu and Taizhan, stepped forward in an instant like 2 iron towers. One on the left and one on the right, they easily held Lin Feng's arms. All of Lin Feng's struggles seemed so ridiculous and powerless in front of these professionally trained strong men. The onlookers around, far from showing any sympathy, took out their mobile phones and started filming with great interest. Wang Hao walked forward slowly with a cruel grin on his face. He raised his foot and kicked Lin Feng hard in the abdomen with his expensive Gucci leather shoes. Lin Feng groaned and fell to the ground with his body hunched over like a shrimp. Wang Hao didn't give up. He stepped on Lin Feng's right hand, the same hand that wanted to pay for the bag and hit him just now. Just this hand? He slowly exerted force with his feet, and the cold marble floor clearly transmitted the force to Lin Feng's hand bones. You still want to buy a bag for your girlfriend? You still want to hit me? Lin Feng's face was twisted in pain, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of bone cracking echoed clearly in the luxurious hall. Wang Hao actually stepped on Lin Feng's hand bones and broke them. Ah! The severe pain came like a tide, and Lin Feng let out a beast-like howl. His dignity, his love, and his body were completely crushed at this moment. The passers-by around watched indifferently, and some even sneered in low voices. Su Chanxian stood not far away, her eyes cold and not moved at all, as if the person whose hand was stepped on was just a stranger who had nothing to do with her. Severe pain, humiliation, heartbreak. Countless emotions intertwined together. Lin Feng's consciousness gradually became blurred, and he felt that his life was slipping away rapidly. Just when he was about to faint completely, a cold, empty, mechanical voice without any emotion rang directly in the depths of his mind. It is detected that the host is at a critical moment in life. The strength of the mental will meets the standard. God-level selection system activated. In an instant, all the sounds and images in the outside world seemed to be paused. Lin Feng's consciousness was pulled into a pure white, boundless space by an irresistible force. In front of him, a huge, translucent blue light curtain slowly emerged. Above the light curtain, lines of cold words began to appear. The God-level selection system has been activated. Host, Lin Feng. You are currently facing a major life decision. Please choose from the following 3 options. Countdown, 60 seconds. Then, 3 options were clearly presented. Option 1, immediately kneel down and kowtow to Wang Hao, begging for mercy and letting him go. Complete this option, reward, 1,000 renminbi for medical expenses. 1,000 yuan? The moment Lin Feng's consciousness saw this option, he was filled with immense anger and humiliation. My hand was stepped on and broken, my dignity was robbed, and you only gave me 1,000 yuan for medical expenses? You're treating a beggar like a fool. Option 2, remain silent, swallow your anger, and bury today's hatred deep in your heart. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Complete this option and reward, obtain the skill Basic Combat Mastery. Strength. This option made Lin Feng's heart beat violently. He desires power more than ever. But he couldn't wait 10 years. He couldn't wait even a day. He wanted to make these bastards pay the price now, immediately, right now. His eyes fell on the last option. Option 3, with my blood, I swear the most resolute oath of revenge. Today's humiliation will be returned 100-fold. Today's enemies will be reduced to ashes. From this moment on, I will slay any god who stands in my way, and any Buddha who stands in my way. Complete this choice and receive a newbie gift pack. Newbie gift pack? As soon as Lin Feng's consciousness focused on these 5 words, the contents of the gift package automatically unfolded, turning into lines of golden words full of infinite temptation. The contents of the novice gift package are as follows. Black Gold Dragon Card Unlimited Credit Limit. God-level fighting technique, all martial arts return to their origin. Physical strength is strengthened and all meridians are open. Boom! Lin Feng's breathing, no, his entire consciousness stagnated. Kneel down and beg for survival? Be patient and wait for the opportunity? Or, becoming a god on the spot? Do I still need to choose? I choose 3. I choose the third one. Lin Feng almost used up all the strength of his soul and roared out his choice in the pure white space of consciousness. Chapter 2. My fist is the truth. The selection has been confirmed. Newbie gift pack, distributing. The prompt tone disappeared in my mind. The next moment, it seemed as if a miniature sun exploded in Lin Feng's chest. That's not a warm current. It's fire, magma that is powerful enough to melt steel. The violent, scorching, irresistible energy originated from his heart and rushed into every corner of his body violently. The blood vessels are wailing, the muscles are trembling, and the bones are groaning. Severe pain, a pain he had never experienced before, swept over him. The pain in his right hand, which was broken by Wang Hao's expensive leather shoe, was particularly sharp. The pain was so extreme that it even caused a strange numbness and itchiness. A tingling sensation of tearing and rebirth. In his perception, the dislocated wrist bone was forcibly bent, squeezed, and aligned by an invisible force. The bone fibers made cracking sounds under the heavy load, and were instantly filled and welded with stronger substances. Click, click. A subtle but clear reset sound came from inside his wrist. A burning sensation came from the broken bone. All right. Not only is it better, it's even stronger than before. But this is just the beginning. All the muscles in the body were being savagely torn apart by this force, and then rewoven together in a tighter and more solid way. Every muscle fiber is packed with explosive power. Those meridians that were blocked due to long-term malnutrition and fatigue were violently washed and widened by this torrent, turning from gurgling streams into roaring rivers. The density of the bones is increasing rapidly, making a slight crackling sound. He could even hear the sound of his own blood flowing. It is no longer as calm as before, but a surging tide with huge waves crashing against the shore. Countless unfamiliar things were forced into his brain. That is not knowledge, that is not data. It is a picture of blood and fire, and an instinct of fighting and killing. The ancient martial arts master punched out from the top of the solitary peak, interrupting the 100-foot waterfall in front. A brave general wearing heavy armor on the battlefield waved his spear in a sea of corpses and blood, and lifted the enemy general and his horse into the air. The master of killing in the dark alley used a newspaper, a key, and a ballpoint pen to kill 5 knife-wielding enemies in 3 seconds. Fists, legs, elbows, knees, every part of his body became the most deadly weapon. Capture, fight, assassinate, escape. Countless fighting skills and countless killing instincts were, at this moment, deeply engraved into his bones and integrated into his soul. He is no longer the submissive delivery man Lin Feng. He is a monster who has survived thousands of life and death battles. The consciousness is tempered by thousands of trials and tribulations, and the fusion of blood and fire. The real world is but a heartbeat. Wang Hao's foot was still on the back of Lin Feng's hand, with a playful and cruel smile on his face. He enjoyed this feeling, enjoyed the pleasure of trampling on other people's dignity, and enjoyed the admiration and obsession from Su Qianqian. Lin Feng, look, this is the gap between you and me. Even if you fight for your life. He didn't finish his words. A terrifying force suddenly came from the soles of his feet. That was not a force that a human hand could exert at all. It felt like he was stepping on a jack that was in operation. Wang Hao was stunned and lost his balance. He staggered back several steps and almost fell to the ground. The 2 bodyguards behind him, Heihu and Taizhan, immediately stepped forward and supported him. Master Wang, are you okay? What's going on? Wang Hao shook off their hands and looked at the ground in shock and anger. Then, he saw it. Su Qianqian saw it. The 2 professional bodyguards saw it. All the passers-by who were holding their mobile phones or craning their necks to watch the excitement saw it. The delivery man who should have been like a dead dog, unable to even groan. He used his right hand, which had just been stepped on and broken but was now intact, to support himself on the smooth and cold marble floor. Slowly, he stood up. His movements were not fast, but they carried a suffocating sense of oppression. He stood very straight, like a spear that had been wiped clean of all the dust and regained its sharpness, ready to poke a hole in the ceiling. Lin Feng casually shook his right wrist, opened his 5 fingers, and then suddenly clenched them. Perfect. Then he twisted his neck slightly. Crackle! A series of bone-cracking sounds like frying beans sounded simultaneously in his cervical vertebrae, spine, limbs, and other parts of his body. The sound was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. There was deathly silence in the hall. Lin Feng raised his head. There was no longer any pain, humiliation, or despair on his face. Only cold indifference remained. It was a kind of indifference looking down on ants. He looked at Wang Hao, whose face turned from red to white, and then from white to blue. His voice was soft, but it carried a chill. What did you just say? Wang Hao woke up from the huge shock, and a feeling of shame and anger at being offended instantly overwhelmed his mind. What is his identity? The prince of Tian Group. In Tianhai City, who would dare to speak to him in such a tone? The man in front of him was just a dog that he threw to Su Qianqian when he got tired of playing with him. You're having a fucking lasting burst of energy, right? Wang Hao felt that his authority was being challenged as never before. He pointed at Lin Feng's nose and roared angrily at the two bodyguards behind him. Hey who? Tai Shan. Are you two blind? What are you standing there for? Beat him. Beat him to death. Cripple him or kill him. I will bear all the consequences alone. Yes, Master Wang. Heihu and Taishan looked at each other and forced themselves to suppress the inexplicable uneasiness in their hearts. They are professional thugs who do things for money. The employer's orders must be carried out. The two men growled and rushed towards Lin Feng again, one on the left and one on the right, like two tigers coming down the mountain. The black tiger was in front, with its 5 fingers bent into claws, bringing up a gust of evil wind and going straight for Lin Feng's throat. Taishan was behind him, clenching his right fist like a battering ram, attacking Lin Feng's lower body. This was a killer move they'd honed in the underground boxing ring, perfectly coordinated and incredibly brutal. It was enough to render a grown man powerless in 3 seconds. But in Lin Feng's perception, all this is too slow. Ridiculously slow. The angle of the black tiger's eagle claws was too large, and the way of exerting force was wrong, leaving the goal wide open. Taishan's powerful punch was powerful, but his lower body was weak and full of flaws. There are loopholes everywhere. Lin Feng was too lazy to even dodge. His body slightly turned to the left at an incredible angle, and he slid past the black tiger's outstretched arm as if he had no bones. The sharp claw wind only brushed past the corner of his clothes. What? Heihu was horrified that he missed his target with his first strike. He had never encountered such a situation before. At the same time, Lin Feng's left hand moved. Start later but arrive first. When Tieshan's fist, which was as big as a casserole, was still a few centimeters away from his lower abdomen, Lin Feng's hand accurately grabbed his wrist. No force, just a slight twist. Following the direction of Tieshan's force, he used a clever force to bend it. Crack. A crisp sound that makes your teeth ache. Tieshan's wrist was bent at a strange 90-degree angle. The white bone even pierced his skin. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the mouth of this burly man weighing over 200 pounds, so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. On the other side, Black Tiger also reacted very quickly. Seeing his companion being crippled in an instant, he roared angrily, changed his claws into elbows, and his elbows were like knives, smashing horizontally towards Lin Feng's temple with a whistling sound. If this blow hits hard, it will be fatal. Lin Feng didn't even look back. His body and his instincts had already predicted everything. The right leg suddenly pops back with the spine as the axis. It was like a steel whip that had been accumulating power for a long time, with a blast that tore through the air. Postscript, whip kick. Bang. A dull thud. It's the sound of flesh and bones colliding. Then. Crack. There was another crisp sound of bones breaking. Heihu only felt an irresistible force coming from his knee, and his entire knee joint lost sensation in an instant. He looked down and saw that his knee had been bent outward by the kick, forming a terrifying arc. Comminuted fracture. Ah, my legs. His burly body could no longer support him, and he fell to his knees with a scream, holding his legs and wailing wildly. From the two of them taking action, to the two of them being disabled. The whole process takes less than 2 seconds. Two tough guys who were considered gold medal fighters in the underground boxing world of Tianhai City were completely defeated with a crushing force by a delivery man who was groaning on the ground a minute ago. The entire shopping mall hall was in deathly silence. Even the sound of breathing disappeared. Everyone's expression was frozen on their faces, as if the pause button had been pressed collectively. They looked at the man standing quietly in the center of the venue, as if they were looking at a demon crawling out of the abyss of hell. Ah! Su Chanxian finally came to her senses from her daze, let out a short scream, her legs went limp, and she collapsed onto the cold ground. Her face was pale and her whole body was shaking like a leaf in the wind. She couldn't believe that the man in front of her, who exuded a cold and terrifying aura, was Lin Feng, who used to obey her in everything, didn't even dare to speak loudly to her, and handed over all his monthly salary to her. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Feng ignored Su Chanxian, who was lying limp on the ground, and didn't even glance at the two bodyguards who were wailing on the ground. He took a step forward. Step. Another step. Walked towards Wang Hao, who was scared out of his wits. His footsteps were light. Despair. 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 Each beat was like the drumbeat of the god of death, stepping hard on Wang Hao's heart and crushing his last bit of arrogance and courage. "You, don't come over here." Wang Hao completely collapsed. He backed away using his hands and feet, screaming incoherently. "You can't touch me. My father is Wang Jiangwo. He's the chairman of Tian Group. He's worth tens of billions. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, my dad will not let you go. You're dead. Your whole family is dead." His voice was sharp and piercing with fear, echoing in the empty hall. Lin Feng walked up to him and stopped. He looked down at the rich second generation who was so arrogant just now but now looked as miserable as a dog. Lin Feng raised his right foot. "No. Don't." Wang Hao let out a scream that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear. Lin Feng's foot stepped precisely on his right arm. Snap. The crisp sound of bones breaking is so pleasant to the ear. Before Wang Hao's scream reached its peak, Lin Feng raised his foot again and dropped it. Left arm. Right leg. Left leg. Snap. 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 3 crisp sounds, clean and neat, without any delay. That's what we call equality. Lin Feng retracted his foot and said something softly, as if he had just crushed a few troublesome ants. After he did all this, from beginning to end, he never looked at Su Chanxian, who was lying limp on the ground not far away, frightened to the point of incontinence, with a water stain on the hem of her skirt. This kind of complete disregard and indifference comes from the bones. It made Su Chanxian feel more bone-chilling cold and despair than any insult or slap. Wang Hao lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, like a dead dog with all its bones broken. He no longer screamed, but only made intermittent moans like a small animal. Woo woo. The shrill alarm finally sounded throughout the entire mall at this moment. Several mall security guards in uniform, holding riot forks and explosion-proof shields, rushed over cautiously, but did not dare to get too close. Following closely behind were several police officers who arrived after hearing the news. They rushed into the hall and saw the bloody scene that looked like a battlefield, and their faces changed drastically. When they saw the 2 strong men wailing while holding their legs and wrists, and Wang Hao in the middle with his limbs twisted unnaturally, they immediately took out their guns. All the guns were pointed at the only man standing in the field. "Police! Freeze! Put your hands up! Hold your head! Get down!" The cold warning echoed in the hall. Lin Feng slowly raised his hands. There was no fear, no panic, not even a trace of emotion on his face. Force can crush the enemy. But then, it's a game of rules. Chapter 3. Welcome to my game. Tianhai City, West District Police Station. The cold iron chair, the glaring incandescent light, and the serious and expressionless faces of the 2 policemen opposite. This is the interrogation room. The police officer in charge of the trial was named Zhao Donlai. He was in his 30s, with a square face and sharp eyes. He rapped his knuckles on the table, making a dull sound. Name, age, occupation. Do you know what you've done? The Global Center intentionally injured someone. The circumstances are extremely serious, and the consequences are extremely dire. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, the cold handcuffs on his wrists not making him feel uneasy at all. He said calmly, "Lin Feng, 22 years old, delivery man. As for what crime I committed, they were the first to attack, and I was just acting in self-defense." His voice was calm, not like that of a suspect who had just severely injured someone in the city center, but rather like he was stating a fact that had nothing to do with him. This unusual calmness surprised even the experienced Zhao Donglai. Just as he was about to continue applying pressure, the door of the interrogation room was violently pushed open from the outside. Director Liu of the police station walked in personally accompanied by a man. The man was about 50 years old, wearing a hand-tailored suit and his hair was meticulously combed. Although his face was filled with anxiety and anger, the powerful aura of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time made the atmosphere in the entire interrogation room oppressive. He is Wang Hao's father, Wang Jiangwo, chairman of Tian Group. As soon as Wang Jiangwo saw Lin Feng, his bloodshot eyes turned red instantly, and he rushed over roaring like an enraged lion. "It's you, bastard! It's you!" Chief Liu and another policeman were quick to act and hugged him tightly from behind. Director Wang, calm down. This is the police station. I can't calm down." Wang Jiangwo pointed at Lin Feng, his voice hoarse with anger. "My son, my only son, he broke all 4 of his limbs. He's still being treated. I want him dead. I want him to spend the rest of his life in jail. I want his whole family to suffer. After venting his anger, he suddenly broke away from Director Liu, turned around, and said in an icy tone, Captain Liu, Captain Zhao, you all know how much I, Wang Jiangwo, donate to your West District every year and how many projects I support. Now, my son has been crippled in your jurisdiction. Is this how you handle cases? He pointed at the transcript on the table. His voice was not loud, but it carried a great weight. I want to see the results immediately. Charge him with murder. Zhao Donglai's brows instantly twisted into a shape. Intentional homicide? There are surveillance cameras everywhere in the mall, and mobile phone videos taken by passers-by have spread all over the internet. It is clear in the video that Wang Hao and his bodyguards were the first to attack people, and their methods were cruel. Lin Feng's behavior can at most be considered excessive self-defense. But Wang Jiangwo, the chairman of Tianjing Group, a major taxpayer in Tianhai City, and a man with connections everywhere, is someone that a small criminal police captain like him cannot afford to offend. Director Liu winked at Zhao Donglai and said something high-sounding, Old Zhao, when we handle cases, we must seek truth from facts and follow the law. But he changed the subject and added, of course, we must also fully consider the adverse social impact caused by the case and the emotions of the victim's family. What you said is no different from farting. The subtext is, give Mr. Wang a satisfactory explanation. Lin Feng watched all this coldly. So-called law, so-called justice. In the face of absolute power, you are nothing more than a piece of waste paper that can be crumpled at will. They are ready to forcibly convict themselves. Zhao Donglai took a deep breath and seemed to have made a decision. He picked up a pen and prepared to sign the detention documents. But at this moment, that cold, inorganic mechanical sound rang in Lin Feng's mind again. Detected that the host is facing a critical decision. Individual strength cannot defeat class power. The God-level selection system has been activated. Option 1, fight for your rights, trust that the laws of Tianhai City will give you a fair judgment, and wait for the assistance of a lawyer. Complete this option and receive a 7-day in-depth detention center experience card and a free introductory handbook on the criminal law. Option 2, utilize your untapped network of connections and use your absolute strength to overcome this ridiculous predicament. Complete this option and receive the absolute loyalty of Qinyu, Tianhai City's top lawyer and queen of law. Looking at the two options on the screen, Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold sneer. Just? He had just experienced it. In this world, strength is the only justice. The fist is the truth. Power is also truth. I choose too. Lin Feng silently recited his choice in his heart. Selection confirmed, rewards being distributed. The system will automatically dial the exclusive phone number of Queen of Law, Attorney Qinyu. It was almost the same moment that Lin Feng made his choice. Buzz buzz buzz. In the interrogation room, Zhao Donglai's cell phone suddenly vibrated violently. He picked up the phone impatiently and was about to hang up. But when he saw the name and number on the caller ID, his pupils suddenly contracted and the hand holding the phone trembled. The head of the municipal bureau. The big boss's private number. Why would he call himself? Zhao Donglai didn't dare to delay in the slightest. He hurriedly swiped the answer button and nervously said in the most respectful tone, Leader. Hello? I'm Zhao Donglai. What instructions do you have? From the other end of the phone came the leader's extremely serious voice that left no room for doubt. Xiao Xiao, is there a young man named Lin Feng there? Zhao Donglai was stunned and subconsciously glanced at the calm young man opposite him, and his heart was filled with shock. Yes, boss. He is suspected of intentional injury. Put aside the case for now. The leader's tone was filled with an unprecedented solemnity. Now, immediately. Politely invite him to your best reception room. Remember, please ask politely. Tianhai City's top lawyer, Xinyu, is on his way to you. Zhao Donglai held the phone, feeling as if struck by lightning, staring in amazement at the young man in the whitish delivery uniform in front of him. His mind was blank. Chapter 4 Black Gold Dragon Card, who is the ant? Beep beep beep. The busy tone of the phone being hung up sounded particularly harsh in the silent interrogation room. Zhao Donglai held the phone in his hand, a thin layer of cold sweat oozing out of his forehead. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng again, his eyes filled with surprise, confusion, and a hint of, barely perceptible fear. The previous second, he wanted to convict the young man and send him to jail. The next second, the head of the municipal bureau called him personally and asked him to please politely. And Qinyu, Tianhai City's top queen of law, is on her way? What on earth is going on? Zhao Donglai felt that his brain was totally inadequate. He stood up suddenly, and because he moved so quickly, the chair slid back half a meter. He walked up to Lin Feng, forced a smile that was uglier than crying, and opened the handcuffs on Lin Feng's hands with his own hands. Mr. Lin, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Come on, let's talk somewhere else. It's too stuffy here. As he spoke, he made a pleased gesture, his attitude as respectful as if he was receiving a superior. This 180-degree turn made Wang Jiangwo and Director Lu next to him dumbfounded. Old Zhao. What are you doing? Wang Jiangwo couldn't believe his eyes. Are you crazy? He's a serious criminal. Zhao Donglai wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked back at Wang Jiangwo, and his tone became businesslike. Director Wang, this is an instruction from our superiors. An important person is coming to see Mr. Lin. Please be patient. Instructions from superiors? Important person? Wang Jiangwo was stunned, and Director Lu beside him was also confused. How could a poor delivery boy alarm any important person? 10 minutes later. Boom. A low-engine roar came from afar, and a fiery red Porsche 911 cut through the night sky like a sword, did a beautiful drift, and stopped steadily in front of the police station door. The car door opened. A pair of slender legs wrapped in black stockings stepped out first, wearing a pair of 10-centimeter Jimmy Choo high heels. Then a woman got out of the car. She was wearing a well-tailored high-end custom-made professional suit that perfectly outlined her almost perfect figure. An exquisite and beautiful oval face, without any makeup, is better than countless heavy makeups, with a cold temperament, like an ice lotus on the top of a snowy mountain. She is Qinyu. A legend in Tianhai City's legal profession, the queen of law who has remained undefeated in her 5 years of career. As soon as Qinyu walked in, her innate powerful aura instantly stunned everyone. The noisy atmosphere in the police station seemed to have been muted by an invisible hand. She ignored everyone, including the stunned Wang Jiangwo and Director Lu. She walked straight to Lin Feng in her high heels. Then, amidst everyone's incredulous gazes, she bowed slightly to the young man in the delivery uniform and said in an extremely respectful, even slightly fearful tone. Mr. Lin, I'm Qinyu. Sorry, I'm late. This scene made Wang Jiangwo's eyes almost pop out. Qinyu herself was also confused. Just 20 minutes ago, she was making final preparations for a cross-border merger and acquisition worth billions of dollars. But an instruction whose source could not be traced, but which she could not refuse at all, appeared directly in her mind. The order required her to immediately drop all the work at hand and rush to the West District Police Station to provide the highest level of legal services to a man named Lin Feng. What's even more bizarre is that from the moment she received the order, she developed an irresistible sense of loyalty and awe for this Lin Feng whom she had never met before, which came from the depths of her soul. It was as if he was the king she was destined to serve. But her professional qualities allowed her to quickly get into work mode. She first turned to Zhao Donglai politely but forcefully, and pointed out in a cold tone several fatal flaws in their procedures from arrest to interrogation. Then she took out her phone and clicked on a video. Captain Zhao, I downloaded this video from the internet. It's shot from a clearer angle. It clearly shows that it was Mr. Wang Hao who first ordered his 2 bodyguards to violently assault my client and break his hand. According to Article 234 of the criminal law, this constitutes the crime of intentional injury with serious circumstances. My client was forced to engage in self-defense when his life was threatened. Wang Jiangwo was so angry that he trembled all over when he saw the situation reversed in an instant. He pointed at Qinyu's nose and cursed. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you know who I am? You're just a small lawyer, and you dare to shout in front of me? Believe it or not, I can tell you with just one word that you won't be able to survive in Tianhai City. Facing Wang Jiangwo's threat, Qinyu remained expressionless. Lin Feng, however, didn't even bother to look at Wang Jiangwo. He just slowly took something out of his pocket. Gently placed it on the table. It was a solid black card. It was unknown what material the card was made of. It was clearly black, but it seemed to absorb all the light around it, as deep as a black hole in the universe. In the center of the card, there is a dragon pattern outlined with dark golden silk thread. It is looming and lifelike, as if it will break out of the card at any time. The moment Qinyu saw this card, her cold phoenix eyes suddenly shrank. It was as if I had seen the most incredible and terrifying thing in the world. Her breathing stopped in an instant. The look she gave Lin Feng instantly changed from respect to a deep fear that came from her soul. Black Gold Dragon Card. According to legend, this is a symbol of identity issued by the world's top mysterious organization to the few people at the top of the world. Seeing this card is like seeing a god. Anyone holding this card can mobilize unimaginable resources and power. Not to mention a small Yanjing group, even the royal families of certain countries are nothing but ants in front of this card. She took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress the turmoil in her heart, and turned back to Zhao Donglai, who was stunned. Captain Zhao, my client doesn't want to make a big deal out of this. Her voice trembled slightly. But if someone insists on pestering us, we can only fight to the end. It's just that, the power of some of them is beyond the imagination of a small Tianjin group. When she said the word Xiao Xiao, her tone was full of undisguised disdain and contempt. Zhao Donglai is the smartest of the smart. Although he didn't recognize the black card, just by looking at the expression of Queen of La Qinyu, who looked like she had seen a ghost, he immediately understood that he had met a true god today. This Lin Feng's background is probably extremely profound. He made a prompt decision, immediately put on a businesslike expression, and said to Wang Jiangwo, Mr. Wang, based on the existing evidence and the confessions of both parties, this incident is preliminarily classified as a physical assault. Mr. Lin's actions constituted legitimate self-defense, but were clearly excessive. I personally suggest that both parties mediate privately. What do you think? Wang Jiangwo is not a fool. He was also stunned by Qin Yu and Zhao Donglai's reactions. He had heard of Qin Yu's name. Even the big leaders in the city had to be polite to her. Now, even she was so respectful to this poor boy. The origin of that mysterious black card must be so extraordinary that he could not even imagine it. If he continues to make trouble, he might really end up like Qin Yu said, kicking a piece of iron plate that can smash the entire Tianjin group into pieces. He could only grit his teeth and swallow the bitter pill with blood. In the end, Lin Feng, accompanied by Qin Yu, walked out of the police station safely amidst the complex gazes of the police officers, which were a mixture of awe, curiosity, and fear. The rising sun stretched his figure very long, as if it had been rimmed with gold. Outside the police station, Qin Yu trotted a few steps and respectfully opened the door of the Porsche 911 for Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, please get in the car. Regarding your case, and the subsequent handling of Tianjin Group, we need to discuss it in detail. Lin Feng sat in the soft leather seat of the luxury car and watched the street scene rapidly receding outside the window. He knew that crushing a rich second generation was just the beginning. A real war is about to begin. At this time, inside the police station, Wang Jiangwo stared at the door with resentful eyes, took out his cell phone and made a call. His voice sounded like it was squeezed out from hell. Use all the group's intelligence resources. I want to investigate that little bastard. I want him to disappear from the face of the earth. Chapter 5: The Invisible Cage. It was already early the next morning when all the formalities were completed with Qin Yu's accompaniment. After leaving the police station, Lin Feng refused Qin Yu's offer to take him home. He has no home now. The rental house of less than 10 square meters that he rented with Su Chanxian was full of memories of humiliation and betrayal, and he didn't want to stay there for even a second. He was exhausted both physically and mentally, but every part of his body was filled with an unprecedented sense of strength that seemed to be able to crush steel. He only wants to do one thing now. Say goodbye to your past life completely. Tianhai International Automobile City. All the world's top car brands are gathered here, and it is a place where the rich spend their money. Lin Feng's first stop was the Ferrari showroom. He was still wearing the same ordinary t-shirt and jeans he wore yesterday, which looked out of place in the magnificent surroundings. A young salesperson saw him, a hint of barely perceptible indifference flashed in his eyes, and he just greeted him perfunctorily. Just a quick look, sir? Lin Feng ignored him. His eyes were fixed directly on the beast in the center of the exhibition hall, which looked like a burning flame. Limited edition, LaFerrari. He walked over and spoke calmly. I bought this one. The salesperson was stunned for a moment, then a sarcastic expression appeared on his face. Several customers who were looking at cars nearby also cast teasing glances at him, as if they were looking at a clown seeking attention. Sir, do you know how much this car costs? 25 million, and there are purchase restrictions. The salesperson's tone was full of superiority. Lin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense. He took out the pure black card directly from his pocket and gently placed it on the hood of the exhibition car. Swipe the card. Seeing this card, the salesperson wanted to say something else. But the sales manager who was wiping the car nearby jumped up instantly like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He rushed over, crawling and rolling, pushed away the blind subordinate, and bowed 90 degrees to Lin Feng, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know it was you who came. This knowledgeable manager once had the opportunity to see this card from a distance at a private party of top wealthy people. He knew that this card represented an energy that was enough to make the entire Tianhai city tremble. The manager hurriedly invited Lin Feng into the top VIP room and personally served him the best coffee. After he verified the card, his already pale face turned even more bloodless. But then, an extremely embarrassed look appeared on his face again. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. He almost knelt down to Lin Feng. Just half an hour ago, we received a notice from the higher-ups. In the entire Auto City, all high-end brands cannot sell you any car. Lin Feng frowned. He realized that something was wrong. After leaving the Auto City, he took a taxi to the top villa area in Tianhai City Yanjing Palace. Every villa here is worth hundreds of millions, and the residents are either rich or noble. Having learned from the previous experience, this time the sales lady was extremely respectful after confirming his identity through the internal system. But the answer given is the same. I'm very sorry, Mr. Lin, all the rooms in our Yanjing Palace are sold out. Lin Feng stood on the busy street, looking at the tall buildings in the distance. For the first time, he felt that this black card with unlimited credit limit that could be used to buy the entire Tianhai city seemed to be covered by an invisible net. At this time, the cell phone rang. It was Qin Yu calling. Her tone was more serious than ever before. Mr. Lin, something happened. Wang Jiangwo, chairman of Tian Group, has already mobilized all his influence in the Tianhai Chamber of Commerce. Just this morning, the Chamber of Commerce sent an internal proposal to all its member companies, including banks, real estate, automobiles, luxury goods, and other high-end consumer sectors. The proposal clearly states that all units are prohibited from engaging in any large transactions exceeding 100,000 yuan with you. Xin Yu's voice was filled with anger. Wang Jiangwo wants to completely isolate you. He wants you to have a mountain of gold but not be able to spend a single cent, leaving you a mere tycoon who is laughed at by everyone. In the rules of upper-class society, you are erased. Lin Feng hung up the phone. He looked at the bright lights of the city, and the coldness in his eyes was enough to freeze the air around him. He understood. Fists can defeat vicious dogs. But the cage-called rules that holds the tiger cannot be broken. The Wang family's revenge was more advanced and deadly than he had imagined. Faced with this dimensionality reduction attack from an entire class, where should he begin his counterattack? Chapter 6, Blueprint of Empire. Wang Jiangwo. Tianhai Chamber of Commerce. Lin Feng stood where he was, chewing over the two names in his mind, the anger in his eyes almost solidifying into substance. However, his brain, which had been transformed by physical strengthening and opening of all meridians, became extremely calm under the burning anger, like the abyss under the snow-capped mountains, without a single ripple. Just then, that familiar voice arrived as expected. Ding! Detected that the host is facing a major development dilemma. Class barriers have formed. God-level selection system has been activated. 3 options, shining with different lights, appeared in his mind again. Option 1, suffer in silence and avoid the spotlight for now. Use cash to purchase ordinary assets, live a low-key life, and bide your time. Complete this option and receive the passive skill God-level forbearance effect, significantly reduce your presence, allowing you to blend in with the crowd. Tolerate? This word has disappeared from Lin Feng's dictionary since yesterday. Option 2, fight tooth for tooth, fight violence with violence. Hire top hackers to attack Tianjing Group's network, steal its trade secrets, create a financial scandal, and cause its stock price to plummet. Complete this option and receive the anonymous contact information of the world's top hacker ghost. This option is full of temptation. But Lin Feng knew that this was just a show of courage and would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. What he wanted was not to injure Wang Jiangwo seriously, but to uproot him and his Tianjing Group and grind them to ashes. His eyes fell on the most dazzling third option. Option 3, the way of the king, empire against empire. Since you are excluded by the old rules, build your own business empire and completely crush all opponents based on the rules. Complete this option and reward, God-level newbie gift pack God-level business acumen, complete information on business genius Hanli, and 100 billion in startup capital for Zhongqiang Capital. Seeing this option, Lin Feng almost laughed out loud. Empire versus empire? This is the path he wants to take. I choose 3. He didn't even hesitate as he silently made his choice in his mind. Boom! A torrent of information, 100 times more massive than the one he received when he was indoctrinated with the God-level fighting technique, instantly rushed into his brain. The century-long history of global business changes flashed through his mind frame by frame like a fast-forwarded movie. He has analyzed countless classic business war cases, from malicious leveraged buyouts to sophisticated equity games, and has gained a deep understanding of their essence. In his eyes, the direction of the global market in the next 10 years, from technological trends to geopolitics, has become like an extremely clear map. Finance, capital, human nature, gaming. At this moment, everything was completely integrated with his soul and became his innate instinct. He slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the business logic of the entire world no longer had any secrets in his eyes. The endless stream of vehicles in the city are no longer means of transportation, but flowing symbols of cash. The high-rise buildings that are lined up one after another are no longer made of steel and concrete, but clear balance sheets. At the same time, a man's detailed information appeared before his eyes like a holographic projection. Name, Han Li. Age, 35. Resume, former top star fund manager on Wall Street, managing a multi-billion-dollar fund at the age of 28. Known for his sharp vision and ruthless tactics, he was nicknamed the Wolf of Wall Street. Current status: 3 years ago, refusing to be complicit, he exposed his immediate superior's insider trading activities in collusion with a consortium. He was subjected to a coordinated crackdown and blacklisting by the entire Wall Street capital market, becoming infamous. He now struggles to survive at a small, near-bankrupt investment consulting firm in Tianhai City called Vision Investment. Character weaknesses: extremely conceited, eager to prove oneself, and deeply unwilling to give up. Core demand: a stage free from any constraints, where he can freely display his ambitions, and the capital for revenge. At the end of the information, there is even a detailed record of Han Li's entire life trajectory in the past week, down to which noodle shop he went to for noodles every day. While possessing this God's perspective, Lin Feng's God-level business acumen also began to automatically activate. His eyes swept across the city. In an instant, countless company names, financial statements, equity structures, technology patents, potential values, flashed through his mind like a waterfall, and were automatically analyzed, evaluated, and marked by the system. Tian Group? Market capitalization, 80 billion, debt ratio, 60%, dispersed ownership, numerous internal factions, and its greatest weakness, the arbitrary rule of its chairman, Wang Jiangwo. Replaceability, high. Threat level, low. Lin Feng screened through tens of thousands of company information in just a few seconds. Finally, his eyes were fixed on a small company that looked inconspicuous on the map. Company name: Stardust Technology. Current status: due to excessive investment in R&D for core projects, investors have maliciously withdrawn their capital, causing the company's funding chain to break. The company will declare bankruptcy and liquidation next week. Hidden value: its founder, Feng Wenshan, holds a yet-to-be-disclosed underlying patent called the Honeycomb Protocol. Lin Feng's God-level business sense frantically sounded an alarm to him. This agreement is the key to the future era of the Internet of Things. It is the core cornerstone for connecting all smart devices and realizing the true Internet of Everything. Its value is not tens of billions, not hundreds of billions, but trillions. Wang Jiangwo. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold sneer, like a hunter staring at his prey. You're using your rules to block me? Then I will use my capital to set a completely new rule. A winner-takes-all rule. He took out his cell phone and stopped looking at the expensive luxury cars or the luxurious villas. He called a most ordinary online taxi. Destination Vision Investment Consultants Ltd. The person he was going to meet was the toothless, caged, the Wolf of Wall Street. Chapter 7: The King does not meet the king, but meets the future. The online taxi stopped under a dilapidated office building. Most of the tiles on the building's exterior wall have peeled off, revealing the gray cement inside. This is the old city of Tianhai City, and also a gathering place for losers. Vision Investment Consulting Company, Limited is located on the 8th floor of this building. Lin Feng went upstairs. Before I even entered the door, I heard a sharp roar. Han Li! Han Li! Get the hell out here! A middle-aged boss with a beer belly and hair so greasy that it could be scraped off was pointing at a man's nose and cursing. The man was about 35 or 36 years old, wearing a cheap, shiny suit, with a thin figure and dull eyes. But his spine was straight, like an unyielding javelin. "What the hell is this bullshit plan you came up with? Huh? It's costing the company another client." The greasy boss spitted everywhere and threw a stack of documents hard at Han Li's face. "Do you still think you're the all-powerful Wolf of Wall Street? Wake up! You're nothing but a worthless piece of shit. A homeless dog kicked out by its owner." Papers were scattered all over the floor. Han Li endured all this silently. He just clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turned white from the force, and said nothing. Several colleagues around him looked at him with a gloating look and whispered to each other. The boss was so angry that he turned around and saw Lin Feng standing at the door. He shouted even more impatiently. "What are you looking at? Go beg somewhere else. There's no money here." Lin Feng didn't even look at the greasy boss. He walked straight through the smoky office and came to Han Li. He spoke calmly, his voice clearly echoing in everyone's ears. "Mr. Han Li, I'm here to invite you to be the CEO of my new company." In an instant, the whole office fell into silence. The greasy boss opened his mouth wide, like a duck with its neck strangled. The other colleagues also looked at Lin Feng as if he were a fool. "Who is this kid? Are you crazy?" Han Li slowly raised his head and looked at Lin Feng with his numb, empty eyes. He had seen too many people come to him. Some of them wanted to use his past reputation to cheat people. Some want to find a scapegoat, a glamorous white glove. "Who are you?" His voice was hoarse and dry, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. "Which unlearned young master of a family wants to find a tool to help you play the capital game?" Lin Feng smiled. He did not answer, but asked a question slowly. 3 years ago, you led the Morning Light project on Wall Street, aiming to capture the global new energy vehicle market. Ultimately, it failed due to a broken funding chain. Everyone said you were too radical and a lunatic. But they were all wrong. When Han Li heard the words Morning Light plan, his pupils suddenly shrank. That was the biggest and deepest pain in his heart. It was the beginning of his fall from the clouds to the abyss. Lin Feng did not give him a chance to breathe and continued. "Your general direction is correct, but your entry point is wrong. You shouldn't have started by trying to manufacture complete vehicles. That's a bottomless pit. What you should have really bet on was the core technology of graphene batteries, which was then largely ignored by the market. If you had done that back then, you wouldn't have needed hundreds of billions of dollars, just $5 billion, and you could have leveraged the future of the entire industry. And now, you'd already be at the helm of a company with $1 trillion market value." Boom! Every word Lin Feng said was like a heavy hammer, hitting Han Li's heart hard. His whole body shook violently, as if struck by lightning. This was the only way out of the situation that he had deduced after countless sleepless nights reviewing the situation. How could this young man, who looked no more than 25, know everything so clearly? "I'll give you a stage." Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable power, as if he could control everything. "A stage of absolute freedom, without any constraints. I'm going to acquire a small company called Stardust Technologies, which has a patent called the Hive Protocol. I want you to use it to destroy the foundation of Tian Group from the front within 3 years." Han Li's breathing became rapid. Beneath the dead ashes in his eyes, a spark was rekindled. He stared at Lin Feng intently, as if he wanted to see through him. "Who are you?" "My name is Lin Feng." Lin Feng extended his hand to him. "My company is called Sky Capital. As for the startup capital." He paused, and a contemptuous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You just need to tell me your dreams, your ambitions, your revenge. How many zeros does it take to carry it?" Chapter 8. The general has arrived. Where is the city? Han Li stared at the hand that Lin Feng stretched out. Silence. There was deathly silence in the office. 3 seconds later. He didn't shake the hand. Instead, he bent deeply towards Lin Feng, his back which had been straight for 35 years. A 90-degree bow. "Han Li, I am willing to die for Mr. Lin." The voice was not loud, but every word was weighty. That was a vow to entrust the rest of one's life, one's ambitions and future to others. He stood up straight, without even looking at Lin Feng again, but turned around and took off his cheap suit jacket in front of everyone. He crumpled it into a ball and threw it into the trash can in the corner with precision, just like throwing away garbage. It was as if he was saying a complete farewell to that humiliating and miserable past. After doing all this, he looked at the greasy former boss who was already stunned and said 3 words calmly. I resign. Then, without looking back, he followed Lin Feng out of the cage that was suffocating him. Downstairs of the office building. The sunlight is a bit dazzling. Hanli greedily breathed in the free air outside, and his entire temperament changed drastically in just a few minutes. In those dim eyes, the flame called ambition was rekindled. It was the look of a hungry wolf returning to the forest. Lin Feng nodded, very satisfied with his changes. He took out his cell phone and called Xinyu. The call was answered almost instantly. Mr. Lin, what do you want me to do? Xinyu's voice was still respectful. Lawyer Qin, are you busy? Not busy. Mr. Lin's affairs are always the top priority. Very good. Lin Feng said, help me draft 2 documents. One is a top CEO employment contract, and the other is a letter of intent to acquire the company. Xinyu on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment. She thought Lin Feng would choose to lie dormant for a while, or use other means to fight against Wang Jiangluo's blockade. Unexpectedly, he actually wanted to set up a company directly and confront it head-on. Mr. Lin. Xinyu's voice was filled with worry. You want to set up a company? Your opponent is Tian Group, and Wang Jiangluo is deeply rooted in Tianhai City. This requires a very careful plan. We can't rush it. I already have a plan. Lin Feng's tone was filled with unquestionable confidence. Meet me at the One Tao Tea House by the river in half an hour. Half an hour later. One Tao Tea House, an elegant room overlooking the river. When Xinyu pushed open the door, she was once again shocked by the scene before her. Lin Feng was still the same Lin Feng, sitting there calmly drinking tea. But the man next to him was completely different from the decadent and downtrodden Hanli in the profile photo she had just found through the Sky Eye system. Although Hanli was dressed in ordinary clothes at this moment, his eyes were as sharp as a knife, his back was as straight as a pine tree, and the strong confidence and control he exuded was no less than any business tycoon she had ever seen. It was as if a sleeping tiger had awakened. Mr. Lin, this is Hanli, CEO of Songchong Capital. Lin Feng introduced. Xinyu's heart was shaken, but she remained expressionless and nodded politely. Lin Feng didn't waste any time and directly told the two of them the name Stardust Technology. As a top lawyer, Xinyu's work efficiency is astonishingly high. She immediately used the tablet computer she carried with her to retrieve all of Stardust Technology's industrial, commercial, and legal information. After just a few glances, her brows furrowed tightly. Mr. Lin, the situation of this company is very complicated. The company is heavily in debt and on the verge of bankruptcy, but its ownership structure is extremely fragmented, with 7 or 8 shareholders, large and small. According to the information, each of these individuals is highly motivated, hoping to reap every last ounce of profits before the company's bankruptcy and liquidation. Negotiations to acquire patents from them will be extremely difficult, and it's easy for them to work together to raise the price, dragging the process into a protracted tug of war. Hanli, who was standing by, also quickly took on the role of CEO. He quickly browsed through the information on his phone and added in a deep voice, I just looked at the technical data of this company. Its cellular protocol patent is truly a gold mine buried in a garbage dump. But precisely because of this, those shareholders will definitely act like sharks smelling blood and maliciously raise the price. It would take at least 1 or 2 months to complete the normal business negotiations and legal procedures. As they spoke, Xinyu and Hanli began to have a heated discussion from their respective professional perspectives. From complex legal traps to sophisticated equity swap plans. From dividing and disintegrating the shareholder alliance to using public opinion to put pressure on them. The two of them chatted back and forth, and various professional terms and plans emerged one after another, showing the professional qualities of top elites. Lin Feng did not interrupt. He just listened quietly, drank his tea slowly, and looked at the river flowing outside the window. When they had finished their discussion, the voices gradually died down. Lin Feng slowly put down the teacup, and the bottom of the cup hit the table, making a crisp sound. He spoke. Your plans are all good. But, it's too slow. Xinyu and Hanli were stunned and looked at him in confusion. In their opinion, this is the most efficient and professional solution. Lin Feng did not explain. He looked at the river view outside the window, his voice calm, but with a wisdom that saw through everything. What is the essence of business? It's a deal. What is the essence of the transaction? Its value. When our value is so great that it exceeds the other party's imagination and can even dominate their destiny, all the techniques, all the processes, will become meaningless. He turned his head and looked at Qin. Lawyer Qin, please help me get together all the shareholders of Stardust Technology. No one can be left out. The time is tomorrow afternoon, and the location is right here. Then he looked at Han Li again. Han Li, go get ready and change into decent clothes. Tomorrow, you will be the CEO of Songchong Capital. Show your might. Chapter 9 Cash is King, the Sky is Coming. The next afternoon. In the largest Guanlan box of the Wentao Tea House. The atmosphere is tense and subtle. All 7 shareholders of Stardust Technology were present, each of them bloated and with greed gleaming in their eyes. Opposite them, there were only 2 people sitting. Xinyu and Han Li, who was wearing a crisp Armani suit and had a temperament as sharp as a knife. The leading major shareholder, a bald man named Li, spoke first with a forced smile. Lawyer Qin, President Han, we know that your Songchong Capital is very sincere. He deliberately drew out his tone. However, our Stardust Technologies Hive Protocol patent is a future gold mine, priceless. Therefore, our offer is 100 million. He stretched out a finger, opened his mouth as loudly as a lion, and directly quoted a sky-high price that was 5 times higher than the current assessed market value of Stardust Technology. Several other shareholders immediately joined in the discussion. Yes, Mr. Li is right. We invested all our savings in developing this patent. Let me tell you, if there hadn't been a problem with our funding chain, we wouldn't have been able to sell this patent. 100 million is too little. I think it should be at least 150 million. The entire conference room instantly turned into a noisy vegetable market. These people are not here to negotiate at all. They are just a group of hyenas that have smelled blood and want to tear off the last piece of meat from the corpse of Stardust Technology. Han Li tried to use the most professional business analysis to explain to them the future value of the patent and the reasonable acquisition price. But the other party didn't listen at all. They just kept crying poor, making empty promises, and bidding against each other. Xinyu also felt extremely troubled. She had handled countless complex business mergers and acquisitions, but this was the first time she had seen such unreasonable and blatant greed. This group of people clearly have them in their sights and are ready to rip them off mercilessly. Just when the 2 sides were deadlocked and the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, the heavy wooden door of the box was pushed open from the outside. Lin Feng walked in. Behind him followed 10 burly professional security guards wearing uniform black suits and black sunglasses. The most eye-catching thing was that each of them was carrying a huge silver suitcase that shone with a cold metallic light. This scene brought all the noisy sounds in the box to an abrupt halt. The 7 shareholders looked at Lin Feng in astonishment, not knowing what this young man was up to. Lin Feng walked to the empty chair at the main seat and sat down without even looking at the group of shareholders. He just waved his hand gently. 10 security guards stepped forward in neat steps and placed all 10 metal suitcases in their hands heavily on the huge mahogany round table with a bang. Click. There was a crisp sound of the lock popping open. The first box was opened. What caught my eye were the red banknotes, neatly stacked and so new without even a crease. Before anyone could react, Lin Feng said a word lightly to the security guard. Fall. The security guard did not hesitate, picked up the box with both hands, and threw it onto the table. Crash. Brand new banknotes poured out of the box like a red waterfall. In an instant, a mountain of money, smelling of ink, piled up on the table. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Bang! 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 Before they could recover from their shock, the remaining 9 boxes were opened one by one. Then, they were simply and roughly dumped on the table one by one. 100 million. 200 million. 300 million. In just a dozen seconds, the huge mahogany round table with a diameter of 3 meters was completely submerged by the mountain of cash. You could hear a pin drop in the entire box. At this moment, the 7 shareholders all stopped breathing. Their eyes were as big as copper bells, staring at the mountain made of money, their Adam's apples rolled up and down wildly, and their faces were full of greed, shock, and disbelief. This kind of visual impact is 100 times, 1,000 times more shocking than the cold series of numbers in a bank account. At this time, Lin Feng's voice slowly sounded in the room. I don't have the time, nor the interest, to bargain with you. For the first time, his eyes swept across the 7 faces distorted by extreme greed. Here is 300 million in cash. It's 100 million more than the highest price you just quoted. He picked up a stack of equity transfer contracts that Jinyu had prepared long ago and threw them on the mountain of money like a pile of waste paper. Now, you have 2 choices. First, sign the contract, get the money, and leave. Second, you can continue to sit here and discuss your ridiculous company values. I'll just give you 1 minute to think about it. 1 minute? It doesn't even take a second. The moment the 300 million in cash appeared before their eyes, the psychological defenses of these shareholders were completely broken. The so-called company value and the so-called business negotiations have become the most ridiculous joke in the world at this moment. Greed conquers everything. I sign. I sign. Mr. Li, who had previously clamored for 150 million yuan, was the first to react. Like a mad wild boar, he pounced on it with strange cries and reached out to grab the contract, fearing that if he was a second late, the money on the table would grow wings and fly away. The others also woke up from their dreams and rushed to the mountain of money. Mine. This is mine. Don't fight me. I'll sign first. The whole scene was chaotic and ugly. 10 minutes later. All contracts have been signed. From then on, Stardust Technology and the $1 trillion Beehive Agreement were completely owned by Sky Capital. A business empire that is destined to shock the world is officially born at this moment. At this moment, at the headquarters of Tian Group. In the chairman's office. Wang Jiangwo had just received a phone call and his face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. What did you say? That little bastard founded a company called Sky Capital? And you used 300 million in cash to acquire a nearly bankrupt technology company? He hung up the phone with a sneer of extreme disdain on his face. Do you really think that just because you have a little money you can play the game of capital? You're a nouveau riche who doesn't know how to live or die. I want to see how a newborn baby like you can fight a grown tiger like me. He doesn't know. The baby he was talking about was actually a prehistoric dragon that was powerful enough to devour the world. A storm that will sweep across the entire Tianhai business community is about to break out. Chapter 10: Tianjing's Ridicule. Tianjing Group Headquarters. Located on the top floor of a skyscraper in the core area of Tianhai City's CBD. In the chairman's office, behind a rosewood desk worth $1 million, Wang Jiangwo was leisurely sipping a glass of top-quality Huaishan de Hongpo. One of his trusted vice presidents was standing in front of the table, respectfully reporting on his work. Chairman, that kid named Lin Feng has made some moves. There was an unconcealable smile of contempt on the vice president's face. He registered a company this afternoon with a rather intimidating name, Sky Capital. Wang Jiangwo blew on the scalding tea, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Oh? Now that I've blocked your consumer channels, you want to learn how to play the business game? Yes, the vice president continued, and the way he plays it is very unique, or rather, very ridiculous. He used 300 million in cash, set up a table in the tea house, and stunned those money-hungry shareholders of Stardust Technology. In 10 minutes, he completed the acquisition of that shabby company. As soon as the words fell, a burst of suppressed laughter immediately rang out in the spacious office. Wang Jiangwo and several of his confidants were laughing so hard that they were rolling on the ground. Ha 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 ha. Cash? 300 million? That's the funniest joke I've heard this year. Typical nouveau riche mentality. What does he think a shopping mall is? A vegetable market? Do you really think that just because you have a few bucks, you can call the shots in Tianhai City? How naive. Wang Jiangwo slowly put down the teacup, his eyes full of contempt like a cat playing with a mouse. His purpose for acquiring Stardust Technology is obvious. He's after that so-called Internet of Things patent. He has some vision, but that's all. From a patent drawing in the lab to a product that can actually be brought to market and generate profits, the money burned and the connections needed in between, could a nouveau riche like him even imagine that? Wang Jiangwo leaned back in the comfortable leather chair, tapping the table lightly with his fingers, like an emperor in control of everything, planning a war that was sure to win. Keep an eye on him. Doesn't he want to play? Then play with him. Have all those subsidiaries prepare. If any of Songchong Capital's products dare to show up, I'll smack them to death. I'm going to make them lose everything. Also, notify the group's technical department. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Jiangwo's eyes. Immediately launch our long-planned Internet of Things Project Skynet. Since he's also optimistic about this track, then we'll use our absolute financial and technical strength to crush him head-on. I want him, and everyone in Tianhai City, to see clearly what true industry barriers are. Yes, Chairman. The vice president bowed and took the order and left, with a smile on his face as if he was going to enjoy the show. In his opinion, Sankong Capital was just an ant that the chairman killed when he was bored. And at this time, the other side. The lights were on in a high-rise office building temporarily rented by Sankong Capital. Although this place is far less luxurious than the Tian Group headquarters, it is full of high morale and hope. Han Li was leading a small elite team that Xin Yu had urgently recruited overnight, and they were excitedly planning the company's future in front of a huge electronic whiteboard. The whiteboard is already filled with various complex business models and technology roadmaps. General Lin's strategy is simply genius. No, it's a miracle. Han Li pointed at the core area of the whiteboard, his eyes flashing with fanaticism. The Wolf of Wall Street has completely awakened. We're not making products. We're building a platform. We're setting standards. We're the operating system for all IoT devices. This means we're setting industry rules. Xin Yu stood aside, looking at Lin Feng, who was sitting calmly on the sofa drinking Coke. Her heart was also in turmoil. This young man seemed to have the ability to predict the future. Every step he took was precisely in line with the pulse of the times. She had a strong premonition that she was witnessing the birth of a business miracle. Lin Feng drank the last sip of Coke and threw the can into the trash can accurately. He looked out the window at the Tianjin Group headquarters building that stood like a giant beast in the night, and said to Han Li lightly, "Wang Jiangwo will definitely snipe us. The target he's most likely to target, and the one that could prove most fatal, is Tianhai City's upcoming Smart City Phase 1 project. That was our first battle, and it was also a battle of life and death." The excitement on Han Li's face froze in an instant. "Smart City Project," he cried out. "That's the city government's biggest project this year, with a total investment exceeding 10 billion. Tech companies across Tianhai City are eyeing it. The project has long been secured by Tianjin Group. We're a company that was only established yesterday. We don't even have the most basic qualifications to bid. How can we possibly get a ticket?" The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. "Qualification is earned through strength. It wasn't given by anyone else." Chapter 11 Ticket Selection. A full 24 hours. Han Li and his small but highly combat-capable team stayed in the temporarily converted operations room of Sankong Capital, barely closing their eyes. The air was filled with a strange smell mixed with caffeine, nicotine, and energy drinks. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, but their spirits were extremely excited. With unlimited energy supply and adrenaline, a perfect smart city solution was finally slowly spit out from the printer in the afternoon of the next day. That still warm proposal, with Stardust Technologies' Beehive Protocol as its core framework, creatively proposed a subversive concept called Urban Nerve Center. It is no longer a simple stacking of systems, but rather the integration of all the complex systems of Tianhai City, including transportation, medical care, security, energy, government affairs, etc., into a unified, efficient, self-learning and continuously optimized intelligent platform. This platform is the brain of the city. When Han Li held this plan, which embodied everyone's wisdom and hard work, in his hands, his fingertips trembled slightly. This is no ordinary business plan. This is a work of art. He dared to use his former reputation as the Wolf of Wall Street to guarantee that this plan was at least 5 years ahead of all competitors in the market. He could even foresee what a huge earthquake this plan would bring to the entire industry when it was made public. "Brothers! We did it!" Han Li held up the plan and shouted excitedly to the team members. There was a brief but enthusiastic cheer in the office. However, when Han Li, with the determination to win, personally led his team to the Smart City Project bidding office located in the city administrative center, ready to submit the application materials that could change the future, a basin of ice water was poured over the head. The person in charge of receiving the materials was a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses and looking meticulous. He just glanced at the name of their company, Sky Capital, then looked down at the registration information column, and pushed the thick stack of documents back with an expressionless face. "Sorry, your company does not meet the bidding qualifications." His voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart in Han Li. "What?" Han Li was stunned. "Why doesn't it match?" According to the regulations of this bidding, the middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, his tone calm, as if he were reciting the provisions. Companies participating in major infrastructure projects like this must have been established for at least 3 years and must have successfully completed at least one major project of similar scale. He pointed to the registration date on the documents and said, "Your company has only been established for less than a month. So, we can't accept your materials." Hanli became anxious and held down the document that was pushed back, feeling a little excited. "Comrade. Rules are dead, but people are alive. We brought the best technical solution. You didn't even take a look at the content, and you're turning us away because of this bureaucratic clause? This is irresponsible to the future of Tianhai City." The staff member raised his head and gave him a cold look. That look was like looking at a fool who was making a fuss. "Rules are rules. If you keep making loud noises here and disrupt our work, I'll call security." Anger, humiliation, and a deep sense of powerlessness. Hanli clenched his fist so tightly that his nails were almost digging into his flesh. He understood instantly. This isn't some bullshit bureaucratic clause. This is the rule of business. It was Wang Jiangwo and his Tianjing Group who used their vast and complex network of relationships that they had built over decades to set up the first and most insurmountable obstacle for this group of young inexperienced people within the rules. They didn't even have the chance to sit at the poker table. In the end, Hanli could only return to the company with a dejected team, feeling resentful and aggrieved. He must report this bad news to Lin Feng immediately. Sankong Capital, President's Office. After listening to Hanli's angry and frustrated report, Lin Feng's face showed no surprise. There wasn't even a ripple. All this was completely within his expectations. If Wang Jiangwo doesn't even have this ability, then he is not worthy of being the chairman of Tianjing Group. He just calmly looked at the bustling city scene outside the window, as if he was admiring a painting that had nothing to do with him, or as if he was waiting for something. Finally, that familiar voice arrived as promised. Ding! Detected that the host company is facing a critical juncture in its development. Regulatory barriers have taken effect. God-level selection system activated. Here it comes. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Option 1, follow the rules. Since you don't meet the qualifications, look for a shortcut. Spend time and money to obtain this entry ticket by injecting capital or directly acquiring a shell company that meets all the bidding requirements. Complete this option, and your reward, a shell company with a clean background, perfect qualifications, and ready for acquisition at any time. Follow the rules? That is the helpless act of the weak when they are at their wits' end. Lin Feng's eyes skipped over it directly. Option 2, break the rules. Leverage your media resources to spark a public outcry online against this bidding system. Criticize its provisions for serious loopholes, claiming they are tailor-made barriers for established businesses and stifle the innovative vitality of emerging tech companies. Through public pressure, force the project organizers to reconsider their qualifications to appease public outrage. Complete this option and receive a reward, a top-tier media resource package including in-depth coverage from multiple mainstream media outlets and a certain level of social prestige. Public opinion is a double-edged sword. If used properly, it can kill the enemy. If used improperly, it can backfire on you. Especially in government-led projects, this approach is too radical and can easily backfire. Lin Feng's gaze finally fell on the third option, which was the one with the brightest light and the font seemed to be burning. Option 3, become the rule. Since you can't enter through the main gate, let the rulemaker personally open a window for you. Speak directly with the highest decision maker of this project and ask him to make an exception just for you. Complete this option and receive the following rewards: a chance to have a private dinner with Tianhai City Mayor Zhao Huan and the God-level skill words follow laws elementary. What you say is what you do. When Lin Feng saw these 4 words, his breathing paused for a moment. A line of golden explanatory text automatically unfolds below the option, emitting an attractive luster. Words follow the law basic. Your words are imbued with an irresistible spiritual energy, making them extremely persuasive and appealing. When you present your views to a target, you can easily influence their subconscious judgment, causing them to unconsciously agree with and believe your logic and perspective, and with a high probability of acting in accordance with your wishes. Note, this skill's effectiveness is reduced against targets whose willpower far exceeds that of the host, or for requests that touch upon their core interests. This is simply a magical skill tailor-made for business negotiations. The business world is like a battlefield, and language is the sharpest and most hidden weapon. With this skill, you will be successful in everything, whether it is financing, negotiation, or presentation. I choose 3. Lin Feng made his choice in his heart without hesitation. Selection confirmed, rewards being distributed. Information tip: Tianhai City Mayor Zhao Huan will dine alone at the private restaurant Qingfeng Pavilion in the south of the city at 7 o'clock this evening. Please seize the opportunity. Lin Feng raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It would take an hour to get from here to Qingfeng Pavilion in the south of the city if there is no traffic jam. The timing is just right. He stood up, slowly adjusted the collar of his suit, and brushed off the non-existent dust on his shoulders. In the office, Hanli and Xinyu looked at him with nervous and expectant eyes, waiting for his final decision. Boss Lin, what should we do now? Hanli couldn't help but ask anxiously, should I arrange for someone to screen the market for shell companies that meet the acquisition criteria? Although time is a bit tight, if we spend a little more money, we should be able to. Need not. Lin Feng interrupted him and smiled. That smile held a kind of inexplicable peace of mind, as if the confidence to control everything. Your task is to continue to improve that plan. We must perfect it to the point where anyone who knows the subject can't find any fault with it and might even be amazed by it. As for the admission ticket, he took a step forward and walked towards the office door. I'll get one. A one-of-a-kind VIP ticket that belongs only to our Songchong capital. After saying this, he left the office alone under the confused, shocked and puzzled gazes of Hanli and Xinyu. A dinner that will determine the fate of Tsangdi capital and may even change the future landscape of Tianhai City is about to take place. Chapter 12: Mayor's Dinner. Night falls. South of the city, Qingfeng Pavilion. This is not a 5-star hotel, but just an ancient courtyard hidden deep in the bamboo forest. It is not open to the public and only serves a small group of people at the top of Tianhai City. The security here is even stricter than that of the city government compound. When Lin Feng got out of the taxi and walked to the Vermilion Gate, 2 guards wearing black Zhongshan suits and with eyes as sharp as eagles immediately stepped forward and stopped him. Sir, please stay. This is a private club. Please show us your membership card or invitation. Their voices were cold and emotionless. Lin Feng did not produce any ID. His eyes swept calmly across the faces of the 2 guards. Then, he used that god-level skill. I have an appointment with Mayor Zhao. His voice was very soft and plain, but it seemed to carry a strange magic that directly penetrated the eardrums and was imprinted deep in the minds of the 2 guards. He's waiting for me. A moment. A single, crystal clear thought flashed through the minds of the 2 guards simultaneously: this person is very important. We absolutely cannot offend him. He's the distinguished guest the mayor is waiting for tonight. This thought came so suddenly and so naturally. They didn't even have time to think before their bodies reacted instinctively. Bang! The 2 men stood at attention at the same time and gave Lin Feng a standard military salute. Sir, please come in. Mayor Zhao is in the top-notch private room. Lin Feng nodded slightly and walked straight in. It was not until his back disappeared into the depths of the courtyard that the 2 guards woke up from their dream and looked at each other with confusion and bewilderment on their faces. What just happened? Led by a manager who was also a little too respectful, Lin Feng soon arrived at the door of the Tian private room. In the private room, Tianhai City's mayor, Zhao Huan, was alone, looking at a table full of exquisite dishes with no appetite at all. He is in his early 50s, in the prime of his life, and is known for his determination to reform and his tough style. He regards the Smart City project as the most important political achievement during his term of office. But this afternoon, after reading the preliminary proposals of all the shortlisted companies, he was filled with disappointment. Tian Group, the most powerful company, submitted a conservative, bloated, and unoriginal proposal. It only wanted to make a quick buck by using the project to develop real estate and infrastructure. The other companies are just filling in the gaps and are unable to produce anything truly innovative. Is his grand blueprint going to become a mediocre and shoddy project in the hands of a group of mediocre people? Just when he was upset, the door of the private room was pushed open. Zhao Huan frowned, thinking it was some blind waiter, and was about to scold him. But when he looked up, he saw a strange young man walking in leisurely. Who are you? Who let you in? Zhao Huan's voice carried a hint of the majesty of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. Lin Feng did not answer. He walked straight to the opposite side of Zhao Huan, pulled out a chair and sat down. He looked directly into the eyes of Tianhai City's highest administrative officer and used that skill again. Mayor Zhao, my name is Lin Feng, the founder of Chongqing Capital. I'm not here for anything else. It's for you, and for Tianhai City, to present a plan that will make this city truly smart. An invisible force instantly calmed the anger in Zhao Huan's heart. Instead, there was an incredibly strong curiosity, and an inexplicable sense of trust. He felt that the young man in front of him was the game changer he had been waiting for, the one who could solve all his troubles. He subconsciously made a please gesture. Please sit down and speak. Lin Feng smiled. He did not produce any documents or play any PPT. He simply relied on the vast knowledge reserves brought to him by his god-level business acumen and used the most refined and provocative language to paint a grand blueprint for Zhao Huan of the future smart city based on the Hive protocol. In the future of transportation, there will be no traffic lights. City hubs will intelligently adjust the routes and speeds of each vehicle based on real-time traffic flow, completely eliminating congestion. In the future of healthcare, every citizen's health data will be uploaded in real time. A central system can provide early warnings before symptoms appear and automatically match them with the most appropriate medical resources. In the future, all government approval processes will be completed online. Citizens will only need one ID to access all public services, transforming going to the government once at most into not having to go to the government at all. Every scenario that Lin Feng described was incredibly accurate, hitting the nail on the head in Zhao Huan's administration and all his ideas for the future. With the effect of words come true, every word of Lin Feng was like the truth, with unquestionable power, deeply imprinted in Zhao Huan's mind. The more Zhao Huan listened, the brighter his eyes became. The more I listen, the more excited I get. He seemed to have already seen that under his leadership, Tianhai City would have a glorious future where it would become a benchmark for smart cities in the country and even the world. Bang! He slammed the table and stood up suddenly. Mr. Lin! Mr. Lin! He excitedly held Lin Feng's hand, his voice trembling. Your idea. Your plan. It's exactly what I've been dreaming of and searching for. Lin Feng saw that the time was right, and at the right moment, he revealed a hint of regret. What a pity. We, Chongqing Capital, are a new company that was established only yesterday. We have been blocked from bidding. What? When Zhao Huan heard this, he immediately widened his eyes. This is simply outrageous. Rules are dead. People are alive. Rules are meant to serve development, not to constrain innovation. He made a prompt decision and said in a decisive tone. For innovative companies that are truly valuable and can drive the development of Tianhai City, we must not only welcome them, but also break all conventions to support them. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Tomorrow morning, I will personally give the instructions. A special technology introduction channel has been established for the Smart City project. We open our doors to all truly capable companies that can contribute to Tianhai City. The biggest regulatory hurdle. Lin Feng easily swept it away in the most incredible way, while chatting and laughing. He knows. When Wang Jiangmo sees this news on the news tomorrow morning, the expression on his face will definitely be very, very interesting. Chongqing Capital and Yanjing Group. Finally, we are standing on the same stage. Chapter 13: The Giant's Shock. The next day, early morning. A supplementary announcement issued by the Tianhai City Project Tendering Office quickly spread throughout the business community through major official channels. The announcement was short, but every word was like a bombshell. We have decided to establish a special technology innovation channel for the first phase of the Smart City construction project. Companies with disruptive core patented technologies or the ability to provide revolutionary solutions are welcome to participate in the final proposal review, regardless of company history or past project performance. As soon as the announcement came out, the whole city was in an uproar. Everyone can see that this supplementary announcement almost overturns the original rules and is tailor-made for a specific company. Tianjing Group Headquarters. Bang! Wang Jiangmo threw his most beloved Yixing purple clay teapot, which was worth millions, to the ground. Tea and debris were splattered all over the floor. Zhao Huan! How dare he! Wang Jiangmo's eyes were red, and he paced back and forth in the office like a completely enraged lion, roaring angrily. The Smart City project is the fat piece of meat that Tianjing Group is determined to obtain. He had been planning for this for 2 whole years, opening up countless connections, and was just about to get what he wanted, but now a special channel suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He immediately mobilized all his connections to find out. All the responses we received were surprisingly consistent. The mayor makes the final decision himself, and no one is allowed to interfere. Wang Jiangwo was completely confused. He simply couldn't understand how Lin Feng, who was as poor as an ant in his eyes, could have used such extraordinary means to influence the highest decision of the top leader of Tianhai City in just one day. The trusted vice president stood aside, his face pale and his voice trembling. Chairman Dong. Chairman, the latest news. Shangqiang Capital has officially submitted their proposal through that special channel. Their proposal was rated as the highest priority and went straight into the final review phase. Wang Jiangwo stopped, his chest heaving violently. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down from the overwhelming anger. The more times like this happen, the more we must not lose our composure. A venomous, ruthless gleam flashed in his eyes. Good, very good. Since he wants to get in the ring, I will beat him and his ridiculous sky capital to death right there in front of everyone in the city. He slammed the table and issued new orders. Spread my message. Add another 2 billion to our Skynet project's research and development budget. Invite all the top IoT experts in the country, no matter how much it costs. I want them working around the clock. I want our plan to become an insurmountable mountain. Wang Jiangwo doesn't believe it. He absolutely did not believe that a makeshift team put together by a young man could compare with the huge technology and talent reserves accumulated by his Tianjing Group over 10 years and tens of billions of funds. He will definitely win this war. At the same time, the atmosphere in Sunkong Capital's office was completely different from the gloomy atmosphere in Tianjing Group. Here, morale is high and everyone's faces are filled with excitement and excitement. We won. We got our tickets. It's incredible. President Lin is simply a god. Hanli looked at the young figure who was still sitting calmly on the sofa. In addition to the previous admiration, there was an almost fanatical worship in his eyes. He originally thought that he would have to fight a long and extremely difficult battle. But he didn't expect it. Their emperor actually airdropped directly onto the enemy's city wall and personally opened the strongest city gate for them. Qin Yu was also completely impressed by Lin Feng's mysterious and powerful skills. She now finally understood that the power this man possessed far exceeded the scope of money or even power. It was a kind of power from a higher dimension that she could not understand and could only look up to. Lin Feng remained calm in the face of everyone's reactions. He just looked at Hanli and said lightly, "There are still 3 days until the final plan review meeting. In these 3 days, Tianjing Group will definitely spare no effort to perfect their Skynet project. And what you need to do." Countless data streams seemed to flash across Lin Feng's pupils, and his god-level business sense was activated again. All possible technical optimization directions of Tianjing Group, all possible experts to invite, all their self-proclaimed trump cards. From Lin Feng's god's perspective, everything became extremely clear and full of loopholes. He pointed out all the possible upgrade points of the Tianjing plan and the fatal flaws hidden behind it, and provided Hanli with a battle preparation strategy that could be called its standard answer. A business showdown that will determine the future of Tianhai City is about to take place. But Wang Jiangwo and his Tianjing Group don't know yet. The trump card they were so proud of had long been a useless card in the eyes of their opponents. Chapter 14, Judgment Day. 3 days later. Tianhai Municipal Government Auditorium. The final review meeting of the Smart City project was held here. The venue was packed. All mainstream media in Tianhai City aimed their cameras at the rostrum. Celebrities from the business world and bigwigs from the political arena were all present. This is not just a commercial bidding, but also a grand event that will determine the development direction of Tianhai City in the next 10 years. Mayor Zhao Huan sat in the center of the judge's seat with a serious expression. As the representative of Tianjing Group, Wang Jiangwo wore a neat Mao suit and sat in the most conspicuous position in the first row with high spirits. He smiled and greeted acquaintances around him from time to time, showing the demeanor of an industry leader. The review meeting begins. Tianjing Group's chief technology officer was the first to take the stage. They spent billions of dollars and urgently added another $2 billion to the budget in the last 3 days. They invited the country's top team of experts to polish the entire Skynet project to near perfection. Exquisite PPT presentations, impeccably detailed technical specifications, and grand and spectacular application scenarios. The entire plan, full of a sense of technology and power, drew bursts of murmurs of admiration from the audience. Wang Jiangwo glanced proudly at Lin Feng and Han Li sitting in the corner. Seeing their serious expressions, the smile on his face became even wider. In his view, victory is already in his pocket. Finally, it was Confronting Capital's turn. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Han Li walked onto the podium. But he didn't open any PPT or even take any speech notes. He just stood there quietly, looked around the room, and then spoke calmly. His first words caused an uproar in the audience. Tian Group's plan is excellent and grand. But what it has built is a managed city, not a thinking city. Their Skynet, after all, is just a net to capture data and profits. And our sky. Han Li's voice suddenly rose, full of confidence and strength. It's a sky that allows the city to breathe freely and evolve on its own. Before he finished speaking, he began the public execution of the Skynet project according to the script that Lin Feng had already written. First, the Skynet project's underlying architecture utilizes a centralized server model. This may have been mainstream 5 years ago, but in the age of the Internet of Everything, if the central server is attacked or fails, the entire city will be paralyzed in an instant. This is design hubris. Secondly, their data encryption protocol, while seemingly advanced, contains a backdoor vulnerability. This vulnerability cannot be discovered in a laboratory environment, but under the pressure of massive city-level data interaction, it will inevitably be exposed. At that time, the data of all Tianhai citizens will be exposed. Third, every time Han Li pointed out a point, it was like a scalpel, precisely cutting at the core and most deadly lifeline of the Skynet project. On the judging panel, the technical experts invited by Tianjing turned from red to white, and from white to blue, with cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. They were discussing fiercely in low voices, their eyes filled with shock. Because the problems pointed out by Han Li were vaguely noticed by them when they stayed up late to tackle the problems in the past few days, but they were still optimistic and wanted to use their technological advantages to forcibly cover up the past weaknesses. Wang Jiangwo's face was extremely ugly, and his hands, placed on his knees, were clenched into fists. After completely deconstructing the opponent's plan in the most incisive way and devaluing it to nothing, Han Li then began to slowly explain the real plan of Confronting Capital. An open, compatible, decentralized urban organism that can self-learn, self-repair, and self-evolve like a neural network. His explanation and every one of his ideas perfectly echoed the magnificent blueprint that Lin Feng had painted for Mayor Zhao Huan in the Qingfeng Pavilion that night. There was a glint in Mayor Zhao's eyes. He looked at Han Li on the stage, then glanced at Lin Feng, who was calm and composed below the stage. He nodded frequently, not hiding his admiration. The final expert Q&A session became a nightmare for Tian Group. Their technical director was left speechless and cold sweat soaked his back when he was questioned by the experts on the judging panel about the 3 fatal loopholes. Because those problems hit the weak spots of their plan and there was no way to refute them. The result is no longer a surprise. Mayor Zhao Huan stood up on the spot, picked up the microphone, and announced to the audience in a loud and firm voice. Following the unanimous decision of the judging panel, I declare that the final winner of the Tianhai City Smart City Phase 1 project is Sky Capital. Boom! At this moment, all the flashlights in the venue lit up as bright as day. All the cameras were focused on Han Li, who was standing in the center of the stage like a king, enjoying the glory of victory. And under the stage, Lin Feng stood up slowly and exchanged glances with Wang Jiangwo, who stood in the first row with a dark face and a body trembling slightly with extreme anger. His eyes were calm and indifferent. It's like looking at a loser who has been swept into the garbage dump of history. Under the gaze of all the celebrities in Tianhai City, he lost the business war that he was most proud of and most determined to win. This kind of public and extreme humiliation completely destroyed Wang Jiangwo's sanity. He stared at Lin Feng intently, and a trace of desperate, crazy, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Almost at the same time, major financial apps began to push news frantically. Tian Group's bid failed, and its stock price plummeted, hitting the lower limit at the opening. What crazy and unconventional means will Wang Jiangwo, who has completely failed in business, use? And what new challenges will Confronting Capital, which became famous in one battle and was completely exposed to the spotlight, face from all sides? A bigger storm is coming. Chapter 15, Bloodshed at the Celebration Banquet. Confronting Capital, its brightly lit headquarters. The atmosphere of the celebration dinner was extremely warm. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the dazzling night view of Tianhai City. And inside the window, there is a carnival for the victors. Come on, Mr. Han. I'll toast you. You are my idol. Boss Han is awesome. Tian Group is nothing. It's no match for you. The huge victory of the Smart City project made the newly born name of Sunkom Capital resound throughout Tianhai City overnight. As the biggest contributor to this battle, Han Li is undoubtedly the most dazzling star in the game. He was toasted one after another by his excited colleagues, and he accepted all of them, feeling very excited. The stray dog who was once ordered around in a small company is now completely dead. Standing in the center of the crowd at this moment is the hungry wolf who was so powerful that the entire Wall Street is taking notice. Lin Feng stood in the corner holding a wineglass, watching all this with a satisfied smile on his face. The dinner is coming to an end. Han Li's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and a gentle smile instantly appeared on his face. The sharpness of a hungry business wolf just now disappeared. Hey, baby, Daddy will be back soon. Is Yaya asleep? She's still waiting for Daddy to tell her a story. Okay, Daddy will be back soon. After hanging up the phone, Han Li walked up to Lin Feng with a smile, a hint of apology. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, my daughter is waiting at home, I have to go back first. Go ahead. Lin Feng nodded and instructed, you've drunk quite a bit of wine, so be careful on the road. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Han Li said goodbye to everyone with a smile, hummed a tuneless little song, and walked into the elevator. He went to the company's underground parking lot and started his Mercedes-Benz S-Class, which served as his CEO's car. The moment he drove smoothly out of the parking lot exit and prepared to merge into the main road traffic, a sudden change occurs. A large truck, which had already turned off all its lights and was waiting in the shadow of the exit like a poisonous snake lurking in the darkness, suddenly let out a wild beast-like roar. The extremely dazzling high beam lights up instantly. The huge front of the car was aimed at Han Li's car, and it rammed into him fiercely like crazy. It all happened so fast. Han Li had no time to react at all. His luxury car, worth millions and renowned for its safety, looked as fragile as a paper toy in front of this massive steel truck. Bang! A deafening bang. The Mercedes-Benz was like a fly swatted by an invisible big hand. It was knocked away directly, rolled twice in the air, and then hit the wall heavily on the side. The entire car body was instantly squeezed into a ball of twisted scrap metal. The truck driver looked at the pile of scrap metal indifferently, and without stopping, he quickly reversed, turned around, stepped on the accelerator, and disappeared into the deep night. In the office building, the people at the dinner party were startled by the loud noise and ran to the window to check. When they saw the tragic scene downstairs, everyone's face turned pale. Isn't that Mr. Han's car? Xin Yu was so frightened that her face turned pale. She was the first to react and frantically called the emergency number. Lin Feng also rushed to the scene. When he saw the driver's seat stained with blood and the car body that was no longer recognizable, the joy that was overflowing in my heart just a second ago was gone. Instead, there was a chill and murderous aura that was so intense that it was enough to freeze the soul. He walked closer to the pile of scrap metal, bent down, and his strong perception allowed him to catch a faint and weak breath from inside the car. Still alive. The whistle of the ambulance came from far away. Medical staff used professional tools to cut open the car body and urgently lifted Han Li, who was already covered in blood, onto a stretcher. Lin Feng stood beside the glaring pool of blood, looking like an emotionless sculpture. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. It's Zhao Donglai from the West District Police Station. Captain Zhao. His voice was calm, without any disturbance. Help me find a truck that was involved in a hit-and-run accident. I need all its information, including the license plate, the driver, and everything behind it. Immediately. People who knew him well, such as Xin Yu who was not far away, could clearly feel that beneath that extreme calmness was the most oppressive silence before a volcanic eruption. Chapter 16, The Dragon has a reverse scale, touching it will lead to death. Tianhai City, First People's Hospital. Outside the emergency room, there was deathly silence. The air was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant and uncontrollable sadness. I don't know how long it took. The door of the emergency room opened. A doctor with a tired face came out, took off his mask, and gently shook his head at Lin Feng and Han Li's wife who had just arrived after hearing the news and was almost fainting. Sorry. The patient has multiple comminuted fractures throughout his body and severe internal bleeding in his skull and chest. We have done our best. Prepare for the aftermath. Boom! Han Li's wife, a strong woman, felt dizzy the moment she heard these words and fainted from crying on the spot. Lin Feng's eyes turned completely cold at this moment. It's so cold, like 10,000 years of black ice. He didn't go in to take a last look at Hanli. Because he knows. Now is not the time to be sad. It's time for revenge. The cell phone rang at this moment. It was Zhao Donglai who called, and his tone was more serious than ever before. Mr. Lin, I found it. The truck involved in the accident had a fake license plate. The driver, Li Ergu, was a desperado and a top thug for the Blackstone Society, Tianhai City's largest underground organization. The most crucial thing is that we discovered that just an hour before the incident, a huge sum of 5 million was transferred into the account of the Blackstone Society's leader, Shi Kuei, through an anonymous overseas account. And the ultimate source of funds for that anonymous account that sent the funds. Zhao Donglai paused and lowered his voice even more. It's an investment subsidiary of Tian Group. New. Lin Feng calmly hung up the phone. The truth is revealed. Wang Jiangwo. You finally stopped pretending. Ding. Serious infringement of the host's core interests detected. Core members of the host team suffered a fatal blow. The host faces a major route decision. The God-level selection system is activated. Option 1, trust the law. Hand over all evidence to the police, and through the lengthy legal process, bring the murderer to justice. Completing this option will reward you with a law-abiding citizen banner. Law? Lin Feng sneered in his heart. If the law were useful, Hanli would not lie in it. Option 2, trade money for lives. Use your financial resources to post a high-priced bounty in the underworld to hire someone to kill Wang Jiangwo and Shi Kuei. Complete this option and receive a connection to the world's top underworld bounty hunters. Killing with a borrowed knife? It's too cheap for them. What he wants is to crush his enemies with his own hands. Option 3, I am order. Since the rules of the civilized world cannot bring justice, then with iron and blood, forge the strongest shield for yourself, establishing an absolute force that obeys only you and can sweep away everything. Complete this choice and receive a God-level gift package, complete information and location of retired soldier King Sanglong, Grandmaster-level leadership aura, and 10 billion in Dragon Shield security startup funds. I choose 3. Lin Feng let out a suppressed roar in his heart. As soon as the words fell, an invisible aura, carrying the majesty of a king, instantly burst out from his body, flowing into every part of his body, into his every look, every movement. If the previous Lin Feng was a sharp sword hidden in a sheath, so at this moment, he is an emperor who issues orders and controls life and death. At the same time, the image of a man is determined as a knife or an axe emerged in his mind. Name, Lei Yi. Codename, Sanglong. Resume, former ace commando of China's most mysterious Dragonflame Special Forces, the King of Soldiers. Once single-handedly wiped out an entire drug trafficking ring abroad. Later, during a hostage rescue mission, he disobeyed orders to save trapped comrades. Although he ultimately rescued the hostages, the mission was botched, forcing him to retire early. Current status, disillusioned and living in seclusion. Currently working as an ordinary porter at the Donggang Wharf in Tianhai City. Lin Feng turned around slowly. He said to Qin Yu, who was already at a loss, in an unquestionable tone. Qin Yu. Use the company's name to set up a fund. Take good care of Han Li's family and ensure they have enough food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Use all your energy to protect their safety. You and a few vice presidents will handle the company's affairs first. All decisions will be made after I return. I need to go out and do something. Qin Yu looked at Lin Feng's back. She felt that he was no longer a fierce sword about to be unsheathed. It was an ancient dragon whose reverse scale had been touched, and which was about to use its thunderous wrath to drag the entire world into blood and fire. Chapter 17, The Dragon and the Wolf on the Dock. Tianhai City, Donggang Wharf. This is the dirtiest corner of this glamorous city. The air is always filled with the salty smell of seawater, the stench of rotten fish, and the pungent smell of cheap diesel. The huge gantry crane is like a steel behemoth, tirelessly moving containers. At the dock, the bare-chested porters shouted hoarse slogans and carried the heavy cargo and their humble lives on their sweat-soaked backs. Lin Feng drove a Volkswagen sedan rented from a car rental company and found his target in the dusty cargo yard. Lei Yi. He was tall, and even through the work vest that was so stained with sweat and stains that its original color was no longer visible, one could feel the bulging, rock-hard muscles underneath. His face was as if carved by a knife or an axe, with firm lines. When seeing Lin Feng's strange car, his eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle and full of vigilance. This is a beast-like instinct honed between life and death. Even though he was carrying 2 heavy sacks and sweating profusely, it could not conceal his unique temperament that was incompatible with the surrounding environment. "Hey! Who is that?" "Lei Yi." A sharp voice broke through the noise of the dock. A foreman with a fat face and wearing a gold chain was standing with his hands on his hips, ordering Lei Yi around. "What are you dawdling for? Haven't you eaten yet? This shipment must be unloaded tonight. Everyone work overtime." Lei Yi put down the sack, wiped the sweat from his face, and said in a low voice, "Foreman Wang, I've already worked 12 hours today. We agreed not to work overtime." "Hey!" Foreman Wang laughed strangely, and immediately behind him surrounded a few hooligans who looked lazy and not easy to mess with. "No overtime?" He poked Lei Yi's chest with his finger. "Lei Yi, don't be so shameless. I let you work overtime because I think highly of you. Otherwise, you won't get a penny of today's wages." Lei Yi's eyes turned cold in an instant. His hands, carrying the sack, had unknowingly clenched into fists strong enough to smash granite. There was a dangerous atmosphere in the air. Those thugs were even frightened by his aura and subconsciously took a step back. But in the end, Lei Yi's clenched fists slowly loosened. He seemed to have thought of something, and the sharpness in his eyes was once again covered by a thick layer of deathly silence. He chose to endure. Just then, a calm voice came from behind them. "His wages, double, payable now." Foreman Wang and those thugs turned around impatiently. They saw a young man who was dressed in ordinary clothes but whose eyes made their hearts palpitate. Lin Feng. He walked over slowly and stood directly in front of Lei Yi, blocking the thugs for him. He said nothing, just looking at Foreman Wang calmly. Leadership aura, activate. In a moment, Foreman Wang felt as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric giant beast that had awakened from the ancient abyss. That's not just a look, that's an absolute pressure that's enough to freeze the soul. His mind went blank, his legs began to weaken uncontrollably, his teeth chattered, and he couldn't utter a word. The thugs behind him were even more miserable. Some of them even sat down on the ground, and a foul smell came from their crotches. Lin Feng then spoke lightly. His voice was not loud, but it sounded like a decree from God and could not be questioned. "Also, apologize to him." Foreman Wang was completely out of control of his body due to the huge fear that came from deep within his soul. Trembling, he pulled out a wad of crumpled bills from his pocket and handed it over with both hands, paying the wages and even giving a lot more. Then, he stuttered and squeezed out a few words to Lei Yi. Yes, I'm sorry." After saying that, he disappeared into the depths of the cargo yard, crawling and tumbling, taking those fleeing hooligans with him as if he had seen a ghost. Lei Yi looked at the back of the young man in front of him in surprise and doubt. He could clearly feel how terrifying the pressure that erupted from this young man at that moment was. It is an absolute dominance that comes from the soul and is above all living beings. He had only felt a hint of this kind of aura from the legendary Supreme Commander in the Dragon Flame Brigade who founded the entire army. But the young man before him was 10 times, 100 times, more terrifying than that old general. But San Long of Longyan, the king of soldiers in China, shouldn't be carrying cement here. Lin Feng slowly turned around, looked at Lei Yi, and spoke word by word. Boom! Lei Yi's pupils contracted violently. All the muscles in his body tensed up in an instant. The whole person, like a frightened cheetah, instantly entered the highest level of fighting posture. Dragon Flame. Song Wolf. This is his top secret. After retiring, he never mentioned it to anyone. Who are you? His voice was full of vigilance and murderous intent. Someone who can get you back on the battlefield. A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. Before he finished speaking, he casually took a step forward. This step, though seemingly slow, seemed to shrink the distance into an inch and span the distance in space. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lei Yi. Quick! Almost as fast as possible. It was so fast that even Lei Yi's battle nerves, which had been tempered through thousands of trials, were completely unable to react. Lin Feng stretched out a finger. With one finger, he pointed at Lei Yi's throat. All of Lei Yi's thoughts of reaction, blocking, dodging, and counterattack flashed wildly through his mind. But his body seemed to be under a spell and could not keep up with the speed of his thoughts. He could only watch helplessly as the finger grew bigger and bigger in his pupils. Finally, it stopped steadily in front of his Adam's apple, less than an inch away. The cold wind from his fingers stung his skin. Lei Yi knew. I am already dead. In front of this young man, all his fighting skills and fighting instincts that he was proud of became a joke. Both strength and status were completely crushed. Silence. There was a long silence. With a thump, this king of soldiers, who once made countless foreign enemies tremble in fear, knelt on one knee in front of Lin Feng. He lowered his proud head, his voice hoarse but extremely firm. Lei Yi, I am willing to serve Mr. Lin. Chapter 18, The Name of Dragon Shield, The Blade Unsheathed. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and helped him up. From today on, you are no longer a retired Sanlong. You are the future president of Dragon Shield Security. Your mission is to forge an indestructible sword and an unbreakable shield for me. As he spoke, Lin Feng handed a bank card to Lei Yi. Inside that is the 10 billion startup funds that the system just awarded. This is the startup capital. You can recruit the staff yourself. I have only one requirement, the best of the best. And absolute loyalty. Yes. Lei Yi nodded heavily, and the blazing fire in his eyes that had been silent for 3 years was rekindled. He knew that he had met the person who could make him ignite his life again and realize his ambitions. Lin Feng got into the car and briefly told Lei Yi about Han Li's attack, the Blackstone Society and Wang Jiangwo. Your first mission. A cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and murderous intent filled him. I want all the information about the Blackstone Society. Every one of their bases, every core member, every illegal business chain. I want to know everything about them. Yes. I promise to complete the task. Lei Yi accepted the order without any hesitation. He demonstrated his terrifying professional ability as the king of soldiers. It only took one day and the huge network of contacts in his mind. The next day, a report that was so detailed that it was outrageous was neatly placed on the desk in front of Lin Feng. This report not only contains detailed information on the distribution of Blackstone's overt and covert strongholds, but also on its core members. Even the addresses of their leader Shi Kuei's secret mistresses, their spending habits, and even the names of their dogs were recorded clearly. When it comes to intelligence, Sanlong is the absolute king. At the same time, Lei Yi also used this day to contact and gather 10 retired comrades whom he trusted most and whom he could back up on the battlefield. They were all once the most elite fighters in the Dragonflame Brigade. But due to various reasons, after retirement, he lived in poverty and had no place to display his skills. Tianhai City, suburbs. In a huge secret warehouse rented by Lei Yi overnight. Lin Feng saw these 10 tough guys with eyes as sharp as knives and a strong aura of iron and blood. When they saw Lei Yi's respectful attitude towards Lin Feng, there was a hint of confusion and scrutiny in their eyes. Lin Feng didn't waste any words. He simply activated his leadership aura once again, and then, in front of everyone, he said to Lei Yi, Lei Yi, use your strongest strength to attack me. Lei Yi was stunned, but immediately obeyed the order. He shouted loudly, and his whole body was like a cannonball. A fierce straight punch, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, slammed into Lin Feng's face. But the 10 tough guys present only saw a shadow flash by. Next second. In their hearts, there is a captain who is as powerful as a god and invincible Sanlong. The young man had already casually pressed him to the ground with one hand, making him unable to move. In total, there were not even more than 3 moves. The whole audience was in dead silence. Everyone was completely shocked by the scene before them. Lin Feng let go of his hand and didn't say too many passionate words. He just promised to give them wealth and treatment far beyond their imagination. More importantly, it will give them the dignity and glory that they have long lost in this peaceful era. Dragon Shield Security, this armed force is destined to make the entire underground world tremble. Its most core prototype was officially established at this moment. Everyone present looked at Lin Feng with eyes filled with awe and enthusiasm from the bottom of their hearts. With strong soldiers and horses, everything is ready. The night of reckoning for revenge is approaching. And where will their first strike be directed? Is it the Blackstone Society, the cancer entrenched in the underground world of Tianhai City? Is it still the arrogant and self-righteous business giant Tian Group? No. Lin Feng's answer is, he wants them all. Chapter 19, The Guest of the Blackstone Club. The night is like thick ink. Blackstone Club. This den of brothel entrenched in the gray area of Tianhai City is now ablaze with lights and bustling with singing and dancing. In the luxurious office on the top floor, The leader of the Blackstone Society, Shirkuei, was shirtless, revealing his muscular body and ferocious dragon and tiger tattoos. He was hugging two scantily clad beauties in his arms, and holding a top-quality Cuban cigar in his mouth, puffing away at the smoke, looking very happy. The phone on the table just hung up. It was Wang Jiangwo calling. On the phone, Mr. Wang was very satisfied with his clean and efficient work efficiency and transferred another 10 million yuan as hardship fee to his overseas account on the spot. Shirkuei was in a good mood. In his opinion, that Sky Capital is just a baby that has not been weaned. Once the CEO named Hanli fell, all that was left was a group of rabble that was not to be feared. After a while, he even wanted to blackmail that guy named Lin Feng and make some more money. Just as he was enjoying the joy of victory. Bang! The office door was hurriedly opened by one of his men. Kuei, brother Kuei. Oh no! Something big has happened. Shirkuei frowned and cursed impatiently. Why are you so flustered? Did your father die? The subordinate rushed to him, crawling and rolling, his voice trembling. Brother Kuei. We are 7 outlying areas. Just now, in less than half an hour, they were all taken down simultaneously by a group of people. What? Shirkuei suddenly sat up straight and pushed the 2 women in his arms away. Who did this? How many people were there? No. I don't know who they are. The subordinate was about to cry. There were only a dozen of them. But they were all monsters. We had dozens of brothers, but we didn't even have time to react before we were all taken down. They didn't steal money or kill anyone, they just destroyed everything. They smashed all our places to pieces. They also left a message. What did you say? A fierce light flashed in Shirkuei's eyes. They told you to clean your neck and wait in the club, they'll be here soon. Hold. Shirkuei flew into a rage and kicked over the coffee table in front of him. He, Shirkuei, has been active in the underground world of Tianhai City for more than 10 years. He climbed from a small gangster on the street to his current position, relying on the word ruthless. No one has ever dared to challenge him so blatantly. It's a rebellion. It's a rebellion. He picked up the intercom on the table and let out a deafening roar. Everyone! Everyone! Grab your weapons and gather in the first floor lobby. Today, I'm going to let those ignorant idiots know how many eyes the Horse King has. At the command. The entire Blackstone Club instantly transformed from a den of debauchery into a heavily guarded war fortress. Hundreds of core thugs who usually acted arrogantly and had blood on their hands poured out from every corner. In their hands, they held shining machetes, cold steel pipes, and even a few homemade muskets of unknown origin. The entire first-floor lobby was packed with people. Murderous aura instantly filled every corner. Shirkuei changed into a black tang suit and sat on the huge tiger skin sofa in the middle of the hall with his legs stretched out. He put another cigar in his mouth, with a ferocious look in his eyes, waiting for the arrival of the distinguished guest he mentioned. Outside the club, in the darkness 100 meters away. Lei put down the military binoculars in his hand and asked Lin Feng beside him. Mr. Lin, there are at least 120 desperados inside. Thermal imaging shows that at least 5 of them are armed with firearms. The club has only one main entrance, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. Our Dragon Shield team will attack from the flank. We are 80% sure that we can eliminate all of them within 10 minutes. Lin Feng looked at the club gate that looked like a monster's mouth and shook his head. Need not. His voice was calm. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? He straightened his ordinary casual jacket and said to Lei calmly. Guard all the doors carefully and don't let even a fly escape. After saying that, in the mixed gazes of awe and worry given by Lei and the 10 members of the Dragon Shield team behind him, he walked alone, slowly out of the darkness, towards the club full of murderous intentions. He pushed open the heavy door. Squeak! The door slowly closed behind him. In the hall, hundreds of ferocious eyes were instantly focused on him. Chapter 20, One Man, One Army. Lin Feng walked into the hall. The glaring spotlight instantly hit him. All around were hundreds of Blackstone Society members, holding weapons, with ferocious faces and eyes full of violence and bloodlust. They were like a pack of hungry wolves, staring at the seemingly weak and helpless lamb that had entered their territory. Shirkuei, who was sitting high on the tiger skin sofa, was stunned when he saw that the person who walked in was just a young man in casual clothes who looked weak and helpless. Then he let out aloud, extremely arrogant laugh that echoed throughout the entire venue. Ha 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 ha. I thought it was some kind of deity, what with all the fuss? After all this commotion, it turns out to be just a brat. He pointed at Lin Feng with the hand holding the cigar, laughing so hard that tears were almost coming out. Boy! It's you who ruined my place. Tell me your name. I, sure, will not kill nameless ghosts with my sword. Lin Feng ignored him. He didn't even look at Shi Kuei. His eyes swept across the audience calmly, scanning every ferocious face and every weapon flashing with cold light. His eyes were terrifyingly calm. It wasn't the tension or fear in the face of danger. It was a kind of indifference, like a king inspecting his territory or a god looking down upon the living beings at his feet. This extreme disregard completely infuriated Shi Kuei. The smile on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a ferocious murderous intent. Damn it! You have no shame. He threw his cigar to the ground and let out a hysterical roar. Come on! Chop him up! Chop him into minced meat and feed him to the dogs. At the command. The dozen or so most ferocious thugs standing in the front row roared like wild beasts, waving machetes and steel pipes in their hands, and rushed towards Lin Feng from all directions like a tide. Right at this moment, Lin Feng moved. In the eyes of everyone, his figure seemed to leave behind a series of blurry afterimages. He did not use any weapons. He was just bare-handed, facing a machete coming straight at him, powerful enough to rip open a person's stomach. He simply turned his body slightly and slid past the blade at an incredible angle. At the same time, his elbow, as fast as lightning, hit the thug's ribs hard. Bang! A muffled sound. The burly man seemed to be hit by a speeding truck. He flew out like a kite with a broken string and knocked down 3 or 4 people behind him. A steel pipe hit his head, coming with a whistling sound. Instead of retreating, he advanced and with a swift palm knife, he accurately cut the opponent's wrist holding the steel pipe. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. The moment the other party screamed, he had already snatched the steel pipe and swung it backhand. Bang! 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 The heavy steel pipe, with tremendous force, knocked the other 3 thugs to the ground like bowling balls, and they instantly lost their fighting ability. His god-level fighting skill, all martial arts returned to the origin, at this moment, broke out in full force. Each of his moves and each of his styles dispensed with all the fancy moves. What remains is the simplest, most efficient, and most deadly killing technique. Whether it is a lightning-fast elbow strike or a powerful whip kick. Whether it is the tricky and ruthless grappling or the domineering and unparalleled mountain-leaning stance. He used all the fighting techniques perfectly like art. The entire magnificent hall was completely transformed into his own bloody performance stage. He was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, strolling leisurely amidst the siege of nearly 100 people. Wherever he went, people and horses fell to the ground. The sound of breaking bones and shrill screams came one after another, interweaving into a melody called death. No one can survive a single move from him. No one can see his movements clearly. Less than 3 minutes. Just less than 30 minutes. Those hundreds of Blackstone Society thugs who are domineering and feared in the underground world of Tianhai City. All of them were lying on the ground, wailing in pain, and had completely lost their fighting ability. And Lin Feng. He walked out slowly, step by step, from the groaning crowd. He remained unharmed. Even the ordinary casual jacket he was wearing was not stained with dust or wrinkled. He strolled leisurely to the tiger-skin sofa. He walked up to Shi Kuei, who was completely frightened. The arrogance and ferocity on Shi Kuei's face had long since disappeared. Instead, there is an extreme fear that goes deep into the bone marrow. He looked at this young man who looked like a devil descending from the earth. His legs went weak and he fell directly from the sofa to the ground. He used his hands and feet and trembled as he retreated backwards. You are not human. You are a devil. You are a devil that crawled out of hell. Lin Feng looked down at the frightened underground tyrant from a high position. His voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. Han Li. You were the one who heard you? Chapter 21 Blackstone changes hands, Dragon Shield is born. Shi Kuei collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud. Under the godlike, all-seeing pressure of Lin Feng, his psychological defenses were completely crushed to pieces. He didn't need any interrogation techniques. He just spilled the beans, explaining how he received a call from Wang Jiangluo, how he received a deposit of 10 million, how he planned the accidental car accident, and how he arranged for Li Erge to carry it out. All the details and the whole process were told in detail. Lin Feng listened quietly. There was no expression on his face. After Shi Kuei finished the last word, he slowly nodded. Then he lifted his foot. Crack! 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 For crisp sounds of bones breaking rang out one after another in the silent hall. Lin Feng broke Shi Kuei's limbs in the most decisive and efficient way. This is the interest you inflict on my brother. Shi Kuei was in such excruciating pain that he didn't even have time to scream. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Lin Feng looked around the audience. All the Blackstone Society members who were still able to move were frozen in place as if they were under a spell. Their eyes were filled with extreme fear. They didn't even dare to breathe as they looked at this killer who looked like he had walked out of hell. Just then, the heavy door of the club was pushed open again. Lei Yi walked in with his 10 powerful Dragon Shield team members in neat steps. When they saw the scene before them that looked like hell, even these tough guys who were used to seeing mountains of corpses and seas of blood on the battlefield couldn't help but gasp. They were once again deeply shocked by Lin Feng's unpredictable and terrifying personal strength. One person suppresses 100 people. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Lin Feng walked to the center of the hall and stood in front of the huge tiger-skin sofa. His eyes swept over everyone present. He announced something to everyone in an unquestionable, king-like tone. From today on, there will no longer be any Blackstone Society in Tianhai City. These words are like a death sentence. All the members of the Blackstone Society looked ashen and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. In their opinion, this demon god wanted to kill them all. But just when they fell into the abyss of despair, Lin Feng suddenly changed the subject. But I'll give you a chance to survive. He activated his leadership aura. An invisible aura with the majesty of a king instantly enveloped the entire hall. Everyone inexplicably felt an irresistible awe and submission to this young man from the depths of their souls. From today on, Dragon Shield security is officially established. Lin Feng pointed at Lei Yi beside him. My brother, Lei Yi, will be the president of Dragon Shield Security. Long Dun Security will be responsible for cleaning up all the underground cancer in Tianhai City and eradicating all darkness. Here, we will establish a new order that belongs to us. Those who wish to stay must abide by Dragon Shield's new rules. I can completely wipe out all your previous acts of stealing and oppressing the innocent. Furthermore, I guarantee that you will earn 10 times more than you did in the Blackstone Club. 100 times more dignity. If you don't want to, you can leave now. I won't stop you. A hint of cold murderous intent flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. But, if I see you guys doing evil things outside again, bullying men and women, then your fate will be exactly the same as that dead dog lying on the ground. The entire hall was silent. Under the intimidation of Lin Feng's unreasonable aura, coupled with the iron-blooded aura of a regular army brought by Lei Yi, the former king of soldiers, almost everyone has made a choice in their hearts. Most of them are out there just to make a living. They had long been tired of the days of fighting and killing, living on the edge of a knife, and not knowing whether they would see the sun tomorrow. Now, there is a backer who is stronger, more orderly, and more capable of bringing them wealth and dignity. How could they refuse? I'm willing to stay. I don't know who was the first to shout out. Immediately afterwards, responses came one after another, echoing throughout the hall. I do, too. I'm willing to abide by the new rules. Join Dragon Shield Security. Lei Yi did not delay. He immediately began to demonstrate his terrifying command and organization abilities. He quickly took over all the territories and personnel of the Blackstone Society, and then began a drastic and iron-blooded purge. Those real scum and human beings who commit numerous evil deeds and are extremely unpopular among the people are ruthlessly eliminated, and what awaits them will be severe punishment by law. Those members who still had merit were reorganized into a new structure and received regular military training. It only took one night. The biggest underground cancer in Tianhai City was eradicated. In its place is a brand new violent organization that is beginning to take shape, full of iron and disciplined Dragon Shield security. Lin Feng looked at all this and nodded with satisfaction. He knows. The strongest shield for his future business empire has been initially built. It's time to have a good chat with the person who started this. He took out his cell phone, found the number he had already memorized from the information sent by Qinyu, and dialed it. Tian Group, chairman's office. Wang Jiangwo was talking proudly in front of his confidants. In his opinion, Shi Kuei must have succeeded by now. Lin Feng, who was ignorant of the immensity of the world, must have turned into a cold corpse at this moment. The cell phone rang at this moment. It's an unfamiliar number. He picked up the phone and asked in an extremely arrogant tone. Who? Chapter 22, A Call from Hell. Chairman Wang, how are you? A calm voice with a hint of teasing came slowly over the phone. Wang Jiangwo was stunned at first, then he recognized the voice. It's Lin Feng. How is he still alive? Could it be that Shi Kuei, that loser, had failed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Jiangwo's face was instantly filled with gloom, and he sneered into the phone. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Why are you still calling me? Are you planning to kneel down and beg me to spare your life? Unfortunately, it's too late. His voice became resentful. That shitty CEO of yours, Han Li, should be almost dead by now, right? Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng on the other end of the phone chuckled. To Wang Jiangwo, that laughter sounded so harsh and strange. He can't die. But, your dog, Shi Kuei, may not live long. Wang Jiangwo's heart sank suddenly, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. What do you mean? Lin Feng did not answer. He simply handed the phone to a small leader of the Black Stone Society who was shaking like a sieve and was brought over by Lei Yi. The little leader, trembling, cried desperately into the phone. Wang. Mr. Wang, help me. Brother Kuei, he's finished. His hands and feet are all broken. The Blackstone Society is finished. We are all members of Dragon Shield Security now. Boom. These words, like a thunderbolt from the sky, struck Wang Jiangwo hard on the head. He was struck by lightning, and his whole body froze in place, almost dropping the phone in his hand. No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Shi Kuei has hundreds of men under his command. And they have guns. Who are you? Lin Feng took the phone back, and his voice became as cold as the Siberian cold wave, icy and biting. Wang Jiangwo. The violence you are so proud of is nothing more than a child's play in my eyes. The business empire you were so proud of was easily destroyed by me in just 3 days. Your last resort, your loyal watchdog, has now become my watchdog. Now, tell me, what else do you have? You have nothing left. On the other end of the phone, Wang Jiangwo's heavy and frightened breathing could be heard. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you something. Lin Feng's tone suddenly became sinister, like the whisper of a devil from hell. My people. We should be at your doorstep by now. Enjoy your last moments in this world. Finished. Lin Feng hung up the phone. Beep beep beep. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Wang Jiangwo's face turned pale as paper, his whole body was soaked in cold sweat, and he began to tremble violently uncontrollably. Like a madman, he picked up the landline on the table and called his personal bodyguards. No one answered. He called his son, his mistress. All the calls to people close to him, none of them, could be reached. An unprecedented fear of being completely isolated completely consumed him. Just then. With a bang. The door of his office, which was built with the highest quality bulletproof material, was kicked open from outside. Lei Yi walked in expressionlessly with 2 members of the Dragon Shield team who had cold eyes. Wang Jiangwo looked at them as if he saw a soul catcher crawling out of hell. He pointed at them in horror and wanted to say something, but then he felt dizzy and his vision went black. Ha ha! He opened his mouth, making meaningless roars from his throat, and white saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth. Then, he fell headfirst to the ground. The body twitched violently. Lei Yi walked up to him, kicked him with his foot, then leaned over to check his breath. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, the target was so angry that he suffered an acute cerebral stroke. Even if he could be saved, he would be confined to bed as a vegetable for the rest of his life. The Wang family, the once invincible business giant in Tianhai City. Under Lin Feng's thundering rage, he completely fell. An era belonging to Tiansheng has come to an end. And a brand new era belonging to the sky has just begun. However, Lin Feng did not feel much joy when he looked at the message on his phone. The external threat has been eliminated. But in the hospital, his brother's crisis has not yet passed. At this moment, a problem that is more difficult and troublesome than Wang Jiangwo and Blackstone is about to be exposed. Chapter 23. The dust settles and new dark clouds appear. Lin Feng received the message from Lei Yi with no expression on his face. Wang Jiangwo's fate was already determined from the moment he decided to take action against Han Li. Death or a life worse than death, it makes no difference to him. He asked Lei Yi to send Wang Jiangwo to the hospital to receive the best treatment to ensure that he could spend the rest of his life in bed in a sober state and see how the world became more wonderful after he fell. At the same time, he also informed Xinyu. A dragnet jointly woven by Cancun Capital and Longdun Security instantly spread to the leaderless business giant Tian Group. Xinyu's legal team, with tremendous force, produced a series of irrefutable evidence that Wang Jiangwo was suspected of planning murder, commercial bribery, and malicious market manipulation, and launched the most fierce attack on all regulatory authorities. Lei Yi's Longdun Security quietly took over all of Tianjin Group's security systems and persuaded the executives who knew the group's core secrets to actively cooperate with the investigation. One is in the light, the other is in the dark. One who conquers cities and strongholds within the rules of law and business. One is outside the rules and uses the most direct means to remove the firewood from under the cauldron. The once invincible Tianjin Group collapsed after losing its backbone and could not even survive a day. Its best assets that can lay golden eggs were legally dismembered and acquired by Cancun Capital at an extremely low price. Tianhai City's business community and underground world. In just 24 hours, the situation changed completely. Everyone knows two names that make them tremble in their dreams at midnight. Sky Capital. And the mysterious controller who stands like a god behind Cancun Capital, Lin Feng. After dealing with all this, Lin Feng drove to the hospital. After the full rescue efforts of the top medical team, Han Li's life was finally saved. But in the doctor's office, the experts looked at his CT scan and shook their heads. Alas, it's a miracle that I survived. Unfortunately, his spinal nerves have been irreversibly damaged, and his legs. Sigh, he'll probably have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Lin Feng walked into the VIP ward. Han Li was lying on the hospital bed, his body full of various tubes, his face as pale as paper. When he saw Lin Feng coming in, a glimmer of light finally appeared in his dull eyes. He wanted to struggle to get up, but was held down by Lin Feng. Take good care of your injuries. Lin Feng looked at him and said calmly. I will heal your leg. Han Li thought that Lin Feng was just comforting him. He already knew his situation, but he had no complaints and was full of gratitude instead. He knew how much trouble Lin Feng had caused outside in order to avenge him. He shed tears of gratitude. Lin Feng asked Xinyu to immediately hire the best rehabilitation therapy team from all over the world. In front of Han Li's wife, he solemnly promised that he, Lin Feng, would be responsible for everything Han Li had in the future of his family. Just then, Han Li's wife, the woman who had been suppressing her sadness and taking care of her husband with strength, received a phone call. Just listened for a few seconds. Her face instantly turned pale and bloodless. The phone slipped from her hand, and she collapsed to the ground, limp, as if all her bones had been pulled out. Xinyu was quick to move forward and support her. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? What happened? Han Li's wife finally broke down. She let out a heart-wrenching cry that was not human. It's it's our daughter yeah. The teacher at school called, saying that she suddenly fainted during class. The hospital just issued a critical illness notice. Lin Feng's brows suddenly frowned. A strong sense of foreboding suddenly surged into his heart. They rushed to the city children's hospital in a hurry. In the corridor, a white-haired old doctor was holding a test report and said to them with a serious expression. The situation is very, very bad. Our preliminary diagnosis is that the child suffers from an extremely rare blood disease called acute myeloid syndrome. Lin Feng could no longer hear clearly what the doctor said next. His gaze passed through the glass window of the intensive care unit and fell on the little girl lying on the hospital bed, wearing a ventilator, her face as pale as paper, and her body so thin that it made people feel distressed. Han Li's daughter, his only spiritual support. Lin Feng knew. The waves that he had just forcibly calmed down were about to set off new huge waves at this moment. And this time the enemy is not a business tycoon or a gangster villain. But it is that which is high above, unpredictable, and controls the joys and sorrows of all beings. Destiny. Can his God-level selection system resist this ruthless destiny? Chapter 24. The choice of protection. Outside the intensive care unit. Han Li's wife had already cried heart-wrenchingly and fainted several times. In the ward, Han Li, who had just been pulled back from the brink of death, learned that his daughter was critically ill. His eyes, which had finally rekindled a glimmer of light, dimmed completely in an instant. His body had already suffered severe damage. At this moment, this fatal blow to his spirit caused all his will to survive to quickly fade away. Lin Feng watched the scene quietly. There was no anger or sadness in his heart. There is only a cold calm. He knew that this was a test of him by the system. He not only wanted to build an unprecedented huge empire. More importantly, we must protect every cornerstone that supports this empire. And Han Li was one of the most important cornerstones of the empire, personally chosen by Lin Feng. His foundation will never be allowed to be shaken. He walked slowly to the end of the corridor, to an empty corner. His determination was extremely firm. System, come out. Ding. Detected that the host is facing a major guardian decision. Core team members have suffered a devastating mental blow. God-level selection system, activated. Option 1, offer condolences. Immediately provide Han Li's family with a 1 billion renminbi condolence fund and mobilize all resources to arrange for them to receive the best possible medical treatment abroad even though it's known to be ineffective. Completing this option will reward you with the rare title of Benevolent Capitalist. Option 2, search for a miracle. Immediately mobilize Dragon Shield Securities Intelligence Network and all your financial resources to search for those legendary hidden miracle healers or precious treasures that can change fate. Complete this option and receive a vague clue regarding Changbai Mountain Millennium Ginseng. Option 3, I am a god, and I can bring back youth. If fate wants her dead, I will snatch her back from the clutches of Hades. Complete this option and receive the following rewards: Divine Level Medical Skills, Qi Huang Chapter, Constitution Enhancement, Clear Eyesight. I choose 3. Lin Feng didn't hesitate even for a moment. Boom! The vast and endless medical knowledge, like the Milky Way bursting its dam, instantly flooded into his mind. From the ancient Yellow Emperor's internal classic and Shinnon's herbal classic to the most cutting-edge gene editing engineering and cell recombination technology in modern times. At this moment, all the fruits of human medical civilization were completely mastered and understood by him. At the same time, he felt a chill in his eyes. When you open it again, the whole world, in his eyes, has become different. He could see the invisible energy particles flowing in the air. He could see the life energy called Qi surging within the human body. He can even see through the root cause of all diseases at a glance. His gaze once again turned to the intensive care unit. The dying little girl, Han Yeye. Under his divine eyes, her illness was clearly visible. It's not just a blood disease. Rather, a core, innate, source of vitality in her body was broken. This is the fundamental reason why all her organs are rapidly failing. Modern medicine is simply unable to observe this kind of damage that exists in a higher dimension. Countless treatment options flashed through his mind in an instant, and were rejected one by one. Finally, a perfect treatment plan is automatically generated. Using the ancient magic needle method that had been lost for thousands of years, the 7-star life-renewing needle, he forcibly locked up her vitality that was about to dissipate. Assisted by the most advanced microcurrent biostimulation technology, it reconnects and activates her broken source of life. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He pushed aside the obstruction of Han Li's wife and doctors, and walked into the intensive care unit filled with despair with firm steps. He walked to Han Li's bed. Looking at this man who had completely lost all hope, he said in an unquestionable voice filled with endless power. Han Li, cheer up. Watch. I promise you. Your daughter cannot die. His words were filled with absolute confidence that was enough to convince even gods and demons. This power instantly infused into the hearts of everyone present, making them excited. The story of the miracle Dr. Lin Feng. Thus, the beginning. Chapter 25, a group of mediocre doctors are qualified to talk about destiny? Lin Feng did not delay. He went straight to the director's office of Tianhai Children's Hospital. The hospital director, Lu Jinyun, is a senior expert in the field of pediatrics who is nearly 60 years old with gray hair. When he saw a young man like Lin Feng rushing in, he thought he was a family member who was desperately seeking medical help for a sick patient, so he said a few words to comfort him. But when the assistant beside him whispered the words Sankon Capital and Mr. Lin in his ear, Lu Jinyun's attitude changed instantly. It has changed from the kindness of an elder to the younger to the cautious respect of a subordinate to a superior. After all, Sankong Capital's position in Tianhai City is now at its peak. And the person in front of you is the mysterious big man standing at the top. But when he heard Lin Feng's purpose, the respect on his face was mixed with a hint of strangeness and embarrassment. Lin. Director Lin, we understand your feelings very well. Mr. Han Li is the most important patient in our hospital, and we will do our utmost to treat his daughter. But, you said you wanted to personally participate in the treatment. This is against the rules. In his opinion, the young Mr. Lin was undoubtedly overwhelmed by great sorrow and was talking nonsense. Lin Feng was too lazy to explain to him. Dean Liu, I don't want to waste time. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. Immediately, call a meeting of all the experts involved in Han Ye's treatment. I need to attend the consultation. Lu Jinyun looked embarrassed. Let a layman, a businessman, attend a consultation with the hospital's top experts? If this gets out, it will be a huge joke. But he didn't dare to offend the young man in front of him who had great power. In the end, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. The atmosphere in the expert consultation room was solemn. More than a dozen of Tianhai City's top pediatric and hematology experts gathered here. At the main seat, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with an elegant temperament but a hint of arrogance between his brows, was making the final summary. He is the person in charge of this treatment, Zhang Bowen, director of the hematology department of the Children's Hospital. In summary, the patient's condition is progressing at a rate beyond our control. All treatment options, including the latest targeted drugs urgently imported from abroad, have failed. His voice was full of powerlessness. We are at our wits' end. My suggestion is to switch to palliative care and try to relieve the child's pain. There was dead silence in the conference room. Everyone lowered their heads, looking gloomy. Just then, with a bang, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Lin Feng walked in accompanied by Lu Jinyun awkwardly. Lu Jinyun gritted his teeth and introduced Lin Feng's identity to everyone. Everyone, this is Mr. Lin from Songchong Capital, and also Han Ye's. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Zhang Bowen and other experts immediately looked displeased when they heard that Lin Feng, a businessman, was actually going to participate in their professional consultation. Zhang Bowen, in particular, despises the capitalists who think they can do anything just because they have a few bucks. Lin Feng ignored everyone's gaze. He walked straight to the center of the conference room and got straight to the point. His first sentence was like a depth charge that exploded on the calm surface of the lake. Your diagnosis is wrong. Your treatment direction is also wrong. Han Ye's illness. He looked around the room and spoke word by word. I can cure it. The entire conference room was in an uproar. All the experts looked at Lin Feng as if he were a madman. Zhang Bowen was the first one to stand up and slam the table. He pointed at Lin Feng's nose and shouted angrily. Nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. Who are you? You're just a businessman. What qualifications do you have to speak so arrogantly here? Do you have a medical license? Can you understand this medical chart? Medicine is a rigorous, sacred science. It's not a game that rich people like you can just use for fun and meddle in at will. The other experts behind him also echoed his words with indignation. This is ridiculous. This is an insult to our entire medical profession. President Liu. Please ask this gentleman to leave immediately. He is not welcome here. In the ward, Han Li and his wife, who had just been supported by Qinyu, heard this and felt that Lin Feng was too worried and confused. Mr. Lin, or, let's just forget it. Han Li's voice was full of despair. Facing everyone's doubts, ridicule, and anger. Lin Feng's face was still calm and composed. He walked slowly to the projection screen and picked up the laser pointer from Zhang Bowen's desk. His eyes fell on the CT scan of Han Ye's brain, which had been magnified several times. Then, he looked at Zhang Bowen, who was furious, and spoke lightly. Director Zhang, you've been practicing medicine for 20 years, haven't you discovered? His laser pen accurately pointed out a light spot on the CT scan that was smaller than a pixel. Is there a congenital shadow at the junction of the patient's medulla oblongata and pons? The words fell. The whole audience was dead silent. All the experts' ridicule and curses were stuck in their throats. They were all stunned. Because most of them didn't even notice that almost negligible detail. Zhang Bowen was struck by lightning and froze in place. Because he vaguely remembered that when he was reviewing the film, he seemed to have actually seen such a thing, which he had simply ignored as imaging noise. Shadow. Chapter 26. God said, "Let there be light." Quick. Immediately retrieve the original image with the highest resolution. Zoom in. Use pixels as the unit, and enlarge it to the maximum. Zhang Bowen was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and he let out an almost hysterical roar at the assistant beside him. His authority, his knowledge, and the self-confidence he had built up over 30 years of work were being repeatedly rubbed against by that young man in the most direct and brutal way. Soon, a brain image with higher resolution and clearer details was reprojected onto the huge screen. The technician's fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard, and the image was enlarged frame by frame. When the image is magnified to the limit, even pixels begin to appear. In the conference room, there were sounds of people gasping for breath one after another. That shadow really exists. It is like a piece of dust mixed into a precision lens, a tiny flaw hidden on a complex integrated circuit board. It is so small that it is almost impossible to distinguish with the naked eye, but it really exists there. Hidden in a corner that is difficult to detect even by the most sophisticated instruments, it is like a ghost, announcing its existence. Hiss. The blood color on Zhang Bowen's face faded away in an instant, and he became as pale as paper. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead and slid down his cheeks. As the attending physician of the little girl Zhao Linger, he actually overlooked such an important detail. This is no longer a simple oversight. This was a major medical accident that was enough to ruin his reputation and even cause him to have his medical license revoked. But he still held on to the last bit of his dignity, his lips trembling as he tried to defend himself. This, even if this shadow really exists, it could just be an artifact of the imaging process, or a meaningless calcification. His voice became smaller and smaller, and even he felt that he had no confidence. What does it have to do with blood disease? Artifacts? Calcifications? Lin Feng uttered an undisguised sneer full of disdain. A bunch of quack doctors who can't even find the root of the disease, are they qualified to talk about destiny? The scarlet spot of light from the laser pen in his hand, like a scalpel, precisely drew an invisible line on the huge screen, connecting several seemingly unrelated areas. If I were to put it in words you idiots can understand. Lin Feng's voice suddenly became solemn and grand, like the holy sound echoing under the dome of the church, carrying an unquestionable sense of judgment. This is the BIOS in the brain that controls the activation and operation of all life programs in the human body. BIOS. And the shadow you've overlooked is a congenital, fatal bad sector in this BIOS program. He paused, his cold eyes sweeping over every stunned expert in the room. This bad sector caused an irreversible disruption in the instruction set of her entire life source program. Therefore, her bone marrow received the erroneous instructions to stop working and initiate self-destruction, continuously producing those useless diseased cells. You. Lin Feng's finger almost poked Zhang Bowen's face. Trying to treat her through bone marrow replacement and targeted drugs is like trying to reinstall a crashed operating system over and over again on a computer whose core motherboard area has been physically damaged. Now, tell me, does this work? The last question was like thunder, booming in the conference room. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of all the experts, smashing their pitiful pride and self-confidence into pieces. They were completely confused. They understood every word Lin Feng said, such as BIOS, bad sector and source program. But when these words were combined together to explain the pathology of a terminal illness, they constructed a new medical theory system that they had never heard of before, but it was logically rigorous and could even perfectly explain all clinical symptoms. This theory is like a bridge, seamlessly and perfectly integrating the most cutting-edge modern medical concepts about cell apoptosis, gene transcription, and abnormal protein folding with the oldest Chinese medicine metaphysical theories about Xinting, Yuzhen, and Dumai. Everyone present, from the white-haired Dean Lu Zhenyan to the interns who had just joined the company a few days ago. Everyone was stunned and fascinated by what they heard. They felt like a group of primary school students who had just learned 1 + 1 is equal to 2, looking up at a university professor who was using symbols they could not understand to easily deduce the ultimate mysteries of the universe. Everything Lin Feng said was completely beyond the scope of their knowledge. This is not communication, this is not guidance. This is a dimensionality reduction attack from God on mortals from a higher dimension. In just a few minutes, the expression on Zhang Bowen's face went from initial anger and disdain, to shock and confusion, and then to the current shame and awe from the depths of his soul. He slowly stood up from his chair. His body trembled slightly from excitement and shame. He looked at the man who was younger than his son, and in front of everyone, he deeply bent his once extremely proud head. Mr. Lin. His voice was hoarse, with a hint of suppressed crying. I apologize to you for my previous ignorance, arrogance, and offense. Please tell us how to treat it. Please. Crash. All the experts, professors, and chief physicians behind him seemed to have pressed the same switch. Everyone stand up. They bowed deeply to Lin Feng, to the young man standing in the light and shadow, and in unison, made the most humble and sincere request. Please, Mr. Lin, guide us. At this moment, in this conference room where the elites at the top of the pyramid of Tianhai City's medical community gather. In theory, Lin Feng has become the only god in their hearts. Lin Feng looked at the group of elites in front of him with their heads lowered, his expression still calm, as if he had just done something insignificant. The treatment plan is very simple. He held up 2 fingers. First, repair her BIOS, that is, clear the inherent bad sectors. Second, we need to reinstall her system, that is, rebuild her blood-forming function. Dean Lu Zhenyan took a step forward excitedly, and because he moved too quickly, he almost tripped over a chair. He held onto the table and asked anxiously, then what should we do specifically? What medicine do we need? What equipment do we need? We don't need equipment, but we do need some medicine. Lin Feng's tone left no room for doubt. I'll do the repair myself. To reinstall the system, I need a prescription as a starter. Fangzi, I can write it to you right now. He walked to the conference table, and Qin Yu immediately understood and handed him a pen and a piece of white paper. Lin Feng didn't hesitate for a moment. The pen moves like a dragon, and the writing is completed in one go. Each and every medicine name, full of ancient Taoist charm but seemingly in line with some modern pharmacological logic, comes to life on paper. Lu Zhenyun's hands were trembling, as if he was receiving an oracle, and he carefully took the prescription that still exuded the fresh scent of ink. He only took one look and felt as if struck by lightning. He was so excited that he almost fainted on the spot. Oh my God! Dragon blood grass, 9 netherflower, purple river placenta. He muttered to himself as if he were mad. The combination of these herbs. It's simply a stroke of genius. Incredible! Incredible! Blending the powerful and explosive dragon bloodgrass with the extremely cold aneme 9 netherflower, using placenta as the main ingredient, this simply breaks the iron law of pharmacology that has been in place for centuries. But, in theory, it's completely valid. Yin and Yang complement each other, breaking down before establishing something new. Theory has been completely conquered. The rest is practice. So how does Lin Feng repair the bad sectors? Can something that only exists in legends and has been lost for thousands of years really reappear in the world? Everyone's heart was filled with extreme anticipation and a hint of indescribable uneasiness. A miraculous treatment that is destined to be recorded in the medical history of Tianhai City and even the entire Longhua. About to begin. Chapter 27: Preparation before the miracle. President Lu Zhenyun's execution ability was fully demonstrated at this moment. He issued a series of instructions on the spot, and the entire Tianhai Children's Hospital, this huge medical machine, began to operate at high speed for the will of Lin Feng alone. The hospital's highest standard sterile operating room number 1, which is usually only used when providing healthcare treatment for national leaders, was immediately emptied and disinfected, and specially vacated for Lin Feng to use at any time. He mobilized all the connections he had accumulated over decades of practicing medicine. For a time, countless calls were made from his office to major medicinal material suppliers and collectors across the country and even the world. At all costs. Just to collect all the legendary and rare medicinal ingredients in Lin Feng's prescription as quickly as possible. Zhang Bowen, the director of the hematology department who had just been taught a lesson by Lin Feng, had already abandoned all personal honor and pride. Like a most devout apprentice, he volunteered to be the chief assistant for Lin Feng's treatment this time, and was on call 24 hours a day, just to observe and learn the miraculous medical skills up close. For all this, Lin Feng only had one request. I need a set of acupuncture needles made of pure gold. He drew 9 needles of different lengths, thicknesses, and specifications on the paper. 9 needles must be made strictly according to my drawings. The error cannot exceed 0.01 millimeters. This request shocked everyone present once again. An error of 0.01 millimeters. This is no longer a medical device. This is the level of craftsmanship that can only be achieved by top-level Swiss watchmakers. They don't understand. But Lin Feng knew. What he was going to do next was to use the qi in his body to control the golden needles and repair the source of life that existed in a higher dimension. Ordinary steel needles are simply unable to bear his overbearing true energy and will turn into ashes in an instant. Only pure gold with the purest texture and the best ductility can barely serve as a conductor of his energy. Lu Jinyun didn't ask any more questions. He immediately contacted the best master jewelry craftsman in Tianhai City, who had passed down the tradition from generation to generation, and issued a death order in an unquestionable tone. At all costs. We have to make this set of gold needles perfectly overnight. During this short day of waiting for the golden needles and medicinal materials to be prepared, Lin Feng has become a legendary figure among the senior management of Tianhai Children's Hospital. Many veteran medical experts and professors have been troubled by various difficult and complicated diseases for half their lives and have never been able to overcome them. They all came to Lin Feng for advice under the pretext of discussing the disease and, like elementary school students, took their own research topics. And the result is without exception. Everyone was deeply impressed by Lin Feng's vast medical knowledge reserves, which spanned both Chinese and Western medicine and even surpassed that of this era. No matter how complicated the problem is, when it comes to Lin Feng, it seems to become as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. He always managed to get to the point with just 1 or 2 sentences, and point out the problems that they had been pondering for decades but still couldn't figure out. Everyone who came to ask him for advice felt as if they had been enlightened. The way they looked at Lin Feng also changed from the initial curiosity and scrutiny to the awe and worship that came from the bottom of their hearts, like a god. Han Li and his wife, after experiencing the initial shock and disbelief. At this moment, they have completely regarded Lin Feng as the only, last light and the last life-saving straw in their lives. Their eyes were filled with infinite hope and fanatical worship. The next day, noon. Everything is ready. The set of 9 golden needles tailor-made for Lin Feng sparkled like works of art under the light. And those legendary rare medicinal herbs that were airlifted from all over the world at the fastest speed. All of them have been sent to the number 1 sterile operating room. Lin Feng changed into a sterile suit and personally picked up the 9 heavy golden needles, which seemed to still carry the craftsman's body temperature. Then, he took firm steps and walked into the operating room that carried everyone's hopes. Outside the operating room, the huge one-way observation glass is now full of people. Lu Jinyun, Zhang Bowen, and all the medical leaders in Tianhai City who could rank among the top medical experts who rushed to the scene after hearing the news gathered here. All of their faces had a pilgrim-like, solemn expression. They held their breath, ready to witness this sacred moment that might be recorded in the history of human medicine. And in the dedicated family waiting room, Han Li and his wife were holding each other's hands tightly, praying to the figure as quiet as a mountain on the screen with all their faith. In the operating room, Lin Feng walked to Han Ye's bed. He looked at the little girl who was lying quietly like a sleeping beauty. Take a deep breath. Then, he slowly picked up the first, longest golden needle. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, where will Lin Feng direct his first needle? How magical is the 9-turn resurrection needle that has been lost for 1,000 years? Next to the bed, on that cold life monitor, what kind of earth-shaking changes will happen to those few lines of data that are already so weak that they are almost a straight line? A miracle is about to happen. Chapter 28, A Needle to Decide the End. There was silence in the operating room. The moment Lin Feng picked up the golden needle, his entire aura changed. He is no longer the ruthless business emperor, nor is he the martial arts master who dominates the entire audience. Instead, it becomes as deep as the sea and as quiet as the abyss. It was as if he and the entire world had become one. The golden needle in his hand is an extension of his will. He is the only god in this operating room. His eyes were focused to the extreme. He picked up the first 3-inch long golden needle and aimed it at the center of Han Ye's head. Bai Hui Point. In the observation room, Zhang Bowen subconsciously whispered to the experts around him and nervously explained. The Bai Hui acupoint is the meeting point of all the yang meridians in the human body. It's the intersection of the Du meridian, the foot Taiyang bladder meridian, the hand Shaoyang triple burner meridian, the foot Shaoyang gallbladder meridian, and the foot Juyan liver meridian. This acupoint is the human body's heavenly gate. Rushing to insert the needle is extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake can cause a dramatic increase in intracranial pressure, and the consequences are unimaginable. All the Chinese medicine experts present nodded in agreement, their hearts instantly rising to their throats. But just when they were so nervous that they were about to suffocate, Lin Feng took action. I saw his wrist tremble slightly. In the eyes of everyone, the golden needle seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Next second, it has penetrated the Baihui acupoint accurately and without error. Unbiased, neither deep nor shallow. Only a slightly trembling needle tail was left, reflecting golden light under the shadowless lamp. The depth of needle insertion and the angle of needle insertion are perfect. What a fast needle! An old Chinese doctor who has been famous for decades couldn't help but exclaimed. This is not fast anymore. This is a divine skill. It is the Tao. Lin Feng's movements did not stop for a moment. His finger flicked lightly over the needle tail like a dragonfly touching the water. An extremely pure true energy that is invisible to the naked eye flows along the golden needle and into Han Yeye's body. Buzz. The golden needle actually made a faint sound, like a dragon's roar. She reaches the needles, making them ring. The old Chinese doctor cried out again, trembling with excitement. This is the legendary realm that only the ancient miracle doctors can achieve. Immediately following. The second needle, Shinting Point. The third needle, Yuzhen Point. The fourth needle, Mingmen Acupoint. Lin Feng's movements were smooth and flowing, as fast as lightning, and full of Taoist charm and beauty that cannot be described in words. The 9 golden needles seemed to be given life in his hands. It transformed into 9 golden streams of light that traveled through time and space. They pierced Han Yeye's body, the 9 core acupoints that controlled the life and death of the human body. The moment the last needle landed steadily in her Dantian Qi Hai, the 9 golden needles, as if pulled by some mysterious force, began to resonate slightly on Han Yeye's body in an extremely mysterious array. And just at this moment, in the observation room, the young doctor who was in charge of monitoring vital signs looked as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at the huge surveillance screen in front of him and let out a scream that pierced the sky. Oh my God. Look at the screen. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the huge electronic screen. Then, everyone was completely shocked by the miraculous scene before their eyes. On the screen, Han Yeye's vital signs, already weakened to the limit, seemed like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. Heart rate, blood pressure, blood oxygen saturation. It is rising up madly and savagely at a speed visible to the naked eye that completely goes against the common sense of modern medicine. On the screen, those lines representing various indicators, which had already become so weak that they were almost dying. They are rapidly turning into healthy wavy lines full of vitality. Moreover, it is still continuously climbing upwards. Soon, the standard data of a normal and healthy child was exceeded in all aspects. This means that her vitality is being repaired and rekindled in an explosive way. No, this is impossible. This is unscientific. This completely goes against all the laws of physiology and cytology. A Western medicine expert who returned from studying in Germany and who admired scientific data the most was so excited that he was incoherent. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he was hallucinating. Half an hour later, Lin Feng slowly withdrew the needle. He walked to the bedside, bent down, and gently patted Han Yeye's cheek, which had regained a hint of redness. His voice was incredibly gentle. Little girl, don't sleep. Wake up. Your parents are waiting for you to come home. The treatment is over. But can Han Yeye wake up on the spot as Lin Feng said? Can the terrifying test results from the medical instruments really prove that the disease that has been plaguing her has been completely eradicated? What kind of fanatical attitude will the people who witnessed this miraculous scene have towards Lin Feng? Everything will be revealed in the next second. Chapter 29: The Kneeling Dean. Under Lin Feng's gentle call that seemed to have magic. On the hospital bed, the little girl was in a deep coma and her life was about to end. Han Yeye. Her long, butterfly wing-like eyelashes trembled slightly. Then, everyone's breathing almost stopped. Slowly, she opened her eyes. What a pair of clear and bright eyes. There is not the slightest lethargy and turbidity of a person who has been ill for a long time. It is as clean as a newborn baby and as clear as the sky after the rain. She looked at the handsome older brother in front of her curiously and asked in a baby voice. Big brother, who are you? Am I dreaming? I dreamed that so many stars flew into my body. It was so warm. Boom. In the observation room. After more than 10 seconds of silence, thunderous applause and cheers broke out in an instant. He's awake. He's really awake. Oh my God. A miracle. This is a true miracle. I have been practicing medicine for 40 years and have never seen such an incredible scene. Those old experts and professors who are usually highly respected and serious at this moment are all like children, with red faces and dancing with excitement. There were even a few emotional ones who burst into tears and sobbed uncontrollably on the spot. They knew that today they had witnessed with their own eyes the greatest moment that would be recorded in the history of human medicine. And in the family waiting room, Mr. and Mrs. Hanli saw their daughter waking up on the huge screen. All the sadness, despair and pain turned into tears of joy at this moment. They hugged each other tightly, crying. Lin Feng slowly walked out of the operating room. Dean Luzhinyan, Director Zhang Bowen, and all the medical leaders in Tianhai City, who had been waiting at the door, gathered around like a tide. The look in their eyes was no longer filled with awe and worship. It is a kind of extreme piety that mortals look up to gods. Luzhinyan looked at Lin Feng, his lips trembling, and he was so excited that he couldn't say a word. Sudden. With a plop sound. This old dean, who is over 60 years old, holds a high status and is respected in the medical community of Tianhai City. Facing Lin Feng, who is younger than his grandson. He knelt down straight. Lin. Divine Dr. Lin. Luzhinyan cried out in a hoarse voice with tears streaming down his face. Please accept my respect. You saved more than just Yeye today. You are for all of us who have been groping in the dark for half our lives. It opens a door to a new world. Behind him, Zhang Bowen and dozens of others are leading experts and professors in their respective fields. They all knelt down in unison without any hesitation. Please, Dr. Lin, please accept our greetings. The uniform shouts echoed in the hospital corridor. The scene was extremely shocking. Lin Feng calmly accepted their greeting. Because he knew he could bear it. What he taught was the Tao. What he saved was the future. Then he stepped forward and helped Lu Jinyun up. Everyone, please stand. Doctors have a compassionate heart. We are all here to save lives. Just then, Hanli was sitting in a wheelchair and was pushed over quickly by his wife. He looked at Lin Feng, the benefactor who pulled him and his family back to the world from the abyss of hell. He was so excited that he couldn't utter a word. Without saying a word, he struggled to get off the wheelchair and kowtowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurried forward and held him down. Brother Han, what are you doing? You are my brother. Your daughter is my niece. This is what I should do. His hand gently rested on Han Li's leg, and a trace of pure true energy silently passed in, exploring his damaged meridians. Your leg is seriously injured. But it's okay. Wait until Yeye is discharged from the hospital. I'll help you treat it in a few days. Lin. Director Lin. Han Li held Lin Feng's hand tightly. This tough guy who had never shed a tear in the face of hundreds of billions of capital on Wall Street was now crying. From now on, my life. It's yours. The subsequent all-round, 360-degree, meticulous inspection results shocked the entire hospital. The results show. All the diseased cells in Han Yeye's body disappeared. The hematopoietic function of the bone marrow has completely recovered to its peak state. Her body's various functional indicators were perfect. In fact, she was several times stronger than most normal healthy children. This is no longer a simple cure. This is a complete transformation. The medical miracle has been thoroughly proven with the most irrefutable scientific data. The name Dr. Lin. Within one day, it spread like a hurricane throughout the upper class of Tianhai City. Chapter 30, Rise to Fame and Undercurrent. The next few days, Tianhai City was in a complete uproar. Countless wealthy and powerful people, top stars, and political bigwigs who are usually elusive. They all tried every possible way, through every channel they could, to frantically try to contact the legendary divine Dr. Lin. They hoped to ask him to help cure them or their loved ones of those difficult and complicated diseases that have been sentenced to death by modern medicine. Some people directly quoted sky-high medical fees of over 100 million yuan. Some people are even willing to give away shares in listed companies under their names. But Lin Feng was nowhere to be seen. He just asked Dean Luzhinyan to spread the word. Lin Feng is not a professional doctor. When he takes action, he only considers fate, not money. This kind of mysterious and elusive attitude. It also makes his identity seem even more mysterious and noble in the eyes of everyone. Lin Feng took the time to give Han Li a second treatment. It is still the miraculous technique of acupuncture. He used the 9 turns to rejuvenate needle to reconnect and activate Han Lina's spinal nerves that were damaged and broken in the car accident, one by one. A week later, Han Li threw away his wheelchair and walked out of the hospital at great speed, facing the shocked gazes of all the rehabilitation doctors. Completely recovered. After recovering, Han Li transformed all of Lin Feng's kindness to him into motivation for his work. He devoted himself to the expansion of Sangkong Capital with great enthusiasm and almost crazy energy. Under his leadership, Sangkong Capital, the business giant that had just swallowed up Tian Group, began to extend its tentacles to the whole country and even the world in a more rapid and domineering manner. On this day, Lin Feng convened the first full staff meeting of Sangkong Capital. At the meeting, he publicly announced that he would officially promote Han Li to the position of executive president of Sangchong Capital Group and grant him the highest decision-making power in daily operations, second only to himself. When announcing the appointment, Lin Feng's sharp eyes, like those of an eagle, seemingly casually swept across the faces of every vice president present. Most people are happy for Han Li from the bottom of their hearts. They knew that this was the honor that President Han deserved. But, sitting in the corner was Zhao Kai, one of the group's veterans and vice president in charge of the marketing department. There was a glimmer of jealousy and unwillingness in his eyes, which was hard to conceal, even though it was well hidden, but still caught by Lin Feng. Zhao Kai is one of the earliest employees of the company and considers himself to have made great contributions. He has always coveted the position of CEO. But now, Han Li not only holds great power, but also receives Lin Feng's great favor, which is like a rebirth for him. His position in the company is as solid as a rock and cannot be shaken. This made Zhao Kai feel deeply desperate. After the meeting, Zhao Kai returned to his office alone. His face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. From the deepest part of the drawer, he took out a secret cell phone that he had never used in front of anyone. He hesitated for a moment, but finally, he gritted his teeth and dialed one of the numbers without a name. The call was connected quickly. A cold voice came from the other end. Vice President Zhao, what are your thoughts? Although Director Wang of Tian Group has fallen, his allies in the Chamber of Commerce are still there. Mr. Sun from Hongyuan Group is very interested in your Sangkong Capital. He's happy to help you replace that Han guy. As long as you. Zhao Kai gritted his teeth, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Done. Han Li has Lin Feng as his backer. Then I will find a new backer for myself. He doesn't know. Right above his office, at the central air conditioning vent, an eavesdropping device installed by Lei Yi himself, which is smaller than a fly and uses the most advanced military technology. Working quietly and faithfully. Although Lin Feng is not so bored as to use a bug all the time to spy on other people's privacy. But he never believed in the so-called absolute human nature. All-round and comprehensive monitoring of all core executives has existed since the first day of Sangkong Capital's establishment. At this moment, Lin Feng was sitting in his office, wearing a miniature headset. The entire conversation between Zhao Kai and the mysterious man could be heard clearly in the headphones. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold sneer as if he was looking at a dead person. Very good. This poisonous snake hiding in the dark finally came out of its hole. The traitor has been exposed. But Lin Feng didn't plan to take action immediately. He wants to take this opportunity to put on a good show. As soon as it happens, it kills the chicken to scare the monkey, lures the snake out of its hole, and uses the opponent's trick against them. What a good show! And how will Mr. Sun of Hongyuan Group and the remaining forces of Tiancheng Group join forces with Zhao Kai, the insider, to set up a self-righteous and deadly trap for Sangchong Capital? A war for people's hearts is about to begin. Chapter 31: New Choices, New Enemies. Lin Feng locked the dirty conversation coming from the headphones and the report recording all of Zhao Kai's unusual movements into the safe. He knew that now was not the time to alert the enemy. A poisonous snake will only expose its most fatal weakness when it thinks it is about to kill its prey with one bite. He has to wait. Wait for Zhao Kai and the so-called new master behind him to dig this trap bigger and deeper. It is big enough to bury themselves and all the forces behind them. A few days later, a piece of bombshell news once again set off the entire business community of Tianhai City. the Tianhai municipal government officially announced that it will open an open bidding for the comprehensive development rights of a piece of prime land located in the eastern part of the city. This piece of land has a unique geographical location and is planned by the municipal government as the core plot of Tianhai City's future new commercial center. The total investment of the entire project is expected to exceed 50 billion yuan, and its future commercial value is immeasurable. As soon as the news came out, the whole city was in an uproar. Everyone knows that this is regarded as the first major reshuffle of Tianhai City's business landscape in the post-Tianqing era. Whoever can win this project will undoubtedly become the new business overlord of Tianhai City. Sky Capital Headquarters. Han Li immediately rushed into Lin Feng's office with the bidding notice. His eyes burned with an unprecedented, raging fighting spirit. "Boss Lin, we must get the project in the east part of the city. This is the best opportunity for us, Suncone Capital, to announce our arrival as the king to the entire Chinese business community. Only by taking it can we completely establish our unshakable dominance in Tianhai City." Lin Feng looked at Han Li, who was full of fighting spirit, and nodded with satisfaction. "Good." He handed over all the preliminary preparations for the project to Han Li. But he added something seemingly casually. "This project is of great importance. Zhao Kai has extensive experience in the market, so let him be your deputy and fully assist you." "Okay, Mr. Lin." Han Li, who had just recovered and was full of gratitude and admiration for Lin Feng, had no doubts about it. He also thought that this was President Lin deliberately testing and training Zhao Kai, a veteran of the company. And the other side. When Zhao Kai received the appointment notice, a burst of ecstasy instantly surged in his heart. He was worried that he would not have the opportunity to access the core secrets of this bidding. "Unexpectedly, the opportunity came to me." In his opinion, this was a godsend, a perfect opportunity for him to steal Suncone Capital's business plan and sell it to his new master as a token of his loyalty. Lin Feng smiled and said to Han Li, "Just do it, don't worry about it. On the day of the bidding meeting, you and I will go together." Zhao Kai and his new master, Sun Hongwei of Tian Group, are self-righteously weaving a seamless net that is big enough to swallow up Suncone Capital in one gulp. But they don't know. In the eyes of the chess player, they had already become pitiful prey entangled in the spider web. A fantastic counter-attack drama that will determine the new business landscape of Tianhai City is about to begin. It's late at night. Lin Feng was standing alone in the top-floor office with floor-to-ceiling windows and a 360-degree panoramic view at the headquarters of Suncone Capital. Beneath his feet was the entire Tianhai City, with its myriad lights glittering like a galaxy. He looked back at everything he had experienced in this short period of time. From the very beginning, amidst humiliation and despair, he obtained a god-level selection system. In the end, he crushed all the revenge of the Wang family with the force of thunder. Later, he created miracles of life and was revered as Dr. Lin. His gains were enormous. He gained the unwavering loyalty of Han Li, a business genius. This is the sharpest spear in his future business empire. He gained the absolute loyalty of Lei Yi, the king of soldiers. And the Dragon Shield security which he built and has begun to take shape. This is the strongest shield of his future business empire. He also gained top connections in the medical community of Tianhai City, and the supreme reputation of Dr. Lin, which was enough to make all the wealthy and powerful people bow down to him. This is his most powerful business card that allows him to penetrate the top circles of this country. He knows. The foundation of his empire is already extremely solid. But he also understood. The more powerful and majestic an empire appears, the more dangerous and deadly the termites that breed within it become. Zhao Kai. Lin Feng whispered the name. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. "I will use your destruction to build my newly born empire." Play the first song, the music of iron and blood. Outside the window, the sky is getting darker. A violent storm that will sweep across the entire business world is about to come. And Lin Feng. He is the one who stands in the eye of the storm and controls the wind and thunder. He slowly turned around and disappeared into the darkness of the office. A new chapter is about to begin. Chapter 32: Golden Land and the Viper's Gaze. After Lin Feng used his miraculous medical skills to create a miracle of life, the reputation of Suncone Capital has reached an unprecedented peak in the entire Tianhai City. And just at this moment, the Tianhai municipal government has once again dropped a bombshell. In the eastern part of the city, the prime land that all developers are coveting will be officially open to public bidding. Whoever can take it will dominate the business landscape of Tianhai City for the next 10 years. Sunkong Capital, high-level conference room. The atmosphere was warm and tense. Hanli, the newly appointed executive president of the group, was the first to stand up. His eyes burned with a raging fighting spirit. Boss Lin. We must win the East City project. And we will definitely win it. He issued a military order in front of all the executives. This is the most crucial battle for our Sunkong capital to replace Tianjing and establish its new dominant position. This battle must be won and must not be lost. Lin Feng looked at Hanli, who was full of fighting spirit, and nodded with satisfaction. Good. You will be fully responsible for this project. Then, Zhao Kai, the vice president in charge of the marketing department, also stood up immediately. As one of the company's veterans, he was more active than anyone else in the meeting. He took the initiative to assist Hanli and put forward several very constructive preliminary ideas on project promotion and market positioning on the spot. His statement won the favor of everyone present. Hanli patted Zhao Kai's shoulder with gratitude and said sincerely, "Old Zhao, thanks to you. With you as my deputy, I feel much more at ease." Lin Feng looked at Zhao Kai with a loyal look on his face, and a meaningful arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, without commenting. After the meeting, the smile on Zhao Kai's face disappeared instantly. Instead, there was a cold gloom. He quickly walked into the underground garage, skillfully opened the door of an inconspicuous black Honda Accord, and got in. Sitting in the back seat of the car was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He looked gentle, but his eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake. He is the CEO of Hongyuan Group, Sun Hongwei. He was also one of Wang Jiangwo's closest allies during his lifetime. How is it? Sun Hongwei's voice was hoarse and low. Zhao Kai took out a recorder from his pocket and a smug sneer appeared on his face. The fish has been hooked. That idiot Han Li has complete faith in me. I can participate in all the core decisions of this project. When the time comes, I will deliver their final bid price and all the core strategies, word for word, to you on time. Sun Hongwei nodded with satisfaction. He patted Zhao Kai's shoulder as if he was comforting an obedient dog. Don't worry, Lao Xiao, you're doing great. After this is done, I will never break my promise to you. The new owner of Sunkong Capital must be you. Boss Wang is down. Let me help him repay the favors he owes me to that kid named Lin. The two men smiled at each other, their eyes filled with the pleasure of their conspiracy succeeding. They quickly agreed on a detailed plan that they thought was perfect. Before the bidding began, Zhao Kai leaked a real but actually carefully designed floor price of Sunkong Capital to Sun Hongwei. Sun Hongwei will prepare a proposal that seems to be slightly inferior to Sunkong Capital's offer, but the additional contract contains countless deadly traps. They want Sunkong Capital to win the bid. But what was won was not a mountain of gold. Rather, it is a bottomless pit that is enough to drain all their liquid funds in a short period of time and leave them hopeless. Zhao Kai got out of the car and adjusted his tie. The humble and honest smile returned to his face. It was as if the dirty deal just now had never happened. At the same time, the office area of Sunkong Capital is brightly lit. Han Li's team is working hard all night long for this project that they have placed great hopes on. They were completely unaware. A sharp knife dipped in poison was pointed at their backs, ready to give them the most fatal blow at any time. A dragnet woven of betrayal and conspiracy has quietly been spread. Chapter 33: An Uneasy Premonition and God's Choice. The day before the bidding. Late at night, the office area of Sunkong Capital is still brightly lit. Han Li's eyes were bloodshot, but his spirit was extremely excited, like a bull about to rush to the battlefield. He solemnly placed a final plan, which was hundreds of pages thick and beautifully bound, on Lin Feng's desk. This plan can be called a perfect work of art. From macro-level commercial planning of land plots to micro-level future cash flow forecasts, the level of detail in the data and the rigorous closed-loop logic far exceed the highest standards achievable in the industry. Han Li said to Lin Feng in an almost boastful tone. Boss Lin, the plan has been finalized. We've replayed every detail and every piece of data over and over again, no less than 100 times. It's absolutely foolproof. Moreover, he deliberately lowered his voice, a hint of unconcealable pride on his face. I also obtained the highest bid range from our biggest competitor, Hongyuan Group, through an absolutely reliable channel. He turned around excitedly, picked up a whiteboard marker, and wrote a shocking number on the smooth whiteboard. 32 billion. This is the upper limit of their budget. Even one more penny and their funding chain will break. Han Li turned around and tapped the number with a pen, his voice full of confidence that he had won. And our final offer is set at 32.5 billion. Just right, I can firmly suppress them. The victory is subtle and unobtrusive, clean and beautiful. Lin Feng's gaze shifted from the flawless plan to Han Li's face, which was slightly flushed with excitement. He had to admit that from a business and professional perspective, Han Li's team's work was impeccable. But he just felt something was wrong. With his sixth sense that was far superior to that of ordinary people and almost like that of a beast, he always felt that the whole thing went so smoothly that it was a bit weird. It went so smoothly, as if there was an invisible hand behind them, deliberately paving the way for them and luring them towards a seemingly perfect ending. Lin Feng leaned back in the large boss chair, crossed his fingers in front of him, and asked calmly, "Is the intelligence source you mentioned reliable?" Upon hearing this question, Han Li immediately patted his chest. "Mr. Lin, don't worry. This information was obtained by Vice President Zhao through a former contact in the city government. He went through great pains to get it. It's absolutely reliable. That person is quite senior. Many matters at Hongyuan have to go through his hands for project approval. Vice President Zhao Kai." Lin Feng's mind emerged with the image of the middle-aged man who always had a humble smile on his face and did things flawlessly. He nodded without showing any emotion on his face, but just asked Han Li to go back early to rest, recharge his energy and prepare for tomorrow's bidding. After Han Li left with a relaxed smile on his face, the office door closed. Lin Feng walked alone to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bright lights of the city below. His brows were tightly furrowed. He trusts Han Li's professional ability and loyalty. But he never believed in coincidences. Especially this kind of coincidence that determines the flow of tens of billions of funds and the future fate of the group. Just as he was deep in thought, that familiar and cold voice sounded in his mind. Ding! The host empire's cornerstone has been detected and is about to face a major potential threat. People's hearts are unpredictable and crises are lurking. Really? Lin Feng's heart sank suddenly. God-level selection system activated. Option 1, trust Han Li's professional judgment. After all, don't employ those you doubt, and trust those you employ. This is the way of a ruler. Sometimes, excessive suspicion can lead to missed opportunities. Complete this option and receive a reward, a memorable business lesson worth tens of billions. Option 2, trust your intuition. Immediately ordered Sanglong to mobilize all of Dragon Shield Security's technical and personal connections to thoroughly investigate all recent secret financial transactions and communications between Hongyuan Group and Zhao Kai. Complete this option and receive a reward, receive some indirect evidence that supports your suspicions. Option 3, insight into the human heart. I am God's will. All schemes, lies, and betrayals will be exposed before my absolute insight. Complete this option and receive the following reward: God-level ability, mind reading range, 10 meters, effect, passively triggered, can be activated or deactivated in the mind. Lin Feng looked at the third option and smiled. The smile was a little cold. Investigation? It's too slow and too troublesome. Moreover, no matter how conclusive the evidence is, it is not as good as hearing the truest voice in the other person's heart with your own ears. What he wants is not tedious verification. What he wanted was to be like a high and mighty god at this very moment, and see through the disguises of all mortals. I choose 3. Without the slightest hesitation. Moment. An extremely cool feeling, like nectar from the sky, or like the purest energy, poured into his Baidhui point on the top of his head and instantly penetrated his entire brain. His perception, at this moment, was infinitely magnified. The whole world, in his eyes, became different again. He could even clearly hear that in the office next door, a female employee who was working overtime was complaining in her heart about why her boyfriend hadn't replied to her messages. He could hear the security guard passing by in the corridor thinking about which barbecue stall to go to for a couple of drinks after get off work. These mixed thoughts came like a tide, but they did not make him feel confused. Instead, they were clearly categorized and presented in his consciousness, as if they had been processed by a supercomputer. He knows. I already possess the ultimate weapon to judge people's hearts. Now that he has acquired the ability to read minds, he needs a verification. One that would allow him to confirm that all this was not an illusion. Who will be the first person he wants to listen to? This drama was planned by him personally, but now he discovered that there might be a traitor among the actors. How should he continue? Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at the tightly closed door of the office. He picked up the intercom phone on the table. Dial the number representing the Vice President's office. Chapter 34: The Emperor's New Clothes. Lin Feng sat in the large boss chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. He pressed the intercom. Ask President Han and Vice President Zhao to come to my office now. A moment later, there was a knock on the office door, and Hanli and Zhao Kai walked in one after another. As soon as Hanli entered the room, the voice in Lin Feng's heart at the moment automatically emerged in his mind. Great! Director Lin must have some new instructions. I must do this project beautifully and absolutely must not let Director Lin down. I want the entire Tianhai city to see the strength of our Zhongchong capital. His voice was filled with excitement and the loyalty of a man willing to die for his friend. Zhao Kai, who was following behind him, had a humble and warm smile on his face. But what Lin Feng heard was a completely different scene. Humph! This idiot Hanli, does he really think he's the son of destiny? He's just lucky to have Lin Feng as his friend. Just wait, after tomorrow, you'll be the #1 culprit for draining the company's cash flow. By then, I'll see how you can still have the nerve to sit in this CEO position. This position is mine. It can only be mine. Malice, greed, and gloating. Countless dark emotions, like poisonous snakes, intertwined and roared wildly in the depths of his heart. Lin Feng understood in his heart. But his face remained expressionless, and he even showed a smile of approval. I've read the plan, it's very good. Mr. Han, thank you for your hard work. He paused and changed the subject. However, in the final plan, I temporarily thought of adding one more condition. What? Hanli and Zhao Kai were both stunned. This plan is already the most perfect version they can come up with. What else can be added? Zhao Kai's heart was filled with alarm. Adding temporary conditions? Please don't disrupt Mr. Sun and I's plans. But, I don't think he can come up with anything fancy. He's just an amateur guiding the experts, giving blind orders. Lin Feng took in all their reactions. He looked at Hanli and said in an unquestionable tone. I will go to the bidding meeting tomorrow in person. All final decisions are made by me, on the spot. Ah? Hanli was a little surprised, but then he was greatly surprised. Director Lin is personally in charge? That's great. With Director Lin here, we're even more certain of victory this time. Zhao Kai was shocked, but in an instant, it turned into a cruel joy. He's going to? This wasn't part of the plan. But, okay. Let him go. Let him see with his own eyes how his empire is dragged down by a small supplementary contract. The despair of watching everything collapse must be more painful than killing him. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. He stood up and patted both of them on the shoulders. Okay, all of you go. Tomorrow, let's see how you perform. After seeing the two off, Lin Feng's eyes turned cold in an instant. He picked up the red, encrypted dedicated phone on the table and dialed Sanglong's number. Song Lang. Help me check all of Zhao Kai's recent communication records and financial transactions. Especially, any clues related to the Hongyuan Group should not be overlooked. In addition, a cold arc appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Send the two smartest brothers to his car and his office and put some little things in them. Remember, it's the latest, military grade. Yes. Mr. Lin. Sanglong's brief and powerful answer came from the other end of the phone. Lin Gu leaned back in his comfortable boss chair and slowly closed his eyes. He already knew the script of this drama. Now, what he needs to do is to collect all the hard evidence that can nail those two self-righteous actors to the pillar of shame. Make every possible preparation for the final, public trial. He is really looking forward to it. Looking forward to it very much. Looking forward to tomorrow, at the bidding meeting, when he will predict all their conspiracies like an omniscient god. What kind of expression would Zhao Kai and Sun Hongwei have on their faces, as if they had seen a ghost? A good show is about to begin. He is both the protagonist and the director. Chapter 35: Gods at the Negotiation Table. The next day. Tianhai International Convention and Exhibition Center. The bidding meeting for the second phase of the Smart City and the Prime Land project in the east of the city was held here. The venue was packed. All mainstream media, business celebrities, and political figures in Tianhai City gathered here to witness this historic moment that will determine the business landscape of Tianhai City in the next 10 years. Lin Feng, Han Li, and the indispensable Zhao Kai, representing the now prosperous Chongqing capital, sat in the front row of bidding seats. And right across from them, Sun Hongwei, CEO of Hongyuan Group, also sits firmly on the Daiao Yutai with his elite team. He even exchanged a look with Zhao Kai across the aisle, a look that showed they both understood each other and that everything was under control. The bidding meeting officially begins. After the host finished his lengthy opening remarks, he entered the most exciting part, the live quotation session. Sky Capital offered 28 billion. Hongyuan Group, 28.5 billion. Sky Capital, 30 billion. The two sides exchanged offers, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. The price continued to rise and soon broke through the 30 billion mark. Everyone present was excited. This is the real fight between gods. Finally, it's time for the final round of quotations. According to the rules, both parties will submit their final offers and any additional terms. Sun Hongwei was the first to stand up. He adjusted his tie, with a confident and calm smile on his face. He knew that the time had come to close the net. He smiled and, through the microphone, threw out his long-prepared, poisonous trump card to the audience. Our Hongyuan Group's final offer is 33 billion. This price is slightly higher than the previous highest market estimate, which shows its sincerity. He paused, looked in the direction of Lin Feng, and his smile became even warmer. However, we greatly admired Chongqing Capital's courage. In order to cooperate with such an outstanding enterprise, our Hongyuan Group is willing to provide a supporting, valuable logistics and warehousing project as a token of our sincerity in cooperation. Also, we promise that we are willing to jointly develop this logistics project with Chongqing Capital, and all profits will be split 50-50. We have already brought the relevant additional contracts. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by Sun Hongwei's generous behavior. This doesn't look like a commercial bidding at all. This is simply charity. Giving away a multi-billion-dollar project for free, and splitting the profits equally? Han Li's eyes suddenly lit up. He excitedly lowered his head and said quickly in Lin Feng's ear with a suppressed excited voice. Director Lin. What a great opportunity. This logistics project is a perfect complement to our commercial center. With it, we can save at least tens of billions in costs in the future. And it can also generate huge profits. Is Sun Hongwei crazy? Zhao Kai, who was standing by, also fanned the flames at the right moment. Yes, Mr. Lin. This opportunity is rare. We must agree immediately. In his heart, however, he was roaring madly and triumphantly. Sign quickly. Sign quickly. You idiots. If you sign this supplementary contract, you're dead. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng looked across at Sun Hongwei, who was smiling and had an expression that said, I'm sure of victory. In his ears, Sun Hongwei's sinister and calculating voice came clearly without missing a word. Ha 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 ha. They've taken the bait. They've all taken the bait. That idiot Han Li is so excited he's about to piss his pants. Sign it. Sign it now. As soon as you sign this supplementary contract, the 3 hidden exclusivity clauses in it will take effect immediately. By then, all of your working capital for the next 3 years will be tied up in this damn logistics project. By then, forget about development, and even if Lin Feng is powerful, he won't go bankrupt. Today, I'm going to avenge Director Wang. Just as Han Li excitedly picked up the pen on the table and prepared to agree to this great kindness on behalf of the company, Lin Feng gently raised his hand. Stopped him. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Lin Feng. Lin Feng slowly stood up. He smiled, looked at Sun Hongwei opposite him, and said, Mr. Sun's proposal sounds indeed very generous. Everyone thought he was going to agree. But the next second, his tone suddenly changed. But, can I take the liberty of making a guess? Mr. Sun, in this supplementary contract that you have written with such sincerity. Isn't it, on page 7, in the 3rd paragraph, written in the smallest font, during the project cooperation period, all future logistics and warehousing operations of Chongqing Capital must be exclusively handled by a subsidiary controlled by Hongyuan Group? Furthermore, in the supplementary explanation on page 12, it also states, all initial infrastructure investment for this project will be advanced by our Shengqiang Capital, and Hongyuan Group will repay it at an extremely high annual simple interest rate of 20%? Oh, right, and lastly, on the last page of the attachment, in that most inconspicuous corner, isn't there a clause that says, during the period of cooperation between the two parties, Shengqiang Capital will no longer independently or with any third party be involved in any other logistics and warehousing related projects? Lin Feng, slowly and unhurriedly, read out the three most hidden and deadly clauses, word for word, clearly in front of everyone present. He said one sentence each. Across from him, the smile on Sun Hongwei's face became stiffer and his complexion became paler. When Lin Feng finished the last sentence lightly, Sun Hongwei's face had turned as pale as paper, completely bloodless. He was completely frozen there, as if he had been stripped of all his clothes in public and thrown naked into the snow and ice of Siberia. The extreme fear and humiliation of being completely seen through from the inside out almost made him faint on the spot. Lin Feng did not stop. His gaze slowly shifted away from Sun Hongwei. It fell beside me. The one who was already trembling all over, sweating profusely, and looked ashen. On Zhao Kai. A meaningful, devilish smile appeared on his face. Vice President Zhao. You said, I guess. Yes or no? Boom. Zhao Kai's mind was blank. The conspiracy was exposed in public. The entire audience was in dead silence, and then a thunderous roar of disbelief broke out. Lin Feng, how will he clean up this mess and take over this project? And what will be the fate of Zhao Kai and Sun Hongwei, these two self-righteous clowns? Chapter 36, Give them a taste of their own medicine. There was dead silence at the scene. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were focused on those three people like searchlights. Lin Feng, who was calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. Sun Hongwei's face was pale, as if he had seen a ghost. And that guy who was slumped in the chair, his face ashen, his expensive suit soaked with sweat. Zhao Kai. Han Li looked at Lin Feng in amazement. His mind was blank. He finally understood why Lin Feng insisted on coming in person. He finally understood the true meaning of Lin Feng's words, let's see how you perform tomorrow. It turns out that he had seen through everything a long time ago. It turned out that the perfect plan that I and the entire team worked on all night long almost became a huge joke. It turned out that I had just walked to the gates of hell. An extreme fear and relief at surviving the disaster instantly overwhelmed him. The host at the venue finally reacted after a few seconds of freezing. He picked up the microphone and used an extremely unnatural, dry voice to forcefully control the situation. It seems the two sides still have some minor disagreements on the additional terms. So, Mr. Lin from Shengqiang Capital, are you still participating in this round of bidding? Lin Feng smiled. He glanced at Sun Hongwei, who was out of his wits and could barely stand, and spoke slowly. Mr. Sun's full of sincerity additional clause just now sounds very good. But I think it's not enough. Not enough? Everyone present thought they had heard wrongly. You've already stripped off her underwear, and you still think it's not enough? Sun Hongwei was wailing madly in his heart. What else does he want? What else does he want? Who the hell is he? How could he possibly know every word in this contract? It's over. This time, Hongyuan Group is completely finished. Lin Feng ignored everyone's shock. He walked to the podium and picked up the contract prepared by Hongyuan Group, which was poisoned. Then, in front of everyone, he picked up the pen. Not a signature. Instead, he just casually made a few strokes on it. Let's do this. Since Mr. Sun is so sincere, we at Shengqiang Capital can't be stingy. We are willing to add another 100 million to Mr. Sun's previous offer of 33 billion. 34 billion. But, this additional clause. A playful smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. You have to change it according to my opinion. He pointed at the contract with a pen and read out the clauses one by one. First, we at Shengqiang Capital are very interested in this accompanying logistics and warehousing project, and we've accepted it. However, the project must be wholly owned by us. Of course, we're not ruthless. Hongyuan Group can acquire shares at fair market value, but the shareholding ratio cannot exceed 20%. Secondly, all the initial construction investment for this project, approximately 5 billion, will be provided to us by your company, Hongyuan Group, in the form of an interest-free loan. After all, this is your way of expressing your sincerity, right? Third, in return, and for the sake of our future long-term cooperation, we at Shangqiang Capital can allow Hongyuan Group priority participation in the development of some downstream, non-core industries in our new commercial center project. For example, property management and cleaning services. Every condition proposed by Lin Feng is like an extremely sharp scalpel. Accurately and fiercely, it hit the vital point of Hongyuan Group. They are now in a difficult situation. They urgently need the huge cash flow and political achievements brought by this project in the East City to fill the huge hole caused by their overexpansion. Lin Feng's plan was to take away the fattest piece of meat, including the skin and bones. Then, they were left with only a little, almost negligible broth to drink. However, they used the promise of allowing you to participate in the development to give them a way out so as not to be disgraced in front of the municipal government and all the media. When Sun Hongwei listened to Lin Feng's conditions, his heart was bleeding. His internal organs were churning. But he knew. He no longer has any negotiation qualifications. Under Lin Feng's godlike, all-seeing gaze, if he dared to say no, it was equivalent to admitting in front of the whole world that he had just signed the contract with ulterior motives and harbored evil intentions. By then, what he lost would not just be a project, but it is the reputation of the entire Hongyuan Group and Sun Hongwei's second half of life. Agreeing to him would only lead to massive losses for the group and serious damage. If you don't agree, you will be immediately ruined and there will be no recovery. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Feng! You devil! Under Lin Feng's calm yet oppressive gaze. After experiencing a struggle between heaven and man in my heart, Sun Hongwei used all his strength to squeeze out a few words from between his teeth. We agree with Director Lin's plan. Final. The host picked up the gavel that symbolized the final decision and knocked it down hard. I announce. The final winning bidder for the East City Primeland project is Shangqiang Capital. The final word. Shangqiang Capital won a great victory in an unprecedented, miraculous, and dimensionality reduction attack method. This thrilling bidding meeting is over. How will Hanli face Lin Feng, who created the myth, and Zhao Kai, the traitor who almost dragged them into the abyss? Back to the company. A bigger and more violent storm is coming. How will Lin Feng deal with this venomous snake that he has already caught at its weakest point? Chapter 37: The Road Back to the Company. The bidding is over. But the shock and waves it brought have just begun. The news that Shangqiang Capital had won a resounding victory in an almost miraculous manner spread like wings to every corner of Tianhai City in an instant. In the Rolls-Royce Phantom returning to the company, the atmosphere was depressing to the extreme. Hanli was driving the car himself, and his palms were still covered in cold sweat. From time to time, he would peek in the rearview mirror at the young figure leaning on the back seat with his eyes closed. His eyes were filled with various complex emotions. There is the fear of surviving a disaster. Fortunately, the dust has settled. I feel deeply ashamed for not being able to judge people well. But more than that, it is an incomparable worship to the god. It was not until now that he finally and deeply understood what Lin Feng said that day. The essence of business is transaction, and the essence of transaction is value. He originally thought that Lin Feng was talking about the value of money. But today, he finally understood. What Lin Feng said was a higher dimension, the insight into people's hearts and the control over the overall situation. He was proud of his business talents, precise calculations, and layouts. In the face of the true evil of human nature, we are so fragile and vulnerable. If it weren't for Lin Feng's final effort to turn the tide, today, he will become the #1 sinner who destroyed the entire Shangqiang Capital with his own hands. And Zhao Kai was sitting in the passenger seat. It is like a walking corpse with all its souls taken away. His face was ashen, his eyes were empty, and he said nothing. He has maintained this posture since the end of the bidding meeting. He knew he was finished. Completely, it's over. But he couldn't figure it out. He racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. Lin Feng, how did you know everything? Only he and Sun Hongwei know the secret of that supplementary contract. Could it be that he can read minds? Lin Feng leaned back in the back seat, as if he had fallen asleep. It seemed that the game just now was a thrilling life and death game that was enough to be recorded in the business history of Tianhai City. To him, it was really just an insignificant afternoon tea. He didn't say a word of blame to Hanli. Nor did he say a word of judgment to Zhao Kai. But it is this extreme silence. Han Li was more awed than any wrath of thunder. It also made Zhao Kai feel a boundless fear deep in his bones. The car was driving smoothly. Han Li finally couldn't help it and spoke in a hoarse voice. Director Lin. Sorry. I don't know people well, I almost. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He interrupted Han Li. It's not your fault. No matter how well a venomous snake disguises itself, it is still a venomous snake. You just need to make the sharpest knife in the empire. As for identifying and eliminating those venomous snakes that attempt to erode the empire, that's my business. These words instantly brought a warm feeling to Han Li's heart. He knew that Director Lin did not blame him. Director Lin still trusts him unconditionally. He nodded heavily. At this moment, his loyalty to Lin Feng was enhanced by an additional layer of absolute awe that would last until his death. When Zhao Kai, who was sitting in the passenger seat, heard these words, the body trembled suddenly and violently. The vehicle slowly drove into the underground parking lot of Sangkong Capital's headquarters. Lin Feng opened the car door and before getting out, he calmly instructed Han Li. Notify all executives at the vice president level and above. Meeting in the top floor conference room in half an hour. Not one less. Then, he looked at Zhao Kai again, who was still in a state of despair, and spoke in a flat tone, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Vice President Zhao. You come too. The trial meeting is about to be held. Lin Feng, how much fatal evidence do you have about Zhao Kai? In what shocking way will this sudden high-level meeting bring the final curtain to this drama of betrayal? Chapter 38, Judgment. Sangkong Capital, top floor conference room. The atmosphere was solemn and even a little depressing. All executives at the vice president level and above are present. Most of them had just learned from various channels about the miraculous and shocking reversal that had taken place at the bidding meeting this afternoon. At this moment, they were talking to each other in low voices. Looking at the main seat, the eyes of the overly young chairman were also filled with various complicated emotions. There is curiosity, awe, excitement, and also a hint of unspeakable fear. Zhao Kai, on the other hand, sat alone in the corner at the end of the conference table. He lowered his head, his face pale, and his whole body was like a volcano about to erupt, silent and desperate. Lin Feng sat in the main seat and looked around the audience. He didn't say anything, but just gestured to Han Li beside him. Han Li stood up. He told Zhao Kai how he provided him with false information and misled his judgment. How did he secretly collude with Sun Hongwei of Hongyuan Group to set up that vicious contract trap? And, at the bidding meeting, how Director Lin turned the tide, used the opponent's tactics, and won the whole process. In a calm but fearful tone, he briefly recounted the incident to everyone present. After listening to this narration, there was a sound of people gasping in shock throughout the conference room. All the executives looked at Zhao Kai, who was sitting in the corner, with disbelief and anger. They could never have imagined it. This company veteran who seemed honest and hardworking on weekdays would actually do such a cruel thing and betray the company. Zhao Kai. Are you even a fucking human? The company treats you well. Why are you doing this? You're a traitor. Shameless. Facing the crowd's angry rebuke, Zhao Kai suddenly jumped up from his chair like a madman. He pointed at Han Li, making a final, futile struggle. You are slandering me. Han Li. You are slandering me. You're excluding me. You see, I have more experience than you, so you're looking for an excuse to kick me out of the company. Mr. Sun and I were just exchanging normal business information. You don't have any evidence to prove that I betrayed the company. He still wanted to quibble and try to muddy the waters completely. Han Li looked at his ugly face, his eyes full of disappointment and contempt. He took out a document from the briefcase beside him and threw it on the table. Evidence? This document was recovered overnight by Xanglong using Dragon Shield security, a technology comparable to that of military intelligence departments. It clearly records all the encrypted conversations between Zhao Kai and Sun Hongwei in the past month. Also, the complete transfer information of Sun Hongwei depositing 50 million deposit into Zhao Kai's secret account through an overseas account. When Zhao Kai saw this document, his pupils suddenly shrank. A flash of panic flashed through his mind. However, he still forced himself to remain calm and roared fiercely. It's fake. This is all fake. You guys are willing to resort to any despicable means to frame me. Lin Feng has always been like an outsider, watching all this coldly. Until now. He slowly spoke. Evidence? His voice was very soft. But the entire conference room fell silent in an instant. He tapped lightly on the table with his slender fingers. The huge, intelligent projection screen opposite him lit up instantly. A video starts playing on the screen. A video with slightly shaky images but extremely clear audio. The scene of the video is in a black Honda Accord. The protagonists of the video are Zhao Kai and Sun Hongwei, CEO of Hongyuan Group. In the video, Zhao Kai's ugly face showed flattery, greed, and viciousness. Every word he said was filled with calculated malice. Every sinister plan he and Sun Hongwei agreed upon. All were displayed to everyone present in their original form and clearly. When the video played, Zhao Kai took the recorder and proudly said, "The fish is hooked." Zhao Kai couldn't hold on any longer. His legs went limp and he collapsed completely onto the chair. All that was left in his eyes was endless despair and disbelief that penetrated deep into his bones. He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out. How did this top-secret conversation get recorded? The whole audience was dead silent. All the executives looked in horror at the young man who sat in the main seat and had a blank expression on his face from beginning to end. At this moment, they finally realized it deeply. This young, mysterious chairman. What he possessed was beyond their comprehension, mysterious and powerful means. Any conspiracy, any betrayal, will be exposed in front of him. Chapter 39: The Emperor's Rules. Video finished playing. The huge curtain returned to darkness. Lin Feng slowly stood up from the main seat. He looked around the room. His eyes swept across the faces of every company executive present. Mind reading, turn on. In an instant, everyone's true inner thoughts flooded into his mind like a tide. Executive A's inner thoughts: "Oh my God. This is terrifying. The chairman's tactics are even more powerful than the CIA's. Fortunately, I've always been loyal. From now on, I must be even more cautious and never have any second thoughts." Executive B's inner thoughts: Zhao Kai is such an idiot. He's more trouble than help. How could he leave such obvious evidence behind when doing something like this? It seems like if I want to make extra money in the future, I'll have to be more covert and careful. Lin Feng's gaze inadvertently lingered on Executive B's face for a second longer. Executive B suddenly felt as if a thorn was on his back and he was falling into an icy cave. He felt as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. He subconsciously lowered his head, cold sweat instantly breaking out, and he didn't even have the courage to look Lin Feng in the eye. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, and his voice was not loud, but it was clear and reached everyone's ears. At my Sungkong capital, I only set 3 rules. His voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority. First, if you lack the ability, I can teach you, give you opportunities to grow, and pay your tuition. Secondly, if you make a mistake, as long as it's unintentional and done out of a sense of justice, I can forgive you and give you a chance to make amends. He paused, and his tone instantly became cold, like the Siberian wind. Third, betray. Anyone who betrays the company and me, Lin Feng. There is only one outcome. He didn't say what the outcome would be. However, everyone present felt a chill from the depths of their souls. Just then, the heavy door of the conference room was pushed open from the outside. Sun Long walked in with 2 burly dragon shield security guards with cold eyes. The 3 of them carried an iron-blooded and murderous aura that was honed in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. All the pampered business elites present felt a sense of difficulty breathing. Sun Long walked up to Lin Feng, bowed slightly, and reported respectfully. "Mr. Lin, the person has been brought here." Lin Feng nodded. He took a look at Zhao Kai, who had completely collapsed on the chair like a pile of mud. Calmly, his final judgment was read out. "Zhao Kai, you leaked the company's core business secrets and intended to damage the company's significant interests through improper means. The amount involved is as high as tens of billions. Your actions have seriously constituted the crimes of industrial espionage and occupational embezzlement. Lawyer Chen's team will ensure that you receive the most fair and severe legal punishment in prison." The words fell. Sun Long took a step forward and, like picking up a chicken, lifted Zhao Kai from the chair with one hand and dragged him out. "No. Don't. Director Lin. I was wrong. I was really wrong." Please, give me another chance. Director Lin. Spare my life. Zhao Kai cried, struggled, and begged for mercy all the way. But no one paid any attention. What awaits him is a long, cold life behind bars. Lin Feng looked at the remaining executives who were silent as a mouse. Calmly, he said 2 words. The meeting is adjourned. After this, a thunderous and iron-fisted purge. There is no more noise inside Sungkong capital. Lin Feng, the young emperor, his supreme and absolute authority was thoroughly consolidated. Tian Group and its so-called allies, such as Hongyuan Group, were severely damaged by this series of combined punches and could no longer cause any trouble. All wings and internal troubles have been clipped. Next step. It is the final general attack on Tianjin Group, the big fish that has long lost its claws and teeth. Chapter 40, Layout before the general attack. After the trial that could be described as a bloody purge. There was no more noise inside the entire Sungkong capital. The company's operating efficiency and the cohesion of all employees have reached an unprecedented and terrifying height. Everyone who looked at Lin Feng had eyes filled with absolute awe from the depths of their souls. Han Li works like a workaholic. Not only did he complete all the tasks assigned by Lin Feng with 200% efficiency and quality. What's more, any decision given to Lin Feng must be implemented unconditionally and without any compromise. This afternoon, Lin Feng called Han Li to his office. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the master and the disciple stood side by side. Their gaze passed through the rows of skyscrapers and fell on the Tianjin Group headquarters building in the distance, which was once a landmark of Tianhai City but now seemed to be on the decline. Han Li. Lin Feng's voice was very calm. Now, there is only one enemy left. A raging fighting spirit instantly ignited in Han Li's eyes. Director Lin. Please give the order. All our business units at Sungcheon Capital are already prepared. As long as you give the order, we can launch the most fierce and comprehensive attack on the crumbling Tianjin Group in all fields, including real estate, retail, technology, and entertainment. I guarantee that within 3 months, I can make it completely bankrupt and liquidate. Lin Feng, however, shook his head. 3 months? Too slow. That's too boring. He stretched out a finger and pointed at the Tianjin building in the distance, which looked a little desolate in the sunset. I want it. In 3 days. From Tianhai City, from this world, completely wiped out. What? Han Li looked at Lin Feng in shock. He couldn't understand it at all. How could this be possible? Although Tianjin Group has suffered heavy losses, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. It is still a behemoth with tens of billions of assets and an industrial chain spanning the country. Want to make it disappear completely within 3 days? This is simply a fantasy. Lin Feng turned around, looked at Han Li who was confused, and asked calmly. Han Li, tell me, what is the foundation of a business empire? Han Li thought about it and replied hesitantly. Is it because of its huge real estate and healthy cash flow? No. Lin Feng shook his head, his eyes flashing with wisdom that seemed to see through everything. It's faith. It's the confidence of the entire capital market. Once confidence collapses, even the largest empire will vanish in an instant. So, we don't attack its body. We must directly destroy its soul. He turned and walked over to the huge, smart whiteboard in the center of the office. I casually drew a K-line chart representing the recent stock price of Tianjin Group. Then, he marked several seemingly unrelated key points on the map with his fingers. Immediately mobilize all available liquid funds of the company. Don't hold back. 3 days later, The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold, death-like smile. Short Tiansheng. Han Li looked at the K-line chart on the whiteboard that was marked by Lin Feng. Although, even with his professional vision as the Wolf of Wall Street, he was completely unable to understand what kind of terrifying logic that subverted all financial theories was hidden behind Mr. Lin's seemingly random marks. But he knew. He knew that an unprecedented and terrifying financial storm was coming, enough to make the entire Chinese capital market tremble. It will soon be set off in the blink of an eye by Director Lin. He no longer had any doubts. He nodded heavily, and with all his strength, he replied. Yes. Director Lin. What kind of final, frantic struggle will Wang Jiangwo, who is forced into a desperate situation, and his good-for-nothing son Wang Hao make? It's late at night. The whole city has fallen into a deep sleep. Lin Feng was sitting alone in the office, with an unlit cigarette between his fingers. He reviewed everything he had experienced in this 5th volume. From the initial suspicion of Zhao Kai to the final use of mind reading to confirm everything at the bidding meeting. From the ingenious layout to the earth-shattering, textbook-level, perfect counterattack. From the final, iron-blooded purge to establishing his own supreme and absolute authority within the entire Sunkom capital. His new ability, mind reading, allowed him to truly understand the complexity and darkness of human nature for the first time. He also understood it more deeply. The stability of an empire requires not only sweet carrots that can be shared by everyone. What is needed more is a cold stick that can make all those with evil intentions tremble. An empire not only needs unrivaled generals who can expand its territory but also fight foreign wars. What is more needed are vigilant eyes that can see through everything and monitor internally. He was brought to ruin and disgrace through Zhao Kai. All the executives of Sunkom Capital have learned a lesson about loyalty that they will never forget. It also completely turned Sunkom Capital, this high-speed war machine, into his private property alone. And now, this efficient, loyal, and ruthless war machine. It will be directed at the last and first enemy in this city. Deliver the most deadly and final blow. Buzz. The phone on the table vibrated slightly. It was Sunlong, sending an encrypted message. Mr. Lin, Wang Hao appeared downstairs of the company, acting suspiciously. Lin Feng took a look, and there was no trace of emotion in his eyes. He replied with a few words. Keep an eye on him and let him perform. He knows. A dying beast will often do the craziest and stupidest things. The death knell of the Wang family will not only sound in the cold capital market. In this cruel real world, there must also be an ending that is bloody and perfect enough. He seemed to have seen it. The Wang family father and son had that wonderful, desperate look on their faces when they learned that everything they had was gone in 3 days. This feud started when he was still a delivery man who was bullied by others. It's time. Put a perfect end to it. Chapter 41: The Howling of a Lost Dog. The result of the bidding meeting was like a magnitude 12 earthquake, shaking the entire Tianhai business community to the point of shaking the earth and throwing people to the ground. Tian Group, which was once a close ally of Tian Group, was publicly humiliated by Lin Feng at the bidding meeting and forced to sign a series of humiliating treaties. It was severely damaged and immediately issued a statement announcing that it would completely draw a line with Tian Group. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. Tian Group headquarters building. This landmark building, which once symbolized glory and power, is now shrouded in gloom and desolation. In the chairman's office on the top floor, Wang Jiangwo lay weakly on a special medical bed, with various instruments inserted into his body. He watched the financial experts on TV news, praising Sunkom Capital and Lin Feng to the utmost. He looked at the bottom of the screen and saw the news that kept scrolling, saying that Tianjin Group's stock price had plummeted and was on the verge of delisting. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking. The corners of his mouth, which were already crooked due to a stroke, twitched even more violently, and saliva flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. The company's stock price plummeted like a diving stone. The bank that once chased after him, crying and shouting to give him money, now comes to his door every day to demand repayment like a life-demanding evil ghost. Those shareholders who were once loyal to him were like sharks seeing blood, frantically selling their stocks, fearing that if they ran too slowly, they would be the last ones to take over. The entire Tianjin Group, this former commercial aircraft carrier, has its capital chain in jeopardy and may sink at any time. Wang Hao, watching all this. Looking at my father lying on the hospital bed, unable to take care of himself. Look at those close friends who scatter like monkeys when the tree falls. Looking at the shrinking assets in the account. His eyes were as red as blood. He attributed everything, all his hatred, to one person. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. I will make sure you die. I will make sure you die without a burial place. He started selling everything he had, like a madman. The last sports car, the last mansion, the last watch. He exchanged these for tens of millions in cash. Then, he began to frantically contact the people he knew before, those who were in the gray area, all kinds of people. He wants to hire a killer. The best and most professional killer. Go kill Lin Feng. However, when he reported that his target was Lin Feng from Sunkom Capital, all the channels he contacted, whether domestic or foreign, fell into deathly silence in an instant. There was only one underground human trafficker who had some friendship with him. After hesitating for a long time, he cautiously replied to his message. Master Hao, listen to my advice and stop. No one dares to take this order right now. The entire Tianhai City underground world now has the surname Longdun. The person in charge of Longduan's security is Mr. Lin's gatekeeper. To touch him is equivalent to becoming an enemy of the entire Tianhai City underground world. After reading this message, Wang Hao was completely desperate. He then realized it with horror. The man named Lin Feng has become an unshakable king not only in the bright business world. In this dark and violent world, he also became the supreme god. No one to turn to. The last hope was completely shattered. Wang Hao, completely, fell into madness. Ah! He let out a roar that was not human, full of despair and resentment. Since no one can help you take revenge, then I'll do it myself. He rushed into an outdoor sporting goods store. I bought the sharpest and hardest wilderness survival knife in the store, made in Sweden. Then, he drove a shabby second-hand Santana that he had bought from somewhere. Like a lone wolf who was forced into a desperate situation and is ready to make a last stand. We arrived at the headquarters of Sunkong Capital, a building that towers into the clouds and looks like a temple. He parked the car in a dark, inconspicuous alley opposite the building. His eyes were fixed on the gate of Sunkong Capital. He is waiting. Waiting for Lin Feng to appear. He wants to use the most primitive, stupid, and direct way. Die together with the enemy who destroyed everything for him. What he didn't know was, just across from him, on the roof of the skyscraper, the observation post of Longdun Security had already seen his every move clearly through high-powered binoculars. In Song Lon's office, he looked at the surveillance screen and saw Wang Hao's ugly face, which was distorted by extreme hatred. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold, disdainful sneer. He picked up the encrypted phone and dialed Lin Feng's number. Mr. Lin. There's a fly, it flew downstairs. Chapter 42, Punishing People Above the Clouds. After listening to Sanglong's report, Lin Feng's eyes did not show any ripples. It was just the last howl of a stray dog that had been forced into a desperate situation. Not worth mentioning. He said to Sanglong calmly. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him hurt any innocent people. Wait for my order. Hang up the phone. Lin Feng knew. It's time to put an end to this feud that has lasted for so long, starting when he was a delivery man. Put a final, perfect end to it. Ding. Detected that the host's initial enemy has fallen into the final madness. The end of fate is approaching. God-level selection system, activated. Option 1, erase the body, eliminating future troubles. Immediately ordered Sanglong to secretly dispose of Wang Hao downstairs, making him disappear from this world without a sound or a trace. Complete this option, and reward, a moment of peace and quiet. Option 2, conduct a trial according to the law and uphold justice. Have Sanglong restrain Wang Hao and hand him over to the police along with his knife and his foolish attempt to injure others with it. Reward for completing this option, an excellent citizen banner issued by the Tianhai City Police. Option 3, kill the person, and also destroy his heart. In the area where the enemy is most proud, crush him and everything he owns, completely, and destroy him. Let him watch everything he has become in vain before his own eyes. This is the most profound and ultimate revenge. Complete this option and receive the following rewards: God-level financial trading skills and all key global financial information for the next week. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold and cruel arc. The life of an ant is not worth it for me to do it myself. But his despair is worthy of my personal appreciation. I choose 3. Moment. An unimaginably huge torrent of knowledge about finance and capital once again poured into Lin Feng's mind. Wall Street, that century-long history of ups and downs. Soros, the elusive quantum fund. Buffett, that seemingly simple value investment. The lifelong wisdom and trading skills of countless financial tycoons have turned into Lin Feng's instinct at this moment. At the same time, several extremely clear, golden messages appeared before his eyes like oracles. Information 1, in 24 hours, a major mining disaster will occur at Vale's Brumadinho iron ore mine in South America, triggering a series of dam collapses. International iron ore futures prices will soar 15% within 3 hours. Information 2, in 48 hours, the European Union Trade Commission will suddenly announce a comprehensive anti-dumping investigation into all photovoltaic industry-related products exported from China. Information 3, 72 hours later, the Federal Reserve will unexpectedly withstand all pressure and announce that it will maintain the current federal funds rate unchanged, breaking the widespread expectation of interest rate hikes in the global market. Each of these three pieces of information is closely related to Yanjing Group's already shaky core business, or the overall market trend of the stock market. This is no longer simple business intelligence. This is a standard answer from the future. A script filled with the secrets of wealth. Lin Feng obtained this script of the final judgment. How will he direct this unprecedented financial massacre? How would he explain to Han Li his precise operations, which seemed like he was possessed by a god? A real, heartbreaking battle above the clouds. It's about to start. Chapter 43, Billion Dollar Gamble, God's Prophecy. Lin Feng did not return to the office immediately. He just asked Sanglong to continue using the highest level of surveillance to keep a close eye on the stray dog that was shivering in the dark corner downstairs. Then he informed Han Li. Highest level, emergency meeting. There were only 2 participants. He and Han Li. The atmosphere in the top floor office was solemn. Han Li. Lin Feng went straight to the point. How much liquid funds does the company have available across all its accounts that can be mobilized immediately? Although Han Li didn't understand why Mr. Lin suddenly asked this, he immediately reported a huge number that would make any Forbes billionaire astonished. That was the terrifying cash reserves of Suncone Capital after it acquired some of Tianjing Group's high-quality assets and won the prime land project in the east of the city. After listening to this, Lin Feng nodded. Everything is ready. From tomorrow, the moment the stock market opens. We have only one goal. He looked into Han Li's eyes and said word by word, which made Han Li's scalp tingle instantly. Short selling, Tiancheng. What? Han Li, the financial wolf who had caused countless bloody storms on Wall Street, couldn't help but scream out when he heard these 2 words. He immediately reminded. Director Lin. Think twice. Although Tiancheng Group is facing numerous crises right now, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Wang Jiangwo still has absolute say in the board of directors. Their base is still there. If we force them to short sell in the secondary market now, they will definitely use all their strength to protect the market at all costs. At that time, this will turn into an extremely brutal war of attrition. Although we have ample funds, if we fight like this, even if we win in the end, it will definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. This is the most rational judgment based on all his professional experience over the past decade. But Lin Feng just smiled. War of attrition? No. This was never a war. This was just a one-sided, precise massacre directed by him. He didn't explain anything to Han Li. He just walked slowly to the huge smart electronic whiteboard in the office that was like a wall. He casually drew a K-line chart representing the trend of Tianjing Group's stock price in the next 3 days. Then, he pressed his fingers heavily on 2 seemingly unrelated points on that line. Tomorrow morning, 10:30 sharp. He pointed to the first one, indicating the turning point of the decline. Right here, without any hesitation, throw all 30% of our funds into the market in the form of short positions. Then, his finger moved to the second turning point, which indicated a cliff-like plunge. The day after tomorrow, in the afternoon, at 2:15 sharp. Similarly, right here, we're going to use all of our remaining funds to short sell. Remember, time must be accurate to the second. After saying that, he casually wrote down a few completely unrelated keywords in the blank space below the chart. Iron ore. Photovoltaic. Fed. Han Li stared blankly at the charts and keywords on the whiteboard that looked like oracles. His mind was blank. All his knowledge and theories about finance and capital markets, which he was proud of, turned into a pile of meaningless garbage at this moment. This does not conform to any technical analysis. This doesn't conform to any logical deduction. This is purely. It's a prophecy. It is the gods who make the final judgment on the fate of mortals. His heart was experiencing a violent tsunami. What exactly is Mr. Lin going to do? Could it be that he can actually predict the future? This is insane. This is beyond human cognition. But. He is my Han Li's benefactor. He is my Han Li's god. I don't need to understand. I just need to believe in him, unconditionally and absolutely. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at Han Li, whose expression was changing constantly and whose eyes were filled with shock and struggle. He calmly asked, "Do you believe me?" Han Li suddenly straightened his back. He faced Lin Feng like a soldier about to go to the battlefield, standing at attention and saluting his supreme commander. His eyes were filled with unprecedented, fanatical determination. I believe it. I'll get ready right away. Hanli left without any delay. He immediately drew out an entire team of top traders from Confronting capital. In the core of the company's headquarters, with the highest security level and physically isolated from the outside world, in that absolutely confidential trading room, everyone is on high alert. All the traders looked at the battle plan issued by President Han himself, which was like a heavenly book filled with all kinds of incredible instructions. Everyone felt that it was unbelievable and ridiculous. But military orders are as heavy as a mountain. All they can do is execute unconditionally. And under the headquarters building of Confronting capital, in that dark alley, Wang Hao was still waiting desperately in his old Santana. He doesn't know. A trial that will determine the ultimate fate of him and his entire family. It is about to happen quietly above the clouds, which he will never be able to reach. Chapter 44, Opening. First Blood. The next day. In the morning, 9:30 sharp. Accompanied by a crisp bell, the Shanghai and Shenzhen stock markets and its shares officially opened. After experiencing a sharp drop for several consecutive days, the stock price of Tian Group has seen a small technical rebound, perhaps because all the bad news has been released. Tiancheng headquarters. In the renovated intensive care unit, Wang Jiangwo was lying on the hospital bed, commanding his subordinates, those last loyal traders, at the top of his lungs through a dedicated video line. He mobilized the last huge amount of funds in the group's account to save his life. At all costs, with great difficulty, we maintain the precarious stock price. He wants to prove it to the entire market. Tiancheng is not dead yet. Confronting capital, in that absolutely confidential trading room. The atmosphere was extremely tense. All traders held their breath and stared intently at the red and green numbers that kept jumping in front of them. Hanli stood in front of the huge electronic screen, his palms full of sweat. His eyes were fixed on the atomic clock on the wall that represented the precise time. Time passes by minute by minute. 9:40. 10 o'clock. 10:20. Soon, it will be the time that Mr. Lin mentioned. But the entire market is still calm and stagnant. There is no news at all about iron ore. In the trading room, some uncontrollable whispers began to appear. What on earth are they trying to do? There's no news at all, and they're just going to short sell like this? Yeah, look at Tiancheng. The funds to support the market are pouring in like they're free. If we rush in now, wouldn't we just be throwing our heads in the towel? This battle plan is too ridiculous. Hanli listened to his subordinates' discussions, and he was also under tremendous pressure in his heart. But he still chose to believe. He slammed the table and roared. Shut up, everyone. Trust Director Lin. Prepare to execute orders. The time came to 10 hours 29 minutes and 50 seconds. Now. Hanli gave the order to attack into the microphone. Smash it for me. Moment. The huge short orders worth billions are like precision-guided cruise missiles. He rushed out from the trading seat of Confronting capital. It hit Tiancheng Group's already fragile stock hard. The stock price fell immediately. But Wang Jiangwo also reacted immediately. More and larger amounts of funds to protect the market are pouring in like a tide. The stock price started an extremely fierce life and death tug of war between the bulls and the bears. Right now. 10:30, 0 seconds. At the same time, a blood-red, urgent international news flash popped up on all financial news clients. Breaking news. According to the latest news from Reuters, a major mining disaster has occurred at Vale's Brumadinho mine in Brazil, triggering a series of dam collapses. Vale's subsidiary, the world's largest iron ore mine, has announced an indefinite suspension of production. International iron ore futures prices skyrocketed 15% following the news. Boom. In the trading room, there was a sudden silence. All the traders looked at the eye-catching news on their phones in horror, as if they were under a spell. In disbelief, he raised his head and looked at the 3 words that Director Lin had casually written on the whiteboard on the wall. Iron ore. God, the oracle, came true. This news is significant for Tiancheng Group, which is highly dependent on iron ore for various infrastructure and real estate development projects. Undoubtedly, it was a major negative news that was enough to plunge it into the abyss. At this moment, market confidence completely collapsed. Countless panic-stricken sell orders at all costs poured out like a flood that broke through a dam. Tian Group's stock price can no longer be sustained. Like a kite with a broken string, it flies away. And the moment Wang Jiangwo saw this news on the screen in the ward, I just felt a black screen in front of my eyes. He spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't bring himself to lift the breath. He almost fainted on the spot. Inside the trading room of Suncom Capital, however, there was a carnival among those who had survived the disaster. Their short orders worth billions of dollars gained a terrifyingly huge profit of over 30% in just a few minutes. Han Li and all the traders looked at the hieroglyphic battle plan on the wall. There was no longer any doubt. Their eyes were like looking up to a god who was all-knowing and all-powerful. God. The first prophecy has been perfectly fulfilled. The second one, the third one, are they far behind? After suffering this first devastating blow, what kind of dying struggle will Wang Jiangwo make? As for the other forces in Tianhai City that were originally watching the fire from the sidelines, how will they react after seeing this scene? Chapter 45, When the wall falls, everyone pushes back. Within just half an hour after the opening, the share price of Yanjing Group was close to the limit down due to a breaking news from South America. This news, like a Category 12 hurricane, instantly swept through the entire financial circle of Tianhai City. Everyone was completely shocked by the miraculous and prophetic operations of Suncom Capital. Chen's house, in the study. The head of the family, Chen Lixian, looked at the green K line of Tianjing Group that was almost vertically downward on the computer screen. A layer of fine, cold sweat beads appeared on his forehead. His heart was filled with extreme fear and relief, as if he had survived a disaster. He was glad that he did not listen to the nonsense of that idiot Wang Jiangwo and was not used as a gun by him to get involved in the battle with Suncom Capital too early. Otherwise, today, there might be more than one Tiancheng that is hitting the lower limit. He immediately called his son to the study and issued the family's highest order in an unprecedented solemn tone. Mark my words. That Lin Feng from Suncom Capital is not a human, he's a god. He's a demon. He is unfathomable. From today on, everyone in the Chen family, no matter where or under what circumstances, must treat this person with the utmost humility and respect. Absolutely no offense. At the same time, his business sense, as sharp as that of an old fox, also made him smell a once-in-a-lifetime, bloody opportunity. Immediately, notify all fund companies under your control and prepare all the backup funds. The broken ship Tianjing is about to sink. We must make a killing from its corpse before it completely sinks to the bottom of the sea. The other side. In the intensive care unit of the hospital, Wang Jiangwo was screaming madly and hysterically at his already frightened traders in the video. Protect the plate. At all costs. Protect the plate for me. Throw all the company's money into this, including the reserve funds intended for the West City project. Hold on. You must hold on. As long as we can survive this wave today, we can survive. Under his forced orders and the pull of massive funds, Tianjing Group's shaky stock price was finally stabilized temporarily on the edge of the limit down. Wang Jiangwo looked at the K line on the screen that stopped falling, breathing heavily, with a hint of crazy fantasy in his eyes. He believes that all the bad news has been released. As long as we can withstand this wave of panic selling, market confidence will gradually recover. He even fantasized that he could use his abundant funds to blow up all those damn short sellers of Suncom Capital and make them lose all their money. He doesn't know. This is just the beginning of the trial. The next day, the entire market was shrouded in a strange atmosphere of panic and wait and see. Tianjing Group's stock price continued to fall slightly after the opening, but the downward momentum has obviously slowed down. Both bulls and bears seem to have entered a brief truce. Afternoon. 2:14. Just as the market was about to close, everyone thought that the day would pass smoothly. That, the second god's prophecy from Lin Feng. It came true. The European Union Trade Commission held an emergency press conference in Brussels, officially announcing a comprehensive anti-dumping investigation into all photovoltaic products from China, citing unfair industry subsidies. This piece of news was like a heavy punch, hitting the entire A-share market hard. And Tianjing Group just happens to have a photovoltaic energy subsidiary that plays an important role in the industry and contributes a lot of profits and cash flow to it. If we say that yesterday's news of the mining disaster was a precise, surgical blow to Tianjing, so today's news is an unreasonable and indiscriminate bombardment. It's adding insult to injury. It completely extinguished the last bit of hope in the hearts of all investors. Get started. Han Li followed Lin Feng's sacred instructions. The last second before the news is officially announced. All of Sankong Capital's remaining, even larger funds were transformed into short-selling bombs that were powerful enough to destroy everything. Again, pour out. At the same time, Chen Lixiong and the other hungry wolves who had been standing by, watching with eager eyes and smelling the blood. Finally, they showed their sharpest fangs. They began to frantically sell off all the stocks related to Tian Group and related financial derivatives in their hands, regardless of cost. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. A broken drum, thousands of people beat it. Tian Group's stock price can no longer be sustained. The K line representing its lifeline drew a heart-pounding, straight, downward line on the screen. In an instant, it broke through the already precarious limit down. Moreover, it was blocked by massive sell orders that were like mountains. There is no longer any possibility of turning things around. Tian Group, the game is over. There is only one step left before a complete and irreversible collapse. And what kind of devastating final blow will Lin Feng's third prophecy bring? Wang Jiangwo and Wang Hao, the once invincible father and son, what will be their final fate? The final judgment is coming. Chapter 46: The Final Judgment. After 2 consecutive limit downs, Tian Group, the former commercial aircraft carrier, is now completely on the verge of bankruptcy. The market is full of negative news about it. Debt collection letters from banks flew to Tianjing's headquarters like snowflakes. Partners have terminated their contracts and drawn a clear line. The executives were in a panic and began to frantically look for a way out for themselves. In the intensive care unit, Wang Jiangwo, it's too late to save the situation. His eyes, which were once shrewd and full of calculation, now became empty and lifeless. He was like a gambler who had lost all his chips and collapsed on the hospital bed. His last and only hope is to gamble that the entire stock market will recover. As long as the market can rise, perhaps it can give him a chance to breathe. Day 3. Stock market opening. Tian Group, without any suspense, continued to hit the limit down. Millions of sell orders, like an immovable mountain, pressed down on the limit down price. Wang Jiangwo stared at the screen with lifeless eyes. He knows. He has spent his entire life and decades to build a business empire. It's over. Just when he was feeling hopeless and despairing, Lin Feng's third prophecy of God. It came true. Across the ocean, the Federal Reserve, resisting pressure from all over the world, unexpectedly announced that it would maintain the existing federal funds rate unchanged. This news completely broke the strong expectations of interest rate hikes that were prevalent in the market. It is regarded as a major positive by all investors. Moment. Global stock markets surged in response. Shares have also set off a magnificent wave of Jedi counterattack. Countless stocks, from the limit down, rushed all the way to the limit up with unstoppable momentum. The whole market is booming. Everywhere is filled with the atmosphere of carnival after surviving the disaster. When Wang Jiangwo saw this scene, a ray of light suddenly burst out from his dead eyes. He struggled like a madman, sat up from the hospital bed, and burst into crazy laughter. Ha 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 ha. God won't let me go. God won't let me go. The market is going up. My stocks are also. However, his laughter stopped abruptly the next second. Because he saw with horror. The entire market was in a frenzy. There is only one stock. Still, like a cold tombstone filled with ominous atmosphere. It's firmly nailed to that green limit down board, not moving at all. That is Tian Group. Its confidence has completely and utterly collapsed. No one is willing to take over the task of this dying man. The crazy rise of the market, on the contrary, further highlights its boundless desolation and sadness. This is a huge and extreme contrast. The whole world is celebrating, but you are the only one in hell, doomed to eternal damnation. It became the last straw that broke Wang Jiangwo's spirit. He stared intently at the screen, at the glaring green 10%. I just felt a black screen in front of my eyes. Puff! A mouthful of hot, bright red blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. It covered the entire screen, showing how his empire collapsed. Then he fell straight back. Completely, fainted. This time, he never woke up again. At the same time, in the trading room of Sankong Capital, All short positions were closed perfectly at the highest point of the market. This battle. Sancom Capital finally made a profit of over 10 billion. Hanli and all the traders looked at the young man who had a calm expression from beginning to end, as if he was just playing a game. They gave their most sincere and enthusiastic thunderous applause. And under the headquarters building of Sancom Capital, in that dark alley, Wang Hao saw the headline news in the largest font on his mobile phone. I saw the news that Tian Group officially applied for bankruptcy protection, and Chairman Wang Jianghuo was vomiting blood in the ward and was critically ill. In his hand was a sharp knife, which he was ready to use to die together with Lin Feng. With a loud clang, he fell to the ground helplessly. His business empire completely collapsed. The arrogant father who protected him from the wind and rain also got the ending he deserved. So, the one who started all this, all the evil, was Wang Hao. How will his final judgment come? What kind of final conversation will Lin Feng have with his first and weakest enemy? Chapter 47 The Dust Settles. The moment when Wang Jianghuo vomited blood and fainted in the ward. This financial stranglehold war, which took place in the cloud, has come to an end. Lin Feng, in the trading room, accepted the pilgrimage like cheers and admiration from all the employees. Accompanied by Hanli and Xinyu, he walked out of the magnificent gate of Sancom Capital. But he didn't get on the bus. Instead, go straight across the road. Walked towards the dark alley opposite, which was full of garbage and stench. He walked towards the second-hand Santana, which was shabby and out of tune with the surrounding prosperity. In the car, Wang Hao, in a daze, sat in the driver's seat. His once handsome face, full of arrogance and domineering, now only had the grayness of a dead person. He saw it. He saw the godlike figure walking slowly towards him. In an instant, all kinds of extremely complex emotions emerged in his eyes. There is a deep, instinctive fear. There is boundless hatred and hatred towards him, wishing to eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. There are things that are beyond comprehension, huge puzzles. But more than that, it is a kind of complete confusion that arises after realizing the gap between each other, which is as huge as a chasm. Lin Feng walked to the front of the car. He stretched out his fingers and tapped lightly on the dirty car window glass. Knock, knock. Wang Hao, like a manipulated puppet, numbly rolled down the car window. He looked out the window at the face that was so handsome that it made him jealous. In a voice as hoarse as two pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other, he asked the last and only question in his mind. Why? Who are you? Why, can you do all this? He longed for an answer. Even if, in the next second, I will go to hell. He also wanted to die with a clear conscience. Lin Feng, look at him. That look was as if he was looking at an insignificant speck of dust on the side of the road. Calm, indifferent, without a single ripple. He didn't answer any of Wang Hao's questions. He simply said in a calm, factual tone. Because you were at the global center that day. You shouldn't have broken my hand. Finished. He didn't even look at his original enemy again. He slowly turned around. He walked towards his Rolls-Royce Phantom parked on the side of the road. That kind of extreme contempt. That kind of complete disregard that comes from the bottom of your heart. This pain made Wang Hao feel more than any vicious humiliation. He finally understood. He finally understood it thoroughly. It turned out that in Lin Feng's eyes, he and his billionaire family, which he once took pride in. From beginning to end, it's just a trivial reason. You don't even have the qualifications to be his opponent. Ah! At this moment, Wang Hao's spirit completely collapsed. He let out a roar that was not like a human voice, but full of despair and madness. He picked up the sharp survival knife that had fallen on the seat. Suddenly, he opened the car door and rushed out. He roared like a wild dog that was cornered, and stabbed Lin Feng's back with the knife. But just a second before the tip of the knife was about to touch Lin Feng's body, a ghostly figure appeared beside him silently. Grey Wolf. He had a cold look in his eyes and an expressionless face. He casually chopped Wang Hao's knife-holding wrist with a lightning-fast knife move. Crack! Wang Hao only felt a sharp pain in his wrist. In pain, he could no longer hold the knife in his hand and it flew out of his hand. Then, Sanlong, with a smooth and pleasing movement, easily clamped his hands behind his back and used his knees to press him down on the cold and dirty ground. The whole process didn't even take more than a second. And Lin Feng, from beginning to end, never even turned his head. He simply walked with steady steps and got into the Rolls-Royce, the door of which had already been opened for him. Soon, other personnel from Longdon Security and the police who rushed to the scene handled all subsequent matters. Wang Hao and the video of the entire process of his stupid knife stabbing were handed over to the police. What awaits him is a long, cold life behind bars. There, he will spend the rest of his life repenting for the mistake he made at the Global Center, which changed his life. A few days later, under the leadership of Tian Yu's unstoppable and professional legal team, the bankruptcy acquisition of Tian Group was successfully completed. In the end, Sankong Capital only spent less than 10% of the market price to acquire all of Tianjin Group's most valuable and core real estate projects and huge business networks. Lin Feng stood alone in the top-floor chairman's office of Tianjin Group, which once belonged to Wang Jiangwo. He looked out the window at the familiar yet unfamiliar hustle and bustle of traffic. There was peace in his heart. He knows. From this moment on, the delivery man named Lin Feng who was bullied and trampled upon, it had been completely buried by his own hands. The initial hatred has been completely resolved. The door to a brand new, broader world full of infinite possibilities is about to slowly open to him. And when he counts and organizes the huge assets of Tianjin Group, what kind of unexpected and amazing discoveries are waiting for him? Chapter 48: The Wreckage of the Phoenix. Under the efficient operation of Tian Yu and Han Li, two top business operators, Tianjin Group, this behemoth, carried out its inheritance division in an orderly manner after its death. Tian Yu's legal team is responsible for perfect division and acquisition from the legal and policy perspectives. Han Li's business team is responsible for quickly digesting, absorbing, and perfectly integrating the acquired high-quality assets into Sankong Capital's increasingly large business empire. This afternoon, Tian Yu, as usual, reported to Lin Feng the latest progress of the entire asset inventory and acquisition. Director Lin, we have successfully taken over all of Tianjin Group's core real estate projects. We expect them to generate over 5 billion in cash flow in the next quarter. We have also successfully integrated their retail channel network, and our own brand will be fully rolled out within a week. Most of the report content was within Lin Feng's expectations. But at the end of the report, Tian Yu's face showed a rare look of embarrassment. She pulled out a folder covered in dust from a pile of documents that looked like no one had used it. Mr. Lin, the other assets are all of good quality. But there is one thing that is very tricky. This is the worst and most expensive unfinished project under Tianjin Group. She handed the folder to Lin Feng. The project is called Phoenix Gene. In name, it's a high-end biological genetics laboratory. Tian Yu introduced. Wang Jiangwo invested in this project a few years ago. I don't know which charlatan he was talking to, but he got into it on the spur of the moment. To the outside world, they claim to be researching things like gene recombination and cell regeneration, with the ultimate goal of significantly extending human lifespan. So far, we have burned through more than 1 billion yuan. But, no valuable research results have been produced. Therefore, this project has long been recognized by the entire industry as a complete scientific fraud. Currently, this laboratory still employs a group of so-called researchers. The monthly staff salaries and equipment maintenance are a huge expense. So, my suggestion is. Tian Yu looked at Lin Feng and gave her most professional judgment. Immediately, cancel this project. Lay off all personnel and sell off all that fancy-looking, but actually outdated, equipment in the lab. Stop losses in time. Han Li, who was standing by, immediately agreed. Director Lin, Lawyer Qin is right. Our main business at Sankong Capital is finance and industry. We are completely unfamiliar with biogenetics, a field that is clearly a scam. We absolutely should not invest even a penny in it. After listening to this, Lin Feng nodded. He agreed with Tian Yu and Han Li's judgment. From a purely business perspective, this is indeed the most rational choice. He was just about to agree to Tian Yu's suggestion. But at this moment. Ding! Warning! Warning! The God-level selection system that had not been used for a long time actually issued the highest level red warning for the first time in history at this moment. A high potential, high value, high risk, SSS level target has been detected. Phoenix Gene Core data. This project has enormous potential to subvert the existing world order. The system strongly recommends, the host must personally take over this project and retain it. For the first time, the system's prompt tone carried the words warning and strongly recommended. This made Lin Feng's heart move suddenly. He picked up the document again, which was regarded as garbage by Qin Yu and Han Li. He looked at the words on it, which they regarded as a scam. Rejuvenation. Cell regeneration. Gene recombination. In his eyes, these words suddenly took on completely different and extraordinary meanings. Lin Feng fell into deep thought. A moment later, he overturned his previous idea. He looked at Qin Yu and Han Li, who were confused, and said in an unquestionable tone, "We must not only preserve this project. Moreover, we must increase our investment." Qin Yu and Han Li were completely stunned. They even thought they had heard wrongly. Lin Feng looked at their shocked expressions, smiled, and said something that they would remember vividly for many years to come. Sometimes, a golden phoenix can emerge from a garbage dump. He made up his mind. Tomorrow, he will personally go to the laboratory that is considered a scam by the whole world and take a good look. A biological project that everyone believes is a scam. What kind of shocking secrets that could subvert the world are hidden inside it? Why would the system issue such high-level warnings and suggestions? Will Lin Feng's huge business empire open up a new, mysterious technological track leading to the future? It's late at night. Lin Feng, alone, reviewed everything he had experienced from the day he obtained the system to today. The Wang family father and son, Su Chanqian. These were the people who, initially, had left a deep, humiliating mark in his life. Now, they have all turned into the dust of history. He stepped on me harshly. He accomplished everything in the secular sense. He possessed inexhaustible wealth. He possesses supreme power. He possessed a respected status that everyone looked up to. He single-handedly built a huge business empire, Sky Capital. With one hand, he took control of the entire underground order of Tianhai City Dragon Shield Security. In his hands, he possesses the divine medical skills that can reverse life and death. There is a way to see into people's minds, mind reading. Also, there is the god-level trading skills that can control the financial situation. He has undoubtedly stood at the top of this city. But he didn't feel satisfied. On the contrary, deep in his heart, there surged a strong desire for a wider, unknown world. That, the Phoenix Gene Project. It's like a closed door full of mystery and temptation. He had a strong premonition. Behind that door, it seemed, there was a brand new world hidden, one that he had never encountered before, a world that was more magnificent and more exciting. Immortality, regeneration, genes. Lin Feng muttered to himself. There was a bright light in his eyes that was unprecedented. He knows. The story has just begun. The old era came to an end with the collapse of Tiansheng. And a new, great era belongs to Lin Feng in the sky. It will rise from the nirvana of the phoenix that sleeps in the dust. Reborn from the ashes. Chapter 49, Turning Decay into Magic. The next day. Lin Feng did not bring Sanlong with him, nor did he notify Qin Yu. He drove alone in the Volkswagen sedan he rented from a car rental agency and followed the navigation instructions all the way to the Phoenix Gene Laboratory in the far suburbs of Tianhai City. The scene before him was even more desolate than he had imagined, even dilapidated. The entire laboratory is located in a desolate industrial area, surrounded by weeds. The half-human high weeds almost cover the road signs. The 5-story main laboratory building looked quite old, and the paint on the exterior wall had peeled off in large pieces, revealing the gray brick walls inside, like a face covered with age spots. At the gate, the metal sign that should have symbolized high technology in the future, Phoenix Genetic Bioengineering Laboratory, has long faded, with spider webs hanging on the corners and even a few clumps of dried bird droppings on it. Rather than saying that this is a top-notch biological laboratory that cost more than 1.5 billion yuan, it is better to say that it is a rural chemical factory that was eliminated by the times and has long been abandoned in the last century. Lin Feng pushed open the glass door that was covered in dust and creaked when pushed, and walked in. The hall was empty and deserted. There was no one at the front desk, only a lonely swivel chair. The air was filled with a strange smell mixed with disinfectant and dust, which made people's noses sore. He walked across the hall and headed towards the experimental area. Through the stained glass windows, he saw the so-called researchers who were supposed to be wearing spotless white coats and conducting rigorous scientific research in front of sophisticated and expensive instruments. At this moment, everyone is listless and bored. Some of them are lying on their workstations, openly browsing shopping websites on their computers, comparing which takeout is cheaper. Some people gathered in groups of 3 or 5, holding their mobile phones, shouting and playing the latest online games. Shouts of "fucking nice" came one after another, which was out of tune with the dead silence around them. Some even took off their shoes, put their feet on the laboratory table, put on headphones, and watched TV while eating melon seeds. There is not a trace of scientific research atmosphere in the entire laboratory. Some people just live a life of idleness and wait for death, waiting for the company to go bankrupt and liquidate so that they can get the last severance pay. Only in the room at the end of the corridor, with a sign saying Chief Scientist's Office. An old man with gray hair, wearing glasses as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle, who looked to be over 70 years old, was still sighing and muttering to himself as he looked at the pile of complex data in front of him that looked like a heavenly book. He should be the scientist Qin you mentioned, Professor Lumubai, who was obsessed with the wrong theory and almost led the entire project into a dead end. Lin Feng's arrival did not attract much attention. Occasionally a few researchers looked up and glanced at him lazily. There was a hint of tacit sarcasm and pity in his eyes. In their opinion, this young man who was dressed in ordinary clothes and looked a bit like a student was most likely the specialist sent by the head office to announce the official dissolution of the laboratory and handle the final liquidation procedures. Another unlucky guy. Lin Feng looked at the mess in front of him that everyone believed was garbage, a scam, and a bottomless pit. He felt a growing excitement in his heart. What kind of project could make a system that has always been as stable as a rock give such a high level of potential threat warning? Bite. Right at this moment. That cold and familiar voice sounded in his mind again on time. Detected that the host is facing a major technological decision. The land beneath your feet could be a massive grave capable of burying billions of dollars and leaving you doomed forever. It could also be the sacred soil that can give birth to miracles that will overturn the world and make you a god. God-level selection system activated. Option 1, follow professional advice and respect business principles. Immediately shut down this hopeless project, cut losses, and invest all resources in your areas of expertise, finance and real estate. Complete this option and receive a reward, save a significant amount of future unnecessary expenses and receive an additional bonus of plus 5% of Shengxiang Capital's current liquidity. Option 2, keep the project, but don't get deeply involved. Immediately dismiss the current team, which lacks scientific spirit, and hire a new, professional management and research team that meets international standards. Complete the lab and thoroughly restructure and rethink the process. Reward, a mediocre biology lab with standardized management and processes, but no soul. Option 3, transform stone into gold, transform decay into magic. Take charge of the core of this project. From today on, you are the god of science. Complete this option and receive rewards, god-level bioengineering knowledge, Phoenix Gene Core formula incomplete. Looking at the third option, the golden light was so dazzling that it almost pierced through the consciousness. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with unprecedented excitement and passion. Scientific, God? He likes this title very much. I choose 3. Boom. This is another torrent of knowledge that is larger, deeper, and more mysterious than any previous one. Like a sea of cosmic knowledge bursting its banks, it instantly washed over his brain. From Mendel's most basic P hybridization experiment to Watson and Crick's great DNA double helix structure. From the CRISPR gene editing technology, hailed as the God's scalpel, to the incredibly complex mystery of protein folding that has baffled the scientific community for centuries. All of the most advanced knowledge, cutting-edge technology, and all verified and unverified conjectures in the field of bioengineering since the birth of mankind. At this moment, everything was like rivers flowing into the sea, completely integrated into his soul and became his innate instinct. At the same time, an incomplete formula composed of countless complex, mysterious symbols shining with golden light was deeply engraved in the depths of his mind like the most profound brand. No translation is required. No interpretation is required. The moment Lin Feng saw this formula, he completely understood its greatness and true meaning. What it describes is not some bullshit immortality at all. It is a special superprotein that is unique in the universe. After being stimulated by energy of a specific frequency, this protein can actually induce all cells in the human body to perform a miraculous super-speed division and directional repair. Lin Feng understood instantly. That old professor named Lu Mubai, his research direction was completely wrong from the very beginning. His theoretical basis is correct. But he found the wrong key to open the door to the realm of God. This is not some illusory elixir of life at all. This is enough to regenerate severed limbs, regenerate organs, and heal all wounds in an instant. God level. Regeneration potion. After obtaining this oracle-like knowledge and that unique key, Lin Feng's gaze once again swept over this group of lazy and numb researchers, and the stubborn and pitiful old professor who was going further and further down the wrong path. He needed to let them know that God had come. An academic trial, presided over by him personally, which can be described as a dimensionality reduction attack, is about to take place. Chapter 50. I am the chief scientist. Lin Feng did not immediately disturb Professor Lu Mubai, who was thinking hard in the office and almost pulling out all his hair. He just walked to the deserted hall, leaned against the cold wall, and called Qinyu. On the other end of the phone, Qinyu's voice was as capable as ever. Boss Lin, what are your instructions? Send one of your most capable administrative assistants here, immediately. Okay. No unnecessary questions. Half an hour later, a black commercial vehicle stopped in front of the dilapidated gate of the laboratory in an almost drifting posture. A smart and capable female assistant, wearing a slim professional suit and high heels, rushed in. Lin Feng only gave her one command, short and clear. Notify everyone in this lab, whether they are researchers, cleaners, or even the old man guarding the door. Within 10 minutes, go to the largest conference room for a meeting. Not one less. In the conference room, dozens of researchers walked in lazily in twos and threes. Chairs were dragged with a rustling sound, and the sounds of conversation and yawns were mixed together. There was no trace of the tension and seriousness that should be present in a meeting on their faces. On the contrary, there is a sense of relief, even a sense of schadenfreude. In their opinion, this was the final farewell dinner notice. They have even formed a small group in private, and are discussing enthusiastically whether to go to Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand or Europe after receiving the N+1 severance pay. Professor Lu Mubai also walked into the meeting room with heavy steps, holding a resignation letter that he had already written, but the handwriting was a little shaky. He planned to make a final farewell statement for his failed and ridiculous 5 years after Suncom Capital announced the dissolution of the project. Then, he completely bid farewell to this scientific research field that had consumed half his life's efforts and ruined his reputation. Just when everyone was thinking about their own things and waiting for the final judgment to come, Lin Feng walked up to the podium. He didn't say any unnecessary nonsense, no politeness, and no comfort. He went straight to the point, and his first sentence made everyone present think there was something wrong with their ears. Everyone. From today on, the Phoenix Gene Project will not be disbanded. Quite the contrary. Lin Feng looked around the room, his gaze like a sharp sword, sweeping across every stunned face, and announced in an unquestionable tone. I will add 10 billion yuan to this project as the first phase of investment. In addition. He paused, his voice was not loud, but it was like a blockbuster bomb, exploding in the silent conference room. From this moment on, I, Lin Feng, will personally be in charge of this project. Chief Scientist. As soon as the words fell, the entire conference room fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Then, a burst of laughter filled with ridicule and disdain broke out, which could no longer be suppressed. Ha! Did I hear that right? He wants to be our chief scientist? A capitalist who reeks of money is qualified to talk to us about science? Does he even know what a cell is? That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Who does he think he is? Einstein reincarnated? Or God incarnate? Professor Lu Mubai was the first to stand up from his chair. His face, which was full of wrinkles from staying up late for many years, turned red with anger. He slammed the resignation letter he had already written on the table, making a loud bang sound. Nonsense! This is absolute nonsense! He pointed at Lin Feng on the stage, his voice trembling with extreme anger. You're a businessman. A capitalist who only cares about profit. What makes you the chief scientist for this project? This is the most shameless and blatant insult to science. I quit. I can't stay on this project for another day. Right. We're quitting too. It's pure bullshit for an amateur to lead the experts. Can he read a gene map? Does he know what a transcription factor is? This is ridiculous. The other researchers in the laboratory seemed to have found their backbone and started to join in the fun. They may not have good scientific research capabilities and spend their days slacking off, but they still have that pitiful pride of being scientists. Faced with this overwhelming wave of passionate doubts and ridicule, Lin Feng's face was still calm and composed. He just looked indifferently at Professor Lu Mubai, who was shaking with anger. He picked up a whiteboard marker and walked over to the huge white curtain wall that almost took up the entire wall. Professor Lu. The paper you published 3 years ago in the top international journal Cell on the controllability of HeLa cell telomerase reverse transcriptase under specific conditions. I've seen it. The theory is brilliant, even brilliant. However, your entire experimental process has a fatal flaw that cannot be ignored. Lumumbai was stunned. That paper was his proudest achievement and the pinnacle of his academic accomplishment. It was the cornerstone of all his theories. How could there be a flaw? He was about to open his mouth to refute. Lin Feng didn't give him any chance. He turned around and faced the huge whiteboard, and while speaking, he wrote quickly on the smooth whiteboard. What he wrote was not words. Instead, it is a series of extremely complex gene sequences and reaction formulas that are enough to make any biology PhD's scalp tingle. Your third set of experimental data, which is also the most important one, had a success rate of less than 1 in 1,000 in subsequent repeated experiments. It was even considered academic fraud by the academic community at one point. The reason is very simple. Because you overlooked the fact that during the ultra-high-speed centrifugation process, the Cas9 protein and guide RNA you used would bind together, causing a spatial structural deviation of approximately 0.137 due to the influence of the minuscule van der Waals force. Although this positional deviation is extremely small, it will be infinitely amplified in the subsequent chain reaction. Ultimately, your entire experiment will fail utterly. Lin Feng's speech speed is getting faster and faster. The pen in his hand also left a series of dazzling afterimages on the whiteboard. The formulas he wrote became more and more difficult and mysterious. Everyone in the conference room gradually quieted down. Those researchers who were still booing and laughing. At this moment, they were all like ducks with their necks pinched by an invisible hand. They opened their mouths wide, staring in amazement and horror at the sacred formula on the whiteboard that looked like a heavenly book. Because, what is written, deduced, and solved above? This is what has troubled their entire team for 3 years. It cost the company countless funds and resources. The most core and fatal technical problem that has never been solved. And now, this young man, who in their eyes was full of money. It is using an invincible method that is so overwhelming and can be called a dimensionality reduction attack. For them, a final answer was given that was perfect and like a work of art. When Lin Feng wrote the last mysterious symbol and gently put down the whiteboard pen in his hand, the entire conference room was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Lumumbai was already trembling all over, with tears streaming down his face. He looked at the great formula that covered an entire wall, shining with wisdom. That feeling was like a believer who had been searching for light in darkness all his life, and finally saw the arrival of the oracle with his own eyes. He rushed to the podium in a few steps. Trembling, he tore the ridiculous resignation letter in his hand into pieces. Then, he faced Lin Feng, who was younger than his grandson. Deeply, deeply, I bowed. His voice became hoarse and choked due to extreme excitement and shame. Teacher! Please, 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 accept me, this foolish student. After completely conquering the entire scientific research team, how will Lin Feng plan the new and great direction of this Phoenix Gene project? What kind of earth-shaking changes will the huge investment of 10 billion bring to this dilapidated laboratory? The research and development of the miracle drug has officially started at this moment. Chapter 51: The First Cry of the Miracle Medicine. Under the personal guidance of Lin Feng, the new chief scientist, the entire Phoenix Gene Laboratory was completely transformed and underwent earth-shaking changes in just a few days. The huge amount of funds of 10 billion was injected in like the most powerful catalyst. The world's top and most advanced scientific research equipment, many of which are still in the experimental stage and cannot be bought with money, are continuously airlifted from all over the world through the channels of Tsunkon Capital. The entire laboratory was completed in just 3 days, undergoing a magnificent transformation from a dilapidated township chemical plant to a world-class biological temple. And those researchers who once lived a life of idleness and waiting for death, after witnessing Lin Feng's godlike knowledge and Professor Lumumbai's fanatical following, they finally regained their original glory and dreams as scientific researchers. Under the leadership of Lumumbai, they worshipped Lin Feng as a god. Everyone burst out with 120% enthusiasm for work, working around the clock for 24 hours, immersed in the ocean of science, tirelessly. Lin Feng also officially announced the project's new and correct research and development direction: superspeed cell regeneration. Moreover, he passed on the first half of the Phoenix Gene core formula in his mind to Lumumbai and his team as the core theoretical basis of the entire project. Under the various critical and incisive guidance provided from time to time by Lin Feng, the prophet with a god's perspective. The research and development progress of the entire project can only be described as lightning fast. Countless technical barriers that have troubled them in the past 5 years have been easily overcome one by one. A week later. Late at night, in the core centrifuge workshop of the laboratory. When Professor Lumumbai, wearing protective gloves, trembling, took out a small test tube from the ultra-high precision molecular centrifuge worth hundreds of millions. The entire workshop erupted in thunderous cheers. Success! They succeeded. The first one, cell activity superspeed regeneration and repair fluid, was named Phoenix No. 1 by Linfoam, a preliminary finished product. It was successfully extracted. What was contained in that test tube was not the transparent liquid that everyone imagined. It is a viscous magical liquid with a mysterious, light golden sheen, like the blood of God in mythology. It flows slowly in the test tube, emitting a refreshing and strange fragrance. We did it! Teacher! We did it! Lumumbai was so excited that tears streamed down his face. He held the small test tube as if he was holding the most precious treasure in the world. He excitedly suggested to Linfoam beside him. Teacher! We must immediately conduct comprehensive toxicology and stability testing on Phoenix 1 for at least 3 months to ensure its absolute safety. This is the most rigorous scientific process that any new drug must follow before it is put into use. Linfoam, however, shook his head. It's too late. He knew that this Phoenix 1.0 was a divine formula directly derived from the system, and it was impossible for it to have any side effects. He wants to verify its greatness in the most direct and shocking way. Let's conduct live experiments directly. What? Lumumbai was horrified. Teacher! This is too risky. What if? Just then, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. It was Sanlong who called. On the other end of the phone, Sanlong's voice had a subtle, barely perceptible weakness. Mr. Lin, the target has been captured. He's on Interpol's S-rank wanted list, venomous scorpion. But there was a small accident. When I was chasing him, his poison special forces dagger cut a gash on my arm. The wound isn't deep, and the poison has been forced out, so it's not fatal. But I might need to go to the hospital, get dozens of stitches, and rest for a while. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Really, whatever you think comes true. He immediately ordered Sanglong. Don't go to the hospital. Come to the Phoenix Genetic Laboratory immediately. I have something good here for you. Half an hour later, Sanlong came to the laboratory, covering his hideous wound, which had skin and flesh turned inside out and was so deep that the bone was visible. When Lin Feng told him that he wanted to test a new type of medicine on him that had just been developed and had never been used on a living body, this iron-blooded soldier king nodded immediately without any hesitation. My life belongs to you, Mr. Lin. You use it as you please. In the laboratory, all the researchers were staring at him with complex expressions of nervousness, anticipation, and a hint of fear. Lin Feng personally used a sterile glass dropper to draw a few drops of golden Phoenix No. 1 medicine from the golden test tube. Then, he gently dropped those few drops of liquid that looked like molten gold onto Sanlong's horrific wound that was still oozing blood. Next second, a miracle happened. I saw that the golden liquid, the moment it came into contact with the flesh and blood of the wound, it's like a red-hot iron touching butter. Sizzle. Waves of fragrant white smoke suddenly emerged from the wound. Right after, everyone looked at them in horror, as if they had seen a ghost. The flesh and blood on the wolf's wound actually expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye that completely defied biological common sense. Start to wriggle, proliferate, grow, and heal madly. Those broken muscle fibers are automatically reconnected. Those damaged blood vessels and nerves are regenerating rapidly. The whole process was as if a pair of invisible hands belonging to the gods were repairing this mortal body at a speed 100 times faster. Less than 10 minutes. Just less than 10 minutes. That wound was so deep that the bone was visible, enough to make any ordinary person faint from the pain on the spot. It has completely disappeared. Instead, there was only a faint pink mark left. Not even a scar was left. Miracle medicine, amazing effect. But, what are its side effects? Can its output meet future demand? Besides the healing of the wounds, what other, more astonishing changes had occurred in Sanglong's body? The appearance of such a miraculous medicine will stir up such a world-shaking storm on this land. Chapter 52, Ticket to a Miracle. It worked! It worked! Oh my god! We did it! We created a miracle! When Sanglong's intact arm was shown in front of everyone, the entire laboratory erupted in a thunderous and crazy cheer in an instant. Lu Mubai and those researchers were so excited that they cried and laughed like children, hugging each other and crying. They know. They knew that they had personally created and witnessed a great miracle that was enough to change the course of human history. As for Sanglong, he clenched his arm, which was so brittle that the bone was visible just now, and his eyes were filled with extreme shock and disbelief. He was shocked to find out. Not just a wound, it's completely healed. The strength, speed, and even the reaction ability of his arm are all stronger than when he was at his peak, at least 30% stronger. This is no longer a simple medicine for injuries. This is exactly the elixir in myths and legends that can transform people completely. Lin Feng was not surprised by this. He knows. This is because the current Phoenix One is only the most primitive and unstable primary version. Inside, the violent, uncontrollable life energy partially overflowed after repairing the wound. This resulted in Sanglong's arm being passively strengthened as a side effect. He immediately warned Lu Mubai. Let him and his team immediately optimize the stability of Phoenix One and research the mass production process. After all, the current synthesis rate of Phoenix One is shockingly low. Just now, it was only a few drops that saved Sanglong. It consumed rare raw materials worth nearly tens of millions. This is simply not possible to achieve real large-scale application. In the laboratory, everyone was still immersed in great joy and excitement. The red encrypted phone in Lin Feng's pocket suddenly and rapidly rang. The caller ID showed that it was from Director Lu Jinyun of Tianhai First People's Hospital. Lin Feng answered the phone. Immediately, Dean Lu's voice, filled with anxiety, fear, and deep despair, came from the other end of the phone. Lin. Divine Dr. Lin. Help. Something big happened. Jiang Yunfeng of the Jiang family, just now, suddenly suffered an acute large-scale myocardial infarction, which caused severe heart failure. Our hospital has issued 3 critical illness notices in a row. We are really helpless. Jiang family. Hear this name. Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. If we say that Wang Jiangwo's Tian Group is the king of Tianhai City's business sector, then the Jiang family is the real emperor behind the scenes of this city. It is the one that stands at the top of the pyramid of power, able to decide life and death with a single word, the real, stabilizing force. Lin Feng knew. He has been waiting for the opportunity for a long time. That will allow Phoenix One to enter the stage of history in the most shocking and perfect way. And in exchange for him, it gave him an admission ticket of the greatest value. Here it comes. Lu Jinyun, on the other end of the phone, said in an almost pleading tone. Divine Dr. Lin. I know you're no mortal. You possess the power to see through the heavens and the earth. I dare to beg you, can you allow me to recommend your case to the Jiang family? This may be Mr. Zhang's last chance of survival. At the same time, located in the center of Tianhai City, in the Jiang family manor, which is heavily guarded and looks like an ancient royal palace. The atmosphere was solemn to the extreme. The current head of the Jiang family, Jiang Jinghua, who holds a high position and has a majestic aura, is listening to the final and desperate report made by Dean Lu Jinyun via video call. When he heard that Lu Jinyun was actually going to recommend to him an unknown young man who was only in his 20s. Beside him, a young man wearing a well-tailored military uniform, with a shining star on his shoulders, a handsome face, but his eyes are full of innate pride and sharpness. It happened on the spot. He is the third-generation core of the Jiang family, known as the #1 young person in Beijing. He is only 30 years old, but has already held a high position, Jiang Tianyu. He snatched the phone from his father's hand. Facing Lu Jinyun's anxious face on the screen, he scolded in a cold, strongly dissatisfied tone. Dean Lu. I respect you as a leading figure in the domestic cardiovascular field. But now, this is no time to joke. My grandfather's life is in danger. You're actually going to recommend a young man of unknown origin to us? Are you humiliating the Jiang family's intelligence? Just when Jiang Tianyu was about to hang up the phone and completely block this nonsense old fool, Lin Feng's call went directly to Lu Jinyun's cell phone. And it is set to hands-free mode. Lin Feng only said one sentence on the phone. His voice was not loud, but it came through the receiver clearly and reached the ears of every member of the Jiang family present. That voice was filled with an unquestionable majesty and confidence that seemed to be above all others. I can save him. But my time is precious. I'll only give you 5 minutes to think about it. It's too late, no waiting. Finished. He then hung up the phone decisively. Then, he showed him the complete and miraculous video that Sunlong had just sent him, which recorded the healing of his arm from the moment the bone was visible to the instant healing. Sent it over. Lu Jinyun, trembling, clicked on the video. Then, he showed the phone screen to Jiang Tianyu and his son Jiang Jinghua, who were completely stunned. Seeing that miracle video completely overturned their worldview. How will this father and son, who control the fate of the entire Tianhai city, react? Will they let go of the pride and dignity that comes with being a top-tier wealthy family? Go and beg that young boy in their eyes to help? Lin Feng's first time entering the room. What kind of tests and scrutiny will they face from the top powers? Chapter 53: The Threshold of Power. In the end, reason triumphed over pride. After witnessing that video, which could not be explained by science and was a miracle, the Jiang family, this behemoth standing at the pinnacle of power in Tianhai City, chose to lower their noble heads. Jiang Tianyu is the most dazzling and arrogant general among the younger generation in Tianhai City. He personally drove a red flag car with a very special license plate number but an unassuming appearance to the headquarters building of Sankong capital to greet Lin Feng. The car was driving smoothly on the road. The atmosphere in the carriage was quiet, yet there were undercurrents. Jiang Tianyu looked in the rearview mirror at the young man who was resting with his eyes closed, his expression somewhat too calm. He seemed respectful, but in fact he kept using various words and indirect methods to test Lin Feng's background and master. Mr. Lin, you are truly a promising young man. I wonder which great Chinese medicine master did you learn from? Mr. Lin's medical skills are truly miraculous. I guess he must be from some hidden medical family, right? However, all the temptations were like a drop in the ocean. Lin Feng just casually passed it over with words like and okay without revealing any valuable information. This made Jiang Tianyu feel extremely shocked and confused. The vehicle drove westward, leaving the bustling city and entering a mysterious area that did not exist on the map and was not open to the public. Along the way, there is a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry post every 5 steps. Armed guards can be seen everywhere. The security level here is comparable to that of a real military restricted area. Final. The vehicle slowly stopped in front of a vast Chinese-style manor that looked like an ancient royal palace, simple yet majestic. Above the huge door lintel hangs a plaque carved from rosewood. Above, there are 2 large characters written in a majestic and powerful style. River Garden. This is the base camp of the Jiang family, this huge family. Jiang Tianyu personally opened the car door for Lin Feng and led him into the manor. Inside the garden, there are pavilions, terraces and towers, and every step brings a new scene, full of classical charm. There are small bridges, flowing water and winding paths leading to secluded places. But beneath that seemingly peaceful and tranquil scenery, Lin Feng, however, could feel it keenly. In the darkness, behind the rockery, trees and eaves, there are countless sharp eyes like hawks. That is the most elite guard team trained by the Jiang family. Each of them is a retired soldier from the top special forces. Jiang Tianyu, while leading the way in front, casually introduced. Mr. Lin, my father and several uncles are already waiting for you in the living room. He paused and added something that seemed ordinary but was actually full of profound meaning. Oh, yes. Mr. Qian, who was specially invited from the capital to treat Grandpa's health, is here too. Old Qian is a well-known doctor in our country's health bureau. He is a true national master doctor. He has been in charge of Grandpa's health for the past few years. This sentence seems to be an introduction. In fact, he was quietly putting pressure on Lin Feng. He wanted to tell Lin Feng, what level of medical authority he would be facing. Lin Feng, listening to Jiang Tianyu's inner thoughts. Who is this guy? That video doesn't look fake. But, he's really too young. I hope he's not a swindler, otherwise, no one can bear the responsibility today. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. He still didn't speak. Passing through several courtyards with carved beams and painted buildings, they finally arrived at a grand and solemn living room. The living room is decorated in a simple Chinese style. Sitting on the main seat was a middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit. His face was 70% similar to Jiang Tianyu, but his aura was 100 times more majestic and intimidating without even being angry. He is the current head of the Jiang family, Jiang. Beside him sat several old men who also had extraordinary bearing and deep eyes. Among them, the leader had white hair and a youthful face, and was in high spirits. Although he was the oldest, his eyes were the sharpest. He should be the one Jiang Tian you mentioned, the Imperial physician, Mr. Qian. When Lin Feng, led by the overly young eldest son of the Jiang family, slowly walked into the living room. Moment. In the living room, everyone's eyes were focused on him like searchlights. That look was full of scrutiny. Full of doubt. It was filled with an almost imperceptible trace of the instinctive contempt of the superiors for the common people. They simply couldn't believe it. I can't understand it either. The miracle doctor who was highly praised by Dean Luzhinyan and could save the life of the old man of the Jiang family. Surprisingly, it would be someone like this, who looks ordinary, even a little too young. A young boy. An invisible and rigorous test from the country's top power. Already, from the moment Lin Feng stepped into this living room. Quietly, it began. Top authorities gathered together. How will Lin Feng deal with this invisible yet huge pressure as heavy as a mountain? That core conflict is about to be triggered by the respected Imperial physician Mr. Qian himself. And what kind of harsh and merciless questioning will the Phoenix one that Lin Feng brought, which he has high hopes for, face? Chapter 54: The Imperial Physician's Difficulties. Jiang Jingwa slowly stood up from the armchair made of golden nanmu wood. Although he did not show obvious hostility like Jiang Tianyu. But those deep eyes, like ancient wells, revealed the scrutiny and majesty that are unique to those who have been in a superior position for a long time. But it makes people feel more stressed than any direct questioning. He stretched out his hand and shook hands gently with Lin Feng. The voice is calm and powerful. Mr. Lin, I've long heard of your name. This is an urgent situation. Let's get straight to the point. Lin Feng nodded. He knew that in front of this family that truly controlled power, any unnecessary courtesy would seem pale and powerless. Strength is the only pass. He placed the small, temperature-controlled suitcase he carried with him on the 8 Immortals table in front of him. With a click, the box is opened. A glass test tube, fixed in a special groove, lies there quietly. In the test tube, the light golden Phoenix No. 1 potion, like the blood of God, flows slowly, emitting a mysterious and charming luster. This is the thing that can save Mr. Jiang. Lin Feng's tone was very calm. But he spoke with absolute confidence, as if stating the truth. As soon as the medicine comes out. An assistant in a Zhongshan suit who had been sitting next to Mr. Qian with his eyes closed immediately opened his eyes. He walked quickly forward and took out a sophisticated scanning device the size of a mobile phone from his briefcase. He turned on the instrument and performed a professional, non-contact scan and analysis on the test tube. A few minutes later, he walked behind Mr. Qian, leaned forward slightly, and reported in a low voice that only the two of them could hear. Teacher. Our instruments are currently unable to analyze the specific chemical composition of this medicine. But what is certain is that its molecular structure is extremely unstable, and it seems to contain an unknown high-energy reaction that we have never seen before. There are risks. Mr. Qian snorted coldly. His eyes, which were originally half open, suddenly opened. Two sharp, tangible rays of light shot towards Lin Feng like lightning. He slowly stood up from the chair. A powerful and authoritative aura belonging to a national master doctor instantly enveloped the entire living room. Young man. You're being mysterious. Mr. Qian's voice was stern and powerful, like the sound of a huge bell, resounding and resounding. I've been practicing medicine for 50 years and have seen countless strange medicines and peculiar prescriptions. But this is the first time I've seen a so-called miracle drug like yours, with no production batch number, no clinical trial data, and no detailed ingredient list. To put it bluntly, this is a completely unqualified product. He suddenly turned to Jiang Jingwa, with a look of grief on his face. Master Jiang. It's not that I am talking too much. Boss Jiang's body is now like a candle in the wind, its fuel exhausted. The functions of his internal organs are as fragile as a piece of porcelain that can be easily broken by a blow. How can we take such a risk with something of unknown origin and composition? If anything goes wrong, who will be responsible? This isn't saving people. This is harming people. This is the greatest disrespect to Boss Jiang's life. Every word that Mr. Qian said was like a heavy hammer, hitting the heart of every member of the Jiang family present. The Jiang family's uncles who held great power also nodded, their faces showing solemn expressions. They all thought that what Mr. Tian said made sense. No, take the risk. Jiang Tianyu's expression became increasingly ugly. He took a step forward and questioned Lin Feng with an extremely oppressive look. Mr. Lin. We've seen that video, and it's really amazing. But, that's just an external injury. Right now, the man lying on the hospital bed is my grandfather. He is the pillar of support for the entire Jiang family. I just want to ask you one question. How confident are you in using this medicine? Moment. In the living room, all the pressure, all the eyes, all the scrutiny and suspicion. They were all like mountains, pressing down on Lin Feng alone. Lin Feng looked at this group of condescending and self-righteous people. Listening to their deep thoughts, they were filled with calculations, doubts, and self-preservation. There was not even a trace of panic on his face. Instead, he showed a faint smile that was full of playfulness. He did not answer Jiang Tianyu's question. Instead, he set his gaze on the aggressive and righteous old man, Qian. Mr. Qian, right? Lin Feng spoke. His voice was not loud. But it seemed to have a strange magic. The entire living room, which was originally filled with tense atmosphere, suddenly became quiet. We can put the medicine aside for now. Why don't we talk about it first? The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Your medical skills. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. He actually wanted to avoid the debate that was most disadvantageous to him. On the contrary, to challenge the most respected and authoritative person present. A national master doctor? How would he evaluate Mr. Qian's medical skills? A diagnosis that is destined to be earth-shattering. About to begin. Chapter 55, God's Eye. Hearing that Lin Feng, this young man who looked younger than his grandson, was so shameless as to comment on his medical skills. Mr. Qian was stunned at first. Then, he laughed out of anger. Okay. Okay. He said okay twice, and his sharp eyes were full of undisguised contempt and sarcasm. I have been practicing medicine for 50 years and was personally named National Master Doctor by the late Emperor. I have seen countless people in my life, but this is the first time I have seen such an arrogant brat like you. Come on. Tell me about it. What's wrong with my medical skills? He wanted to see what this ignorant boy could come up with. Lin Feng ignored his sarcasm. He simply calmly activated the diagnostic abilities of his God-level medical skills and his mind-reading skills. Moment. The physical condition of everyone present, and even the truest thoughts deep in their hearts. Everything is in his eyes, nothing can escape his sight. He looked at Mr. Qian and spoke calmly. Mr. Qian, you have been treating Mr. Zheng's health recently. I prescribed a modified version of ginseng, aconite, dragon bone, and oyster as the main ingredients, ginseng, aconite, dragon bone, and oyster, correct? As soon as these words were spoken, Mr. Qian's expression suddenly changed. He was stunned. Because this prescription was specially tailored for people of Mr. Zheng's level. It is the highest level of secret in the entire health bureau. No more than 5 people know this recipe. This young man in front of me, how did he know? But he still held on, and nodded proudly with the pride of being a national master doctor. So what? This recipe was created by the medical saint Yanjing. It's the #1 miraculous recipe for treating heart-yang deficiency and restoring yang throughout the ages. Is there anything wrong with it? The recipe is a good one. Lin Feng nodded. But the next second, his tone suddenly changed. But you added an auxiliary herb to the prescription, stir-fried atractylodes macrocephala, to strengthen the spleen and replenish qi, right? And the dosage you gave was 15 grams. Mr. Qian nodded subconsciously. This is indeed his recipe. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a faint sneer. If this dosage is used on ordinary people, it will indeed strengthen the spleen and replenish qi, and strengthen the body's foundation. But Lin Feng's voice suddenly rose. Using it on a critically ill body like Mr. Zheng's, with his heart-yang weakened and both qi and blood deficient, would not only be of no benefit, but would only aggravate the blockage in his heart meridians, like adding insult to injury. This is the fundamental reason why the old man's condition suddenly worsened drastically around 3:15 yesterday afternoon and he fell into a deep coma. Boom! These words were like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. It hit Mr. Qian's crown hard. He was struck by lightning, and his whole body froze in place. His face, which was originally full of pride, instantly turned as pale as paper. Because, what Lin Feng said was the time when the disease worsened, and the sudden appearance of symptoms. Exactly the same as the facts. This was the biggest question that he and the entire expert group had been unable to figure out after reviewing the case for a whole night. Lin Feng did not stop. His gaze turned to the Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Jinghua, who was already shocked and speechless. Master Jiang. Mr. Jiang, at this moment, is in the ward and in a coma. But, if you send someone in right now and gently press the Yanjing point on his left side, the Mingmen point on his lower back, and the Yongquan point on the sole of his right foot, he will definitely show an extremely painful reaction. It was a sharp, dull pain, like a burning sensation from a needle. Furthermore, I dare to assert that this kind of pain cannot be detected by all of your most advanced and sophisticated Western medical instruments, correct? Jiang Jinghua was horrified. He jumped up from the armchair. Because, just this morning, when the old man was briefly conscious, he did mutter something incoherently. He said that there were several places on his body that felt like they were being pricked by needles and were very painful. But at that time, all the doctors used instruments to carefully examine the patient several times. Can't find any problems. They all thought that it was a neurological illusion caused by the decline of the body functions of a seriously ill old man. But now, Jiang Jinghua, I don't dare to think about it anymore. He immediately said to his younger brother, Jiang Jinjuan, in a trembling voice, anxiously. Second brother. Quick. Go in and take a look. Do as Mr. Lin says. Yes. Big brother. Jiang Jinjuan had already been frightened by Lin Feng's miraculous method, which could be called remote diagnosis. He rolled and crawled into the inner ward. A moment later, he ran out in panic again. His face was filled with extreme, unbelievable, and shock. Big brother. You got it all right. I just touched Dad's Yanjing acupoint lightly, and he was in so much pain that his whole body was twitching. The whole living room. At this moment, there was a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes looking at Lin Feng have completely changed. From the beginning, scrutiny, suspicion. At this moment, I am shocked and horrified. Even a deep awe of the unknown power. This is no longer medical skill. This is divine magic. It is the magical power that only the immortals on earth possess in the legend, which can reach the sky. Mr. Qian's face had long been turning blue and white. His lips trembled as he walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Then, he faced this young man who was even younger than his grandson. He bent deeply, his proud waist, which had never been bent to anyone in his life. No. Gentlemen. His voice was filled with endless shame and admiration. Sir, this is amazing. This is amazing. It's me, the old man, who can't recognize the great mountain and is just looking at the world from a well. I am convinced. I am convinced from the bottom of my heart. I am convinced. Jiang Jinghua also stepped forward quickly. He also bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin. It's us who failed to recognize the great man and neglected this miraculous doctor. Please save my father. Lin Feng accepted their gift calmly. He knew this was what he deserved. He looked at these powerful people in front of him who had finally put aside all their arrogance. Calmly, he said. Now. Okay, let me see the patient. Lin Feng has completely conquered the second generation of the Jiang family with his miraculous medical skills. But the real test has just begun. The final test came from Mr. Jiang, the sober lion who once dominated the world and dominated an era, lying on his sickbed. Would this former stabilizing force easily hand over his life to the hands of such a mysterious young man? Chapter 56, Chess Game at the Bedside. Lin Feng was allowed to enter the ward of Mr. Jiang, Jiang Yunfeng, alone. This ward is not so much a ward as a sick room. It is better to say that it is a small, top-level ICU. All kinds of the world's most advanced life-sustaining medical equipment are available. However, the decoration of the room is simple and elegant, full of a heavy sense of history. On the wall hang several long out-of-print calligraphy and paintings by famous artists. The air is also filled with a light, soothing scent of sandalwood. On the hospital bed, there lay an old man with a haggard face and bony body, wearing an oxygen mask. He is the Jiang family's mainstay, the lion of a generation who could change the situation in China with just a stop of his foot, Jiang Yunfeng. although his body had been tortured by illness and was exhausted. However, his half-open eyes were still as sharp as an eagle, flashing with a terrifying light of wisdom and majesty. Obviously, he had already learned from his son everything that had happened in the living room outside. Seeing Lin Feng, he walked in slowly. Zhang Yunfeng gently waved to the nurse beside him. The nurse immediately and respectfully withdrew and closed the door. The old man used all his strength to slowly take off the oxygen mask on his face. He looked at Lin Feng and spoke slowly. His voice was hoarse and weak. But every word carries the unquestionable power of the superior. I've heard everything that happened outside. Young man, good tricks. Much better than my good-for-nothing sons. His hawk-like eyes stared straight at Lin Feng, as if he wanted to see through his soul completely. Go ahead. What do you want? Yes, a fortune that rivals a nation's? Or, a position below one person? Or maybe, my Jiang family will use all our strength to accomplish something for you? In his cognition, there is no free lunch in the world. There is no kindness without reason. Lin Feng, risking the chance to offend the national master Dr. Chen Lao and gamble his newly established reputation as Divine Dr. Lin, came here to extend his life. Of course, there must be a purpose. Moreover, the goal is very big. Lin Feng smiled. He activated his mind-reading ability. In an instant, he clearly heard the most real and strongest cry from the old man's heart. I can't accept this, I really can't accept this. I have spent my entire life in the military, conquering this land. I have yet to watch it reach its most glorious peak. I can't die. I absolutely can't just lie here like a useless person, powerless, waiting to die. Power, strength. I need time. I need a healthy body. As long as it allows me to stand up, no matter the cost. I can pay it. Lin Feng saw through everything. He did not answer any of Zhang Yunfeng's questions. Instead, he asked, Mr. Jiang, you have spent your entire life in the military, overcoming all difficulties and obstacles to create the Jiang family's decades of glory. You are really willing to just lie here like this? Like a powerless bystander abandoned by the times. Watch helplessly as the world outside surges and tumbles, the tides ebb and flow? Boom! These words were like an invisible hammer. It hit Zhang Yunfeng's heart hard. This is exactly what he feels most unwillingly, deep down in his heart. Lin Feng didn't give him any chance to breathe. He continued, in a voice full of allure. What I bring today is not a one-time, short-term treatment, but a new, great possibility. I brought this project called Phoenix. Once it can truly succeed, then, it can bring you more than just a lingering survival. But, healthy and energetic, for 10, 20 years, or even longer. It can allow you to stand up from this bed again. It will allow you to take back the supreme scepter that rightfully belongs to you. I will allow you to witness with your own eyes the empire you built, under your leadership, march towards an even more glorious and greater future. At this moment, Lin Feng's eyes became extremely deep, like the starry sky. So, what I want is not the tiny, insignificant reward from your Jiang family. His voice became solemn and full of power. What I want is someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Together, let's witness this world being completely changed by us. Ally. Ally. Hear these two words. In Zhang Yunfeng's hawk-like eyes, which were already a little cloudy. For the first time, an extremely strong and brilliant desire to survive and the light of hope burst out. He stared at Lin Feng intently. There was silence for a long, long time. The only sound in the entire ward was the gentle beeping of medical equipment. Finally, he used all his strength and said in a deep voice. Good. Nice one, ally. Rule. Use your medicine. Use your method. Go ahead and treat it boldly. His skinny hands tightly grasped the bed rails. No matter, success or failure. My Jiang family will forever remember this great favor of yours. Lin Feng knew. This moment. He not only obtained the final authorization to treat Mr. Jiang. He, moreover, won the true equality of this great man who had experienced ups and downs in his life. Respect. However, just as Lin Feng was about to start the treatment, he used his God-level medical skills to carefully examine Mr. Jiang's physical condition. His brows, however, wrinkled slightly. he discovered a new and difficult problem. The Phoenix No. 1 potion, though, can repair Mr. Zhang's already declining source of vitality. However, due to years of old injuries and illnesses, the old man's 12 main meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians in his body had long been congested and blocked, unable to bear the heavy burden. If so, forcefully inject that extremely overbearing medicinal power into it. Not only that, it cannot be fully absorbed by the body. On the contrary, the impact of the medicine will cause the meridians to be severed and the person to die on the spot. I must clear his meridians first. Open up all the roads leading to a new life in this body. Chapter 57: The Missing Medicine. Lin Feng walked out of the ward. Jiang Jinghua, Jiang Tianyu, and Mr. Qian and others who were waiting outside immediately surrounded them. Their faces were filled with expressions of extreme tension and anticipation. "Mr. Lin, how is it?" "My father?" Jiang Jinghua asked anxiously. Lin Feng nodded. "Mr. Jiang, I agree. However, treatment needs to be done in 2 steps. As he spoke, he took out a set of silver gleaming acupuncture needles from an antique wooden box he carried with him. He said to the crowd, "Now, I need to first stabilize Mr. Zhang's heart, which is about to fail. No one is allowed to disturb me while I am giving you acupuncture." After saying that, he walked into the ward again. This time, he didn't close the door. This allows Jiang Jinghua and others to clearly see everything inside from the outside. Just see. Lin Feng came to the bedside and concentrated his energy on his dantian. He picked up a silver needle as thin as an ox hair, and his movements were as fast as lightning and as steady as Mount Tai. With incredible precision, he pierced the Tanzhong point on Mr. Zhang's chest. Immediately following, the second needle is at Shinmen acupoint. The third needle is Naguan acupoint. What he used was not some astonishing magic acupuncture technique. It is just a set of the most basic and common acupuncture techniques in the divine level medical skills used to stabilize the heart meridian. But, even so, under his miraculous and exquisite technique, likewise, it has an immediate and magical effect. I saw Mr. Jiang lying on the hospital bed, his face as pale as gold paper and dying. His face actually began to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. His breathing, which was so weak that it was almost disappearing, gradually became steady and powerful. Next to the bed, the curve representing the heart rate on the life monitor has also returned to a relatively safe and stable fluctuation range from the previous dangerous state that could turn into a straight line at any time. This is a miraculous scene. This greatly boosted the confidence of the Zhang family members guarding outside the door. The way they looked at Lin Feng also changed from the doubt they had before to complete conviction and admiration without any disguise. Half an hour later, Lin Feng put away the needle and walked out of the ward. He said to Jiang Jinghua, who was very excited, "The first step, protecting the heart meridian, has been completed. But there is another, more difficult problem. Mr. Jiang, due to his early military service, has many old injuries and hidden illnesses. Coupled with years of hard work, his meridians have become severely congested and blocked. It's like an ancient river that has been blocked by silt and garbage for decades. If we were to use Phoenix No. 1 right now, this miraculous medicine with incredibly powerful medicinal properties would be a miracle drug. Then, more than 90% of the medicinal power will be wasted due to the blockage of the meridians. It could even cause irreparable secondary damage to the old man's body because the medicine is too strong and he's too weak to take it." Jiang Jinggua's face changed when he heard this, and he asked hurriedly, Then what should we do? Mr. Lin, you must have a way, right?" Lin Feng nodded. "Of course there is a way. I need to first use a set of acupuncture techniques called Dragon Tiger Crossing Evil Needle to forcibly open up all the blocked meridians for him. But this set of acupuncture techniques is extremely overbearing. When it is performed, it is like a fight between dragons and tigers, causing a huge impact on the heart meridians. So, we must have a special, extremely cold, anine herb as a guide. When performing acupuncture, use it to protect the old man's heart meridian to ensure that there is no risk of failure. This medicinal herb is called..." Lin Feng looked at everyone and slowly uttered 3 words. "Green frost grass." "Green frost grass?" Jiang Jinghua nodded immediately. "Okay. I understand. I will immediately mobilize all the power of the Zhang family to search for this medicine worldwide. The power of the Zhang family, this behemoth, is extremely terrifying." At Jiang Jinggua's order, countless calls were made from Jianyuan. All of the Jiang family's connections, channels, and resources around the world were completely mobilized at this moment. Less than an hour. All known rare medicinal material markets around the world, big and small, have been turned upside down by them. But in the end, the feedback they received made the hearts of all Jiang family members sink to the bottom. Green frost grass. In the entire secular world, it has been completely extinct for at least 50 years. Just when everyone fell into deep despair. In the ward. That old man Jiang who had been lying quietly on the bed. But he spoke slowly through the intercom at the bedside, using a voice that was weak but full of wisdom. In the secular world, not. That doesn't mean that place doesn't have it either. Jiang Jingguo was stunned at first. Then, he immediately understood what his father meant. His expression instantly became extremely solemn. Zhang Yunfeng asked the nurse to shake his bed. He looked at Lin Feng and explained in an unprecedented serious tone. Mr. Lin. This world is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Outside of our mundane society, which is dominated by mortals, there are still some hidden sects that have been passed down for thousands of years and possess extraordinary powers. We, collectively, refer to them as ancient martial arts world. They are a group of powerful warriors who have transcended the limits of mortal bodies through the practice of special internal skills. They are a world of their own, with their own code of conduct and value system. And they extremely reject us, ordinary people who, in their eyes, are powerless and helpless. As far as I know. Zhang Yunfeng looked at Lin Feng and expressed his last hope. It's right here in our Tianhai city, on the Qingcheng mountain, which is shrouded in clouds and mist all year round. There's an ancient martial arts sect called the Qingcheng sect entrenched there. The climate and geographical environment there are very unique. It's the only place in all of China where green frost grass might still grow. The problem of saving lives, at this moment, starts from a simple medical issue. It has escalated into a diplomatic, even military issue that is full of unknowns and dangers. Even the Jiang family, a powerful and wealthy family, finds it difficult to deal with, and even the ancient martial arts sects are unwilling to provoke them easily. How arrogant and powerful will it be? Lin Feng, the identity of a wealthy man, and worldly power. In front of these outsiders with extraordinary strength. Is it still useful? How will he obtain the life-saving key medicine from these arrogant and xenophobic ancient warriors? Chapter 58, Difficulty Entering the Mountain Gate. Bid farewell to the worried Jiang family members. Lin Feng did not delay. He rejected Jiang Tianyu's suggestion to send a team of bodyguards to escort him, and simply changed into casual clothes that were convenient for movement. Then, alone, driving a black off-road vehicle prepared for him by the Jiang family, which had powerful performance but an extremely low-key appearance, he followed the map marked Top Secret and rushed towards Qingcheng Mountain, which was full of mystery in the eyes of the locals in Tianhai City. The off-road vehicle was driving smoothly on the winding mountain road. As the altitude continues to rise, the surrounding environment becomes more primitive and quiet. The hustle and bustle of the city is completely isolated behind us, and the air seems to carry a refreshing feeling that is completely different from that at the foot of the mountain. It was a smell filled with an energy called aura. Finally, when the vehicle reached the end of the winding mountain road, the road ahead was blocked by an ancient and timeless mountain gate. The mountain gate is built with several huge bluestones weighing hundreds of tons and several huge logs that require several people to hug together. A black plaque hangs directly above it, on which are written two large characters in ancient seal script in a flamboyant style. Xingcheng. The handwriting was as smooth as a dragon and as graceful as iron and silver. Each stroke seemed to carry a mysterious Taoist charm, which made people feel awe at the first glance. In front of the mountain gate, two young disciples wearing green Taoist robes stood quietly. They looked to be in their early 20s, but their expressions were unusually cold, without a trace of the youthful vigor that young people should have. Their temples were bulging high, and they stood there, as solemn and majestic as mountains, with a long breath. Obviously, they are all real martial artists with remarkable internal skills. Lin Feng stopped the car. He pushed open the car door and walked calmly towards the mountain gate that represented another world. Stop. Standing on the left, the disciple with a slightly longer face, Zhang Yun, stretched out his hand to stop him. His voice was cold and emotionless. Qingcheng is a forbidden place for cultivation, no one is allowed to enter. Lin Feng stopped. He looked at the two arrogant young Taoist priests in front of him and said calmly, "My name is Lin Feng. I'm here to pay my respects to the Jiang family down the mountain, at the request of Mr. Jiang Yunfeng. I hope to ask your sect for a medicinal herb called green frost grass. As he said this, he handed over the visiting card that the Jiang family had prepared for him. It was made of extremely exquisite materials and written by a contemporary calligrapher. No matter what, courtesy must be exercised. The disciple standing on the right, Li Hu, who was more burly, reached out and took the visiting card. He just glanced at it casually and sneered. Then, in front of Lin Feng, he casually threw the visiting card, which could be collected as a work of art in the secular world, onto the dusty ground. Jiang family? Never heard of it. Li Hu's tone was filled with undisguised, naked disdain and contempt. It's just that there are a few nouveau riche people with dirty money among the mortals down the mountain who are blinded by worldly desires. Are you worthy enough to come to my Qingqing immortal mountain to pay homage? Zhang Yun on the side also immediately echoed. Our headmaster has already issued a decree not to see any lay visitors from the mountain. Boy, considering that you know nothing about our Qingcheng, we will not bother with you today. Get down the mountain. Otherwise, don't blame us brothers for being rude to you. Their eyes are filled with the innate sense of superiority that they have over ordinary people as outsiders. It's like a god, looking down at the ants under his feet. Lin Feng looked at the visiting card on the ground that had been accidentally stepped on by Li Hu with his cloth shoes. His eyes gradually turned cold. He understood. It's useless to reason with these people. In their eyes, the so-called etiquette, the so-called respect, the so-called tremendous power of the Jiang family. It's all just a ridiculous, insignificant joke. They only believe in one thing. That is, absolute strength. In that case, Lin Feng no longer had any more nonsense. He lifted his foot. He walked straight ahead, ignoring the two mountain guarding disciples who were still shouting. He walked into the ancient mountain gate that was full of Taoist charm. The protagonist ignored all warnings and chose the most direct and toughest way to break in. How would the two self-righteous disciples guarding the mountain treat him rudely? Lin Feng's strength has already reached the pinnacle. When he faces these so-called real ancient warriors for the first time, what kind of devastating and absolute crushing will he show? And what kind of new and bizarre world is hidden behind that mysterious mountain gate? Chapter 59. You are not qualified. Court death. Seeing Lin Feng, a mortal like an ant in their eyes, actually dared to ignore them like this. Zhang Yun and Li Hu were furious. As the mountain guarding disciples of the Qingqing sect, although they are only outer disciples, in this small piece of land of Tianhai City, no matter how high-ranking the official or how rich the tycoon, who would not treat them with respect and courtesy. Have you ever suffered such a great humiliation? The two looked at each other and saw the cold murderous intent in each other's eyes. They attacked at the same time. One left, one right. Like two cheetahs jumping out of the forest. There was an extremely sharp palm wind on both palms, and they grabbed Lin Feng's shoulders together. What they performed was the most basic and most widely spread entry-level palm technique of the Qingqing sect, the green pine palm. Although this set of palm techniques is only basic, but with the blessing of Qingqing internal energy, in the eyes of ordinary people, it is already as fast as lightning and as powerful as 1,000 pounds. It is enough to easily smash a hard bluestone into pieces. They want to teach this ignorant lunatic a bloody lesson that he will never forget. However, facing this fierce attack from both sides, Lin Feng didn't even turn his head. He still walked at that steady, unhurried pace. Continue walking towards the ancient mountain gate. It was as if the two aggressive enemies behind him did not exist at all. Just when Zhang Yun and Li Hu's hands, full of grins and about to succeed, were about to touch Lin Feng's shoulders. Lin Feng's god-level fighting technique, all martial arts returned to the origin, which had long been integrated with him, was like a god-like martial arts aura, passively and naturally released outwards. An invisible, yet indestructible aura instantly formed around his body. Protective energy. Bang! There was a dull sound, like rotten leather being hit by a heavy hammer. Zhang Yun and Li Hu only felt as if they were not holding onto the same person. Instead, it crashed heavily into the front of a heavy truck that was traveling at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. It was as if an invisible huge hammer hit his chest hard. A seemingly gentle, but actually irresistible, terrifying force like a tidal wave came instantly. The two of them didn't even have time to scream. They all looked like two scarecrows blown up by the wind. He was shocked and flew back 7 or 8 steps. Then, he fell heavily on his butt onto the cold, hard ground. Puff! The two of them only felt the blood surging in their chest and a sweetness in their throats. A mouthful of boiling hot blood spurted out uncontrollably. They looked up in horror, looking at the figure walking away without even stopping. His eyes were filled with extreme, unbelievable horror. They can't figure it out. They racked their brains but couldn't figure it out. How on earth did I lose? The other party didn't even move his hands. This has completely exceeded their understanding of martial arts. Li Hu struggled to get up from the ground. He knew he had met a tough opponent. They encountered a terrifying existence that they could not match at all. He rolled and crawled to the mountain gate. Using all his strength, he struck the huge bronze bell hanging on the doorpost. When? 3 rapid, warning bell sounds instantly broke the tranquility of the valley. It continues to echo among the towering Qingqing Mountains. This is the Qingqing sect's highest level enemy attack alert. And at this moment, Lin Feng had already slowly walked into the ancient mountain gate. The scene before me suddenly became clear. It is an extremely vast square paved with huge, complete bluestones. At the end of the square, there are continuous palaces with flying eaves and brackets. Magnificent buildings full of Taoist charm are hidden in the swirling clouds, appearing and disappearing. It's like a paradise on earth. This is the Real Mountain Gate of Qingqing sect. The urgent sound of the alarm bell obviously alarmed the disciples who were practicing in this fairyland. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of figures wearing the same green Taoist robes were like sharks smelling blood. They rushed over quickly from various palaces in all directions. They surrounded Lin Feng, the uninvited guest, in the center of the square. Everyone had a bad look on their face. Just then, "Get out of the way!" A cold rebuke full of majesty rang out. The onlookers immediately retreated to both sides like a tide, making way for a passage. A deacon wearing a dark-colored robe that represents a higher status. A man in his 30s, with a sinister face and eyes like a venomous snake, separated from the crowd and walked out slowly. He is the outer sect deacon of Qingqing sect, Song Qingshu. He is also the strongest and most ruthless among this generation of outer disciples. Song Qingshu first glanced at Zhang Yun and Li Hu, who were guarding the door with pale faces and blood at the corners of their mouths. They looked miserable. Then, his eyes fell on the Zhang family's visiting card, which was covered with dust and footprints. His face instantly became so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. He slowly raised his head and stared at Lin Feng with cold eyes, as if he was looking at a dead person. "Your Excellency, you are so majestic." First, he injured the mountain guarding disciple of my Qingqing sect. Then he forced his way into the mountain gate of my Qingqing sect. His voice was filled with undisguised murderous intent. "Today, if you don't give us an explanation that satisfies the Qingqing sect, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of this mountain gate upright." The conflict officially escalated at this moment. What started as a personal conflict between 2 mountain guarding disciples turned into a matter of face for the entire sect. What kind of rules of the Qingqing sect will Song Qingshu, the outer sect deacon who looks like he is not easy to mess with, use to deal with Lin Feng, the intruder who he considers to be ignorant of life and death? A battle to establish prestige at the Qingqing sect's martial arts training ground. Coming soon. Chapter 60. You all, come together. Lin Feng ignored the dozens of hostile and murderous gazes around him. His eyes fell calmly on the leading outer sect deacon, Song Qingshu. "I'll say it again. I came here to seek medicine. Get the medicine. I will leave naturally." His voice was not loud, but he carried with him an innate, unquestionable majesty of a superior. A sinister and cold light flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes. He said with a forced smile, "Seeking medicine? Sure. However, our Qingqing sect is a martial arts sect that has been passed down for thousands of years. Here, everything must be done according to the rules of our martial arts world." He stretched out his hand and pointed to the center of the square, where there was a wide training ground paved with huge bluestone slabs. "Sir, since you are so skilled, you must be one of my kind. As long as you can defeat any disciple of our Qingqing sect in this martial arts arena. Then, regarding your request for medicine, we can naturally sit down and have a good talk." He hadn't finished speaking. Among the crowd, a young disciple with a tall figure, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, who looked handsome, let out a long and clear roar. He tiptoed on the ground and tapped it lightly. The whole person, like a rock with its wings spread, lightly leaped into the field. Qingqing sect, chief disciple, Lu Chongfeng. He held a 3-foot-long sword that shone with green light, and the tip of the sword pointed at Lin Feng from afar. His eyes were filled with the absolute pride of a genius and a burning desire to fight. He is the Qingcheng sect's martial arts genius, a rare talent in a century. At the age of only 25, he has already cultivated the Qingcheng sect's internal skills to the 6th level and is about to break through to the 7th level. Deeply loved and respected by the master. Known as the strongest contender for the next generation leader. They saw that the eldest brother, who was like a god in their minds, took action personally. The Qingcheng sect disciples around them immediately burst into thunderous cheers. Big brother is mighty. If senior brother takes action, he will definitely be able to take down this ignorant lunatic. Right. Teach him a lesson. Let him know how powerful our Qingcheng sect is. Let's restore our sect's reputation. In their opinion, there is no suspense in this battle anymore. However, Lin Feng looked at Lu Chengfeng in the field, who was full of fighting spirit and high spirits. But, disappointed, he shook his head. In his vision of god-level fighting technique, all martial arts return to the origin. The one in front of me is the so-called genius of the century. The internal force in his body is thin and complex. The energy around him is filled with all kinds of fatal flaws, big and small. He is even more vulnerable than those so-called external martial arts masters at the foot of the mountain. Too weak. It's really too weak. Lin Feng didn't even have the interest to fight with him. His eyes slowly swept over Song Qingshu, who was standing on the sidelines, with a look of anticipation. He scanned the surroundings again, those ordinary Qingcheng disciples who were still shouting. Then, he spoke in a calm tone, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. You. Let's go together. I'm in a hurry. Boom. This sentence is like a meteorite from outer space weighing tens of thousands of tons. It crashed heavily into the calm lake surface. In an instant, the whole audience exploded. Arrogant. Court death. So arrogant. Who does he think he is? Big brother. Stop talking nonsense to him. Destroy him. Tear his mouth apart. All the Qingcheng disciples were extremely excited and felt that they had suffered an unprecedented humiliation. Lu Chengfeng, who was standing in the middle of the field, felt that his dignity was being harshly trampled on and ruthlessly crushed by the opponent. His handsome face turned red in an instant. Madman! Die! He shouted angrily. Look at the sword. His body moved suddenly. Take a step with mysterious steps. With the long sword in his hand, he instantly unleashed the most exquisite and fierce sword technique of the Qingcheng sect, the 9 turns of the wind sword technique. In a moment, I saw that the green sword light, like a violent storm, turned into an impenetrable, dazzling light curtain. All the vital parts of Lin Feng's body were completely covered. He used all his strength in this sword strike. He wanted to use the most gorgeous and cruel way to completely kill this arrogant guy in front of him with his sword. However, in Lin Feng's martial arts vision, which is like a god, this sword technique seems to be extremely gorgeous and impenetrable. But, it is still full of various ridiculous flaws, big and small. Slow. Too slow. It was even slower than the wooden swords swung by old men and women in the park during their morning exercises. Facing the overwhelming sword light, Lin Feng neither dodged nor avoided. He didn't even move his feet. However, at that moment, the tip of Lu Qingfeng's sword, which was infused with all his internal strength, was about to hit his body. He stretched out his right hand like lightning. Extended index finger and middle finger. Then, gently, pinch it. Bite. An extremely crisp sound of metal clashing was heard. Moment. The entire audience, all the sounds, disappeared. Time seemed to have been paused at this moment. Just see. Lin Feng's 2 fingers looked white and slender. Surprisingly, with incredible precision, it caught Lu Chengfeng, who was stabbing at him at an extremely high speed. Tip of the sword. No matter how Lu Chengfeng activated the internal force in his body. No matter how he did it, his face was flushed and veins bulged. The long sword in his hand was made of refined steel. It was as if they were being suppressed by an invisible mountain. Not moving at all. The whole audience was in dead silence. How will Lin Feng end this battle that has already left no suspense? The leader of the younger generation of the Qingcheng sect was defeated so easily and humiliatingly. In the sect, there are the real big shots, the elders who live in seclusion, and the high and mighty leader. Finally, is he going to show up? Facing these more powerful enemies, Lin Feng, can he still be as relaxed and carefree as he is now? Chapter 61 Elder, just one punch. The whole audience was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the scene. Focusing on the tip of the sword, which was easily clamped by two seemingly slender fingers. Lu Qingfeng's handsome face had long been twisted and deformed due to extreme shock and humiliation. He doesn't believe it. He is unwilling to accept it. He is the Qingqing sect's most talented genius, the one that appears once in a century. How could he be defeated in such a ridiculous and humiliating way by an unknown mortal from down the mountain? Ah! He let out a roar of unwillingness. He mobilized the Qingqing internal force that he had cultivated for more than 20 years without reservation and madly. His right hand, which was holding the hilt of the sword, had bulging veins and knotted muscles. He wanted to pull his sword out from those two fingers that were as motionless as iron clamps. However, Lin Feng looked at his futile struggle. There was a hint of impatience in his eyes. His fingers just flicked lightly. Buzz. A force that seems weak, but is actually extremely overbearing and powerful. In an instant, it passed through the sword body that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Ah! Lu Qingfeng only felt a terrifying force that he could not resist at all, surging from the sword. He let out a shrill scream. The base of his right hand, which was holding the hilt of the sword, was instantly shaken, bleeding, and torn. He could no longer hold the sword in his hand. The whole person, including the sword, seemed to be hit head-on by a prehistoric beast charging at high speed. He was violently shaken and flew out. In the air, it drew a messy parabola. Finally, he fell heavily onto the hard bluestone slab 7 or 8 meters away. Puff! He spat out a large mouthful of hot blood in a panic. Then, his eyes rolled back, and under the extreme physical and mental double blow, he completely fainted. The whole audience remained silent. All the Qingqing sect disciples who were shouting wildly just now. At this moment, they all looked like ducks whose necks were being strangled by an invisible big hand. Everyone opened their mouths, but could not make any sound. They looked in horror at the young man in the field who had remained calm and composed from beginning to end. His eyes were filled with fear that went deep into his bones. Standing on the sidelines was the outer sect deacon Song Qingshu. His face, which was originally gloomy, had now completely turned from gloomy to a bloodless pale color. He knows. Today, their Qingqing sect hit a wall. Moreover, it was a piece of 10,000-year-old black iron that was enough to smash their entire sect into pieces. Stop. Just then, the entire martial arts arena fell into an eerie silence. A roar filled with supreme majesty and old age, like thunder, came from the distant, most magnificent, Master's Hall. Immediately following, the third Taoist, wearing a dark gray robe that represented the status of an elder, had white hair and beard, and looked like an immortal. Just like the legendary land immortal. Stepping on the breeze, a few steps seem slow, but in fact, they rise and fall as fast as ghosts. Then, they crossed a distance of hundreds of meters. Appeared on the training ground. They are none other than the most respected elders in Qingqing sect, the law enforcement elders, the skills transmission elders, and the alchemy elders. He is the true backbone of the entire sect. The leader was the law enforcement elder with a serious face and a majestic aura. He glanced at the unconscious chief disciple Lu Qingfeng in the middle of the field. He took another look at the two disciples guarding the mountain who were still trembling at the door. Finally, his eyes, as sharp as an eagle's, locked onto Lin Feng. Sir, who are you? Why do you have to use such a heavy hand on my Qingqing sect? Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. His expression remained indifferent. I said, I'm here for medicine. It was your people who repeatedly provoked us. Good. What a sharp-tongued and arrogant young man. At the side, the elder who was the most burly and had the hottest temper shouted angrily. Let me weigh you myself and see how much you weigh. He said. The body shook suddenly. The whole person appeared in front of Lin Feng in an instant, as if teleporting. His skinny right hand turned into a terrifying flesh palm that was powerful enough to break stones and split rocks. One move, the Qingqing sect's secret, top-notch martial art, heart-destroying palm. Then, with a whistling and sharp palm wind, he slapped Lin Feng's chest hard. The power of this palm. Compared to the so-called chief disciple Lu Qingfeng's flashy swordsmanship, it was 10 times stronger. More than that. However, Lin Feng was still too lazy to even move. He was just there, at that moment when the palm wind containing terrifying internal strength was about to touch his body. In the same casual and light manner, he met the attack with a palm. Bang! There was a dull, terrifying sound, like two high-speed trains colliding head-on. The elder who was passing on the skills only felt a terrifying force that he could neither understand nor resist, like a landslide or tsunami, surging from the other party's seemingly light palm. He was struck by lightning. The piece of clothing on his entire arm that he used for attacking, along with the protective chi that he had cultivated for decades, were completely shattered into dust in this instant. He groaned. The whole person, kick! 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 In a row, he retreated more than 10 steps. Every step he took left a clear footprint half an inch deep on the extremely hard bluestone slab. Finally, he managed to stand firmly. And from the corner of his mouth, a trace of bright red blood was flowing out uncontrollably. The other two elders were all shocked when they saw this. They knew that the elder who taught them the skills had the most profound skills among the three of them. But now, unexpectedly, he couldn't even take on the opponent's light palm. The two of them looked at each other. They all saw it from each other's eyes and were horrified. They no longer hesitated and attacked at the same time. One left, one right. Attack Linfeng from two of the most tricky angles. This time, Linfeng finally moved. His figure swayed slightly. The whole person was like strolling in the garden, moving easily and leisurely amid the violent siege of the two elders. His hands, casually, blocked and slapped. Seemingly nonchalant. However, every attack was just right, hitting the opponent's most uncomfortable and fatal flaw. Only 3 moves. In the eyes of ordinary ancient warriors, those two elders were like gods, unattainable. Linfeng easily caught the flaw. One man was hit by a seemingly slow, but in fact, lightning-fast hand knife, which cut into the vital point on the back of his neck. One person was hit in the knee joint by a whip kick that seemed light but was actually extremely powerful. The two of them didn't even have time to hum. They both lost all their fighting power and collapsed to the ground. From beginning to end, Linfeng seemed to be at ease and relaxed. It was as if he was not fighting a life-and-death battle with 3 highly respected elders of the sect. He was just playing and having fun with 3 children who had just learned to walk. Even the elders of the sect are not his match. So, is the last face and the last trump card of Qingqing sect that mysterious and almighty leader about to make his official appearance? Facing the siege of the strongest fighter in the entire sect. Linfeng, can he still be as relaxed as he is now? An ultimate showdown that will truly determine the fate of the entire sect is about to take place. Chapter 62, A Shocking Punch. Just then, the 3 elders were defeated to the ground easily by Linfeng like 3 helpless chickens and dogs. That's enough. An old, yet full-bodied roar filled with supreme majesty, once again resounded from the most magnificent master's hall. This time, the sound was very close. The current leader of the Qingqing sect, Taoist Ling Shuzi, walked out slowly from the main hall with the last 2 elders with white hair and beards. Ling Shuzi looks like an immortal with a gaunt face. However, in his eyes, there was a gleam of light as deep and terrifying as the stars. Every step he took seemed to be in perfect harmony with the pulse of the entire world. It gives people a sense of unity between man and nature, and a sense of mystery. His expression was extremely solemn at this moment. He looked at the young man who had remained calm and composed from beginning to end, standing with his hands behind his back. In a deep voice, he asked, "Your Excellency's strength is already beyond the ordinary. We admire you. But, you were so aggressive in my Qingqing sect today. What exactly do you want to do?" Linfeng looked at him, his expression still indifferent. "I've said it 3 times. I'm looking for medicine." Ling Shuzi took a deep breath. He knew that if he didn't come up with a reasonable solution today, the reputation of their Qingqing sect, which had been passed down for thousands of years, would be completely destroyed. In order to maintain the sect's last, pitiful dignity, he said loudly to Linfeng, "Good. Since you are here to ask for medicine, then, today, I, Ling Shuzi, on behalf of the entire Qingqing sect, will make a bet with you. As long as, Your Excellency, can take 3 of my moves head-on. After 3 moves, if you are still able to do so, stand here. Then, the green frost grass you requested, from the Qingqing sect, will be presented to you with both hands. Furthermore, we will apologize to you for everything that happened today." Hearing this, the master who was like a god in his heart took action personally. All the Qingqing disciples present held their breath. The flame of hope was rekindled in their eyes. They firmly believed that their leader would be able to defeat this madman and regain all the ground for the Qingqing sect. However, Lin Feng, after listening to Ling Shuzi's bet, which seemed fair but was actually full of arrogance. But, once again, he shook his head in disappointment. Then, he said something that made everyone present almost faint on the spot. 3 moves? Too long. Yeah, that's too troublesome. Still, let's decide the outcome with 1 move. His eye slowly swept over the imposing headmaster Ling Shuzi in front of him. He glanced at the 4 elders behind him who had just gotten up from the ground. Their faces were pale, but their eyes were still full of unwillingness. He said in a tone that was so calm that it was almost contemptuous. You. And you guys. Let's go together. If I take half a step back. Even if I lose. You bastard. You. Are so arrogant. Ling Shuzi was completely enraged by Lin Feng's undisguised and extreme humiliation. His image of being an immortal is gone. All of his Qingcheng internal energy exploded madly and without reservation. An extremely powerful aura rose into the sky. Good. 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 He laughed out of anger and said okay 3 times in a row. Since you're so determined to die, we'll grant your wish today. Cloth. He let out a roar that shook the entire valley. 5 elements sword formation. Moment. Ling Shuzi and the 4 elders behind him quickly stood in accordance with the directions of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. 5 long swords with green blades, shining with different luster, were unsheathed at the same time. Buzz. 5 extremely powerful sword energies shot up into the sky, connecting with each other in mid-air and echoing each other. In an instant, a terrifying sword formation with doubled power and murderous aura was formed. Lin Feng was completely enveloped in it. But just when they were about to launch the most powerful attack that could destroy the world, a long, older and more distant howl suddenly came from the forbidden area in the back mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. Wait a minute. How can such a grand event be missed? Where is I, an old man? Before he finished speaking, a skinny, ghostly figure, like a big blackbird, flew out from the top of the mountain behind. In just a few takeoffs and landings, they covered a distance of several thousand meters. Silently, it landed on the training ground. The person who came was a skinny Taoist who looked as if he was about to die. But his eyes, sunken in his eye sockets, were like lightning in the dark night, sharp and full of wisdom that saw through everything. He was the real Ding Heishenzhen of the Qingqing sect, who had been in seclusion for decades. Everyone thought he had passed away long ago. The Supreme Elder, Taoist Kurumu. Taoist Kurumu didn't look at anyone after landing. His eyes were just fixed on Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with unprecedented solemnity. He directly joined the battle, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ling Shuzi and others. Your Excellency, your strength is profound and unprecedented. Today, our Qingqing sect will uphold the highest standards of our sect. Come, let me show you your extraordinary skills. 6 top masters. The strongest existing fighter in the entire Qingqing sect. At this moment, gather together. Facing this siege of a terrifying lineup that is enough to sweep across the entire Chinese ancient martial arts world, Lin Feng's face had always been calm. Finally, a serious look appeared on his face. He just calmly raised his right hand. Then, move forward. Slowly, he threw a punch. This punch. No earth-shattering noise. No, there are no gorgeous and cool lights and shadows. Ordinary and unpretentious. It was as if an ordinary person casually pushed forward. But, this is just a seemingly ordinary punch. But it seems to contain some kind of supreme truth between heaven and earth. It locked onto all the energy of the 6 masters with incredible precision. He also locked onto the incomparably powerful power of the 6 of them, and the point at the center, which was also the weakest. 1 point. What will be the final outcome of this earth-shattering punch? After the strongest fighter of the entire sect was defeated head-on by this punch, what kind of shocking reaction would they make? After completely conquering the entire Qingqing sect, what kind of unexpected and huge gains will Lin Feng get from them? Chapter 63, The Collapse and Rebirth of Martial Arts. When Lin Feng's seemingly ordinary punch was slowly thrown out, standing opposite him, Ling Shuzi, Taoist Kurumu and other 6 top masters, all had an unprecedented and extreme sense of crisis in their hearts at the same time. They felt as if they were being locked down by an invisible, terrifying beast from ancient times. No matter how they move, they dodge. There is no way to escape from the lock of that punch. Not good. Taoist Kurumu, an old monster who had lived for more than 100 years and was accustomed to the ups and downs of life and death, was the first to react. He let out a roar of horror. Join forces. Combine all your strength into one place. Stand your ground. No need for him to remind you. Ling Shuzi and the other 5 people had already made the most correct choice at the first opportunity. They mobilized their extremely pure internal energy that they had cultivated for dozens or even hundreds of years throughout their lives without reservation and madly. 5 dazzling sword energies. A palm force as strong as a mountain. 6 terrifying forces that were enough to split mountains and stop rivers merged together perfectly at this moment. In front of them, a translucent energy shield was formed, which was made up of sword energy and palm power and had almost solidified into substance. They were going to use the strongest force of the entire Qingcheng sect to confront this seemingly ordinary, but in fact, earth-shattering punch. Lin Feng's seemingly slow fist. However, the latecomer arrives first. Ignore the distance in space. With incredible precision, it was imprinted on the center and weakest point of the energy shield that was jointly built by 6 masters. Time seemed to have been paused at this moment. The whole world has lost all sounds and colors. No, there was not the earth-shattering and terrifying explosion that I had imagined. There is no gorgeous, cool, energy collision. Just a sound. Dull and distant, as if an ancient bronze bell, dusty for thousands of years, was being gently struck. Bang. Next second. An overwhelming and terrifying force that cannot be described in any words. With Lin Feng's fist as the center. Just like the singularity of the Big Bang, it suddenly exploded. Crack crack. That was an indestructible energy shield that gathered all the strength of the 6 top masters of Qingcheng sect. At this moment, it was like a fragile eggshell hit by a sledgehammer. It is covered with spider web-like, dense cracks. Then, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, it shattered with a loud bang. Ling Shuzi, Taoist Kurumu and other 6th grade masters, with their swords made of fine steel that had been tempered 100 times, could not even last for a second. Just break into pieces. It turned into metal fragments all over the sky. The 6 of them only felt as if they were hit head-on by an invisible ancient sacred mountain descending from the sky. The protective true qi that he had cultivated for 100 years and was so proud of was as fragile as a paper lantern. It was torn into pieces so easily. Puff. Almost at the same time, 6 people spat out a large mouthful of hot blood that looked like a blood-red lotus. They were like 6 kites with broken strings, blown up by the strong wind. Flying backwards. He fell heavily onto the hard bluestone slab more than 10 meters away. Everyone was seriously injured. Everyone is in a mess. The entire huge training ground fell into deathly silence once again. All the Qingcheng sect disciples present, including those who had been injured by Lin Feng before, Lu Chengfeng, and several elders. They all used the same eyes as those used to look at gods, demons, and monsters. Horrified, I looked at that person, still standing with his hands behind his back. From beginning to end, the mysterious young man did not even move the corner of his clothes. Their pride. Their inheritance. Their self-righteous, superior, martial arts beliefs. At this moment, all of them were destroyed by Lin Feng's casual yet earth-shattering punch. It was beaten to pieces and nothing remained. The Supreme Elder, Taoist Kurumu, struggled and used his still trembling hand to support his upper body. He looked at Lin Feng, and there was no longer any hostility in those eyes that had been as calm as a well after living for more than 100 years. All that is left is endless shock and deep confusion. What kind of boxing is this? Why, can this old man, from your punch, sense the legendary truth of the ultimate simplicity, the unity of all things? The leader, Ling Shuzi, also held up the broken sword, which was only half left, and smiled miserably. His face was filled with bitterness and loneliness. My Qingcheng sect has been sitting in a well, looking at the world from afar, arrogant and conceited for 100 years. It turns out that the world outside this mountain has already given birth to a great existence that we cannot even imagine. They all know it well. Lin Feng, that punch just now, if it was really fatal. So at this moment, this is the Qingcheng sect that has been passed down for thousands of years. It can be officially declared. The whole family was wiped out. Lin Feng slowly retracted his fist. He took a step forward, one step at a time, and came before the 6 top leaders of the sect who had completely lost all their power to resist. He looked down at them from above. Calmly, he asked, "Now. Okay, let's talk about the medicinal herbs?" His voice, in the ears of all the people from Qingqing sect present, no longer provocative, no longer arrogant. Rather, it is like something sent down from the gods, unquestionable, sacred. Legal decree. In terms of force, it has been completely conquered. Lin Feng's purpose is not to make enemies, so how will he deal with the aftermath? After experiencing this day of collapse of faith, how will the attitude of the Qingqing sect towards Lin Feng undergo a dramatic 180-degree change? Except for the life-saving green frost grass. What unexpected and huge gains will Lin Feng get from this ancient sect that has completely surrendered to him? Chapter 64, Kindness and Power, Convinced. Ling Shuzi and the Supreme Elder Taoist Kurumu, with the help of their disciples, struggled to stand up from the ground. They looked at each other. They saw in each other's eyes endless bitterness and deep relief at having survived a disaster. Then, they tidied up their Taoist robes, which had already become a mess. He took heavy, staggering steps, step by step, and walked in front of Lin Feng, facing this young man who was many generations younger than them. He performed the highest level of kowtow in the ancient martial arts world, expressing submission and awe. "We are short-sighted and fail to recognize the great man," sect leader Ling Shuzi said in a deep voice, with a tone full of shame and awe. "Thank you, senior, for showing mercy and leaving this tiny bit of incense for our Qingqing sect." He knows. They all knew it. Lin Feng, that earth-shattering punch just now was already a huge mercy. If so, he really had the intention to kill. At this moment, the entire Qingcheng mountain would probably have been a river of blood, with no one left alive. Lin Feng accepted their gift calmly. He didn't say any unnecessary nonsense, but just said calmly, "Take me to the herb garden." "Yes. Yes. Please, senior." Ling Shuzi, don't dare to be negligent in the slightest. He didn't even bother to deal with his own injuries, and personally led the way for Lin Feng in front. A group of people walked towards the misty mountain behind. In the back mountain of Qingqing sect, there is a valley with the most abundant spiritual energy. There is a magical medicinal garden that is listed as a forbidden area for the sect. Under the personal leadership of Ling Shuzi, Lin Feng successfully found those plants in the deepest part of the herb garden. They were emitting a faint, ice-blue light and were over 100 years old. Green frost grass. He carefully picked the 3 best growing ones. So far, the purpose of his trip has been successfully achieved. After getting the life-saving herbs, Lin Feng did not turn around and leave immediately as everyone imagined. Instead, he returned to the devastated training ground. His gaze fell on the former chief disciple, Lu Chengfeng, who was looking at the broken sword in his hand in a daze with a blank look in his eyes, as if even his heart for martial arts had been completely destroyed. He casually gave a pointer. "Your swordsmanship is too focused on the subtlety and variety of your moves. But, instead, it has lost the sharpness that the sword should have, the power to move forward without hesitation and break through all obstacles. Remember, the sword is a killing skill. No, it's for showing off your gorgeous dancing moves in front of others." He took another look at the elder who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, silently practicing internal energy to heal his wounds. "There's a big problem with the way you use your heart-destroying palm to generate power. Qi and blood are severely congested in the meridians of your forearm. If this continues, within 10 years, your entire right arm will be completely crippled." Lin Feng, just a few words. It seems, and it sounds, like nothing happened. However, every word he said was like the morning bell and evening drum, and the thunder of the gods. It hit Lu Changfeng and the elder who passed on the skills hard on their hearts. Because, Lin Feng pointed out these 2 problems. It is precisely the most core bottleneck that they have each practiced hard on their own martial arts path for decades, but they still cannot figure out or break through. Boom! Lu Chengfeng and the elder who taught them martial arts only felt as if a flash of lightning had passed through their minds. Before, there were all obstacles that I couldn't figure out or see through. At this moment, everything became clear. At first, the 2 of them were stunned as if they had been hit hard. Then, an expression of endless ecstasy appeared on his face. They didn't care about their image at all, and rushed to Lin Feng, rolling and crawling. They kept bowing and thanking him. "Thank you for your guidance, senior. Thank you for your guidance, senior." A word from the senior is worth 10 years of hard work. I will never forget your kindness. Lin Feng's method is to give a slap and then give a sweet date, using both kindness and force. All the Qingcheng sect disciples present were stunned. Then, the way they looked at Lin Feng changed completely. If before, it was simply awe caused by fear, so at this moment, in their awe, there was an added touch of sincere gratitude and fanatical worship from the bottom of their hearts. They finally, thoroughly understood. In front of me, this mysterious young man. His strength, vision, and breadth of mind far exceeded the limits of what they could imagine. He is a true god. The Supreme Elder, Taoist Kurumu, looked at the dramatic scene before him. His wise eyes, which had lived for more than 100 years, were shining with increasing awe and excitement. He walked forward cautiously. He bowed deeply to Lin Feng again. Then, he asked in a tentative tone, with a hint of pilgrim-like anticipation. Senior. May I ask, you? But, from that place? That place? A huge, beautiful misunderstanding is about to occur. And how will Lin Feng take advantage of this huge misunderstanding? A completely new, grander, higher-level, mysterious worldview. It will soon be slowly revealed in the mouth of Taoist Kurumu, an old monster who has lived for more than 100 years. Chapter 65 The Legend of the Dragon Group. Lin Feng looked at the person in front of him, the Supreme Elder Taoist Kurumu, whose attitude was extremely respectful, and even had a hint of pilgrim-like fanaticism in his eyes. He activated his mind-reading ability. In an instant, he heard the extremely excited and certain guess deep in the heart of this old monster who had lived for more than 100 years. He's so young, yet he possesses such unfathomable, godlike strength. This absolutely cannot possibly be something cultivated by those reclusive ancient martial arts families. The only possibility is that he must be from that legendary, mysterious supreme being who guards the destiny of the entire Yanxia nation. Lin Feng's heart suddenly moved. But he remained calm on the surface. However, he asked in a pretentiously profound and playful tone. Oh? Where? Taoist Kurumu saw Lin Feng and did not deny it directly. In my heart, I became more and more certain of my guess. In his opinion, the reason why the senior said this must be to test his own knowledge and loyalty. He quickly lowered his voice and said in a reverent, sacred tone that only the two of them could hear. Of course, it's the one who stands above all of us secular and outside forces, responsible for protecting the entire Yanxia national destiny and handling all matters concerning us outsiders. Dragon Group. Dragon Group? Hearing this, the name is full of power and mystery. A huge wave rose in Lin Feng's heart. Although he had already known through the system's god-level ability that this world was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. However, this was the first time he heard from others about the specific, organized existence of supernatural powers in this world. However, on the surface, he still maintained that calm and composed look. And his attitude is so unfathomable. In the eyes of Taoist Kurumu. That's it, it's accepted. That is, a young, respected, peerless genius from the Dragon Group who plays around in the mortal world. Taoist Kurumu became more and more respectful and excited. He hurriedly continued to explain, fearing that he might appear to be insufficiently loyal and valuable. Senior, you don't know something. We, these so-called ancient martial arts sects, although they claim to be secluded and not involved in worldly affairs. However, we also vaguely know that in our Yanxia, there has always been a most mysterious and powerful force directly controlled by the country behind the scenes. Its name is Dragon Group. It's said that every official member of the Dragon Group is made up of our country's top, rare ancient martial artists, and those psychics who only exist in legends and possess all sorts of incredible abilities. They are the patron saints of the nation. They are responsible for handling all supernatural events that our mortal forces cannot handle. They are responsible for maintaining the fragile balance between the secular world and our supernatural world. Taoist Kurumu looked at Lin Feng, whose face looked a little too young. His eyes were filled with infinite admiration and yearning. Senior, at such a young age, you possess such immense, godlike strength that is enough to suppress our entire Qingcheng sect with a single punch. Except for the legendary dragon team that has devoted all of the nation's top resources to cultivating peerless geniuses. As an old Taoist, I really can't think of any other possibility. I believe, Senior, that you came down the mountain this time to follow the Dragon Group's instructions and come to this mortal world to undergo the necessary training, right? Lin Feng listened quietly to Taoist Kurumu's words, which were full of imagination and speculation. He just smiled calmly. Neither, admit it. Also, no denying. But it was his unfathomable attitude that seemed to have everything under control. All the speculations in Taoist Kurumu's mind were completely confirmed. He became more respectful and excited. He knew that this was the greatest, only and greatest opportunity their Qingqing sect had encountered in thousands of years. As long as I can get in touch with this promising young figure from the Dragon Group, then, in the future, the status of their Qingqing sect in the entire ancient martial arts world will rise dramatically and will never be the same. He bowed deeply to Lin Feng once again. Excitedly, he signed his own letter of allegiance. From today on, we of the Qingqing sect are willing to serve you at your service. In the future, senior, if you have any orders. From the people of Qingqing to the people, no matter how dangerous the situation, we will never give up. Lin Feng looked at the old fox in front of him who had lived for more than 100 years and was completely convinced. He nodded in agreement. Take care of yourself. He knows. From this moment on, I have one more person who is powerful, has a deep foundation, and is considered a mainstay in the entire Chinese ancient martial arts world. Vassal forces. The purpose of this trip has been exceeded. Lin Feng no longer has any more stops. He was under the gaze of all members of the entire Qingqing sect, from top to bottom, who were looking at him with the utmost respect, as if they were bidding farewell to a god. Floating down the mountain. Looking at Lin Feng, his back gradually moving away. The sect leader, Ling Shuzi, with lingering fear, walked up to Taoist Kumu and asked in a low voice. Uncle Master, do we really have to become his vassal? Taoist Kuruma looked at the sword in his hand, which was the master's sword that had been passed down for hundreds of years and only had half of the hilt left. There was still a deep, indelible look of horror in his eyes. He sighed deeply. That punch he just delivered already had a glimmer of the legendary martial arts grandmaster who has reached the ultimate limit of martial arts and is powerful enough to shatter the void. Facing such a person, all we can do is prostrate ourselves, look up, and pray for his mercy. No choice. Lin Feng brought with him the key life-saving medicinal herb green frostgrass. He also went down the mountain with important information about the Dragon Group and the superpowers. After returning to Tianhai City, a true, great medical miracle that will shock the world is about to be officially staged. The emergence of the Dragon Group also foreshadows Lin Feng's future enemies and stage. It will no longer be limited to Tianhai City, and this place. A brand new world, bigger and more exciting, has opened its doors to him. Chapter 66: The King Returns. When that low-key black off-road vehicle drove away from the misty Qingqing Mountains, once again, it merged into the wide, secular highway leading to Tianhai City. Lin Feng's mood was quite complicated. This time, it's a trip to Qingqing sect. To him, it means something extraordinary. It not only gave him a clearer and more intuitive understanding of the true strength of his god-level fighting technique, all martial arts returned to oneness. Moreover, he knew that outside this seemingly peaceful world, there was a hidden extraordinary world called ancient martial arts world. And that mysterious, supreme existence that stands above all supernatural forces and protects the destiny of the entire Yanxia nation, the Dragon Group. For the first time, he realized it with incredible clarity. This world is much bigger than he had imagined before. Also, much more exciting. He no longer hesitated. He took out the red encrypted cell phone and dialed the number of Jiang Jinghua, the head of the Jiang family. The call was answered almost instantly. From the other end came Jiang Jinghua's voice, which was full of anxiety and anticipation, with a hint of hoarseness. Mr. Lin? It's me. Lin Feng's voice was calm yet full of power. Master Jiang. I've already got the medicine. Now, notify the hospital. Get ready and start the second step of treatment. What? Jiang Jinghua on the other end of the phone was shocked when he heard these words. The whole person feels like being electrocuted. All his composure and calmness as a top-level superior disappeared at this moment. He was so excited that he almost jumped up from his chair. Real. He actually, in just less than a day, had obtained the legendary, long-extinct miracle medicine? Just to what unimaginable degree have Mr. Lin's power and methods reached such a terrifying level? Good. Jiang Jinghua was so excited that he said good 3 times. He immediately issued a series of top-level instructions to the secretary beside him. The entire, huge Jiang family started running at high speed again because of Lin Feng's brief phone call. Jiang family manor immediately entered the highest level of alert in history. All the core members of the Jiang family who are outside, no matter where they are or what they are doing, must return immediately within the shortest possible time. Welcome, the one who is about to return is the king. Mr. Lin. Lin Feng, the news that he is about to go down the mountain. Through the Jiang family, the channel at the top of the power pyramid. It was like a Force 12 typhoon. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire Tianhai city and all the top upper circles. All the wealthy and powerful people, politicians and business leaders who heard the news. No one was not shocked and horrified. They all knew, more or less, from their own channels that old Master Jiang was critically ill, and that the Qingqing sect was a transcendent and powerful existence. They thought that this time, even the Jiang family would be helpless. But they never expected it. This mysterious divine Dr. Lin who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Actually, really, relying on one's own strength. It was done, even a behemoth like the Jiang family was helpless. His energy. His methods. His background. It has completely exceeded the imagination of everyone present. When Lin Feng drove the black SUV slowly into the urban area of Tianhai City, he could feel it, clearly. The whole city looked at him differently. It was a look that was a mixture of awe, worship, fear, and a hint of pilgrimage-like fanaticism. He knows. From today on. From the moment he cured Jiang Yunfeng. He will no longer be the so-called new rich in Tianhai City. He will become the undisputed, only king. A grand coronation banquet prepared just for him. It's about to begin. Chapter 67: The much-anticipated return. When Lin Feng, driving the black SUV, just drove off the highway and entered the urban area of Tianhai City. News of his return. It was already like a magnitude 12 super tsunami that swept through all the upper circles of Tianhai City. Jiang family manor. This center of power is usually heavily guarded and full of mystery and majesty. At this moment, the inside and outside of the place were shrouded in a solemn and extremely tense atmosphere. In front of the manor's vermilion gate, which looks like an ancient royal palace, there is an extraordinary grandeur. All the core members of the Jiang family, from the white-haired elders to the third generation who have just reached adulthood. Led personally by the current head of the family, Jiang Jinghua. Everyone stood here solemnly, waiting respectfully. They are waiting for the return of the god who will bring new life and hope to their Jiang family. And, what is even more shocking is, at the Jiang family's place, there was a row of red flag cars with special license plates. Surprisingly, there were several cars parked there, which were also very valuable and represented different top families, such as Rolls-Royce and Bentley. The head of the Chen family, one of the four major families in Tianhai City, is the shrewd Chen Lixiong. Zhang Wanshan, once the richest man in Tianhai City, is now a business legend who has retreated to the second line but still has a huge influence. Normally, any one of these top figures, who are as elusive as a dragon, could make Tianhai City tremble with just a stomp of his foot. At this moment, unexpectedly, all of them came in person like primary school students. Willing to stand at the gate of this manor with the children of the Jiang family, braving the scorching sun, waiting quietly. They are not fools. They all knew it very clearly. What does today mean? Lin Feng, if this trip is successful, then, the Jiang family, which was already extremely powerful, will become even more stable and unshakable after Jiang Yunfeng, the mainstay of the family, is reborn. And the one who created this miracle was Lin Feng himself. There will also be a mysterious Dr. Lin and a rising newcomer. With one leap, he became the real one in this city, above all the rules. Sky. I was able to witness this historic result with my own eyes at the first time. And express your most sincere and timely goodwill to this new sky. This is the only thing that these smart people can and must do now. In the afternoon, at 3 o'clock sharp, a black off-road vehicle, slightly covered in dust, approached slowly, neither fast nor slow. Moment. The gazes of everyone present were like iron filings attracted by a magnet. All of a sudden, they focused on the past. That look was filled with awe, curiosity, envy, and a hint of indescribable enthusiasm. Under the gaze of countless complicated eyes. Car door, open. Lin Feng, that tall figure, pushed the door and got out of the car. Mr. Lin. Jiang Jinghua, the first one, stepped forward quickly. He, the head of the Jiang family, holds a high position and great power in the entire Yanjing country. At this moment, he bent down deeply, deeply towards Lin Feng. Thank you for your hard work. His voice was filled with endless gratitude and admiration from the bottom of his heart. Mr. Lin. Divine Dr. Lin. Chen Lixiong, Zhang Wanshan, and other top bosses also stepped forward quickly to greet him. Their usually arrogant attitude was now very low. His face was filled with a humble yet enthusiastic smile. Lin Feng just nodded slightly to everyone. He didn't say much. He just took it out from the ancient wooden box made of 1,000-year-old dark wood that he carried with him. He took out the plant he had just picked from Mount Qingcheng. It was enveloped in a faint, visible spiritual energy. It was crystal clear and emitted a faint, ice-blue light. Miracle medicine. Green frost grass. The moment when I saw this miraculous medicine that only existed in legends and had been extinct for 100 years. A burst of extremely ecstatic, brilliant light burst out from the eyes of all the Jiang family members. Jiang Jingguo was so excited that his whole body was trembling slightly. He bowed deeply to Lin Feng again. Then, he personally led the way for Lin Feng in front. And Zhang Tianyu, the once extremely arrogant general. At this moment, he was like the most respectful follower. He followed Lin Feng closely, not even daring to breathe. Under the envious and awe-inspiring gazes of all the top family representatives present, Lin Feng was welcomed like a star to the Jiang family manor, which symbolized the pinnacle of power. And those were once the representatives of the second and third-rate families that were considered powerful in Tianhai City. At this moment, he didn't even have the qualifications to come forward and say a word to Lin Feng. They could only stand far away on the periphery of the crowd. With eyes filled with endless envy and desire, he looked at the young figure who was welcomed into the manor like an emperor. This moment. No need for any extra words. There is no need for any deliberate display. Lin Feng's status has already surpassed that of all living beings in Tianhai City. The final and most critical treatment is about to begin. This battle combines the magical herbs from the ancient martial arts world with the miraculous medicine from future technology for the ultimate treatment. What kind of shocking and magical effect will be produced, where 1 + 1 is far greater than 2? The Jiang family's mainstay, old man Jiang Yunfeng. Can it really be as everyone expects? The dead tree comes back to life, the king returns? Chapter 68, Dead Trees Resurrect, Miracles Appear. In the Jiang family manor, there is the number 1 medical room, which is usually used only when Mr. Jiang is receiving top-level healthcare. At this moment, everything is ready. The National Master Dr. Mr. Qian and his team of Imperial doctors represent the highest medical standards in China. At this moment, everyone stood aside respectfully like elementary school students. Prepare to assist Lin Feng, the young man who was like a god in their eyes. Lin Feng ignored them. All his attention was focused on the preparations ahead. He first slowly crushed the green frost grass that exuded a faint chill using an extremely special and ancient method. Then, take the emerald green juice. Then, carefully integrate the extremely pure true energy in your body into it. Finally, it was blended into a dark green, sticky medicine that exudes a strange herbal fragrance. He calmly explained to the stunned crowd on the side. Treatment is divided into 2 steps. First, I will use acupuncture to open up Elder Zhang's meridians, which have been blocked for decades. For him, open all the gates of heaven leading to a new life. To activate the only remaining trace of life in his body. As he spoke, he took out a sword from a long sword case that Sanglong had prepared for him. He took out a 3-foot-long sword with a green glow all over it and 2 ancient seal characters engraved on the sword. Xingcheng. This is exactly the sword that was seized from the Qingcheng sect's leader Ling Shuzi, and has been passed down for thousands of years. Lin Feng just shook his wrist. The sword light flashed like lightning. He took out a piece of wood made of 1,000-year-old lightning-struck peach wood that he had prepared long ago. In an instant, it was cut into 981 crystal-clear wooden needles of different lengths and thicknesses. Then, he used the wooden needle as a guide. He performed a set of lost ancient acupuncture techniques that were more profound and mysterious than any acupuncture techniques he had performed before on Mount Qingcheng. Green Emperor's Longevity Needle. Moment. The entire medical room seemed to be enveloped by a green light that was filled with endless vitality. Countless crystal-clear wooden needle afterimages were flying up and down in his hands, like a group of living blue elves. Then, with incredible precision, he pierced into all the key acupuncture points, big and small, all over Mr. Zhang's body. He took the great medicinal power of the magical medicine King Xuanko picked from the Qingqing Fairy Mountain as his guide. Driven by his own extremely domineering and powerful true energy. Forcibly, the meridians in Mr. John's body, which had long been decaying and withered like a dry riverbed, were opened. Inch by inch, reactivate and expand. Next to the bed, on the cold life monitor, the data representing Mr. John's vital signs once again soared wildly in a barbaric and irrational manner. In fact, it was because the true energy that Lin Feng brought in was too powerful. The instrument simply cannot understand this high-dimensional energy fluctuation that is beyond its programming. There was even a series of garbled characters appearing on the screen. A shrill, short-circuit alarm sounded. Standing aside were Mr. Qian and others. I have been watching it for a long time, as if I were fascinated and intoxicated. They know. They are witnessing with their own eyes the birth of a brand new and great miracle that is enough to subvert the entire modern medical system. An hour later, Lin Feng slowly retracted the needle. At this moment, Mr. Zhang's body has been adjusted by him to the best condition to be able to withstand the extremely powerful effect of the Phoenix No. 1 medicine. Lin Feng took out the light golden mysterious potion that looked like the blood of God from the incubator. Then, he slowly injected it into Mr. Zhang's vein. Step 2. His voice was solemn and sacred, like the judgment of God. Phoenix Nirvana. A dead tree comes back to life. The moment when the golden potion was completely absorbed into Mr. Zhang's body. The ultimate, great miracle that is enough to drive the whole world crazy. It happened. Under the gaze of everyone present, who was so shocked that they almost stopped breathing and lost their voices. On the hospital bed, Mr. Jiang's hair is as white as dead grass. Surprisingly, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Starting from the bottom of the hair roots, inch by inch, it turns black and shiny. Those ugly age spots on his face and hands represent aging and death. Just like the melting ice and snow in spring. Quickly, fade away. Disappear. His skin is dry, like old tree bark. Also restored healthy radiance and firm elasticity. Just half an hour later, that old man who was lying on the hospital bed, dying and at the end of his life. Judging from his appearance, he looks like he is only about 60 years old. It was as if time had gone back for him, a full 20 years. Sudden. The old man on the hospital bed suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, those already cloudy eyes burst out with a sharp, terrifying light like lightning. He pulled off the troublesome pipes on his body. Then, sit up directly from the bed. Turn over and get down to the ground. He stretched his muscles and bones, which were filled with explosive power. The whole body, up and down, made a series of crisp crackling sounds, like frying beans. He felt that he had never been so good as he was now. How will Mr. Jiang, who has been reborn, thank Lin Feng for this great favor that is like a rebirth? What kind of unimaginable and huge rewards will this kindness bring to Lin Feng? And the miracle of rejuvenation once spread out of this room. What kind of huge waves will it cause in this world? Chapter 69 Tian Hai's Crowning. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. A loud roar, as loud as a bell, filled with endless joy and dominance, rose into the sky from the medical room. The windows of the entire Jiang family manor were buzzing due to the vibration. Jiang Yunfeng, the lion who once dominated the world. After experiencing a miracle like a dead tree coming back to life or a phoenix rising from the ashes. The king is back. He slowly turned around. Look at the mysterious young man who gave him a second life. Then, facing Lin Feng, he bent down deeply and solemnly. This is the most noble gift a student can give to his teacher. Mr. Lin, I will never forget your kindness in giving me a new life. From now on, my life, Jiang Yunfeng, belongs to you. Behind him, Jiang Jinghua, Jiang Tianyu, and all the core members of the Jiang family present. They all bowed deeply to Lin Feng without hesitation. Okay, this is the etiquette of a disciple. At this moment, Lin Feng's status in the Jiang family has surpassed all his benefactors and allies. He is like a god, requiring the entire family to look up to and worship him. Belief. 3 days later, Tianhai City has the top-notch state guesthouse, which is usually only used to receive foreign heads of state. The Jiang family held an unprecedented and grand thank you banquet for Lin Feng. This banquet invited all the top figures from all fields in the entire Tianhai City. From business giants to political figures. From a leading figure in academia to a star in the literary and art world. Even Sanglong, the president of Longdun Security, which represents the entire underground world of Tianhai City. He, representing the outside world, is the head of the Qingqing sect, Ling Shuzi. They all came in person to congratulate. You can say that. Tonight, anyone who can walk into this banquet hall, just a stomp of his feet can shake the entire Tianhai city. The banquet officially begins. Under the watchful eyes of the public. That old man Jiang, who should have been on his last legs and dying soon. Jiang Yunfeng. He was wearing a neat, specially made Zhongshan suit. With vigorous spirit and rosy complexion, he appeared in front of everyone in person. He looked, as if, in an instant, 20 years younger. His steps are even stronger than those of a middle-aged man. His eyes were as sharp and bright as an eagle's. All of this was broadcast live by all the media on the scene. It was clearly presented to all those who were paying attention to this matter. In an instant, it exploded all the news and public opinion. Miracle, confirmed. Jiang Yunfeng was stared at by everyone in the audience with shocked eyes, as if he were a god. He walked quickly to Lin Feng. Very affectionately, he took Lin Feng's arm. Then, in front of everyone, he was invited to sit at the main table, the main seat that symbolized the highest status. This scene made everyone present understand completely. Starting tonight, the real power structure in Tianhai City has completely changed. Jiang Yunfeng looked around the audience. He picked up the microphone and, in a loud and majestic voice, solemnly announced to everyone. Dear guests, dear friends. I, Jiang Yunfeng, am here today to announce something to everyone. From today on, the person beside me, Lin Feng, Mr. Lin, is me, Jiang Yunfeng, and our entire Jiang family's most honored benefactor. And the closest and only ally. His business is my Jiang family's business. His words are my words, Jiang Yunfeng. Anyone who dares to be an enemy of Mr. Lin will be an enemy of my entire Jiang family. We will fight to the death. Immediately following, he dropped another bombshell that made everyone in the audience go crazy. To thank Mr. Lin for giving my Jiang family a new life. I, Jiang Yunfeng, make this decision. The Jiang family's most core and profitable commercial real estate project, the Universal Trade Center, with a market value of over 50 billion. All its shares and assets. From this moment on, all of this will be transferred, free of charge, to Mr. Lin's Zhongchong capital. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar. 50 billion. This is not a small amount. This is almost 1/3 of the Jiang family's wealth. The Jiang family is using the most direct and shocking way to announce to the world the unbreakable and close alliance between them and Lin Feng. Then, under the personal instructions of the Jiang family, Tianhai City, top bosses from all walks of life. They lined up one after another and came forward to toast Lin Feng. Their faces were filled with the most humble and sincere smiles. Their words were filled with utmost awe and loyalty. Lin Feng, in the spotlight, in the overwhelming praise and admiration. He slowly stood up. He picked up the microphone. Calmly, he announced to everyone a piece of breaking news that would completely change the future of Tianhai City. From now on, Shangqiang Capital, Longdun Security, and Phoenix Gene Research Institute, 3 companies, will be officially integrated. Established, Sky Group. My most trusted brother, Mr. Han Li, will serve as the group's first CEO. This declaration. It symbolizes an unprecedented and terrifying behemoth that combines wealth that rivals that of a country, military force that can sweep away everything, cutting-edge technology that will lead the future, and supreme connections that reach all corners of the world. Officially born in Tianhai City. And, the one who created this behemoth was Lin Feng. From this moment on, this city is the undisputed, only king. However, it was in the most inconspicuous corner of the banquet hall. A handsome young man, wearing a well-tailored white suit, with an outstanding temperament, who seems to be out of tune with the noisy atmosphere around him. Holding a glass of red wine. Looking with great interest at Lin Feng, the only focus of the whole audience. His eyes were playful, yet filled with a hint of fighting spirit, as if he had met a worthy opponent. He is not on the invitation list for tonight. Who is this mysterious uninvited guest? Where does he come from? Chapter 70, Provocation from the Provincial Capital. The banquet is over. The guests gradually dispersed with their hearts filled with shock and endless imagination about the future. Zhang Tianyu walked quickly to Lin Feng's side. His face, which had always been full of confidence and sharpness, now had a hint of unprecedented solemnity. He calmly pointed at the mysterious young man in white who was standing alone in the corner, sipping red wine. Mr. Lin. Jiang Tianyu lowered his voice and spoke in an extremely serious tone. That person came here on his own. He is not on our invitation list for tonight. Our people wanted to step forward and question him just now, but they didn't dare to stop him. Lin Feng followed his gaze and looked over. Jiang Tianyu continued to add. He is the eldest grandson of the Yi family, the largest family in the provincial capital, Jiangnan City. Yi Fan. The Yi family's influence in the entire Jiangnan province is far beyond the reach of our Tianhai Jiang family. They are the ones who truly stand at the top of the power pyramid in our province. He came uninvited this time. Most likely, he came because of the rumors about your miracle medicine, but he who comes here has no good intentions. Jiang Tianyu's words had just fallen. The young man in white clothes named Jifan was already holding a wineglass in his hand, walking with an elegant step that was full of the calm demeanor of a superior. He walked straight towards Lin Feng. Behind him, there were two tall, calm bodyguards in black with bulging temples. With every step the two men took, they seemed to merge into the ground, silently and soundlessly. Obviously, he is also an ancient warrior with considerable strength. Yi Fan came in front of Lin Feng. He didn't look at Jiang Tianyu beside Lin Feng. His eyes, with a hint of undisguised, innate arrogance, looked up and down at Lin Feng. It was as if he was examining a piece of merchandise that interested him. You are Lin Feng? He spoke in a condescending tone, as if he was talking to his servants. I heard about you. Very interesting medicine. He elegantly took a sip of the priceless 1982 Lafite in the glass. Then, in a tone that was almost commanding and unquestionable, he said, Name your price. Sell me the formula of your so-called miracle medicine, Yi family. As long as you agree. My Yi family can promise to make you our exclusive agent in Tianhai City. I promise you a lifetime of wealth and glory. He said this as a matter of course. He totally didn't take Lin Feng, the newly crowned king of Tianhai, seriously. It was like an emperor who was high above everyone else, casually rewarding a meritorious minister whom he valued highly. Jiang Tianyu's expression changed in an instant. He was just about to take a step forward and start to attack. As the host, he would never allow anyone to humiliate the most distinguished guest of the Jiang family in this way on his territory. But Lin Feng smiled. He was even too lazy to take another look at the self-satisfied so-called young master of the Yi family in front of him. He was just looking at the wolf standing quietly beside him like a javelin. He said softly, Oh, it's late. The banquet is over. See a visitor out. Chapter 71 Tianhai, Too Small. I heard Lin Feng's three words, which were calm but full of extreme contempt. Yi Fan's handsome face, which always wore an elegant and proud smile, suddenly became gloomy. What did you say? His voice was full of disbelief. He, Yi Fan, the eldest grandson of the Yi family. The future heir of the entire Jiangnan province. No matter where you go or who you face, you are always the center of attention and your words are as important as gold. No one has ever dared to speak to him in this tone. I'll let you see the guest off. Lin Feng was even too lazy to repeat it again. Good. 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 Yi Fan laughed in anger. Lin Feng, right? I'll remember you. In this small piece of land in Jiangnan province, no one has ever dared to disrespect my Yi family. You are the first one. Yes, the last one. He winked at the two black-clad bodyguards behind him who were already ready to go. Give it to me, destroy him. The two bodyguards immediately understood. They, at the same time, took a step forward. Two streams of internal energy, much more powerful than those of the Qingcheng sect disciples before, condensed and filled with blood, exploded. Aggressive. They are the top masters that the Yi family had spent a huge price to invite out from a hidden sect that was older and more powerful than the Qingcheng sect. They are specifically responsible for protecting Yi Fan's safety. However, they didn't even have time to make any unnecessary moves. The wolf who had always stood quietly behind Lin Feng like a shadow moved. Everyone only felt as if a black lightning flashed before their eyes. Quick. Almost reaching, surpassing, the limit of human vision. Bang. Bang. Two dull sounds, like a watermelon being hit by a sledgehammer, were heard. In his opinion, Yi Fan's two bodyguards were already the best and almost invincible master bodyguards in the world. There was not even time to scream. Just like two torn sacks thrown away at random. Silently, he flew backwards. He fell heavily onto the hard marble floor more than 10 meters away. He foamed at the mouth and fainted on the spot. And Sanlong didn't even pause. His figure seemed to have teleported. One step and you've crossed the distance in space. He stood in front of Yifan, who was completely stunned. That cold, tangible, terrifying murderous aura that can only be honed from a real sea of corpses and blood. In an instant, the pampered eldest son of the Yi family was completely enveloped. Yifan only felt as if he had suddenly fallen from the warm spring into an ice cave in Siberia at -70 degrees Celsius. His blood and his soul seemed to be completely frozen at this moment. His face was as pale as paper. His legs were shaking uncontrollably and madly, becoming weak and trembling. For the first time, he felt so clearly the cold fear of death. Roll. Sanlong looked at him and coldly uttered one word. That one word was like a pardon from God. Yifan, as if he had been pardoned. He rolled and crawled, using his hands and feet to drag his two bodyguards who were already unconscious. In a most miserable posture that he had never been in his life. He fled frantically from the banquet hall that made him feel endless fear and humiliation. Just before escaping out the door, he still couldn't help but turned around and looked at Lin Feng, who had been calm and composed from beginning to end, with eyes full of endless resentment and unwillingness. He left behind a classic cruel remark that all villains would say when they were at the end of their rope. "You, just wait for me." Zhang Tianyu and others were stunned at first when they saw this scene. Immediately, a wave of unprecedented, refreshing joy surged in my heart. What is the largest family in the provincial capital? What is the eldest son of the Yi family? In front of Mr. Lin, isn't it the same? Like a chicken or a dog, vulnerable? Lin Feng looked at Yifan's back as he left in a panic, his eyes still calm. He knows. Yifan's threat was not just an incompetent and cruel remark. This is just a beginning. Behind him is the giant Yi family. And all the top circles in the entire Jiangnan province. They will definitely be completely shocked because of this miraculous miracle medicine. In the future, there will be endless, greater troubles and challenges waiting for him. At the same time, a report marked as top secret regarding Lin Feng, Phoenix Jin, and Zhang Yunfeng's rejuvenation. Also through a special channel that cannot be traced. Sent thousands of miles away. That ancient capital, Yanjing, is the power center of the entire Yanxia kingdom. On the desk of a mysterious organization called Dragon Group. In what more violent and sinister form will the revenge of the Yi family in the provincial capital come? And after the capital's Dragon Group noticed Lin Feng, this uncontrollable, mysterious variable, what kind of person would they send to contact him? Or to investigate him? Tianhai City, this pond, can no longer accommodate Lin Feng, the rising real dragon. Facing the coming, even more violent storms coming from all directions. Lin Feng's, God-level selection system, will give him a brand new, incredible ability. To open a more magnificent, new chapter? Chapter 72 Invisible Wall. The capital of Jiangnan Province. Deep in the Yi family manor, there is a study filled with the scent of precious mahogany. The air is stagnant. Yifan knelt on the ground and crawled to the feet of a middle-aged man. His face was covered with snot and tears. There was no trace of the arrogance he had in Tianhai City. He grabbed the middle-aged man's trouser leg and spoke in a shrill voice. "Dad! You have to take charge of this for me. That Lin Feng, not only did he cripple my men, he also humiliated me and our Yi family in front of everyone. He is a madman, a complete madman." Yifan cried and exaggerated the humiliation he suffered at the Tianhai State Guesthouse tenfold. He deliberately omitted the part where he took the initiative to provoke, and only focused on describing Lin Feng's arrogance and the Zhang family's almost flattering protection of Lin Feng. Finally, he lowered his voice and stated the real purpose of his trip in a tone mixed with fear and greed. "Dad, the most important thing is that Lin Feng has a magical medicine. A magical medicine that can regenerate a broken arm. Sanlong's arm was healed by that medicine. That immortal old man from the Zhang family also relied on that medicine to regain his youth." Behind the desk, Yi Lingtian's face was as gloomy as water. He listened to his sons crying, his face calm, but a storm was gathering in his deep eyes. When he heard the word miracle medicine, his hand holding the teacup paused for a moment. Bang! A crisp sound. The priceless official kiln teacup was crushed in his palm. The scalding tea mixed with porcelain debris flowed down through his fingers, but he didn't care. Anger and greed, even greater than anger, flashed in his eyes. We must take back our face. Yiling Tian stood up and walked in front of Yifan. His voice was as cold and hard as two pieces of iron rubbing against each other. The medicine must also be obtained. He looked down at his son, his tone filled with an innate dominance. Pass on my words. Let him know first who has the final say in Jiangnan province. At the same time, Tianhai City, headquarters of Tian Group. The door to the top floor office was flung open. Han Li strode in. His hair, which was always neatly combed, was now a little disheveled. The face of that business elite showed an unprecedented tiredness and solemnity. His lips were chapped and there were two dark shadows under his eyes. Lin Feng was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city that had surrendered to him. What's wrong? Lin Feng didn't look back. Han Li walked to the desk, supported his hands on the table, and took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his surging emotions. Director Lin, something happened. His voice was a little hoarse. We are trapped by an invisible net. The group's 3 key projects to expand its business into the provincial capital have all been aborted in the past 24 hours. Han Li's first words instantly made the air in the office drop to freezing point. Lin Feng slowly turned around. Han Li picked up a document on the table, his fingers turning slightly white from the force. Parkway Group is the largest supermarket chain in the province. Yesterday afternoon, their chairman, Wang Dequan, called us personally and threatened to unilaterally terminate the cooperation agreement we signed with them, even though he would pay a whopping 1 billion yuan in liquidated damages. I asked him why, but he refused to say anything. He just said, Boss Han, you can't win, just admit defeat. Secondly, the new energy industrial park project we submitted to the provincial government for approval had the green light last week, with all departments holding coordination meetings. This morning, it was directly rejected, with the reason being some incomplete information and significant safety risks, and has been put on hold indefinitely. Han Li took a deep breath and delivered the most fatal blow. The most important thing is logistics. Sidong Logistics, the largest logistics company in Jiangnan province, relies on their transportation network for over 70% of our group's products and raw materials. Just an hour ago, they unilaterally announced the immediate cessation of all cooperation with Tian Group and all of our subsidiaries. This is equivalent to directly cutting off our arteries. Lin Feng walked to the sofa and sat down, pouring himself a glass of water, neither hurried nor slow. Where's the source? Han Li clenched his fists, and his joints made a crackling sound. I used all the connections I could, even asking Elder Jiang for help. All the clues ultimately point to the same source. Provincial capital, Yi family. These 3 words weigh as much as 1,000 pounds. Han Li sat dejectedly opposite Lin Feng. This man who was a powerful figure in the Tianhai City business world and was always successful now had a look of helplessness on his face. This is not a business competition. Director Lin, this is a dimensionality reduction attack on power. The Yi family has been operating in Jiangnan province for 3 generations. From official to underground, from finance to industry, their network of relationships is intricate and entwined, like the roots of a giant tree, reaching every corner of the province. They don't even need to do anything themselves. All they need is a hint or a word, and countless people will rush to do things for them in exchange for a favor from the Yi family. Our funds and our business model are useless in the face of their unreasonable and absolute power. Han Li raised his head, stared at Lin Feng with bloodshot eyes, and uttered with difficulty the 3 words that he was most reluctant to admit in his career. We can't defeat them for now. After saying this, he lowered his head, like a general who had lost the battle, waiting for the coach's decision. The whole office fell into deathly silence. The sunlight outside the window was still bright, but when it shone into the room, it seemed as if all the warmth had been sucked away, turning it bone-chillingly cold. In Han Li's expectation, Lin Feng's most sensible choice should be to temporarily avoid the limelight. Shrink the business, stick to the small piece of land in Tianhai City, accumulate strength, and wait for the opportunity. This is the most correct way to deal with a behemoth. However, Lin Feng's reaction was beyond his expectations. Lin Feng's gaze passed Han Li and looked out the window towards the provincial capital. His eyes were as calm as a bottomless cold pool. For a long time, a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was an arc mixed with contempt and excitement. He spoke. The sound was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting Han Li's heart hard. He wants to play on his home turf, so let's go to his home turf. Turned over the table. Hanli looked up suddenly, his eyes full of disbelief. Going to Jiangnan City? Go to the Yi family's territory and fight them head-on? This is crazy. Lin Feng stood up, and an invisible domineering aura emanated from his body, instantly filling the entire office and making people feel breathless. Tianhai City is left to you and the Zhang family to guard and stabilize the base. Son Lang. Lin Feng's voice penetrated the office door. The next second, a tower-like figure pushed the door open and walked in. It was Songlong, the head of Dragon Shield Security. Boss. Stand by. Assemble Dragon Shield's first action team. Let's go to Jiangnan City. No dragging, no hesitation. This is Lin Feng. He never backs down in the face of provocation. In his dictionary, there is only crushing or being crushed. Hanli stared blankly at Lin Feng, looking at his young face that was full of supreme majesty. At that moment, all the powerlessness, frustration and fatigue disappeared. A stream of hot blood rushed from my chest to the top of my head. What are you afraid of? Isn't this man in front of me the one who has created miracles time and time again? It only took him 1 month to go from having nothing to controlling Tianhai. What does the Yi family count for? Hanli stood up with a jerk, put his legs together, straightened his back, and roared with all his strength. Yes. Director Lin. Just when Lin Feng made the decision and was about to set off for Jiangnan City, he noticed it clearly. A long-lost, cold, emotionless mechanical feeling quietly emerged in his mind. Chapter 73 Airborne Throne. That cold, mechanical feeling exploded in my mind. 3 rows of dimly glowing options appeared clearly in Lin Feng's mind. Option 1, Stealth and Forbearance. Quietly enter Jiangnan City and secretly investigate the Yi family's weaknesses. Obtain skill, Advanced Disguise. Reward, 10 million cash. Option 2, Conventional Breakout. Enter Jiangnan City as the chairman of Tian Group and seek a business alliance. Gain skill, Master Business Negotiation. Reward, all negative information about Wang Dequan, chairman of Baihui Group. Option 3, King's Arrival. Asset acquired, Caesar's Palace, a landmark building in Jiangnan City. Skill acquired, Grandmaster level intimidating aura. Lin Feng's consciousness did not pause at all and directly fell on the third option. Forbearance? Negotiation? That's not his style. What he wanted was to come down from the sky and step directly on the face of the Yi family in the most domineering and unreasonable way. I choose 3. As Lin Feng made his choice, the light in the office air distorted for a moment. Next second. Pa! 2 things appeared out of thin air on the precious rosewood desk in front of him. A hardcover certificate of ownership with a dark gold cover. A key made entirely of gold with a diamond the size of a pigeon egg inlaid on the top. Lin Feng picked up the property certificate. There are no fancy patterns on it, only a few lines of simple yet powerful text. Building name, Caesar Palace Hotel, Gangnam City. Owner, Lin Feng. It was stamped with a family crest that he had never seen before, but which seemed extremely familiar to him. He casually threw the property certificate to Songlong behind him. Navigation. Go to this place. Half an hour later. A Gulfstream G650 private jet with smooth and graceful lines pierced through the clouds of Tianhai City like a sharp sword and roared straight to Jiangnan City. Inside the cabin. Lin Feng closed his eyes and rested. Songlong held the property certificate and stood behind him like an iron tower. On the other side of the cabin, 10 of the most elite members of Dragon Shield Security, wearing uniform black custom-made suits with dragon-shaped badges pinned to their lapels, stood with their backs straight and their auras solemn, like a group of dormant beasts. Jiangnan International Airport. In an inconspicuous VIP lounge, 2 men in ground crew uniforms were holding binoculars and pointing them in the direction of the private helipad. Here it comes. The Gulfstream flying from Tianhai City. Young Master Yi has given instructions. Keep a close eye on him and take photos of that Lin's miserable appearance. A country bumpkin from Tianhai City, let's see what kind of budget hotel he can stay in when he arrives in the provincial capital. One of them laughed, full of gloating. However, after the plane stopped and the gangway was lowered, the scene they expected did not occur. A luxury convoy of 12 black Mercedes-Benz S-Class cars glided silently under the gangway like a black tide. The car doors opened in unison, and 24 bodyguards wearing matching black suits and white gloves stood on both sides, bowing their heads. The leader was an old man with his hair combed meticulously, standing respectfully at the gangway. Under the dull gaze of the two spies, Lin Feng and his group calmly walked off the plane and got into the extended Mercedes-Benz that was in the lead. Am I seeing things right? That's the Caesars Palace Hotel's motorcade? The lead car is a bulletproof Maybach S680 Pullman. There's only one in Jiangnan City. It's the special car used by Caesars Palace to entertain the most high-ranking state guests. The two spies looked at each other and saw horror in each other's eyes. The convoy sped along without stopping, ignoring all the traffic lights, and finally stopped in front of the landmark building in the most central and prosperous area of Jiangnan City. Caesars Palace Hotel. A magnificent building that looks like a golden palace in mythology. As soon as the convoy stopped, the hotel general manager, a Frenchman named Martin, and a group of executives hurried out from the revolving door to greet them. Martin had a professional smile on his face, but there was a subtle hint of alienation and arrogance in his eyes. He stopped in front of Lin Feng, bowed slightly, and spoke politely in fluent Chinese. "Sir, I'm sorry. The hotel has been booked out today and will not accept any guests." His attitude was firm, with the confidence of someone who belonged to a top luxury place. Lin Feng didn't say anything. Sangline stepped forward and placed the dark golden title deed and the dazzling golden key on the silver tray held by the waiter beside him with a pop. Martin frowned in confusion and reached out to pick up the title deed. When his eyes fell on the cover, especially when he saw the words owner, Lin Feng and the familiar family emblem, the color drained from his face in an instant. "No! Impossible!" he cried out in surprise. This is impossible. This hotel is owned by the Rothschild family. How could it be possible?" Before he finished speaking, buzz. The satellite phone in his pocket vibrated violently. Martin picked up the phone in a panic. From the receiver came the roar of his immediate superior, the head of the Rothschild family's Asia region, in a voice so rapid that it sounded like it was on fire. "Martin! You idiot! Listen! From now on, you and your entire team will serve the hotel's new owner, Mr. Lin Feng. Give him everything he wants. Everything. Everything. This is the highest order from the family headquarters. If you neglect it in the slightest, I promise you will disappear from this earth." The phone was hung up harshly. Martin's hand holding the phone was shaking like a leaf in the autumn wind. He raised his head stiffly, and when he looked at Lin Feng again, his eyes had completely changed. All the arrogance and alienation disappeared without a trace, replaced by awe deep in the bones and fear that could not be concealed. He took a step forward and bent his proud waist, making a deep 90-degree bow. "Mr. Lin, welcome to your palace." "Welcome to your palace, Mr. Lin." Lin Feng activated the skill he had just acquired. Grandmaster level deterrent aura. He didn't speak. His gaze slowly slid from Martin's face to the faces of every hotel executive behind him. That moment, all executives, regardless of gender or nationality, felt as if their hearts were being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. A shudder originating from the depths of the soul spread throughout every part of the body. They felt that they were not dealing with a young person. Rather, it was a giant beast awakened from the ancient wilderness. Its indifferent eyes were enough to freeze and crush their souls. All the confusion, doubts, speculations, and little thoughts disappeared at this moment. All that remains is the purest and most primitive obedience. Under the awe-inspiring gazes of dozens of executives and hundreds of hotel employees, Lin Feng and his party took a step forward and walked into this palace that truly belonged to him from today on. In the distance, on the street corner, the Yi family's spies were completely dumbfounded. With trembling hands, he dialed Yi Fan's number and reported this incredible scene to him stutteringly. Yi family study. After hearing the report, Yi Fan was stunned at first, then he sneered. That country bumpkin actually has some money. He can actually rent out Caesar's palace? What does he want to do? Be a coward in there? How ridiculous. He's locked himself in the most gorgeous cage in Jiangnan City. Tell everyone to keep a close eye on him. I want to see how long he, the king of Tianai, can last in this cage. Yi Fan hung up the phone with a look of disdain on his face. He had no idea that the ability to change the ownership of the Rothschild family's assets in an instant represented such a destructive and terrifying energy. Chapter 74, An Invitation Stirs Up the Storm. Caesar's Palace, top floor, presidential suite. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the night view of Jiangnan City, as bright as the Milky Way. Lin Feng sat on the soft sofa, and the coffee table in front of him was covered with a thick stack of documents. This is the information about all the well-known top families in Jiangnan province that Qin Yu's team in Tianhai City compiled overnight. The lineage, industry, and interpersonal relationships of each family are clearly listed in the book. Lin Feng picked up a Montblanc gold pen. His eyes quickly scanned the information, sometimes pausing, sometimes jumping. Finally, the pen tip fell. He drew a bright red highlight mark on more than a dozen of the family files. These marked families have different industries and influences of varying sizes, but they all have one thing in common. The current or previous person in power is suffering from illness and has not much time left. Some suffer from terminal illnesses and are sentenced to death by doctors. Some are old and frail, with organ failure, and can only rely on expensive equipment and drugs to survive. Sam Lang. Lin Feng put down his pen. Have the hotel print a batch of invitations overnight to the highest standards. He leaned back on the sofa, his voice calm. Just right, Tian Group Phoenix Biological Miracle of Life Experience Meeting. Within 24 hours. More than a dozen beautifully crafted invitations, like works of art, were delivered precisely to the heads of more than a dozen families by a dedicated person from Caesar's palace. The invitation uses top-notch hot stamping technology, and the paper has a light sandalwood scent. The content is so simple that it only contains one sentence. And a time, a place. Jiangnan Province, Li family. The head of the family, Li Jianguo, a man in his 50s with gray hair on his temples, was holding the invitation letter with sweat on his palms. His gaze passed the invitation letter and looked towards the bedroom next door, which was filled with life support equipment. His father, the pillar of the Li family, was lying on his sickbed, tortured beyond recognition by advanced lung cancer. A miracle of life? Li Jianguo muttered to himself, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. But the flames were quickly extinguished by the icy water of fear. Just half a day ago, he received a call from the Yi family's head steward himself, and the warning on the phone was still fresh in his mind. Mr. Li, young Master Yi said that the man surnamed Lin is an enemy of the Yi family. Anyone who gets close to him is an enemy of the Yi family. On one side is the father who is nearing the end of his life. On one side is the Yi family, which is extremely powerful and cannot be offended. Lin Feng used a light invitation card to give him the cruelest multiple-choice question. A similar scene took place almost at the same time in the mansions of several top wealthy families in Jiangnan province. The power of the Yi family and the lives of their loved ones. Lin Feng, the outsider, ruthlessly placed them on both ends of the same scale. This is an open conspiracy. A conspiracy that forces you to make a choice. The Yi family also received the news quickly. Asshole. At a top-level cocktail party hosted by himself, Yi Fan became furious after listening to the report from his subordinates. He felt that he had been severely humiliated by the man surnamed Lin in a way that he could not understand. He had clearly set up a tight net to trap Lin Feng to death on the isolated island of Caesar's palace. But Lin Feng, instead of begging for mercy, directly challenged his authority in this way. Bang! Yi Fan grabbed a glass of Romanée Conti on the table and threw the scarlet wine and the crystal glass onto the mirror like marble floor. The huge noise made the entire party quiet down instantly. Everyone's eyes were focused on the eldest son of the Yi family. Yi Fan's eyes were red as he glanced at every family representative present, his voice like the roar of a trapped beast. I'm putting this here. That guy surnamed Lin is just a ripoff from Tianhai, a complete liar. What's this miracle of life experience? Who does he think he is? A god? Who? If you dare to attend his bullshit experience meeting today, you are not taking me, Yi Fan, seriously. You are making an enemy of my entire Yi family. His words, with unquestionable pressure, echoed in the luxurious banquet hall. The expressions of many family representatives present changed. Some of them also had patients at home and had also received invitations, so they were wavering in their hearts. At this moment, after hearing Yi Fan's words, all thoughts were instantly dispelled. For the sake of an illusory miracle, are you going to offend the Yi family, which is at its peak of power? No one dares to take the risk. However, Yi Fan's public threat was passed on through certain channels, word for word, to the ears of Li Jianguo's families who were truly desperate. This instead aroused the last bit of rebellion and hope in their hearts. Fraud? If he was a liar, why would he make it known to everyone? If he was a scammer, how could he take over Caesar's palace so quietly? The threat from the Yi family was like a mountain, pressing them down so hard that they couldn't breathe. But the straw called hope thrown by Lin Feng made them unable to let go no matter what. An open game centered around miracle drugs and taking sides has officially begun. The attention of the entire Jiangnan province's upper class was focused on Caesar Palace 3 days later. Everyone wants to see how this drama will end. The night is getting deeper. In the presidential suite at Caesar's palace, Lin Feng stood in front of the window, holding a glass of red wine, overlooking the city full of desire below. He seemed to be able to see those souls in the darkness, anxious, struggling, and calculating because of his invitation. The figure of Tsunlong appeared behind him like a ghost. "Boss, the Yi family has already made a move." There was a hint of worry in his voice. "In the entire Jiangnan province, I'm afraid, no one dares to come." Lin Feng shook the wineglass, and the scarlet liquid left scratches on the wall of the glass. He smiled. "People will come. Besides, there will be something we least expect. Big client." Chapter 75 Uninvited Guests. On the day of the experience session, Caesar's Palace, top floor, Sky Ballroom. The huge crystal chandelier is like an inverted galaxy, hanging down from the 20-meter-high dome, shining brightly. The floor is covered with handmade silk carpets airlifted from Turkey, and each dining table is set with exquisite bone china tableware and gorgeous flowers. The entire banquet hall was decorated with extreme luxury, enough to host a state banquet. However, in the huge venue that can accommodate thousands of people, there are only 3 or 5 people sitting sparsely at this moment. These people are representatives of some second- and third-rate families in Jiangnan province. They came here purely out of a sense of luck. He was afraid of offending the Yi family, but he was reluctant to give up that 1 in 10,000 hope. In the end, the 3 words would have prevailed, allowing them to sneak in, thinking that even if the Yi family pursued the matter, they could use the excuse of the law does not hold everyone responsible to prevaricate. But the deserted scene now turned their hopeful mentality into uneasy fear. In the shadowy corner of the banquet hall, a man in a waiter's uniform was quietly holding up his cell phone, constantly taking pictures of the empty scene. He sent the photos to Yi Fan one by one, accompanied by extremely sarcastic text. "Young Master Yi, not a single fish has come. Your reputation in Jiangnan province is truly such that no one dares to defy you." In Jiangnan City, in a private room of a top private club, Yi Fan crossed his legs and looked at the photos on his phone, his mouth grinning from ear to ear. He turned his phone screen towards his group of friends and laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha. See? What did I say? That guy surnamed Lin is now a lone commander. He spent a huge amount of money on such a grand event, but what's the result? No one dares to go. Just wait and see. After today, that bumpkin from Tianhai will become the biggest joke in our entire Jiangnan province." In the private room, there was a burst of laughter. In the Sky Ballroom, time passes by every second. The hands of the antique clock on the wall were moving inexorably towards the scheduled start time. The scene became increasingly awkward. The 3 or 5 guests were feeling very uncomfortable at this moment. They shifted their buttocks on the expensive chairs and looked towards the door frequently, as if they were ready to run away at any time. The air was so oppressive that it almost solidified. Only Lin Feng, who was sitting in the main seat, still had a calm expression. He held a cup of tea and sipped it slowly, as if the scene before him, which was enough to make any organizer collapse, had nothing to do with him. The wolf, like a silent iron tower, stood quietly behind him, blocking out all malicious gazes. Last 5 minutes. 4 minutes. 3 minutes. The guests finally couldn't sit still anymore, exchanged glances with each other, and prepared to get up and leave. Just when everyone believed that this so-called miracle of life experience was about to end in a complete farce. Bang! A loud bang. The 2 extremely heavy gilded doors of the banquet hall, made of brass, were suddenly pushed open from the outside in an extremely rough manner. The huge door panel hit the wall, making a deafening echo. Everyone was startled by this sudden change and looked towards the door. A middle-aged man with a burly figure like a mountain walked in with big strides, surrounded by a group of strong-looking men in black clothes with bulging temples. The man was wearing a well-tailored black handmade tang suit and a pair of cloth shoes with 1,000-layer soles. He walked with great vigor and a sense of oppression like thousands of troops. He had a dignified face and looked intimidating without even being angry. A hideous scar extended from the left corner of his eyebrow to his jaw, adding a touch of his tyrannical aura. The guests present, including the Yi family's spy hiding in the corner, all changed their expressions drastically the moment they saw the visitor's face. With a whoosh, everyone stood up from their chairs at the same time. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable awe and fear. Because the person who came was Taifoi, an emperor who can shake the entire Jiangnan province's underground world with just one stomp of his feet. A terrifying existence who started from scratch and built a vast black empire with a pair of iron fists and extraordinary courage. A true hero who even has to be polite and courteous to the Yi family. How did he get here? Taifoi ignored everyone present. His eyes, as sharp as an eagle's, passed through the huge banquet hall and locked onto Lin Feng, who was sitting in the main seat. He walked forward step by step, and every step seemed to be stepping on everyone's heart. Finally, he stopped 3 steps away from Lin Feng. An invisible evil spirit, forged from blood and fire, rushed towards him. He spoke in a deep voice, his voice as powerful as a bell, booming in the empty banquet hall. I don't care what bullshit grudge you have with the Yi family. I just want to ask you one question. Can your medicine really heal the hidden wounds I sustained from a life and death fight 20 years ago? His appearance was earth-shattering. His words were the loudest and clearest slap in the face to the Yi family's blockade order. Lin Feng put down the teacup. He looked at the powerful underground emperor in front of him and finally smiled. He slowly stood up and calmly made a pleased gesture to Taifoi. Iron Buddha. You came at the right time. Please take a seat and witness the miracle for yourself. Chapter 76, Everyone's Watching. The arrival of Master Taifo was like a piece of 10,000-year-old black ice being thrown into the already cold banquet hall. The temperature in the entire hall seemed to drop by more than 10 degrees in an instant. He didn't even sit down, but just stood there. The heroic aura that came from the sea of blood and corpses on his body was like an invisible mountain, pressing down on everyone's heart. The heads of second-rate families, who were already restless, dared not even breathe at this moment. Their backs were instantly soaked with cold sweat, and they wished they could shrink into their chairs. In the corner, the Yi family's spy, the young man named Feng Kuan, had his heart beating wildly in his chest. Half fear, half extreme excitement. He quietly pointed the camera of his mobile phone at Taifoi's domineering face from a hidden angle, and his fingers typed quickly on the screen. Big news. Huge news. Master Yi, Master Tifo has come in person. It's going to be a good show. I want to see how that Lin guy ends up today. If he dares to fool Master Tifo, he'll probably never get out of this door. The other end of the venue. An old man with a haggard face, who relies on oxygen to keep breathing, is staring intently at the changes in the field. His name is Zhao Defa. He was once a top figure in the business community of Jiangnan province, but now he has been tortured by cancer and is left with only a bag of bones. He looked at the Iron Buddha, who was as imposing as a god or demon. He looked again at the young man sitting in the main seat, who had been unreasonably calm from beginning to end. A wildfire called hope burned wildly in his long-dead heart. Even Master Tifo was alarmed. Maybe, there will really be a miracle today? This thought was like a drowning person grabbing the last floating straw, using all his strength and refusing to let go. Lin Feng seemed unaware of this atmosphere that was enough to scare anyone. He seemed to have expected Mr. Tifo to come. He smiled and made a pleased gesture to Taifoi, indicating that he should sit in the guest of honor seat opposite him. Then, Lin Feng snapped his fingers. The crisp sound was particularly clear in the silent banquet hall. A graceful figure walked slowly from the side hall. She was a top-notch beauty waitress wearing a high-slit silk cheongsam. She was tall and had an excellent temperament. She was the face of Caesar's palace. In her hands, she held a temperature-controlled tray carved from a single piece of obsidian and pure gold. The tray was covered with black velvet. On the velvet cloth, there were 5 crystal test tubes lying quietly, which were crystal clear and looked like they were carved by magic. Inside the test tube, there is a light golden mysterious liquid, which radiates a dreamy sheen under the light. Everyone's breathing stopped at this moment. All eyes were focused on the 5 small test tubes. Zhao Defa couldn't bear it any longer. He struggled to stand up from his wheelchair, his voice trembling violently with excitement and fear. Mr. Lin, is this the miracle drug that can save lives? His words raised the deepest questions in the hearts of everyone present. Lin Feng did not answer him directly. He stood up and took a test tube from the tray himself. Then he took a step forward, ignoring everyone, and walked straight to Master Tifo. He gently handed over the test tube containing the golden liquid. There was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Tifo was a guest from afar. This first glass of wine should be toasted to the heroes. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Crazy. This guy surnamed Lin must be crazy. He actually dared to let Taifo Yi, the underground emperor whose stomping of his foot could shake the Jiangnan province, be the first to test the medicine? What courage this requires. What confidence. This is no longer just displaying medicine, this is simply using one's own life to provoke a sleeping lion. Taifoi's half-closed eyes suddenly opened. Two terrifying rays of light shot out like real swords and pierced Lin Feng's face, as if they wanted to pull his soul out of his body and see through it. Good boy. This young man is either a lunatic who has no idea of his own limitations or an ignorant lunatic. Or, they have absolute confidence in their own things like a god. A huge wave of shock suddenly arose in Taifoi's heart. Tai Xiaotian has been gambling all his life. When you are young, you gamble your life. When you are middle-aged, you gamble your power. When you are old, you gamble your luck. Today, in the most magnificent palace in Jiangnan City, I faced a mysterious young man. He decided. Take another gamble. Good. Taifo Yi shouted and stood up from his seat suddenly. He stretched out his big hand like a palm leaf fan and took the crystal test tube from Lin Feng. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his head. Drink the tube of light golden liquid in one gulp. The movements are crisp and decisive, and full of heroic spirit. After drinking it, he threw the empty test tube on the table, sat down again, closed his hawk-like eyes, and waited for the drug to take effect. The entire banquet hall. At this moment, it was so quiet that they could clearly hear each other's heartbeats like drums. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Master Tifo. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. At this moment, time seemed to be infinitely stretched and became extremely torturous. Taifoi still sat quietly without any reaction. In the corner, Feng Kuan couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile on his face. He just said, "Liar." As expected. The thought hasn't finished flashing through my mind yet. Something strange happened suddenly. Swish. I saw Taifoi's bronze face suddenly turn red. Like a red-hot iron. The blue veins on his forehead bulged out ferociously like twisting dragons. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, filled with horrifying bloodshot. His expression instantly became extremely distorted and painful, as if he was enduring the most extreme torture in the world. Puff. A mouthful of black blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth, splashing onto the snow-white tablecloth in front of him, shocking. Buddha. The sturdy men behind him looked furious and immediately took out their weapons, pointing the black muzzles of their guns at Lin Feng. Chapter 77 Buddha's Wrath, King Kong's Rebirth. That mouthful of black blood, like an ultimatum, instantly ignited the fuse of the powder keg at the scene. Protect the Buddha. Behind Master Tifo, a burly man with a scar on his face and eyes like a hungry wolf roared. Nicknamed Mad Dog, he is the confidant of Master Taifo who has been through thick and thin with him for many years, and his reaction speed is extremely fast. Just hear the sound of schwa. He pulled out a large caliber silver pistol from the holster under his arm like lightning. The black muzzle of the gun pointed directly at Lin Feng's eyebrows without any hesitation. His action seemed like a signal. Inside the banquet hall, the bodyguards brought by several other forces also drew their weapons at the same time. The atmosphere froze in an instant. A bloody fight is about to break out. At this critical moment, the iron tower-like figure of Songlong moved. He didn't draw his gun. He just took a step forward and stood in front of Lin Feng like a mountain. Then he released his aura. A terrifying murderous aura from the battlefield, honed in mountains of corpses and seas of blood, spread out like an invisible tide. Mad Dog and others only felt a flash before their eyes, as if they were no longer facing a person. But it was a prehistoric beast that crawled out from the depths of hell. That cold, bloody, irresistible pressure strangled their throats and gripped their hearts. At this moment, their arms holding the guns became as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and they didn't even have the strength to lift them. Cold sweat instantly soaked their backs. What kind of monster is this? Just when the confrontation was about to break everyone's nerves, Master Tifo, who was enduring severe pain, suddenly let out a suppressed roar like a trapped beast from the depths of his throat. Everyone get back off. The voice was hoarse, but full of unquestionable majesty. Mad Dog and the others shuddered all over. Although they were puzzled, they subconsciously put away their weapons and slowly retreated. It was at this moment. Even more terrifying changes occurred on Taifoi's body. Crackle! A burst of popping sounds like frying beans came from inside his body. That was the groaning of his bones as they were reshaped by a mysterious force. Under his tang suit, his tangled muscles were wriggling and twisting wildly like a living python. Streams of black sweat with a strong fishy smell were forced out from the pores all over his body, instantly soaking his clothes and forming a pool of stain at his feet. He suddenly opened his eyes. All the pain in those bloodshot eyes had faded away, replaced by unprecedented brilliance and happiness. Roar! A long, earth-shaking roar burst out from his mouth. The roar was like the roar of a dragon and a tiger, full of explosive power, making the entire sky banquet hall buzz. The huge crystal chandelier on the ceiling was shaking violently, as if it would fall apart at any time. In the horrified eyes of everyone, Mr. Tifo, stand up slowly. His body, which had been a little stiff due to an old injury, was now filled with explosive power. Every movement is coordinated and smooth like flowing water, as if he has been reborn. He slowly lowered his head and looked at his hands, which had become stronger and more powerful. Feeling the unprecedentedly powerful internal energy surging within my body like the Yangtze River. His weather-beaten face revealed a childlike ecstasy, and he was so excited that his whole body was shaking violently. My old injury, the Grandmaster's bottleneck that held me back for 10 years, making my life worse than death. It's broken like this? He turned around suddenly. Walked quickly to Lin Feng. All the arrogance, scrutiny, and suspicion in his eyes disappeared without a trace at this moment. What replaced it was endless awe. It is deep gratitude. Even, it's a kind of almost fanatical worship. Next second. Under the dead silence and ghostly gazes of the entire audience. This underground emperor who made the entire Jiangnan province tremble with fear, this Iron Buddha who even the head of the Yi family had to talk to on an equal footing. Facing Lin Feng, who was several decades younger than him, he clasped his fists solemnly, and then deeply bent his proud head, which he had never bowed to anyone. A standard 90-degree bow. Mr. Lin. His voice was loud, passionate, and full of sincerity from the heart. This favor is like a rebirth. I, Tai Xiaotian, this life. From now on, it belongs to you. The 3,000 disciples of the Iron Buddha Hall are willing to go through fire and water for you, sir, without hesitation. Lin Feng accepted his gift calmly. Then he reached out and helped him up. I said, today is the moment to witness a miracle. His voice was still calm, as if the earth-shattering scene just now was just an after-dinner entertainment. Master Tifo, it's just the first one. His gaze slowly passed over Tai Foi's shoulder and turned to the other end of the banquet hall. It fell on Zhao Defa, a terminally ill cancer patient who was already stunned and trembling all over. In the corner, Feng Kuan, the Yi family spy, looked pale. With a pair of trembling hands that had lost all strength due to fear, he quickly reported this divine and devilish scene in writing. Plan failed. Iron Buddha, Rebellion. Chapter 78, Living Towards Death, Data as Evidence. Tai Foi's breakthrough and rebirth exploded in the hearts of everyone in the banquet hall like a blockbuster bomb. The divine and demonic power in the transformation that was like a rebirth brought unparalleled shock. But after the shock, Zhao Defa and several other wealthy businessmen who were also seriously ill began to have new doubts in their hearts. After all, Master Tifo is a martial arts master and stands at the pinnacle of mortals. Could his transformation be just a kind of martial arts metaphysics that they cannot understand? This miraculous medicine, is it really useful for us ordinary people? Lin Feng seemed to see through their inner anxiety. He smiled and his eyes fell on Zhao Defa. Mr. Zhao, it's your turn. His voice was gentle, yet had a calming power. However, in order to make it clearer and more understandable for everyone, let's try something different. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. The exclusive medical team of Caesar's Palace, who had been waiting in the side hall, immediately came in pushing several sophisticated instruments. Leading the way is a latest model portable blood analyzer imported from Germany. Next to it, there is a high-definition laser projection device. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the entire audience. Words are not enough, data is the proof. Let's first use the most scientific method to check Mr. Zhao's current physical condition. Two doctors in white coats and a nurse walked to Zhao Defa's wheelchair. The nurse skillfully disinfected Zhao Defa's arm, gently pricked it with a blood collection needle, and drew a tube of dark red blood. The blood sample was quickly placed into the analyzer. The instrument emitted a slight humming sound. Soon, a detailed blood test report was clearly projected onto the huge white screen in the center of the banquet hall by high-definition projection equipment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. They couldn't understand most of the data in the report. But the most core indicator is marked with the largest font and the most eye-catching color. Circulating tumor cell CTC activity index, 987.4, extremely dangerous. That bright red, completely out-of-the-box number stung everyone's eyes like a bloody knife. Next to the number, there is a line of shocking text automatically generated by the system. Comprehensive assessment, lung cancer in the late stage, with widespread cell spread. Predicted survival, less than 3 months. Seeing that number, seeing that line of text that was like a death sentence. Zhao Defa's whole body went limp, as if all his bones had been pulled out, and he almost collapsed from his wheelchair. The last glimmer of light in his eyes was extinguished, leaving only endless despair and despair. A suppressed sigh was heard at the scene. The atmosphere was so heavy that it was suffocating. Just then, Lin Feng picked up the second Phoenix 1 on the tray and walked in front of Zhao Defa. He handed over the test tube with golden liquid flowing in it. "Mr. Zhao, this is your hope." Zhao Defa raised his head, his eyes filled with death, staring at the small test tube. He trembled and stretched out his hands, which were as skinny as chicken claws. What he took was not a medicine. It's his life for the rest of his life. It is his only hope in facing death. He held the test tube as if it were the supreme holy grail, and drank it all in one gulp without any hesitation. The medicine goes down the throat. Not as bitter as I imagined. A warm and comfortable feeling, like a trickle of water, instantly spread throughout every part of my body. His sallow complexion suddenly turned rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. His chest, which had been heaving violently due to breathing difficulties, gradually stabilized. His breathing became long and powerful. Lin Feng raised his wrist and took a look at the Patek Philippe Starry Skywatch worth tens of millions. He spoke calmly, his voice not loud but clearly heard throughout the room. 10 minutes. Witness a miracle. These 10 minutes. Every second feels as long as a century. No one spoke. No one was moving around. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two people. One is Zhao Defa, whose complexion is becoming more and more rosy and his spirits are getting better and better. Another is the huge projection screen on the wall. They are waiting. Waiting for the final verdict. When the second hand of the clock completes the last grid, Lin Feng's voice sounded again. "Time's up." The nurse came forward and drew another tube of blood from Zhao Defa. This time, the color of the blood was obviously much brighter than before. When the new blood sample was put into the analyzer, everyone's heart was in their throat. Tai Fui stood up suddenly, his eyes like lightning, staring at the big screen. The data is refreshing. The value representing the activity of cancer cells began to beat. Then, under the unforgettable gaze of everyone, the number began to fall madly like a cliff-like waterfall. 987. 800. 500. 200. It fell wildly below the red zone representing extreme danger. It fell unstoppably and fell below the orange warning line representing moderate danger. Final. Amidst countless almost petrified gazes, the value remained steadily within the green normal range, representing absolute health. Circulating tumor cell CTC activity index, 5.2, safe. Silence. Deathly silence. Zhao Defa looked at the green number on the screen, which represented birth, and was completely dumbfounded. He was stunned for a full 5 seconds. Immediately. Wow. An earth-shattering cry burst out from his mouth. He no longer cared about his position as chairman or the reputation of his family. He rolled and crawled off the wheelchair, and fell to his knees on the ground desperately, kowtowed to Lin Feng desperately, again and again. The floor was banging as he hit it. Immortal Lin. Living Buddha Lin. Thank you. Thank you for giving me a second life. His cry was like a thunderclap, waking up all the people who were still petrified at the scene. Next second, the entire banquet hall went completely crazy. The remaining wealthy businessmen who were also seriously ill or had seriously ill relatives at home no longer cared about the threats from the Yi family. In front of a living life, the power of the Yi family means nothing. They were like hungry wolves that smelled blood, their eyes were red, and they rushed towards Lin Feng desperately. "Mr. Lin. Please sell me one. Any price is fine. Divine Dr. Lin. Save my father. I'm willing to give him half of my entire fortune. Don't push. I was here first. Mr. Lin. Look at me. My liver cancer is also in the late stage. Crying and screaming. Pray. There were even curses being hurled in a fight for position. The sound resounded throughout the Sky Ballroom. At this moment, the blockade dam built by the Yi family with their power was completely destroyed by the torrent of desire called survival. Total defeat. Chapter 79, The Flood That Broke the Dam. In the banquet hall, the torrent of desire has gotten out of control. Faced with those family representatives who rushed up like crazy, the members of Songlang and Longdun took action. They did not use violence. They just took a step forward, stood shoulder to shoulder, and formed a motionless human wall, easily isolating the wealthy businessmen from outside. That cold aura, like a great wall of steel, cleared all the crazy minds. Lin Feng picked up the microphone at the main seat. He said hello softly. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard through the speakers, drowning out all the noise and chaos at the scene. The miracle drug is limited. Only given to those who are destined to receive it. Today's experience session ends here. Finished. He put down the phone, ignored everyone, and didn't even look at those wealthy businessmen. Under the joint protection of Songlang and Taifoi, who had sworn allegiance, he turned around and calmly walked into the exclusive passage of the side hall. All he left behind at the scene was a backview that drove everyone crazy, made everyone regretful, and filled everyone with endless longings. The storm starts with a small ripple. The news of the experience meeting, accompanied by a live video that could not be faked, spread like wildfire throughout the upper class of Jiangnan province within half an hour at a terrifying speed that was almost viral. The first part shows the Iron Buddha being broken and then rising again, howling towards the sky like a god or demon. The first part is about the scientific miracle of Zhao Defa's cancer cell index plummeting. These two videos, like two nuclear bombs, exploded in the peaceful circle of power and influence in Jiangnan province. In a top private club in the capital of Jiangnan province. Countless family heads who were drinking and chatting happily with the Yi family members and treating each other like brothers had their smiles frozen on their faces when they saw the video pop up on their phones. Next second. Excuse me, Mr. Yi, I need to go to the bathroom. Oh, my stomach feels a little uncomfortable. Excuse me. There's something urgent at home, so I have to leave first. We'll meet again another day. One after another, the leaders left the table with excuses. They hid in an empty corner and dialed their driver's number with trembling hands, their voices distorted with excitement. Prepare the car. Prepare the car now. Go to Caesar's palace. As fast as you can. Quick. The Yi family mansion was brightly lit. Yiling Tian was sitting on the armchair in the study, listening to his spy phone Cohen's report on the failure of the experience meeting before Iron Buddha entered. There was a smug smile on his face, as if his plan had worked out. But that smile quickly froze. His cell phone rang frantically, like a death warrant. One after another, they were all calls from his allies who had just sworn to him at the poker table. Hey, Brother Yi, our company's capital chain has some problems. The cooperation project we signed with you before can only be terminated unilaterally. I will pay the penalty for breach of contract. Master Yi, I'm truly sorry. My mother is suddenly critically ill, and I can't take care of the family business for the time being. I promised to help you suppress that Tian Group, but now I'm unable to do anything. The tone on the other end of the phone was cold and firm. Yiling Tian has not yet recovered from these successive betrayals. The subordinates he sent to monitor Caesar's palace called with a terrified tone. Master! Master! Something bad has happened. The whole city, all the luxury cars in the city are rushing to Caesar's palace like crazy. The road in front of the hotel is completely blocked. Yiling Tian stood up suddenly, pushed away the subordinates in front of him, and rushed to the study window. He raised the telescope and looked towards the distant Caesar's palace. The building that looked like a golden palace in the night had now become the center of the entire city. An endless line of steel cars, consisting of Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and Maybachs, is converging from all directions of the city, like rivers flowing into the sea, or like believers on a pilgrimage. The flashing car lights formed a dazzling galaxy, stinging Yiling Tian's eyes. The telescope in his hand fell to the ground with a click. He knows. It's over for me. The prestige that the Yi family has built up over 100 years is worthless in the face of the most primitive and irresistible temptation of longevity and immortality. In front of Caesar's Palace Hotel. Li Jianguo, Wang Dihai, all the family heads who were trembling and hesitant under the pressure of the Yi family yesterday. At this moment, everyone brought their family's most expensive gifts and lined up in the lobby in an orderly manner like a group of primary school students who had made mistakes. Their faces were filled with flattery, regret, and deep fear. They dared not make noise or cut in line. I only hope to have a chance to express my apology and loyalty to the Lin immortal who is high above the clouds. In the Yi family study, Yiling Tian looked ashen as he listened to his subordinates' real-time reports on the grand scene at the hotel entrance. He was silent for a long, long time. Finally, he grabbed his most beloved Song Dynasty Jianzhan teapot on the table, which was worth tens of millions, and threw it hard to the ground. Bang! To pieces. He knew that he had lost miserably in business, prestige, and people's hearts. But he was unwilling to give up. He was unwilling to see his century-long foundation destroyed in the hands of a young man in his early 20s. A trace of crazy, venomous blood-red color suddenly shot up from the depths of his eyes. Since Ming can't defeat him, then, let's do it secretly. At any cost. Top floor presidential suite. Lin Feng stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the spectacular traffic jam of desire and wealth downstairs. He spoke calmly to the wolf beside him. Tell them that if they want to ask for medicine, they can. But the rules of the game are determined by me. From now on, Jiangnan Province, I have the final say. Chapter 80: The Gaze of Death. The night is as deep as ink. The light in the Yi family study was still on. Yiling Tian stood in front of the window, staring at the bright lights of Caesar's palace in the distance, his eyes filled with blood-red resentment and unwillingness. He knew that conventional business methods, and even the power he was proud of, had become completely ineffective in front of the young man who could bring the dead back to life. If you want to win, if you want to turn the tables, you have to use unconventional means. Use a method that can kill with one blow. He turned around, walked to a wall at the deepest part of the study, and activated an extremely complicated mechanical mechanism. The wall slid open silently, revealing a secret compartment that had been covered in dust for many years. There was no gold, silver, or jewelry in the secret compartment, only an ancient black iron box. Yiling Tian opened the box and took out a token engraved with a blood-red bat pattern. The token felt cold to the touch, as if holding a piece of ice brought from hell. Just then, the door of the study was pushed open. Yi Fan walked in. When he saw the token in his father's hand, his face instantly turned pale and bloodless. Father! You want to invite divine punishment? His voice trembled violently with fear. The price is too high. Those devils want half of our Yi Group's net profit for the next 10 years. They're cutting out our very souls. Yiling Tian slowly turned around and looked at his son with extremely cold eyes. As long as we can kill him and get the secret of the magic medicine, even if it takes 20 or 30 years, let alone 10, it will be worth it. His voice was hoarse and crazy. The century-old dignity of our Yi family will not be trampled underfoot by a bastard from outside. The next day, Yiling Tian changed into an inconspicuous set of clothes and came alone to an extremely hidden antique shop in the old city of Jiangnan City. The shop was small and dimly lit, and the owner was an ordinary-looking fat man who was dozing off. Yiling Tian placed the blood bat token on the counter. The fat boss, who was dozing off, opened his eyelids slightly, glanced at the token, and then closed them again. He stood up slowly and said something to Yiling Tian. Come with me. He led Yiling Tian into the secret room behind the shop. The secret room was empty except for a computer terminal connected to an encrypted satellite network. The fat boss made a pleased gesture, then stepped out and closed the door. Yiling Tian walked to the terminal and entered a series of complex passwords according to the steps he remembered. The screen lit up, and a blood-red interface appeared. He took a deep breath and typed in the task. Target, Lin Feng, chairman of the Tian Group, currently residing at the Caesar Palace Hotel in Jiangnan City. Requirement, kill with absolute force, leaving no trace. Reward, 50% of Yi Group's net profit for the next 10 years. When he typed the last word, on the screen, a divine punishment seal made of blood slowly emerged, like the mark of the god of death. This means the mission has been accepted. Then, the screen fell into darkness. At the same time, far away, in an underground base on an unknown island in the high seas, an elegant man in a silk robe, tasting top-quality red wine, looked at the task he had just accepted on the screen in front of him, with a playful smile on his face. He is the leader of the Heavenly Punishment Organization. Interesting. For many years, no one has dared to pay such a high price to buy the life of a Yanjing person. He shook his wineglass and gave instructions to the shadow behind him. Send ghost hand. Try his quality first. There is always an especially calm time before a storm. Caesar's Palace, top floor, outdoor heated swimming pool. Lin Feng was wearing a bathrobe and lying on a lounge chair, enjoying a moment of tranquility. The surrender of Tai Fui and the major wealthy families in Jiangnan province has allowed him to gain a firm foothold in Jiangnan province. What he was thinking about at the moment was how to carry out the next step of business encroachment on the Yi family and swallow this behemoth completely, skin and bones. Sudden. Without any warning. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. It was an extremely subtle, yet extremely uncomfortable feeling. It was as if in the dark, there was a pair of cold, emotionless eyes, watching me from a very far distance. He frowned, sat up from the recliner and looked around. The sun is shining and the breeze is gentle. Apart from a few Dragon Shield members responsible for security, there was no one else. Is it an illusion? He attributed this feeling to being overworked and a little nervous recently. He doesn't know. Just a kilometer away from Caesar's Palace, on the rooftop of another skyscraper. A man wearing urban camouflage uniform, almost blending into the environment, was lying there. He used the high-power scope on a Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle to firmly place the crosshairs on Lin Feng's head. The corner of the man's mouth showed a cruel smile like that of a hunter. His index finger slowly rested on the trigger. Then, gently, he buttoned it down. Chapter 81, God-level premonition, escape from death. Thousands of meters away. The roof of the building. The sniper codenamed Falcon has completely become one with his Barrett M82A1. He held his breath, his heartbeat dropped to 30 beats per minute, and he entered an absolutely calm hunting state. His index finger was steadily applying the last few kilograms of pressure to the trigger. According to his calculations, the specially modified 12.7mm armor-piercing bullet will cross the barrier of space in 0.8 seconds and accurately smash the target's leisurely head in the recliner under him. Next to the swimming pool. The throbbing feeling in Lin Feng's heart became stronger and stronger. From the initial slight discomfort to the current feeling of being on edge and falling into an icy cave. It was so strong that he could no longer ignore it. It was as if the god of death had opened his arms, ready to drag him into the endless abyss. Right at this moment. Ding! Warning! The host is detected to be under a fatal threat, and the probability of survival is less than 0.01%. God-level selection system, emergency activation. The cold mechanical sound, like an oracle from the sky, exploded in his mind. 3 rows of blood-red options appeared in his mind. Option 1, trust your luck. Reward, a one-way ticket to heaven. Option 2, call Songlong. Reward, a chance to collect Songlong's body. Option 3, awaken your fighting instincts and listen to the footsteps of death. Reward, God-level passive ability crisis premonition. No time to think. No time to hesitate. Lin Feng's consciousness rushed madly towards the third option within 0.001 seconds after he saw the options clearly. Pick 3. The moment he made his choice. An indescribable, cold, and strange perception that seemed to come from the deepest dimension of the soul, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly washed over his limbs and bones, and perfectly integrated with every cell and every neuron of his. Buzz. In his eyes, the world suddenly changed. The flow of the wind, the trajectory of the sunlight, the dance of dust in the air, everything became extremely clear and extremely slow. He can even see clearly. A blood-red line of death, formed by pure murderous intent and the breath of death, was passing through the barriers of space from the roof of a building 1,000 meters away, and pointing towards his own eyebrows with incredible precision. At the same time, Falcon pulled the trigger. Bang! The dull yet deadly sound of gunfire rang out from 1,000 meters away. The bullet is fired. Just when the armor-piercing bullet was about to break free from the muzzle, in the last 0.01 seconds, Lin Feng's body moved. That's not an order from the brain. That was a reaction beyond the limit, a reaction made by the deepest and most primitive survival instinct of the body after integrating the God-level crisis premonition. He didn't dodge to the left or to the right. Because that line of death has blocked all his escape space. His body suddenly leaned back in a strange posture that completely violated human body mechanics. The whole person seemed to have no bones, like a slippery fish, sliding directly from the recliner and falling backwards. The goal is the blue swimming pool next to you. Puff! There was a slight sound, as if cloth was being torn. A large caliber sniper bullet, powerful enough to penetrate light armor, whizzed past, almost grazed his scalp. The scorching airflow even singed off a few strands of his black hair. The bullet finally hit the recliner made of aviation-grade titanium alloy where he had just been lying. The extremely sturdy recliner was like a paper-made one, and a huge hole with twisted edges was instantly punched in it. Plop! At this moment, Lin Feng's body also fell heavily into the water. A huge splash of water shot up into the sky. Thousands of meters away. The Falcon's eyes were still glued to the sight. He saw it. He saw the target's incredible backward movement. He saw the bullet he had fired penetrate the empty recliner. The expression on his face changed from confidence to astonishment and then to extreme shock and disbelief. The whole person was stunned. Missed? Impossible. Missed the target? Impossible. He has been in the industry for 10 years, assassinated politicians and sniped military leaders, and never failed. Today, on a seemingly defenseless target, in a perfect sniping environment, he actually missed? Next to the swimming pool. The dull gunshot was like thunder, waking everyone up. Enemy attack. The wolf roared angrily. He and other members of the Dragon Shield team responded in the most professional manner almost at the same time as the gunshot. Several team members rushed to the edge of the swimming pool immediately and used their bodies to form a human shield to protect the entire swimming pool area. The rest of the team members, like hunting cheetahs, said nothing and rushed madly towards the direction where the gunshots came from. Crash! The sound of water was heard. Lin Feng emerged from the water, wiped the water droplets off his face, and shook his wet hair. His face was calm. But his eyes were terrifyingly cold. He raised his head and looked at the skyscraper in the distance. He knew this was not the end. This is just the beginning. A game of life and death has begun. Chapter 82, The Enemy is Behind the Enemy. Yi Family. From the study, Yiling Tian's suppressed roar of anger was heard. Trash. A bunch of trash. He threw a report to the ground, which clearly recorded the complete failure of the first assassination attempt. A astronomical reward. The best sniper. And yet, they didn't even hit their target. Is this the true strength of your sky punishment? From the other end of the encrypted terminal came a processed, emotionless electronic synthesized voice. Mission assessment error. Target possesses strong anti-reconnaissance capabilities and an exceptional sixth sense. The operation will be upgraded. Gold medal killer Ghost Hand has arrived in Jiangnan City. We will change our strategy and start by clipping the target's wings. Our primary target is Master Taifo, Tai Shaotian. Caesar's Palace. In the presidential suite, Lin Feng was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city that was already crawling at his feet. The thrill of the first assassination attempt made him completely put away the last bit of contempt he had. He knew that the Yi family, a mad dog that had been forced into a desperate situation, had begun to resort to any means necessary. Sudden. In his mind, the cold, godlike, premonition of crisis, that seemed to be overlooking all living things once again felt a slight throbbing. But this time, the faint blood-red thread representing death was not pointing at him. Instead, it vaguely pointed to the northwest of the city, in the direction of the Iron Buddha's headquarters. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. He understood immediately. Make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Clip the wings. First, kill Taifoi, the most influential ally in Jiangnan province whom he had just conquered, in order to intimidate others and turn himself into an isolated island again. What a cruel plan. Boss, what's wrong? Sun Long sensed a flash of murderous intent from Lin Feng. They are going to attack Master Tifo. Lin Feng's voice was as cold as ice. Song Lan's expression changed. I'll notify Master Buddha immediately. Tell him to strengthen his defenses. Stay in the main hall and don't come out. This is the most common and safest way to deal with it. Lin Feng shook his head. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No, don't tell him. Why did you make him hide? The prey has already left its lair. Now, it's our turn as hunters to set the trap. He turned around, his eyes flashing with a mixture of wisdom and murderous intent. Sanglong, you will personally lead the Dragon Shield 1st and 2nd Action Teams, 20 elite soldiers, to the road that Master Tifo must take to return to the headquarters, under the Longchuan interchange, and set up an ambush in advance. I will use the hotel's security system to provide you with comprehensive monitoring and command. Remember, I don't want a body. I want to live. That night. The moon is dark and the wind is strong. Tifoi's motorcade, a row of 5 black bulletproof Mercedes-Benz cars, was driving steadily on the way back to the headquarters. When the convoy drove under the deserted Longchuan overpass, something strange happened suddenly. Laugh. Countless special triangular nails were thrown down from the shadows on the bridge. The tires of the first and last 2 cars in the convoy were punctured instantly, making a harsh friction sound. They lay across the road, blocking the 3 cars in the middle. The bodyguards in the convoy hadn't reacted yet. A ghostly figure had silently slid out from the shadow of the bridge pier. He was wearing a pitch-black nightgown, a white ghost mask on his face, and 2 peculiarly shaped crescent-shaped short blades in his hands. He is the gold medal killer of Heavenly Punishment, Ghost Hand. Next second, he moved. His figure left a trail of afterimages in the darkness, and as if teleporting, he cut into the formation of Tifoi's bodyguards. A cold light flashes. Puff. Puff. Blood splattered. Those battle-hardened elite bodyguards under Master Tifo were like lambs to be slaughtered in front of the ghost hand and were vulnerable. They didn't even have the chance to draw their guns before their throats were easily cut by the 2 short blades that were like poisonous snake fangs. Less than 30 seconds. Except for the main car where Tifoi was, the bodyguards beside the other vehicles had all fallen in a pool of blood. Ghost Hand shook off the blood drops on the short blade and a cruel smile appeared on his face. He walked slowly to Tifui's extended version of the Rolls-Royce, ready to complete this relaxing journey. He reached out and opened the car door. At the moment the car door was opened. Swish. 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 Dozens of flashlights with strong light, strong enough to blind people's eyes, lit up at the same time from all directions, on the bridge, under the bridge, and behind the bridge piers. All the beams of light were focused on him alone. The area where he is illuminated as bright as day. Ghost Hand's face changed drastically. He subconsciously wanted to step back, but he found that at some point, the dark corners around him were filled with cold figures in black suits. Sanglong and his team members with Dragon's Shield, like ghosts emerging from the ground, have surrounded the entire area tightly. We've fallen into a trap. This was the only thought left in the Ghost Hand's mind. Without thinking, he exerted force with his feet, ready to break through by force. But it was too late. A figure faster than him, with an imposing manner like a mountain pressing down on one's head, has already rushed in front of him. It's the Sanglong. Court death. Ghost Hand roared angrily, and the short blade in his hand turned into 2 poisonous dragons, strangling the wolf's throat. The wolf did not dodge or evade, but faced forward head-on with a pair of iron fists, carrying a strong wind that could split rocks and open mountains. Ding! Ding! Fists and blades collided, sparks flew. The 2 strongest men in the world fought each other in an instant. Not far away, there is a commanding height of a building. Lin Feng was holding a military-grade night vision telescope, calmly admiring the exciting battle under the bridge. Final. Under Sanglong's frontal attack and the seamless cooperation of the Dragon Shield team members, Ghost Hand was exhausted and revealed a flaw. He was hit in the chest by Sanglong's heavy punch, vomiting blood and falling to the ground. He was immediately locked up with special shackles by several team members. Lin Feng put down the telescope and slowly walked down the rooftop. A moment later, he came under the bridge and stood in front of the captured Ghost Hand, who was like a dead dog, looking down from a high position. Chapter 83, Tearing Off the Disguise and Declaring War. The basement vault at Caesar's Palace. The air was cold, with a mixed smell of rust and disinfectant. The gold medal killer Ghost Hand was tied tightly to a special interrogation chair like a wild dog with all its teeth and claws pulled out. Lin Feng did not use any torture. He simply walked up to the Ghost Hand and gently placed his hand on the top of his head. Mind reading, quietly launched. The Ghost Hand's pupils, which were dilated with fear, suddenly shrank, and its body twitched violently before going limp again. After a moment, Lin Feng withdrew his hand. He has gotten everything he wanted. Some information about the mysterious killer organization Tian Fa, and the employer behind the scenes is indeed the head of the Yi family, Yiling Tian. Just then, Sanglong walked in from outside with steady steps and handed over a tablet computer. Boss, I just received news. Tomorrow is the 80th birthday of the Yi family's old man, Yi Lingtian's father. The Yi family will be hosting a grand banquet at their manor, and almost all the prominent figures in Jiangnan province will be there. Lin Feng took the tablet and looked at the electronic invitation with gilded font on it. A playful and cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. He turned his head and glanced at the unconscious ghost hand in the corner. Song Lang. Prepare a gift. Tomorrow, we will go to Old Master Yi to celebrate his birthday. The next day, the Yi family manor was decorated with lights and bustling with people. Countless luxury cars, from Rolls-Royce to Bentley, blocked the road outside the manor as if they were attending a car show. Almost all the leading figures from all walks of life in Jiangnan province, from business tycoons to political upstarts, were present. Everyone's face was filled with warm smiles, and they were holding beautifully wrapped valuable gifts in their hands. The scene was extremely grand and harmonious. Yi Lingtian was wearing a brand new dark red tang suit. His face was flushed as he mingled with the guests, toasted them, and calmly accepted everyone's compliments and blessings. He forced a smile and perfectly played the role of a filial son and a successful family leader. But only he himself knew that his heart had long been irritated and restless because of the continuous failure of assassinations, like an ant on a hot pan. The birthday banquet reached its climax in a hypocritical yet warm atmosphere. The MC, in an exciting tone, invited one of today's protagonists, Yi Lingtian, the patriarch of the Yi family, to come on stage and give a speech. Yi Lingtian straightened his clothes, put on an impeccable smile on his face, and was about to step onto the stage. Just then, squeak! The two extremely heavy doors of the banquet hall, made of precious mahogany, were slowly pushed open from the outside. The noisy banquet hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes turned to the door at the same time. Lin Feng, wearing a well-tailored black casual suit, with his hands in his pockets, walked in leisurely with Sanglang as if he was taking a walk in his own back garden. His appearance was like a drop of ice water falling into a boiling oil pan. The whole audience was shocked. The smile on Yi Lingtian's face froze instantly. He looked at the young man who should have been shivering in the hotel like a stray dog, but now he dared to appear in his territory openly. An indescribable feeling of humiliation and anger rushed straight to the top of his head. He almost subconsciously pointed at Lin Feng and shouted with all his strength. Lin Feng! Who asked you to come? You are not welcome here. Someone! Security! Get him out! Lin Feng seemed not to hear his roar. He just smiled, and that smile, in Yi Lingtian's view, was full of endless irony. Master Yi, why are you so angry? I heard that it's old Master Yi's 80th birthday. As a member of the Jiangnan province business community, I specially prepared a small gift to congratulate him. You can't just turn me away, right? Said. He clapped his hands lightly. Sanglang understood and slowly pushed a huge gift box covered with red cloth, which was more than one person tall, to the center of the banquet hall. All the guests' eyes were curiously focused on the mysterious gift box. They all wanted to see what kind of gift this young man who had stirred up the entire Jiangnan province would present on such an occasion. Amidst everyone's curious, puzzled and inquiring gazes, Lin Feng stepped forward personally, stretched out his hand, and suddenly tore off the huge red cloth. The gift box was opened. When they saw what was inside, the whole audience gasped. There were no priceless antiques or paintings in there. It is not any gold, silver, or jewelry that symbolizes good luck. Instead, it was a person who was tied up, had a cloth stuffed in his mouth, and was unconscious. It is the gold medal killer of heavenly punishment, Ghost Hand. Except for this living person. Next to the gift box, his two peculiarly shaped crescent-shaped short blades were placed on a stand. And a copy, clearly printed, clearly showing the detailed remittance records of the Yi family paying a huge commission to the designated account of the Heavenly Punishment Organization through an overseas underground bank. Witness. Physical evidence. The evidence is irrefutable. Lin Feng picked up the remittance record, walked onto the stage leisurely, and took the microphone from the stunned MC. He smiled into the microphone and looked at Yi Lingtian, whose face was as pale as paper. Master Yi, it seems that your business has been doing really well recently. You are really generous. I wonder if you will. Are you satisfied? This sentence, like the most vicious curse and the loudest slap in the face, slapped Yi Lingtian hard in the face. He looked at the big gift in front of him, listening to the guests around him whispering, from shock, to contempt, to fear. He only felt that all his disguises and all his dignity were being torn off layer by layer in public, covered in blood, thrown on the ground, and trampled on repeatedly. Puff! Yiling Tian could no longer suppress the surging blood and energy. His eyes went dark and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Then, his eyes rolled back and he fell straight back. Chapter 84: The Devil's Contract. Jiangnan Provincial First People's Hospital, on the top floor, in the heavily guarded intensive care unit. Yiling Tian slowly woke up from his coma. What caught my eye was the pale ceiling and the sad face of my son beside me. Dad! You're finally awake. When Yifan saw him wake up, he rushed to the bed and cried bitterly. He cried and told Yiling Tian everything that happened after the birthday party. The Yi family has become the biggest laughingstock in the entire Jiangnan province. Overnight, all the allies turned against the Yi family and even turned around to attack the Yi family's business. The group's stock price collapsed like an avalanche, countless cooperative projects were unilaterally torn up, and banks came to demand repayment. The century-old Yi family is about to collapse in an instant. Yiling Tian listened quietly. The last bit of light called reason in his already cloudy eyes was completely replaced by boundless madness and resentment. He suddenly reached out and pulled out the 4-tube on the back of his hand. Then, despite his physical weakness, he struggled to get up from the bed. Lin Feng. A low growl like a wild beast came from his throat. I want him dead. I want him to die without a burial place. Ignoring Yifan's obstruction, he staggered to the corner of the ward and picked up the encrypted satellite phone. He contacted Heavenly Punishment again. But this time, after the screen lit up, the other party's attitude became cold and sarcastic. A line of blood-red text slowly emerged. Mission failed, reputation damaged. To continue, double the sacrifice. Double? Yiling Tian looked at the line of words and instead of getting angry, he laughed crazily. Ha 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 ha. Great. What a great double. He roared at the terminal with all his strength. I am willing to donate all the profits of the Yi family for the next 30 years. I just want him dead. Send your strongest trump card. The strongest one. There was silence on the other side of the screen. A full half-minute passed. 2 words, also blood-red and seemingly imbued with some kind of magic, slowly emerged. Phantom. Contract established. The screen fell into darkness again. The island base of Heaven's Punishment. The leader looked at the new contract that Yiling Tian had exchanged for the future of his entire family, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He swirled the red wine in his glass and spoke to the shadow behind him. The Yi family is already a dead family. However, I can use a dead person to exchange for the secrets of Lin Feng, especially the secret of the magic medicine. It's worth it. At the same time, Paris, France. A top autumn and winter fashion show is being staged. Under the spotlight, a Chinese female model with noble temperament and stunning beauty was wearing the latest haute couture dress and walking on the catwalk as the finale guest. Her every smile and frown attracted the admiration and crazy flashes of cameras from countless celebrities and wealthy people at the scene. She is the Phantom. In the Sky Punishment Organization, codenamed Phantom, he is the #1 ace killer. What he is best at is using the most perfect disguise to get close to the target, and then delivering the most fatal blow when the opponent is most confused and infatuated. Step off the catwalk and into the exclusive backstage lounge. She gracefully took off her high heels, and her assistant immediately handed her an encrypted mobile phone. On the phone, there was only an encrypted message that had just been received. There was only a name and a photo in the message. Lin Feng. Phantom looked at the photo, at Lin Feng's young and handsome face, and a charming yet dangerous smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. She stuck out the tip of her scarlet tongue and gently licked her plump red lips. Interesting little prey. Caesar's palace. Lin Feng didn't know that a killing plan against him, more deadly than any previous one, had quietly begun. He was in the hotel's business center, handling the affairs of the major families in Jiangnan province who had come to him for help. The god-level crisis premonition in his body was as quiet as water, without any reaction. This indicates that the new threat does not come from direct violence such as gunfire and bullets. But it comes from a more hidden, gentle, and more deadly poison. 3 days later, Jiangnan province hosted a crucial business summit aimed at boosting the province's economic development. Lin Feng, as the undisputed new king of Jiangnan province's business community, is naturally the focus of everyone's attention. At the halftime reception of the summit, a beautiful Chinese woman named Sophie, who claimed to be the Asian representative of the French Bourbon family, walked up to Lin Feng gracefully, holding a glass of champagne. She is breathtakingly beautiful, and her innate noble temperament makes all the socialites around her pale in comparison. "Mr. Lin, I've long heard of your name." She raised her glass towards Lin Feng, her peach blossom eyes flickering as she unabashedly expressed her intention to cooperate, as well as a stronger, personal interest that a woman has in a man. Chapter 85: Perfect Disguise. At a reception at a business summit, Sophie is undoubtedly the most dazzling pearl in the audience. Whether it was her unique insights into Europe's new energy policy or her accurate predictions about the future direction of the global luxury market, her performance was impeccable, making many business leaders present feel ashamed. She quickly became the center of the crowd. Li Jianguo and other businessmen from Jiangnan province who had just joined Lin Feng treated her as a distinguished guest and had a great time chatting with her. Lin Feng was holding a glass of champagne and observing the woman quietly from a distance. At the same time, mind reading has already been quietly activated. However, the next second, he frowned slightly. He was surprised to find that he could not hear any useful information. All he could sense were some very normal, superficial business thoughts of Sophie that were consistent with her identity. "This Mr. Lin seems to be more charming than described in the information. He took control of Jiangnan province too quickly. Perhaps the Tian Group's model could be introduced to Europe. Perhaps this mission can become more interesting. There is nothing else besides this." It was as if her thoughts were protected by a solid, invisible barrier, revealing only the parts she wanted you to know. Lin Feng's heart trembled. He immediately realized that he had encountered an extremely formidable opponent. The other party has either undergone the most rigorous and perverted psychological training and has been able to perfectly control his superficial thinking and use it as a disguise. Or, she had some special method or tool that he didn't know about that could block mental prying. No matter which one it is enough to show that this woman's danger level is far beyond any previous enemy. Interestingly, the God-level crisis premonition in his body remains silent. This shows that, at least for now, this woman does not have any direct killing intention towards him that could pose a fatal threat. Interesting. Lin Feng curled up his lips into a sneer and decided to take advantage of the situation. He wanted to see what this beautiful snake, who was disguised so perfectly, wanted to get from him. In the next few days, Sophie demonstrated her amazing business skills and connections. As the representative of the French Bourbon family, she easily established a preliminary cooperation intention between the Tian Group and the three top European financial groups. Her professionalism, efficiency, and skills won unanimous praise from Li Jianguo and even Han Li, who participated remotely via video conference. They all believed that this Miss Sophie was a great help to Lin Feng in Jiangnan province and even on the world stage, and was a true benefactor. Sophie also took the opportunity of discussing work to spend time alone with Lin Feng many times. In the boardroom, she is the wise and decisive business queen. But in private, she turned back into the charming and stunning beauty she was. The words were filled with all kinds of ambiguous teasing and hints, as if they were going to hook the souls of all men in the world. Sun Long had warned Lin Feng in private more than once with his unchanging icy face. "Boss, this woman's origins are unknown. She's too perfect, so perfect that she looks like a trap." Lin Feng just smiled and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, no matter how cunning the fox is, it can't beat a good hunter." A week later, a large-scale charity dinner organized by the Jiangnan Provincial Red Cross Society was held grandly at Caesar's Palace. Lin Feng and Sophie, as two of the hottest figures in Jiangnan province's business community today, were naturally both invited to attend. At the dinner, when the melodious waltz music sounded, wearing a sexy black evening dress, Sophie, like the queen of the night, walked gracefully in front of Lin Feng, holding a wineglass. She invited Lin Feng to dance with her. She knew this was her best and last chance. Unnoticed, hidden between her meticulously manicured fingernails, was a colorless, odorless, and instantly lethal tree frog neurotoxin extracted from the depths of the South American rainforest. Whenever she danced, the nails painted with bright red nail polish would lightly brush against the back of Lin Feng's hand, seemingly unintentionally. "The mission will end." Lin Feng looked at her charming smile that was enough to make any man irresistible, and gladly accepted the invitation. He took her hand and walked onto the dance floor. He knows. Tonight, this death game that has lasted for a week, it's time to end. His God-level crisis premonition had no effect on Sophie herself. But just now, Sophie walked towards him and stretched out her hand. That cold, deadly throbbing suddenly exploded without any warning. The red line of death does not point to the person Sophie. Instead, he pointed with incredible precision at the large, seemingly decorative nail on her right ring finger, painted with a special transparent nail polish. Ruby ring. Chapter 86: Death Tango at the dinner party. The charity dinner was brightly lit and attended by many celebrities. When Lin Feng appeared at the venue with Sophie in a sexy black evening dress, he instantly became the absolute focus of the audience. One is the new king of Jiangnan province who is extremely powerful and mysterious. One is a representative of the European aristocracy with a profound background and stunning beauty. To everyone, they were a match made in heaven. When the melodious tango music sounded, amid the jealous gazes of countless men and envious women, Lin Feng took Sophie's hand and slid gracefully into the center of the dance floor. I have to say that Sophie's dance is extremely beautiful. Every spin of hers and every swing of her hips is filled with extreme rhythm and temptation. Her body, like a boneless snake, was vaguely attached to Lin Feng's body, transmitting amazing heat. Her eyes were filled with a dazed drunkenness. She put her red lips close to Lin Feng's ear, and her breath was as sweet as orchid. Lin, you are such a fascinating man. Lin Feng put one hand around her soft waist and held her smooth hand with the other, perfectly coordinating with her dance steps. He also smiled and whispered in her ear with the same ambiguous tone. So is Miss Sophie, beautiful as a rose with thorns. A hint of sneer of success flashed in Sophie's eyes. Soon, you will know how poisonous this thorn is. She has decided to deliver this fatal blow in the next fierce big spin. Lin Feng's god-level crisis premonition was no longer a throbbing sensation at this moment, but like the most shrill alarm bell, roaring wildly in his mind. In her eyes, the beautiful ruby ring was emitting a rich, indissoluble red light of death that was invisible to the naked eye. Here we come. The music reaches its climax. Sophie leaned back gracefully with the help of the centrifugal force of a rapid rotation, and her right hand wearing the death ring was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, with a graceful arc, and was about to touch Lin Feng's neck like lightning. That is one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Just a light scratch of the fingernail. However, at that moment, there was only 1/10 of a millimeter between her fingertips and Lin Feng's skin. Lin Feng's movements were faster than hers. His hands, at a strange angle that no ordinary person could do and that completely violated human body mechanics, predicted all her movements in advance. Bang! A soft sound. Lin Feng's hand, like a red-hot pair of pliers, tightly grasped Sophie's wrist. Make sure her deadly fingertips can no longer move forward even a little bit. Sophie's expression changed for the first time. She wanted to break free, but was shocked to find that Lin Feng's hand was as motionless as a mountain. The strength and skills that she was proud of seemed so ridiculous in front of the other party. The smile on Lin Feng's face was still gentle. Their dance steps did not even pause for the slightest. To others, it seemed like just a normal, tense dance move. He lowered his head, still leaning close to Sophie's ear in that lover-like manner. He spoke softly, word by word, in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Dancing, very good. But the ace assassin of the Sky Punishment Organization, Miss Phantom. Next time, should you find a more creative way to take my life? When the words divine punishment and phantom entered her ears like a spell, the Phantom's brain went blank in an instant. Her perfect disguise, which was enough to deceive the whole world, was torn to pieces at this moment. For the first time, her enchanting peach blossom eyes revealed the purest horror and fear that belonged to her prey. How is that possible? How could he know? Lin Feng didn't give her any time to think. He held her hand and suddenly pushed it inward. Ah! Phantom let out a groan that was suppressed to the extreme. Her bright red nails, which were painted with a deadly poison, scratched across her own smooth, jade-like arm skin under the irresistible force of Lin Feng. A tiny trace of blood appeared instantly. The Phantom's body suddenly stiffened. She knew she was finished. Bite. The dance music came to an abrupt end with the last note. Lin Feng let go of his hand and gracefully gave a perfect farewell ceremony. The Phantom opposite him had a pale face and a shaky body, unable to even stand steadily. Oh, my dance partner seems to have had too much to drink. Lin Feng took a step forward and just right supported her body, which was about to fall, then turned around and gave an apologetic smile to the guests around who were looking at her with doubt. Song Lang. Send Miss Sophie to the suite upstairs to rest for a while. An expression of I understand appeared on Sang Lon's icy face, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years. He took 2 members of the Dragon Shield team and stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, and supported the powerless Phantom without any resistance, and politely took her away from the scene. Chapter 87: Extracting the Fangs. Caesar's Palace, Underground Chamber. The ace killer Phantom, who was once charming and captivating, is now curled up on the cold ground, powerless and dying. She was poisoned by herself. The colorless and odorless neurotoxin was madly eroding her body functions, leaving her without the strength to even move a finger. Lin Feng looked down at her condescendingly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. He took out a bottle of Phoenix No. 1 that was diluted 1,000 times and injected it into her personally. The magic medicine saved her life and prevented her from dying immediately. But the extreme pain of sometimes falling into an icy cave, sometimes being burned by fire, and wandering madly on the edge of life and death, completely broke down her professional mental defense line that had been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations. Lin Feng's hand, once again, gently placed on her head. Mind reading. This time, there were no obstacles. He easily found what he wanted from the sea of her chaotic, painful, and fear-filled thoughts. The address of the Heavenly Punishment Organization's branch in Jiangnan City. A large warehouse disguised as an ordinary logistics company. Lin Feng withdrew his hand, turned around and walked out of the secret room. He gave orders to the wolf waiting outside, his voice as cold as ice. Call all active Dragon Shield members. Gather in the underground garage and depart within 5 minutes. Destination, West City, Yuanton Logistics. Tonight, I will completely eradicate the words heavenly punishment from Jiangnan City. 5 minutes later. Dozens of black bulletproof commercial vehicles, like ghosts pouring out of their nests in the dark night, silently filed out of the underground garage of Caesar's Palace, merged into the traffic flow, and headed towards the west of the city. In the west of the city, Yuanton Logistics Warehouse. The head of the Jiangnan branch of Heavenly Punishment, a sturdy middle-aged man codenamed Judge, was pacing back and forth anxiously in the office. According to the plan, Phantom should have succeeded by now. But why, no news came back. An ominous premonition lingered in his heart. Sudden. Bang. All the lights in the entire warehouse went out instantly. The huge factory area fell into a dead silence and darkness. At the same time, all the communication equipment in his office emitted a shrill busy tone, and the signal was completely blocked. Oh no! Enemy attack! The judge's expression instantly became extremely ferocious in the darkness, and he issued a shrill alarm into the miniature intercom on his ear. He immediately organized his group of well-trained killers and prepared to launch a defensive counterattack based on the complex environment of the warehouse. However, what they faced was a group of demons they had never seen before. Bang! 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 The iron door of the warehouse was violently broken open. A group of monsters dressed in pitch-black combat uniforms, wearing the most advanced night vision goggles, and holding assault rifles equipped with silencers and tactical flashlights, rushed in standard combat formations like special forces from hell. Darkness has no effect on them. However, those killers who were used to walking in the dark were like fireflies in the dark night in front of them, with nowhere to hide. This is a massacre. A textbook, modern tactical crackdown. The members of Dragon Shield are silent but efficient. They worked in groups of 3, taking turns providing cover and using precise bursts of fire to continuously harvest the killers who were still in shock and confusion. And that Sunlang is like a dragon entering the sea, transforming into a god of war. He directly faced the most powerful judge. The judge is quite powerful and is an expert in wielding a dagger, but in a head-on battle, facing a soldier like Sanglong who fought his way out of a sea of blood and corpses, his skills are simply not enough. After a fierce battle. Crack! With a crisp sound of broken bones, the judge's sternum was collapsed by Sanglong's violent punch. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The team members who rushed over handcuffed him on the spot. Less than half an hour. The battle is over. The Heavenly Punishment Organization had a branch in Jiangnan City that had been operating for many years, and all 37 so-called elite killers were annihilated or captured. No one escapes. The lights in the warehouse came back on. Lin Feng slowly walked into this brightly lit yet messy Shura field. He looked at the enemies who were either dead, wounded, or kneeling in surrender, without a single fluctuation in his eyes. He walked up to the captured judge and took the still vibrating satellite encrypted phone from him. Lin Feng unlocked the lock with the judge's finger. Then, in front of everyone, he directly dialed the number marked as sponsor. Yi family. Yiling Tian was anxiously waiting in the study for good news from Heavenly Punishment. The phone finally rang. He picked up the phone with great joy. However, what came from the other end of the phone was not the calm reporting voice of the judge. It was a devilishly calm voice that he would never forget in his life. "Master Yi, good evening. The heavenly punishment you hired doesn't seem to be very effective." Yiling Tian listened to the faint screams of his killer and Lin Feng's calm voice coming from the phone. He knows. His final and biggest trump card. That's all. The whole person felt like falling into an icy cave. Chapter 88, Covenant Under the Throne. Yi Family Manor. The grand birthday banquet has become a mess. The broken pieces of cups and plates scattered all over the floor were like the shattered dignity of the Yi family. The guests have already left. Yiling Tian stood in the center of the banquet hall, his chest heaving violently. His face turned from pale to ashen blue, and finally, all emotions faded from his bloodshot eyes, leaving only a dead, heart-pounding madness. He didn't look at the gift box again. He turned around and walked back to the study. In front of all the family confidants, he slowly took off an Imperial green jade ring from his thumb. The ring was completely green and symbolized the identity of the head of the Yi family. Then, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, he threw this priceless ring hard onto the hard ground. Bang! A crisp sound. Die with honor. I, Yiling Tian, swear here. His voice was hoarse and full of resentment. Don't let Lin Feng and his Tian Group be reduced to ashes. I swear I will never be a human being. This night is destined to be sleepless. Late at night. In the top luxury homes in more than a dozen different cities in Jiangnan province, the phone rang one after another. The caller ID showed the same name that they couldn't refuse. Yiling Tian. Mr. Wang, I'm so sorry to bother you so late. I just want to ask, who helped you pull back from the brink of bankruptcy 20 years ago? Mr. Li, can you get the land for your real estate project in the south of the city without the approval of my Yi family? President Zhang, your son's annual expenses for studying abroad are funded by my Yi family's foundation, right? Yiling Tian's voice spread throughout the entire Jiangnan province through radio waves. His tone was cold, yet full of unquestionable arrogance. He did not give a long speech, but used the simplest way to remind everyone of the inseparable bond of interests between them and the Yi family. Finally, he made an offer they couldn't refuse. Now, there is an evil dragon from outside who wants to destroy our Jiangnan province's own business order. I, Yiling Tian, hereby form the Jiangnan Business Alliance to jointly boycott. I hope you can join. Of course, you can also choose to refuse. On the other end of the phone, a fat-headed boss hesitated for a moment when he heard the word reject. But the next second, he received a text message from the Yi family's housekeeper on his mobile phone. It was an extremely clear diagram of the relationship between his company and the Yi family's upstream and downstream industrial chains. Dense lines, like a spider web, tightly entangled his company on the big tree of the Yi family. As long as the Yi family gives a slight pull, his company will collapse in an instant. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He immediately picked up the phone and spoke loudly to the other end in an almost flattering tone. Master Yi, you're joking. It's our duty to defend the local business order. I, Lu, will be the first to join the alliance. This night. A behemoth with the Yi family as its core, encompassing more than 70% of the old established enterprises in Jiangnan province, has quietly taken shape. The next morning. Caesar's Palace, top floor, on the open-air balcony of the presidential suite. Lin Feng was facing the rising sun, calmly enjoying the breakfast carefully prepared for him by a Michelin 3-star chef. It was as if the impending storm in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Just then, his personal phone rang. It's Han Li. As soon as the phone was connected, Han Li's voice was heard for the first time, mixed with panic and disbelief. Boss. Something big happened. All of our suppliers just now, almost simultaneously, unilaterally announced the termination of their cooperation with us. They don't even want the liquidated damages. They just want to completely cut off ties with us. Our product channels, including all offline shopping malls we partnered with, have all urgently removed our products from the shelves, citing internal renovations as an excuse. Han Li spoke very quickly, and it was obvious that he was under tremendous pressure. And more. On the internet. Look at the internet. Lin Feng put down his knife and fork and picked up the tablet computer next to him. A statement jointly signed by dozens of well-known companies in Jiangnan province has made headlines in all local news. The title is eye-catching and provocative. Letter to all colleagues across the province, unite to resist commercial bullies and defend the pure land of Jiangnan business. The statement portrayed Tian Group and Linfeng as barbarians and invaders who used various despicable means, malicious mergers and acquisitions, market monopoly, and destruction of business rules. The words are sincere and righteous. This statement, which distorted right and wrong, instantly ignited public opinion. Some members of the Jiangnan family who were still on the sidelines, after seeing this statement representing the official attitude, immediately called the Tian Group without hesitation and distanced themselves from it as quickly as possible. Han Li's voice came from the phone again, this time with a hint of despair. Boss, from raw materials to production to sales, our entire business chain has come to a complete standstill in just 3 hours. After listening to all the reports, Lin Feng's expression remained calm without a trace of disturbance. He just picked up the coffee and took a sip. No. After saying that, he hung up the phone. He stood up, walked to the edge of the balcony, and looked at the bustling city below. He said to himself, "That's more like it. If this is all you are capable of, I'm so disappointed." As soon as the words fell, his cell phone rang frantically again. It's still Han Li. Lin Feng picked up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Han Li's voice was even more desperate than before, and even contained a hint of fear. "Boss, something worse than a business boycott has happened. The provincial financial regulatory department just sent us a notice. They say..." Sizzle, sizzle. The voice on the phone was suddenly interrupted by a sharp sound of electricity. Then, I was completely stuck in a busy tone. It was as if the signal was forcibly cut off by some more powerful force. Chapter 89: The Cage of Rules. A moment later, Han Li switched to an encrypted line and called again. This time, his voice was hoarse and filled with unprecedented solemnity. "Boss, it's the provincial financial regulator. Director Liu, who is in charge of us, personally signed this document. Jiangnan Province, Financial Regulatory Center." In a spacious and bright office, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and an elegant temperament had just hung up the phone with Yiling Tian. He looked at the document on the table titled "Decision on Launching an Investigation into Tian Group Jiangnan Branch and its affiliated companies for suspected illegal operations and disruption of market financial order, and implementing a temporary asset freeze," with a complicated look. He knew what this document would mean once it was issued. That would be the most fatal stranglehold on a giant enterprise. He and the Yi family have too many inseparable conflicts of interest. He had no choice. Finally, he picked up the pen and signed his name at the end of the document. Tianhai City, headquarters of Tian Group. In the president's office, Han Li's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the huge electronic display screen in front of him. On the screen, there are rows of corporate accounts opened by Tian Group and major banks in Jiangnan Province. Just now, behind those astronomical balances, the bright red, shocking words "frozen under review" popped up one after another. "Boss Han. No. All our transfer instructions have been rejected by the bank's back-end system. The message account abnormality has been frozen by regulators." The technician's reports were like heavy hammers hitting Han Li's heart. With trembling hands, he tapped quickly on the keyboard, calculating the cash flow that the group headquarters could still use. After a moment, he picked up the phone, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Boss, all our onshore funds are locked up. If it's not unfrozen, the group's reserve funds won't last more than 72 hours. In 72 hours, we will face a global credit collapse and a broken capital chain. Before one wave subsides, another wave arises." Major media outlets, like sharks smelling blood, began to follow up on the reports frantically. Breaking news! Upstart Tian Group is under investigation by provincial financial regulators for suspected serious violations. The end of brutal expansion? Tian Group falls into the biggest crisis since its establishment. As soon as the news came out, the share prices of Tian Group's overseas affiliated companies, which were already falling, instantly began to plummet in panic and without bottom line. And those members of the Jiangnan family who had greeted Lin Feng with smiles and sworn allegiance a few days ago, now jumped out in a hurry. They rushed to publicly express their views in the media. "We firmly support the decision of the regulatory authorities and work together to maintain a fair and just business environment in Jiangnan Province." It was as if he wanted to create the deepest gap between himself and the Tian Group. Immediately afterwards, Tai Fui called. His tone was equally solemn. "Mr. Lin, something's not right. This morning, dozens of my businesses were simultaneously subjected to routine inspections by the fire, health, and taxation departments. This is the authorities warning me not to take sides. Besieged on all sides. Commercial blockade, public opinion encirclement, betrayal of allies, and power strangulation. A web of heaven and earth carefully woven by the Yi family has been completely formed. Caesar's palace. Lin Feng hung up the last call. The entire presidential suite fell into dead silence. There was only the sound of the wind whistling outside the window. In his mind, he was quickly reviewing the entire incident. From the Yi family's business counterattack logic, to the key role played by Director Liu, to the linkage of the entire power system. He clearly realized that this was an open conspiracy. A conspiracy that puts you to death within the rules. He admitted that he had underestimated the terrifying power of this century-old family within the framework of rules. Here, his wealth, which was enough to overturn everything, was frozen. His martial arts skills, which were enough to crush a master, were unable to deal with a piece of official document. He seemed to be trapped in an invisible yet indestructible cage created by rules. Yi family mansion. Yiling Tian was celebrating with members of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. On his face was a sickly look of satisfaction, a sense of revenge. Everyone, I've said it before, we don't even need to defeat this kind of peasant. He smirked, a cruel glint in his eyes. We just need to use the rules, procedures, and everything we have established to hold him back and wear him down. He lost. Caesar's palace. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Feng's eyes became unusually calm again. In fact, it is sharper than ever before. He whispered to himself. On the chessboard, playing according to your rules, I really can't win. But what if I just flipped over this chessboard? As soon as the words fell, that familiar and cold mechanical sound, like revelation, rang out in his mind. It has been detected that the host is facing a regulatory and authority dilemma, and conventional means are no longer effective. The God-level selection system has been activated. Chapter 90: The Birth of a Chess Player. That cold mechanical sound was like the oracle of creation. In front of Lin Feng's eyes, a translucent blue light screen full of futuristic technology slowly unfolded. Lines of cold words flowed across the light screen like a waterfall. Determination of the nature of the dilemma, a regular blockade of the combination of power and capital. Core enemy, Yi Group and the Jiangnan Business Alliance it leads. Core methods, administrative orders, financial freezes, and public opinion suppression. The success rate of cracking by conventional means, less than 1%. Systematic analysis, clear and cruel. Then, 3 options emitting different lights were clearly listed. Option 1, apply pressure to the provincial level through the Jiang family. Reward, the Yi family will receive a verbal warning from a higher level and be forced to restrain themselves. The moment the option appeared, Lin Feng shook his head and rejected it. Asking for help is always the worst option. A debt of favor is often harder to repay than a debt of money. Option 2, use underground means to coerce and bribe Director Liu, the head of financial supervision. Reward, temporary unfreeze of all Tian Group accounts for 3 days. Lin Feng thought of Director Liu's face, and a hint of deep disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Using violence to solve problems within the power system is the most foolish approach. That will only lead to a more crazy and violent backlash from the entire power system. What he wants is not temporary relief. What he wants is for all those who are his enemies to have an indelible fear of him from the depths of their souls. The light screen flickers. The last option is like the rising sun, emitting brilliant and dazzling golden light. Option 3, step off the chessboard and become the chess master. Use capital as a sword to sever all constraints. Reward, God-level skill, Future Vision Finance Limited Edition. Ability description, ability to predict every key fluctuation point of the stock price of any target listed company within sight within the next 24 hours, accurate to the second and minute. Becoming a chess player. Lin Feng looked at the 5 golden characters that were dancing like flames, as if they were deeply imprinted in his pupils. His breathing stopped for a moment. Then he smiled. This is what he needs. This is worthy of his current status. The Yi family thought they made the rules and that they controlled the chessboard? Ridiculous. A truly strong person never follows other people's rules. They only create rules. I choose 3. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. In his heart, with the most determined will, he silently recited his choice. The moment of selection confirmation. Boom. Lin Feng felt as if his brain was connected to a huge cloud database at the end of the universe at this moment. Countless codes, indexes, and densely packed K-line charts representing the global financial markets flashed through his mind like a galaxy of stars. Every jump of the curve and every flow of funds have become clearer than ever before. He closed his eyes and then opened them suddenly. The world before our eyes seems to have an extra layer of data filter composed of zeros and ones. He turned his gaze to the report on the Jiangnan Business Alliance on the tablet. The report lists the logos of more than a dozen listed companies participating in the boycott. And at this moment, in his field of vision, above each logo, a complete K-line chart for the next 24 hours appears extremely clearly. On that line, there are even light spots of different colors that clearly mark the time and price of each highest and lowest point. Lunting real estate, over the next 24 hours, the highest price was 18.72 yuan, which occurred at 10:14 and 35 seconds am. The lowest price was 16.51 yuan, which occurred at 2:48 and 22 seconds pm. Jiangnan Heavy Industry. Tianhai Pharmaceutical. The smile on Lin Feng's lips grew thicker and colder. His eyes were filled with the excitement and cruelty of a hunter seeing a group of defenseless, fat prey. Financial blockade? Remove the firewood from under the cauldron? Very good. Then I will use the capital that you are most proud of to uproot your century-old foundation and devour it completely. He took out his cell phone and dialed Han Li's number, which was almost driven crazy. Don't panic. His voice was calm, yet filled with unshakable confidence. Prepare your top trading team and connect them to overseas accounts. It's time for us to fight back, now. Yi Family Mansion. Yiling Tian and other members of the Jiangnan Business Alliance were still celebrating with toasts and singing loudly. They laughed at Lin Feng, who was locked in the cage by them, imagining how desperate he was at the moment. They didn't notice at all. A financial tsunami that is powerful enough to completely devour and tear apart the century-old foundations of all of them and all of their families is quietly brewing on the top floor of Caesar's palace. The god of death's sight has been raised high. Chapter 91 God Script. Tianhai City, headquarters of Confronting Group. The atmosphere was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. Han Li had just received Lin Feng's first instruction through an absolutely secure encrypted line. Han Li, listen to my orders. Activate Project Hydra immediately. Immediately split all available liquidity at headquarters into 17 different sources through offshore accounts under our control, disguised as international hot money, and ready to await my next instruction. Han Li announced this order to his top financial team in the highest level confidential conference room. The entire conference room was in an uproar. Mr. Han. Are you sure? Confronting Group's chief financial analyst, a gold medal returnee named Wang Tao, was the first to stand up, his face full of disbelief. Now our accounts are frozen, and our funding chain could be cut off at any moment. Instead of trying to smooth things over, we're going to throw all of headquarters' last lifeline into the volatile international financial market? Boss. Has the boss been driven crazy? This is gambling. This is suicide. His words expressed everyone's thoughts. Some people even whispered among themselves, speculating that the boss couldn't stand the pressure and wanted to escape by abandoning domestic business and transferring all assets overseas. For a time, people were in turmoil. Han Li is facing unprecedented internal pressure. He also couldn't understand his boss's intentions. But he chose to believe. Unconditionally believe in the man who has created miracles time and time again. He slammed the table, stood up, and looked at each of his subordinates. Listen to me. It's not your turn to question the boss's decision. I, Han Li, will use my position and everything I have to guarantee this today. Anyone who has any objections can get out of this meeting room now. Whoever stays must follow orders unconditionally. His words were decisive and forcibly suppressed all opposing voices. At this moment, Han Li's encrypted mailbox received an encrypted file from Lin Feng that required 3 levels of password to open. Han Li opened the file. After just one glance, his pupils suddenly shrank into the most dangerous needle points. That's an instruction sheet. A list of instructions that can be called an oracle. Target 1, Yes Mining SH 600XXX. Instructions: at 10 hours 14 minutes and 23 seconds tomorrow morning, place a massive sell order of 500,000 lots at the stock price of 43.52 yuan. Target 2, Jiangnan Heavy Industry SZ000XXX. Instructions: tomorrow afternoon at 2:48 and 22 seconds p.m., at the stock price of 16.51 yuan, use 5x leverage and go all out short. The entire instruction sheet densely and accurately lists the stock codes of more than a dozen core listed companies in the Jiangnan Business Alliance. Also, within the next 24 hours, buy or sell instructions, accurate to the second, accurate to the cent of the stock price. Hanli looked at the instruction sheet that looked like a script written by God himself, and his hand holding the mouse was shaking slightly. He gasped. He finally understood. He finally understood where his boss's incredible self-confidence came from. With such a script, not only the Jiangnan Business Alliance, but even the entire Wall Street can be manipulated in his hands. Hanli no longer needs any explanation. He stood up and distributed the instruction sheet to each core trader through the internal system. His voice was cold, yet filled with uncontrollable enthusiasm. Everyone listen up. From now on, you have only one mission. Strictly follow every number and every time on the instruction sheet. Don't make any mistakes on a single number. Not even a second can be wrong. This night. Zurich, Switzerland. Georgetown, Cayman Islands. Singapore, Marina Bay. On the servers of some of the world's most secretive offshore financial centers, seemingly unrelated huge flows of funds began to pass through hundreds of different channels and quietly completed the final convergence. Like a group of sharks that have smelled blood, they are lurking under the deep sea, waiting for the hunting horn. And at this moment, there was still laughter and joy in the Yi family mansion. Yiling Tian and others were still proudly celebrating their victory and discussing how to divide the huge assets left behind after the collapse of the Tian Group. Yi Fan even held up the wine glass and spoke to his father in high spirits. "Dad, your trick of cutting off the source of funds is really too clever. When the stock price of Tian Group collapses tomorrow, we will lead the charge to buy the bottom and buy them out completely." They had no idea of the impending disaster. Caesar's Palace. Lin Feng stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the notification on his mobile phone that all funds in overseas accounts were in place. A cold, emotionless murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He spoke calmly to Hanli on the other end of the phone. "Tonight, let the brothers have a good rest. Tomorrow, prepare to watch the most spectacular fireworks display." The hands of the clock on the wall slowly pointed to midnight. There are only 9 hours left before the A-share market opens. Chapter 92: The First Drop of Water Under the Waterfall. 9:30 a.m. A-shares open on time. In the study of the Yi family mansion, the huge display screen was a festive red. Stimulated by the major good news that Tian Group was under investigation, the stock prices of several leading companies in the Jiangnan Business Alliance all opened higher without exception. Yes Mining opened 1.5% higher. Yiling Tian picked up the top-grade Yanjing tea in front of him, blew away the hot steam gently, and a smile of command appeared on his face. Everything is under control. Tianhai City, Tian Group headquarters, in the trading room that looks like a military command center. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Han Li's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the huge electronic stopwatch on the wall. All the traders have their fingers hovering over the keyboard, ready for action. When the stopwatch number jumped to 10 hours 14 minutes and 22 seconds, Han Li roared with all his strength. "Now! Yes Mining! The first batch! Throw it to me!" Boom! The moment the order was given. On the screen, a huge sell order worth hundreds of millions of dollars came like a waterfall from the sky, and it was executed instantly before anyone could react. The red K line of Yes Mining, which had been rising slowly, seemed to be hit hard by an invisible giant hammer, and plunged wildly at an almost 90-degree right angle. In the blink of an eye, it turns from red to green. Yi family study. The smile on Yi Lingtian's face froze instantly. He frowned. "Who is crashing the market?" The chief trader beside him immediately replied, "Master, it's probably some profit-taking, or other speculative investors are causing trouble. The volume isn't large, and our funds can easily absorb it." "Humph, you don't know how to live or die." Yi Lingtian snorted coldly and ordered to protect the market. Hundreds of millions of own funds immediately entered the market, like streams flowing into rivers and seas, and began to slowly push the stock price up again. Tianhai Trading Room. Han Li looked at the slowly rising stock price on the screen, then glanced at the God's script in his hand, with a hint of cold sarcasm on his lips. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. He picked up the intercom again and gave the second order. According to the plan, at 14 hours 48 minutes and 22 seconds, when the stock price hit its intraday low of 16.51 yuan, we will quietly accumulate shares and buy back double the chips we just sold. Sell high, buy low. Use your money to pay for my bill. Use your money to put my chips back into my pocket. This is how God plays. At the same time, the stock price of Jiangnan Cement, another core company of the alliance, has been rising rapidly amidst all the good news, and is about to hit the daily limit. The chairman of Jiangnan Cement was sitting in his office, looking at the alluring red on the screen, his face flushed with excitement. As long as the price reaches the daily limit, it represents the absolute recognition of the market. They are sure to win. However, just when the stock price hit the daily limit, only the last cent away, just a second before the huge order of hundreds of millions was about to weld the daily limit, Hanli received instructions from Lin Feng again. This time, the instruction was only one word. Smash it. A sell order of an astronomical amount that was enough to suffocate any institution, like the Milky Way falling from the sky, slammed heavily into the daily limit. Hundreds of millions of orders were smashed to pieces in an instant. The stock price of Jiangnan Cement plummeted from the daily limit. Inside the office, the chairman of Jiangnan Cement stared at the long green line that plummeted from heaven to hell, stunned as if struck by lightning. He grabbed the ashtray on the table and smashed it hard on the screen, roaring in frustration. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. All morning, similar scenarios have been played out one after another in the stocks of more than a dozen listed companies in the Jiangnan Business Alliance. Every stock has produced extremely strange electrocardiograms, like those of a dying patient. Whenever the alliance wants to make an effort, a mysterious and powerful force will deliver the most accurate and fatal blow at the most critical point. Finally, the members of the alliance could no longer sit still. They held an emergency video conference, and everyone's face was filled with surprise and anxiety. This is wrong. It's definitely wrong. This capital has predicted every point of our pull-up and support with such accuracy. It's so accurate it makes me shudder. Yiling Tian forced himself to remain calm and yelled at the screen. What are you panicking about? You're just a bunch of rabble. The other party's funds are definitely limited. He's just bluffing and trying to disrupt our morale. Hold steady. This afternoon, we'll pool all our strength and push the stock price up. In Tianhai trading room, Hanli hung up the encrypted call with Lin Feng, his face showing uncontrollable enthusiasm and admiration. Boss, the morning warm-up is over. We swallowed up a total of about 3 billion yuan of the other party's funds used to support the market. We ourselves, at zero cost, and... He paused, his voice trembling. And it made a profit of 500 million yuan. Lin Feng's voice was calm and without a trace of emotion on the other end of the phone. Tell the brothers to add chicken legs to lunch. In the afternoon, it's the main course. The market is closed at noon. The entire financial circle of Jiangnan province was frantically discussing the strange market situation that had occurred that morning. All analysts are wondering who this mysterious foreign capital, which is like a ghost and terrifyingly accurate, is. They don't know. A real storm is coming. When the market opened in the afternoon, Yiling Tian and others had already gathered a huge amount of funds of nearly 10 billion yuan, ready to launch the final general offensive and achieve success in one fell swoop. They don't even know. Lin Feng was waiting for the moment when they loaded all the bullets into the gun. Chapter 93 Cat and Mouse Game. 1 p.m. After lunch break, a shares opened on time. The war entered a white-hot stage in an instant. The nearly 10 billion yuan of funds gathered by the Yi Family Alliance were like a tiger that had escaped from a cage. They were divided into more than a dozen groups and simultaneously launched the most fierce general attack on the stocks of all listed companies of the Jiangnan Business Alliance. On the screen, a dense and terrifying number of huge purchase orders appeared. More than a dozen stocks are all in the green. On the K-line chart, huge bullish lines rise from the ground, with such momentum that they seem to pierce the sky. In the Alliance's temporary trading room in the Yi family's mansion, a long-suppressed cheer erupted. They can't hold on any longer. They can't hold on any longer. That mysterious foreign capital is retreating. They don't even dare to accept our payment. Yiling Tian looked at the rising red on the screen, and finally a hint of color appeared on his face. He slowly loosened his clenched fists. He felt that he had made the right bet. In the face of absolute and overwhelming funds, any conspiracy or trick is nothing but chicken and dog. Caesar's Palace. Lin Feng watched the tense scene in the Tianhai trading room through the encrypted video, but a hint of cat and mouse playfulness appeared at the corner of his mouth. He gave new instructions to Hanli on the other end of the phone, his voice frighteningly calm. No rush. Let them fly a little longer. The higher you fly, the harder it will be when you fall. The battle situation was proceeding completely according to Lin Feng's script. The funds of the Yi family alliance, like a shot of chicken blood, frantically pushed up the stock price. Whenever the stock price is pulled up to a platform that seems to have stabilized, Han Li's team will receive precise instructions from Lin Feng and launch the first round of exploratory sniping. A sell order of neither large nor small amount appeared out of thin air and instantly wiped out the 5% increase. Pull it back for me. Yiling Tian roared at the traders like a gambler who had lost all his money. Whatever it takes. Bring the stock price back up. The Alliance's funds poured in again like crazy. However, just when they had struggled to pull the stock price back to lost ground, the mysterious foreign capital disappeared without a trace again, leaving them to consume precious ammunition to consolidate a position that no one attacked at all. Repeat this 3 times. The Alliance's traders were already sweating profusely. They felt like they were fighting a ghost. If you advance, he retreats. If you retreat, he will advance. If you exert force, he will disappear. If you slack off, he will give you a hard blow. Every rise seems to be lifting the sedan share for that invisible opponent. Every time we support the market, it's like throwing real money into a bottomless pit. They were scared. The fear of the unknown and being completely manipulated made their hands holding the mouse begin to tremble uncontrollably. Finally, the Alliance's chief operator could no longer hold on. He walked behind Yiling Tian, his voice trembling violently with fear and despair. Yi. Mr. Yi. We only have less than 1 billion yuan left in our liquidity. Boom. These words were like a bolt from the blue, striking Yiling Tian hard on the top of his head. He turned around suddenly and stared at the trader, his eyes full of bloodshot and disbelief. What did you say? Nearly 10 billion in funds. Just like that, gone? He turned around again and looked at the red K lines on the screen that seemed strong but were actually shaky. At this moment, he felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave, with a bone-chilling chill running from the soles of his feet straight to his forehead. He finally understood. From the very beginning, the other party never thought of competing with him for funds. The other party wanted to make a fool of him from the very beginning. From the very beginning, the other party wanted to use this boiling frog in warm water method to squeeze out his last ammunition. Tianhai Trading Room. On another screen in front of Han Li, the flow and consumption of funds in all the related accounts of the opponent are being displayed very clearly through special channels. Watching the account balances drop from huge numbers to 0 quickly, Han Li excitedly reported to Lin Feng again. Boss. Everything is going exactly according to your script. They are out of bullets. Caesar's Palace. Lin Feng glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist. Time, 2:30 p.m. There is only half an hour left before closing. He knew that the time was ripe. He issued a final command into the phone, like a death sentence. Han Li. Notify everyone. The general attack begins. Before 3 o'clock, I want to see the words Jiangnan Business Alliance completely disappear from the share market. I want to see the entire Jiangnan region flow like a river of blood. Chapter 94 Doomsday Bell. 2:31 p.m. Tianhai City, Sungkong Group Trading Room. Han Li took a deep breath, and into the holographic microphone, in an almost pilgrimage-like voice filled with suppressed endless fanaticism, he delivered the final judgment to the entire trading room. General attack. Execute the heavenly punishment plan. Clear all our positions. The moment the order was given, the huge amount of foreign capital that had been prepared long ago and disguised as dozens of stocks from different sources, like a world-destroying flood that received an oracle, turned into an overwhelming, black tide of sell orders, and at the same time, slammed into the dozen or so shaky stocks of the Jiangnan Commercial Alliance. Boom! An unprecedented financial tsunami broke out. Before all the shareholders could react, the share price of Yes Mining, the green line representing the price on the K-line chart, seemed to have broken free from gravity and plummeted madly in a cliff-like posture perpendicular to the ground. 2%. 5%. 8%. Just 3 seconds. It only took 3 seconds. The stock price crashed instantly. In the Yi family's trading room, everyone seemed to be under a spell, staring at the terrifying long green line on the screen in a daze, their minds blank. They even forgot to operate and forgot to breathe. No. Yiling Tian suddenly stood up from the chair. The huge movement knocked over the expensive teacup in front of him, and the scalding tea spilled all over him, but he was completely unaware. He stared at the screen intently, his lips trembling violently, but he couldn't utter a word. What did he see? Is that hell? The signal of a flash crash was like a spark that ignited a powder keg, instantly detonating the sentiment of the entire market. Countless retail investors and speculators who hold these stocks have been hearing sharp and shrill warning sounds in their trading software, going crazy. A retail investor who had just been boasting about buying the bottom of Jiangnan Cement saw the color drain from his face instantly as he watched the stock in his account turn from red to green and continue to fall at an accelerated rate. He was in a panic, almost smashing the keyboard with trembling hands as he placed his sell order. Run! Run! The sky is falling. One person's panic is contagious. The panic of a group of people means trampling. Countless panic selling, like a flood breaking through a dam, joined in this grand massacre. They merged into the black tide initiated by Lin Foam, forming an even more unstoppable avalanche effect. The speed at which the stock price is falling is getting faster and faster. It is getting more and more terrifying. 2:45 p.m. On the screen, the first dark green 10% appeared. Yes Mining, the core stock of the Yi family, was nailed to the lower limit by millions of massive sell orders. Like a corpse on display. And this is just the beginning. Immediately following. The second one. Jiangnan Cement hits the limit down. The third one. Longting Real Estate, limit down. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth. On the screen, the names of those once powerful member companies of the Jiangnan Business Alliance now turned into a glaring, desperate dark green one after another, like death row prisoners lined up for execution. 10%. 10%. 10%. 1500 hours p.m. sharp. When the closing bell rang throughout the A-share market like a death knell for the old era. On the screen, those dozen or so arrogant companies are all there without exception. All limit down. Dead silence. The entire Yi family's trading room was filled with deathly silence. Everyone was like puppets with their souls taken away, staring blankly at the green doomsday scene. All major financial media outlets also released this breaking news, which is enough to be recorded in the annals of financial history, to the world at the fastest speed immediately after the market closed. A share market spectacle, Jiangnan sector collapses in one day, mysterious foreign director's trillion yuan market value wiped out. Yiling Tian looked at the news headline. Looking at the screen, there was the shameful green color that represented the century-old foundation of his Yi family. His eyes went dark. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, staining the screen in front of him red. Then, he could no longer hold on and fell straight back. Caesar's Palace. Penthouse Suite. Lin Feng watched the financial anchor on TV reporting this unprecedented financial miracle in a voice so excited that it broke his voice, with no expression on his face. He just calmly pressed the remote control and turned off the TV. It was as if he had just turned off a boring farce. His cell phone vibrated slightly. It was a message from Han Li. Boss, the dust has settled. We not only achieved profits exceeding 10 billion through short selling with multiple leverage. More importantly, during our market crash, another group of disguised accounts had quietly absorbed enough chips at the intraday low. Tomorrow, we only need one more limit down, and we will be able to take over absolute control of several of these companies. Chapter 95: The Collapse of the Throne. The night the stock market crashed. The Yi family manor was brightly lit, but the atmosphere was like an ice cellar. In the intensive care unit, Yiling Tian slowly woke up from his coma. He struggled and walked to the mirror. In the mirror, there was a haggard old man whose hair had turned gray in just a few hours, as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. Ah! A shrill howl like a wounded beast came out of his mouth, filled with endless regret and unwillingness. Yi Fan knelt beside the bed and cried. Dad, Mr. Wang from Jiangnan Cement and Mr. Li from Longting Real Estate, they're all downstairs. They want to see you and get an explanation. An emergency video conference within the alliance. The former allies have now turned into evil ghosts collecting debts. Mr. Wang of Jiangnan Cement had red eyes. He pointed at Yiling Tian's nose and cursed loudly through the screen. Yiling Tian. You bastard. Didn't you say it was foolproof? Now my company is gone. 90% of its market value has evaporated. It's going to be delisted tomorrow. You've ruined all of us. Other members also echoed and the crowd was excited. That's right. Master Yi, this loss must be borne solely by your Yi family. Yi Ling Tian. Use your Yi family's assets to compensate us. Otherwise, we will never let you go. Yi Ling Tian looked at the faces on the screen that seemed to want to eat him alive, and he couldn't say a word. All he felt was endless humiliation and the sadness of a hero's end. Early the next morning, just when the alliance members were still arguing over the issue of compensation, a piece of breaking news officially released by Chongqing Capital was like a third nuclear bomb, completely detonating the entire market. Announcement: Chongqing Capital officially announced that, through its multiple overseas subsidiaries, it completed the acquisition of controlling stakes in 13 listed companies, including IS Mining, Jiangnan Cement, and Longting Real Estate, yesterday. That mysterious, world-destroying foreign capital turned out to be Linfeng all along. The entire Jiangnan province business community has completely lost its voice. After seeing this announcement, the members of the alliance finally realized that they had been played around with from the beginning to the end. They don't even know who their real opponent is. They thought they were fighting a bloody battle with foreign capital, but they didn't know that it was just a mouth used by foreign capital to devour them. Boundless fear instantly gripped the hearts of each of them. At the same time, Financial Regulatory Center, Director Lu's office. Mr. Tifo, come uninvited. He sat down on the sofa opposite Director Lu with his arms and legs stretched out, looking down at the trembling man like a judge. Director Lu slammed the table in a timid manner. Who are you? What do you want to do? This is a state agency. Believe it or not, I'm going to call the police to arrest you right now. Mr. Tifo said nothing. He simply took out a brown paper bag from his arms and gently pushed it over. Director Lu looked at the file bag as if he was looking into a Pandora's box, his palms full of cold sweat. With trembling hands, he opened the document bag. Inside was a copy of the document freezing the assets of Tian Group, which was signed by him personally. And the detailed flow of every penny he used to receive benefits from the Yi family through the secret account his family opened overseas. The evidence is conclusive. Director Lu's face instantly turned as pale as paper, completely bloodless. He slumped down in the chair, as if all his bones had been pulled out. Taifoi looked at him calmly and spoke. His voice was emotionless. Mr. Lin, let me bring you a message. The road, how to go. You choose. Director Lu was covered in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. He struggled for a full half-minute. The desire to survive ultimately triumphed over everything. He suddenly grabbed the red phone on the table and roared at the other end in an almost crazy tone. Right now. Immediately. Revoke all scrutiny of the Chongqing Group. Unfreeze all their accounts as quickly as possible. After hanging up the phone, he dialed another number without any pause, a number he never wanted to dial in his life. Hello, is this the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection? I, Lu Chang, want to report it with my real name. Reporting the Jiangnan Yi family for suspected massive bribery, market manipulation, and... Uncle Taifo looked at the dog-eat-dog farce before him, with a hint of cold sneer on his lips. He stood up and turned to leave. Hidden deep, merit and fame. Yi family manor. All of the Yi family's external support and all of their protective umbrellas turned against them overnight. Yi Ling Tian became a real loner. Just when he was completely desperate. His cell phone rang. It's an unfamiliar number. He picked up the phone for some unknown reason. On the other end of the line came a devilishly calm voice that he would never forget. There was only one sentence on the phone. Come to Caesar's Palace, top floor. I'll give you one last chance. Chapter 96: The Handover of the Crown. The convoy of the Yi family father and son slowly drove into Caesar Palace. The security guard at the door looked at this car that once represented the highest power in Jiangnan province with complicated eyes. They didn't stop him and opened the door respectfully. But everyone knows that from today on, the times have changed. The father and son walked down the long corridor leading to the top floor, which was covered with the finest Persian carpets. Every step feels like walking on the tip of a red-hot knife. They have walked this road countless times, and each time, they were full of vigor and enthusiasm. And today, this is their road to judgment. Top floor, Imperial Hall. The huge gold-plated door that symbolized supreme power was slowly pushed open by the waiter. Inside the door, Lin Feng sat high up on the main seat. Behind him, like two door gods, stood Sanglong with a stern aura and Taifoi with a look of awe. On both sides of the hall sat Li Jianguo, Mr. Wang, and other prominent figures in Jiangnan province. They are witnesses of this trial. The moment the door opened, everyone's eyes were focused on the two distraught figures at the door. There was sympathy, sighs, and schadenfreude in his eyes. But more than that, there was a deep reverence for the young man sitting in the main seat. Yiling Tian looked at the young man who he regarded as an ant and could be manipulated at will a few days ago. Now, he is high above us, like a god, indifferently deciding the life and death of him and his entire family. Endless regret, like a poisonous snake, gnawed at his heart. He knew he lost. Lose miserably. Plop. A muffled sound. Under the dead silence of the audience, Yiling Tian, the former overlord of Jiangnan province and patriarch of the Yi family, suddenly felt his knees soften and he knelt straight down. Yifan beside him seemed to have his spine pulled out, and then he knelt on the ground in despair. Yiling Tian held up the equity transfer document of all the core industries of the Yi family that he had prepared long ago. He buried his head deeply in the cold floor. The voice was hoarse and full of endless humiliation. Mr. Lin, my Yi family? I give up. See this scene. All the family representatives present, without exception, took a deep breath. The way they looked at Lin Feng changed completely. That is the fear and worship that mortals feel when they look up to God. A family with a history of 100 years, a hegemon who had ruled Jiangnan province for decades, just knelt in front of a young man in his early 20s. This scene will become an indelible mark on them for the rest of their lives. However, Lin Feng, who was sitting in the main seat, did not immediately take the transfer letter that represented the fall of a business empire. He just slowly picked up the teacup in front of him. Gently blew away the hot steam floating on the rim of the cup. Then, slowly, he took a sip. Time, at this moment, seems to stand still. Every second was the most cruel torture for the Yi family father and son kneeling on the ground. Finally, Lin Feng put down the teacup. The crisp sound broke the suffocating silence. He waved casually at Han Li. Han Li understood, stepped forward, and took the heavy transfer document from Yiling Tian's trembling hands. Lin Feng's gaze fell on Yiling Tian. He spoke. The voice was calm, yet filled with the utmost cruelty. Killing you would be too easy for you. I'll let you live and watch the dynasty you built with your own hands crumble. I'll let you take the crown off your head and hand it to me. This is more painful than killing you, isn't it? Heartbreaking. Every word is heart-wrenching. When Yiling Tian heard this, his already pale face turned even more bloodless and his body began to tremble violently. Lin Feng stood up. He walked to the center of the hall, looked down at Yiling Tian who was kneeling at his feet, and announced his final decision. The Yi family can continue to exist. But from now on, there will no longer be a Yi family in Jiangnan province. Only, the Yi family from Tian Group. These words announced the complete death of the old overlord. It also announced the official birth of the new overlord. When Yiling Tian heard the result, he was stunned at first, and then a light as if he had been pardoned appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect that Lin Feng would actually leave them a way to survive. He no longer cared about his dignity and kowtowed to Lin Feng desperately. Mr. Xiaoling, thank you for not killing me. Mr. Xiaoling, thank you for not killing me. Lin Feng didn't look at him again. He turned around and looked down at everyone present. He spoke slowly in an indisputable, imperial tone. From today on, the rules of Jiangnan province. I have the final say. The meeting ended and everyone dispersed. Lin Feng was standing alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor. His cell phone suddenly vibrated slightly. It is a message from an unknown number, with the highest level of encryption. The message is simple. But Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. We've noticed the miracle drug incident. Dragon Group. Chapter 97 Invitation from Yanjing. A few days after the Yi family fell, the entire Jiangnan province ushered in an unprecedented reshuffle and a brand new era. In the evening news of Jiangnan TV, the host was reporting in a passionate tone. Our station's breaking news, Tian Group officially announced today that it will invest over 100 billion yuan in our province, collaborating with top European research institutions to build a national-level high-tech industrial park centered on biotechnology and artificial intelligence. This move will create tens of thousands of high-paying jobs in our province and significantly boost our industrial upgrading. The provincial government highly commends and fully supports this initiative. In the presidential suite at Caesar's Palace, Han was reporting the latest work progress to Lin Feng, his face revealing unconcealable excitement and admiration. Boss, all the companies in the former Jiangnan Business Alliance are now vying to form deep strategic partnerships with us. The conditions they offer are increasingly generous, practically tying their lives and fortunes to our chariot. Tai Fui also stood respectfully aside, reporting on the integration of the underground world. Mr. Lin, the entire Jiangnan underground forces have sworn allegiance to Dragon Shield Security. We are currently conducting an inventory and rectification of all industries, and are transforming them towards formalization and groupization. Commercial, underground. The entire Jiangnan province, all order, is being rapidly reshaped with Lin Feng as the core. Lin Feng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of Caesar Palace, the tallest building in Jiangnan province. Looking down at the prosperous city below me that has completely surrendered to me, a sense of pride that the world is in my hands arises spontaneously. He waved his hand to let Han and Tai Fui retreat. He was the only one left in the huge room. He took out his cell phone and clicked on the encrypted message he received shortly after the Yi family birthday party. We've noticed the miracle drug incident. Dragon Group. Lin Feng's eyes became deep. He activated his mind reading and quickly reviewed the faces of all the people he had recently come into contact with in his mind. From the Yi family father and son, to Master Tai Fo, and then to the phantom imprisoned in the secret base. He tried to find out from which link this information was leaked. However, nothing was found. He realized that the other party's intelligence capabilities might have exceeded his imagination. That was a higher level that he was currently completely unable to reach. But he didn't panic. There was even an interested smile on the corner of his mouth. Is it finally here? I thought you could endure longer. He turned his gaze to the distant north. The direction of the capital, Yanjing. He knew that was the real dangerous place and the real center of power in this country. Jiangnan province is, after all, just a novice village. A few days later, a Hongqi sedan with a special black license plate stopped silently downstairs of Caesar's palace. A woman in a black windbreaker got out of the car. She had a capable and cold temperament, like a sword drawn from its sheath. She didn't go through any front desk, but took the exclusive elevator directly to the top floor. She personally handed a letter without any stamp or address to Sanglong, who was blocking her way. Then, without saying a word, he turned and left. Sanglong respectfully presented the letter to Lin Feng. The envelope was specially made and there was not a single word on it. There is only one majestic dragon totem made of pure gold. Lin Feng opened the envelope. Inside, there was an equally concise invitation. The wording is polite and courteous. But between the lines, there is an irresistible majesty that comes from a higher level. Invite him to go to Yanjing before next Wednesday for a chat. The signature is Dragon Group, Jiangnan Affairs Office. Lin Feng casually placed the invitation letter, which was heavy enough to overwhelm any family in Jiangnan province, on the table. He spoke calmly to the wolf beside him. Get ready. Let's go to Yanjing. An unprecedented flame called ambition ignited in his eyes. Jiangnan is too small. Chapter 98, Dragon Group's Welcome and a Narrow Encounter. The engine sound of the Gulfstream G650 changed from a roar to a low hum, the fuselage shook slightly, and the tires contacted the runway surface, making a steady and long friction sound. The plane is slowing down. Lin Feng sat on a large and comfortable leather sofa, holding a glass of red wine, looking out through the huge oval porthole. Outside the runway is a completely different sky. The sky of Tianhai City is full of brilliance and splendor created by financial capital. The sky of Jiangnan province is gentle and reserved, having been soaked in thousands of years of mist and rain. At this moment, the sky of Yanjing, the heart of the Yanxia Empire, has a heavy gray-blue texture. Beyond the steel jungle of the airport, the city skyline loomed in the distance. The glass walls of skyscrapers reflected the cold light of early winter, but within that modern silhouette, a few corners of the eaves of ancient palaces stubbornly stretched out. New and old, power and history, squeeze and merge with each other on this land, forming an indescribable unique aura. Like a dormant giant beast, it seems still, but can stir up the wind and clouds with just a breath. Lin Feng's fingertips gently slid across the smooth wall of the wineglass. An extremely subtle, yet unignorable tingling sensation crept up his senses along the nerve endings. It is a warning from the God-level crisis premonition. Beneath this peaceful land lies an undercurrent that is deeper and more complex than that of the Jiangnan Yi family, the Tianfa organization, and so on. The fuselage came to a complete stop. The hatch's hydraulic system made a slight sound and slowly opened. A dry and cold air poured into the warm cabin, carrying the smell of the north. Lin Feng put down his wineglass, stood up, straightened his collar, and walked down the gangway. On the tarmac, the empty wind blew. A woman was already waiting there. She just stood there quietly, her posture straight as a javelin. The black suit that was tailored to her body perfectly outlined her body lines, which was full of strength and agility rather than feminine charm. She has a cool and beautiful face, neat short hair, and delicate features, yet with a sharpness that keeps strangers away. She didn't look at Lin Feng, but made Lin Feng feel as if he was being scanned from head to toe by an invisible radar, and every detail was being analyzed, weighed, and evaluated. Mr. Lin Feng. The woman finally spoke, her voice just like her, flat and cold, without any unnecessary ups and downs. I'm Xiao Mei, the captain of the Dragon Group's Field Team 3. I have been ordered to take you to the West Mountain Base. There was not a single useless word in her self-introduction, and her business-like attitude erected an invisible wall between them. A warm smile appeared on Lin Feng's face, as if he didn't feel the coldness that kept people away. He offered his hand. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Xiao. There was an almost imperceptible pause in Xiao Mei's movements. She seemed to hesitate for half a second. Finally, she stretched out her hand, and her fingertips lightly touched Lin Feng's palm, which was cold, and then separated in an instant. In that brief moment of contact, an extremely clear thought, like an electric current, directly flowed into Lin Feng's mind. Is this the upstart who's stirring up trouble in the south? Apart from being okay looking, there's nothing special about her. Why does Professor Chen think so highly of him? That thought was filled with undisguised scrutiny and a sense of superiority that came from deep within. A natural contempt for the local upstarts among the elite circles in Beijing. The smile on Lin Feng's face did not change at all. He simply withdrew his hand calmly, as if the offending thought just now was just a gust of insignificant wind. Someone will take care of my luggage, let's just go. The car is over there. Xiao Mei nodded, turned around and led the way, her back still straight. She didn't know that in that silent first confrontation just now, all her psychological defenses, all her arrogance and prejudice, had been seen through by the other party. And she still knew nothing about this man. Lin Feng followed behind at a steady pace. Dragon Group. The capital. Sure enough, it was more interesting than he imagined. The feeling of being in control of everything returns. The two walked one after the other across the apron and headed towards the dedicated VIP channel. There was a subtle sense of confrontation in the air. Xiao Mei tried to maintain her position as a guide with silence and professionalism. Lin Feng, on the other hand, enjoyed this cat and mouse game with a calm and relaxed attitude. Just as they were about to walk out of the passage and enter the airport lobby, there was a sudden noise ahead. A group of 7 or 8 young men, dressed in fancy clothes and with arrogant looks, came towards them, talking and laughing, and directly blocked their way. The leader was a man who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. He was wearing casual clothes that seemed to be casual, but every piece of clothing was from a top brand that was so expensive that ordinary people could not imagine. His frivolous action fell on Xiao Mei. Seeing the person coming, Xiao Mei's icy face frowned slightly. This slight emotional fluctuation did not escape Lin Feng's perception. It seemed to be an acquaintance, and an acquaintance that annoyed her. The young man in the lead had already walked up to them. He completely ignored Lin Feng's presence and went straight to Xiao Mei with a slightly frivolous smile on his face. Mayor, I haven't seen you for a few days. You've become more beautiful again. The tone of his voice was very familiar, with a sense of strength that brooked no refusal, and his address to Xiao Mei as mayor was full of the meaning of declaring sovereignty. What mission are you carrying out that requires you to come and pick someone up in person? Xiao Mei took a half step back imperceptibly, deliberately widening the distance between them, and corrected him in a stiff tone. Mr. Qin, please call me Captain Xiao. I'm on official business. Her alienation seemed to further stimulate the other party's desire to conquer. The young man called Mr. Qin, that is, Qin Feiyang, finally lazily shifted his gaze away from Xiao Mei. He began to look at Lin Feng from top to bottom as if he were examining a piece of merchandise. There were too many complicated things mixed in that scrutinizing gaze. There is the innate contempt of the Beijing circle, the exploration of strange and powerful people, and a hint of dissatisfaction at being ignored. He looked for a long time before he spoke slowly, but his words were directed to Xiao Mei. Is this the expert that the Dragon Group invited this time? He doesn't look that great, with delicate skin and tender flesh, like a pretty boy. This sentence is extremely insulting. Not only did it belittle Lin Feng personally, but it also trampled on the reputation of the Dragon Group and even Professor Chen, who invited Lin Feng. The group of followers behind him immediately burst into laughter, showing that they understood what he meant. Ah, Brother Fei Yang is right. These days, anyone can be called a master. You're from the south, right? You look like you've never seen the world. Sister May, don't be fooled by this pretty boy. The air in the entire VIP channel seemed to be sucked out at that moment, and the temperature dropped a few degrees. Xiao Mei's face turned extremely ugly. Her chest heaved, angry at Qin Feiyang's rudeness, and worried that Lin Feng, whom she regarded as a distinguished guest, would lose his temper on the spot, causing the situation to become completely out of control. This is Yanjing, not Jiangnan, where he can do whatever he wants. The power of the Qin family far exceeded his imagination. However, beyond her expectation, Lin Feng, who was at the center of all the ridicule and humiliation, did not show any change in his expression. He didn't even lift his eyelids. It was as if Qin Feiyang and his group of followers were just a ball of air that could speak. This extreme and complete disregard is more impactful than any angry rebuttal. It was like a silent slap in the face, hitting Qin Feiyang hard. Qin Feiyang, who was used to being the absolute center of attention wherever he went, finally calmed down with his cynical face. What he can't tolerate the most is being ignored. Especially in front of Xiao Mei. One of his most trusted followers, who was the best at observing his master's expressions, immediately caught the change in his master's mood. This is a great opportunity to show off in front of the master. He sneered, turned sideways deliberately, and slammed into Lin Feng with his shoulder. He used all his strength in this collision, intending to make Lin Feng look bad in public. At the same time, he cursed. Boy, don't you have eyes to watch when you walk? Chapter 99 Extreme Humiliation. The henchman grinned fiercely and charged forward with his shoulder. Bang! A muffled sound. As expected, the scene of the opponent stumbling back and looking miserable did not occur. The shouting follower felt like he had hit a mountain made of reinforced steel. Lin Feng didn't move at all. Instead, he himself was shocked by the huge recoil force, his shoulder was in great pain, his whole arm was numb, and he staggered back uncontrollably. Fuck! He covered his shoulders, and after a brief moment of surprise, he was filled with endless anger and humiliation. Losing face in front of the master and so many people is more painful than being beaten. He steadied himself, pointed at Lin Feng's nose and started cursing. Boy, you're looking for death. Do you know where this is? Yanjing. Do you know who I'm following? The eldest son of the Qin family. He used his identity and background as the sharpest weapon, trying to completely crush the ignorant southerner in front of him. Xiao Mei's expression changed completely. As a soldier of the Dragon Group, she has her own pride and responsibilities. The distinguished guest personally named by Professor Chen was humiliated by a group of playboys right under her nose. This was a provocation to her and the Dragon team. She immediately stepped forward, stood in front of Lin Feng, and shot a cold look at the follower. Shut up! A cold shout, carrying the murderous aura peculiar to a soldier. This is Professor Chen's distinguished guest. What do you want to do? Are you planning a rebellion? She was very smart and directly brought up the big issue of Professor Chen in an attempt to calm the situation. Just then, a hand gently pressed on her shoulder. The movement is very light. But Xiao Mei felt an irresistible yet not strong force coming, which made the words she was about to say to scold Qin Feiyang stuck in her throat. She froze and turned back in surprise. She only saw Lin Feng's calm and almost indifferent profile. He didn't even look at her, his eyes still downcast, as if he was thinking about something insignificant. This scene, seen by Qin Feiyang and his followers, was immediately interpreted with another meaning. This kid is a coward. He was afraid of making things worse, so he actually stopped Xiao Mei from standing up for him. The sarcasm on Qin Feiyang's face became even stronger. He even crossed his arms and watched leisurely, as if he was enjoying a wonderful show. The followers around him also burst into even more unscrupulous laughter. The follower who bumped into someone suddenly became extremely brave when he saw Lin Feng's cowardly behavior. He took a step forward and stretched out his finger, almost poking Lin Feng in the face. What? Are you scared? It's right to be afraid. He was very proud, with his chin held high, and spoke in a condescending tone. Now, kneel down and kowtow to Brother Feiyang and admit your mistake. Then, get through here. Let's forget about today's matter. Get through here. Drill through. The humiliation reached its peak at this moment. This is no longer a simple provocation, but a complete trampling of a person's dignity, and then crushing it several times. You are looking for death. Xiaomei was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and fire was almost spitting out of her eyes. She struggled a bit, but found that the hand on her shoulder was like an immovable mountain, making her unable to move. Some of the onlookers were also pointing and whispering at this side. Isn't that Qin Feiyan, the eldest son of the Qin family? Oh my god, who is so blind to provoke him? That young man is in big trouble. All the pressure, all the eyes, all the ridicule and pity were focused on the man who remained silent. He was like the center of the storm, bearing everything alone. Amidst everyone's ridicule and Xiaomei's extremely angry gaze, Lin Feng, who had been silent all the time, finally raised his head slowly. His gaze did not linger on the follower's face, which was distorted by arrogance, but past him. Like two invisible swords, they locked onto Qin Feiyan, who was standing behind with a playful look on his face, ready to enjoy the show. Chapter 100. Take care of your dog. At that moment, time seemed to be slowed down. The smug expression on the face of the follower who was still shouting froze instantly. He found that the other party didn't even look at him. The raised gaze passed through his body, treating him as a transparent obstacle, and fell straight and accurately on his master, Qin Feiyan, who was not far behind him. The playful smile on Qin Feiyan's face also froze slightly. For the first time, he felt a sense of danger from this southerner that made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. It's not the ferocity of an ordinary gangster, nor the murderous aura of a martial arts master. That was a kind of, more advanced, purer, suppression like a natural enemy. No time to think about it. Lin Feng moved. No, he didn't move. He just stood there, but something invisible and intangible, yet as heavy as a mountain, exploded with him as the center. Grandmaster level deterrent aura. Qin Feiyan is the main target of the aura. The world before his eyes collapsed and shattered in an instant. The bustling and bright airport hall disappeared. The followers, Xiaomei, and the passengers around him all disappeared. He fell into an endless dark void. Under my feet was a sticky sea of blood and countless bones piled up. The sky was a strange scarlet color, with a broken moon hanging in the sky. A prehistoric giant beast that existed only in myths and legends slowly raised its head from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Those huge, cold, emotionless pupils just stared at him quietly. He wanted to scream, but found that no sound came out of his throat. He wanted to escape, but found that his limbs were as if filled with lead and completely out of control. The heart was grasped tightly by an invisible hand and stopped beating. The blood seemed to solidify into ice at this moment. The most primitive fear from the deepest part of his soul overwhelmed all his thoughts. He is no longer the eldest son of the Qin family, no longer a favored child of heaven. At this moment, he was just a shivering ant at the bottom of the food chain. The follower who was shouting the loudest was only lightly swept by the aftermath of the aura. His brain buzzed and went blank in an instant. All the arrogance, all the pride, all the background and backing were washed away by this incomprehensible and terrifying pressure. He just felt his legs go weak. With a plop sound, he collapsed to the ground, his body twitching violently, his eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth. A warm liquid quickly spread from his crotch, emitting an unpleasant and foul smell. He was frightened to death and fainted. Xiaomei, who was standing next to Lin Feng, felt it most deeply. She did not see the illusion of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. She just felt that Lin Feng in front of her, his figure rapidly rose in her sight, becoming extremely majestic, like a god overlooking the mortal world, making people dare not look directly at him. The air became as thick as mercury, and every breath felt like inhaling hot iron sand, pressing on her chest and lungs. A huge wave of emotion surged in her heart. What kind of power is this? Mental coercion? Or some more mysterious supernatural power? Just standing next to him made her, the elite captain of the dragon team, feel suffocated. What kind of terrible impact was Qin Feiyan, who was being targeted head-on, enduring? It's a long story, but it all happened in a flash. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, and the overwhelming pressure receded like the tide, disappearing without a trace. The hustle and bustle of the airport hall seemed to have just filled everyone's ears again. The airflow resumed. Everything returned to normal. It was as if everything that happened just now was just an illusion. Lin Feng took a step forward. He didn't even look at the follower who was like a puddle of mud on the ground, and walked straight forward. He walked to Qin Feiyan's side. At this moment, Qin Feiyan's face was as pale as paper. He stood stiffly in place, his pupils were dilated, his forehead was covered with beads of cold sweat, and his body was still shaking slightly uncontrollably. Lin Feng passed him by. When he passed by Qin Feiyan's ear, he left a word calmly and clearly in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Keep your dog under control." After saying that, Lin Feng continued walking forward without looking back. He spoke calmly to Xiao Mei, who had been completely petrified. "Leave." Xiao Mei shuddered, as if waking from a dream, and quickly followed his footsteps. Until Lin Feng and Xiao Mei's backs were about to disappear at the end of the VIP channel. "Ha ha!" Qin Feiyan suddenly bent down, gasping for breath, like a drowning man finally floating to the surface. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He leaned against the cold wall, looking at the unconscious follower lying on the ground with feces and urine all over his body, and recalled the casual yet extremely humiliating words he had just heard. After endless horror, the anger and resentment that was overwhelming and enough to burn everything burned wildly in his eyes. Lin Feng. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out these two words from between his teeth. His lip was bitten by himself and a trace of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. "I'll remember you." Chapter 101 West Mountain Base. The black Hongqi bulletproof sedan was driving smoothly on the dedicated road leading to Xishan. There was dead silence inside the car. The atmosphere was suffocating and oppressive. Lin Feng in the back seat closed his eyes, leaned back in the chair, and breathed steadily, as if he was asleep. There was no emotion on his handsome face, as if the thrilling conflict at the airport was just an insignificant speck of dust to him. In the driver's seat, Xiao Mei gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force, and a layer of fine cold sweat seeped out of her palms. The scene in the airport VIP channel was replaying in her mind. Qin Feiyan's face was distorted by extreme fear. The follower collapsed on the ground, looking miserable with feces and urine all over the place. Besides, the moment Lin Feng raised his eyes, the terrifying pressure was so strong that even she, an elite member of the Dragon Group, felt her heart palpitate and almost fell to her knees. What kind of power is that? Psychic powers? Or is it some kind of ancient tradition, a martial arts that only exists in legends? She doesn't know. She only understood that she had been extremely wrong from the very beginning. What nouveau riche from the south? What is this delicate and tender-skinned pretty boy? This is clearly a prehistoric beast covered in human skin. His calmness is not gentleness, but indifference. His silence is not weakness, but contempt. No wonder. No wonder Professor Chun thinks so highly of him. This kind of existence has completely exceeded her understanding of strong in the past 20 years. Curiosity, fear, confusion, and a hint of fear that she herself was unwilling to admit. All kinds of complicated emotions intertwined into a tangled mess in Xiao Mei's heart. She wanted to ask. Ask him what he just did. Ask him who he is. But when the words came to my lips, I didn't know where to start. More importantly, she couldn't bring herself to do that. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and tried to take control of the relationship again with a professional attitude. "Mr. Lin." She spoke, her voice still cold and clear, but if you listen carefully, you would find that it was less arrogant than when they first met, and more tense, but not noticeable. "We are about to enter the Xishan base area. This is one of the nation's most highly classified institutions. We have strict internal regulations, and I ask you to abide by them." As she spoke, she stared at the road ahead. The base is divided into an outer living area, a core office area, and the special talent training center we are about to visit. No one can move around without permission. Otherwise, they will be identified as intruders by the defense system and killed without mercy. Her introduction was objective, concise, and distant. In this way, she tried to remind Lin Feng that this was the territory of the Dragon Group, the most powerful and violent organization in the power center of Yanxia. No matter how strong you are outside, you have to be humble here. However, the man in the back seat just slowly opened his eyes. He looked calmly at the scenery passing by quickly outside the window, where the outline of rolling green hills had already appeared. He just said lightly. No further questions. Nor did he show any surprise or curiosity. Just like what Xiao Mei said just now, it is not some top-secret national unit, but an ordinary park. This kind of calmness once again made Xiao Mei feel as if she had punched with all her strength, but it hit cotton hard, making her feel extremely suffocated. The vehicle began to go up the mountain. There are more checkpoints on the road. The first sentry post was staffed by guards in standard military uniforms, armed with live ammunition and with eyes as sharp as eagles. The second checkpoint is an automatically rising and falling roadblock and infrared scanning system. At the third sentry post, you can even see automatic machine gun towers and micro-missile launch nests hidden in the mountains and forests. Strict. Somber. Every inch of the air here is filled with awe-inspiring majesty. After passing through several checkpoints and an identity verification procedure that was strict to the point of being perverted, the vehicle finally drove into the base. There is a different world here. The architectural style is a perfect combination of modern and classical, hidden among the lush pines and cypresses. On the road, you can see many people wearing various clothes walking around. Some of them were wearing white coats as researchers, some were wearing training suits, and some, like Xiao Mei, were wearing smart black outfits. But without exception, everyone has an elite temperament that ordinary people do not have, and their aura is either restrained or strong. Being in a familiar environment and surrounded by the aura of similar people, Xiao Mei seemed to have more confidence. She parked the car in front of a uniquely shaped 3-story building. "Mr. Lin, we've arrived. This is your residence, and it will also be your primary area of activity for the next few days. It's the A-rated guesthouse of the Special Talent Training Center." She led Lin Feng out of the car, and a hint of barely perceptible pride returned to her tone. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, wearing a gray logistics uniform and with a fake smile on his face, walked up quickly. "Hey, Captain Xiao is back, thank you for your hard work." Xiao Mei nodded and introduced, "Mr. Lin, this is Director Qin Ming, who is in charge of the logistics and reception of our training center." "Director Qin," she said to the man, "this is Professor Chen's distinguished guest, Mr. Lin Feng. Please arrange the best room for him." Of course, of course." Qin Ming smiled widely, stretched out his hands enthusiastically, held Lin Feng's hand and shook it vigorously. "Mr. Lin, you've come all this way, thank you for the hard work. Don't worry, we've already arranged your accommodation." He smiled warmly, but deep in his eyes, there was a flash of shrewdness and ill intention. He let go of her hand and patted his chest to make a promise. "I guarantee you will have a special experience." He deliberately emphasized the word special and dragged out the ending sound. Xiao Mei's brows furrowed instantly, and alarm bells rang in her heart. She keenly sensed something was wrong. Chapter 102 Special Reception. Qin Ming's face, which was smiling like a chrysanthemum, was full of enthusiasm. He took the initiative to lead the way, saying all kinds of polite words that made people feel warm and happy. "Mr. Lin, you are our Dragon Group's distinguished guest. It is my honor to receive you personally. Our Xishan base may be heavily guarded from the outside, but inside, there's a whole new world of its own, and the scenery is incredibly beautiful." Xiao Mei followed Lin Feng without saying a word, but her brows were getting more and more furrowed. She found that the road Qin Ming was taking was becoming more and more remote. They walked away from the single-family buildings in the central area that looked well-equipped and had a beautiful environment, and turned into an overgrown path. The surrounding architectural style has also gradually changed from majestic modern design to old Soviet-style tube buildings. There was even a faint musty smell in the air. The strong contrast of the environment made Xiao Mei's face more and more ugly. Qin Ming seemed to notice her displeasure and turned around to explain kindly. "Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand. You are a special talent personally selected by Professor Chen, so our reception must also be special." He pointed to the dilapidated surroundings with a sincere expression of "I'm thinking of you." Staying away from the comforts of ordinary places and experiencing the hardships of our Dragon Group's early days is a huge benefit for sharpening your character. This is a blessing, a blessing. His twisted logic and heresy almost made Xiao Mei laugh out of anger. Finally, Qin Ming stopped in front of a small 3-story guesthouse that looked like it was built in the 1980s. Large patches of the building's wall had peeled away, revealing the dark red bricks beneath. The window panes were covered in thick dust, some even covered with torn newspaper. This dilapidated building is out of place with the majestic training grounds and office buildings not far away, and seems to be a corner forgotten by the entire base. Qin Ming pointed at the dilapidated building, his smile brightest to the extreme. "Mr. Lin, we're here. Due to recent personnel changes at the base, the high-level rooms are indeed full. I have no choice but to inconvenience you by temporarily staying here." He blinked, his expression sincere. "Don't worry, even though the conditions are a little bit shabby, we've definitely kept it spotless." These words are full of hypocritical goodwill, and every word is full of sarcasm and provocation. Xiao Mei finally couldn't bear it anymore. She stepped in front of Qin Ming, cold anger burning in her eyes. Manager Qin, what do you mean? According to the regulations, the reception standards for A-level guests invited by Professor Chen are not like this at all. This is a place where even the most ordinary members of our field team wouldn't live. What do you want to do by putting him here? Faced with Xiaomei's thundering rage, the smile on Qin Ming's face slowly faded. He put on a forced smile and answered slowly. Captain Xiao, you should know exactly what I mean. This is an internal arrangement of our logistics department, so you, the captain of the field team, don't have to worry about it. He deliberately emphasized the 3 words field team, implying that you just need to take care of your own little piece of land and don't overreach. I'm doing everything by the book. If you think there's a problem with my arrangements, feel free to report it to Director Huang of the logistics department. He directly used his immediate superior as a shield, with a rogue look of what can you do to me? He knew very well that although Xiaomei was an elite in the field and had a promising future, her rank was ultimately limited and she had no right to interfere in the internal affairs of their logistics department. Sure enough, Xiaomei was left speechless by his words. She may not take Qin Ming seriously, but Director Huang of the logistics department is a person of the same level as their captain. She was so angry that her face turned red and her whole body was trembling, but she couldn't say a word. From beginning to end, Lin Feng didn't say a word. He just stood there calmly, watching Qin Ming perform to his heart's content, his eyes calm, as if everything happening before his eyes had nothing to do with him. Seeing that Lin Feng agreed to all this, Qin Ming felt relieved. It seems that what young Master Qin said was right. This guy is just a southerner with no foundation. As long as the rules of the base are brought into play, he can be controlled. He was extremely proud and took out a rusty copper key from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng as if it were garbage. Mr. Lin, please. He didn't even bother to act anymore, and the contempt on his face was undisguised. I won't take you upstairs. Oh, by the way, just a reminder, call me if you need anything. He paused, then delivered a fatal blow. Although, the signal here may not be very good. This sentence completely cut off Lin Feng's possibility of seeking help from the outside world. When Qin Ming turned around and left triumphantly and Xiaomei looked at Lin Feng angrily and helplessly, the man who had been silent all the time finally took action. He didn't look at the musty building, nor did he pay attention to Xiaomei who was about to explode with anger. He just took out a latest model of black mobile phone slowly from the pocket of his expensive haute couture suit. Chapter 103: The Importance of a Phone Call. Lin Feng's action of taking out his cell phone stunned everyone present. Qin Ming, who had just turned around and taken a few steps to ask for credit, also stopped. He turned around, crossed his arms, and had a sneer on his face as if he was enjoying a show. What do you want to do? Call for help? Or take photos as evidence? Innocent. Qin Ming sneered in his heart. He knew better than anyone that in order to prevent information leakage, the entire Special Talent Training Center, especially these remote corners, were installed with military-grade physical signal shielding devices. Not to mention making a call, even if you hold your phone up to the sky, you won't be able to receive any signal. Today, he wanted to let this ignorant southerner experience what true despair was. Xiaomei also looked confused. She didn't understand what Lin Feng wanted to do. In a place like this where no one can help you, what use is a mobile phone? However, Lin Feng ignored everyone's different looks. His slender fingers slid slowly across the screen and found a name in the address book. Professor Chen. He pressed the dial button. The words calling were clearly displayed on the screen. And in the upper right corner of the screen, the symbol representing the signal is full. Qin Ming's sneer froze on his face in an instant. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The call was answered almost instantly. Without waiting for the person on the other end to speak, Lin Feng pressed the hands-free button. An old voice, slightly apologetic but full of enthusiasm, resounded clearly in front of the shabby guesthouse through the speaker of the mobile phone. Little friend Lin, are we here yet? Are you satisfied with the reception? Hey, I just finished a damn emergency meeting and was about to come over to see you. Boom. Hearing this voice, everyone present was stunned. Xiaomei's cold phoenix eyes suddenly widened, filled with disbelief. This voice is old Chen. How could he possibly? At this moment, Qin Ming's face turned from stiff to pale, as if he had been hit by a heavy punch. He felt his blood run cold. Special encrypted line. Only the highest level leaders of the Dragon Group and the highest ranking generals in the military are qualified to use this satellite encrypted communication line that can ignore all physical shielding. This young man, who is he? Lin Feng ignored everyone's shock. His tone was terrifyingly calm, yet with just the right hint of embarrassment and disappointment. He spoke slowly into the phone. Mr. Chen, I just arrived. But, I feel like, the Dragon Group doesn't seem to welcome me very much. The comrades here said that they wanted me to experience the years of hard struggle and temper my character. He chuckled, and that laugh was full of self-mockery. I thought about it and realized that maybe I'm not worthy of coming to a place like this. I'm thinking of buying a plane ticket back to Jiangnan so as not to cause you any trouble. These few words were light and airy, but they were like a few cruise missiles, exploding precisely on the other end of the phone. There was a dead silence on the phone. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Then, a roar filled with suppressed rage exploded from the receiver, making everyone's eardrums buzz. Little friend Lin. Don't move. Just stand right where you are. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right there. This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. It's a rebellion. It's totally outrageous. Beep, beep, beep. The call was hung up. The entire scene fell into deathly silence. The blood color on Qin Ming's face had completely drained away, and cold sweat burst out from his forehead and back, soaking his clothes in an instant. He was shaking all over, and his teeth were chattering uncontrollably, making a clacking sound. He knows. He's finished. He had offended someone that neither he nor the Qin family behind him could afford to offend. Xiaomei stared at Lin Feng blankly. On her cold and beautiful face, there was only shock and a kind of complete awe. She understood now. What is real power? Not a face-to-face quarrel, not a threat of force. Rather, it is this kind of overwhelming hierarchical advantage that can achieve great results with just a little effort and move the top leaders with just a word. One phone call, straight to the ears of the heavens. This is the real horror of this man. Just then. Distance. A shrill alarm, which only sounds when the base is in the highest alert state, suddenly pierced the sky. Immediately afterwards, there was the roar of several high-powered vehicle engines, coming from far away and rushing towards this remote corner at a desperate speed. A real storm is coming. Chapter 104 Tianzi Courtyard. Crack. The harsh sound of tires rubbing against each other broke the silence. Several Dongfeng Mengshi off-road vehicles painted in military green camouflage performed a wild drift and stopped precisely in front of the crowd, stirring up a cloud of dust. The car door was pushed open suddenly. A figure was the first to jump out of the car with an agile posture that was completely inconsistent with his age. It was Professor Chen. At this moment, he no longer had the demeanor of a respected scholar as usual. His face was full of anxiety and anger, and his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Following closely behind, a middle-aged military officer with a shining star on his shoulder, a burly figure and a dignified look on his face, also got out of the car quickly. He is the highest person in charge of the Dragon Group at Xishan Base, Commander Wang Jinshan. Commander Wang's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. After he got off the car, he didn't even look at anyone around him, including his soldier, Xiaomei. His eyes immediately locked onto Lin Feng. Then, he strode towards Lin Feng with a swift and decisive attitude. Bang! An extremely standard military salute. The voice is loud and the posture is correct. Then, under the petrified gazes of everyone, the iron-blooded commander who was in charge of one of the most violent agencies in Yanxia, with a face full of anxiety and apology, spoke loudly to a young man in his early 20s. Mr. Lin. I'm sorry. It is my fault, Wang Jinshan, for not governing strictly and managing my subordinates well, that you have suffered such great injustice on our Dragon Group's territory. I apologize to you. I ask for your punishment. This scene made everyone around feel like their brains had crashed. Especially Xiaomei. She opened her mouth wide, her beautiful eyes filled with subversive shock. How could she have ever seen Commander Wang, the stabilizing force of their Xishan base, the commander who remained calm even in the face of a catastrophe, act so humble towards an outsider, and a young man at that? And the instigator was Qin Ming. The moment he saw Commander Wang appear, his face turned ashen. At this moment, after hearing what Commander Wang said, his last bit of hope was completely shattered. His legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Professor Chen also came over, his face full of grief. Little friend Lin, what is this? I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself by showing you my face. I have no place to hide my face. Commander Wang didn't even need Lin Feng to speak. He turned around suddenly and, like an angry lion, let out a deafening roar at Qin Ming, who was lying on the ground. Qin Ming, you are dismissed. From now on, you are no longer the logistics director of the Dragon Group. Report to the brig immediately. Await the final review by the military court. His handling of the matter was swift and decisive, without any delay. Because he knew better than anyone that this matter must be handled in the most severe and swift manner in order to calm the wrath of the young man in front of him, and the terrifying energy he represented. The Phoenix Gene Project is a top priority that concerns the destiny of the entire Yanxia nation. At this critical juncture, if he offended the key figure of the project, even if Wang Jinshan had 10 heads, it would not be enough to chop off. Someone come here. Commander Wang roared again. 2 heavily armed guards immediately stepped forward. Investigate it for me. Investigate it thoroughly. I don't care who gave him the courage to treat our Dragon Group's most distinguished guest like this. I don't care who's behind him or what his background is. Everyone will be severely punished. No leniency. Commander Wang's gaze was like a knife as it swept across Qin Ming's desperate face, clearly hinting that he should follow this clue and dig deeper into the Qin family behind him. It seems that a purge storm is about to start within the Dragon Group. Lin Feng, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke softly. Commander Wang, you are too kind. His light words drew everyone's attention. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. His attitude of raising high and putting down lightly not only did not make Commander Wang feel relieved, but instead made him feel even more awed. Good trick. This young man really knows how to use both kindness and severity. He was giving himself a way out and telling himself that all he wanted was an attitude, not to turn the Dragon Group upside down. This kind of mentality and this kind of pattern are so scary. No. It's not a misunderstanding. Commander Wang shook his head like a rattle. Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. He then personally led the way, bent down, and made a pleased gesture with the utmost respect. Mr. Lin, you can't stay in this shabby place for even a second. I'll personally take you to the best courtyard in our base. Along the way, all the Dragon Team members who encountered this strange team had to pay their respects and salute. They looked at their own elusive chief, who was treating a strange young man with great respect and courtesy, like a waiter, and asking about his well-being. Everyone understood. A real fierce dragon has arrived at Shishan base. Finally, Lin Feng was arranged to live in front of an independent, antique courtyard. The place is shaded by green trees and surrounded by bamboos. The environment is quiet and elegant. It is completely different from the shabby guesthouse before. On the lintel of the courtyard hangs a plaque written by a famous calligrapher. Tianziho. Xiao Mei's pupils shrank again. The best courtyard. This is a place that only a-level core members, that is, big guys at the level of Professor Chen and Commander Wang, are qualified to stay in. Qin Ming was dragged away by the guards like a dead dog. The turmoil in the guesthouse is finally over. But this news spread like wildfire throughout the entire Shishan base in just half an hour. Everyone knew that a young man had arrived, a man that even Commander Wang had to serve with great care and who must not be provoked. In the Tianzihao courtyard, Commander Wang and Professor Chen apologized repeatedly, and asked about each other's well-being for a long time before finally leaving, looking back every few steps. Lin Feng was sitting alone in the study made of precious gold and nanmo wood. He did not feel proud at all because of the overwhelming victory he had just won. On the contrary, his eyes became deeper than ever before. He reviewed today's 2 encounters. From the arrogant Qin Feiyang at the airport to the Qin Ming who was relying on the power of others to bully others. He was clearly aware that Qin Feiyang's hostility towards him and the complexity of the capital city, a big melting pot, were far beyond his imagination. Today's are just appetizers. The real test is what Professor Chen calls tomorrow's exchange meeting. Chapter 105, Courtyard Contemplation. The night is quiet. The Tianzihao courtyard was brightly lit. Lin Feng did not rest. He sat alone in the antique study and brewed a pot of dahongpo for himself. The top-quality Wui rock tea, when brewed with boiling water, stretches out its curled body and emits a refreshing orchid fragrance. The aroma of tea lingered in the air, just like his thoughts at the moment, dispersing and then gathering again. He picked up the purple clay teacup and took a sip. The warm tea slid down my throat, dispelling some of the chill from the north. In his mind, like a movie, he began to review everything that had happened since he arrived in Yanjing today. First thing, the conflict at the airport. The young man named Qin Feiyang and his group of followers. Lin Feng's fingertips unconsciously rubbed the warm wall of the cup. He began to analyze Qin Feiyang's motives. Is it just because of the arrogance and domineering behavior of the top second generation? Not entirely. If it was just simple arrogance, the matter might have come to an end after he shocked the whole audience with his aura and left in a powerful manner. But then, the second thing happened. The turmoil in the guest house. The logistics manager named Qin Ming was obviously instructed by Qin Feiyang to use such clumsy and disgusting means to make things difficult for himself. This shows that Qin Feiyang's hostility towards him is deep-rooted. This is no longer a simple dislike, but a kind of rejection. A local, deeply rooted old top circle in Beijing instinctively rejects and is hostile to him, an outsider who may disrupt the existing interest structure. Qin Feiyang's behavior may seem reckless and foolish, but in fact, he represents a common attitude. It's not easy to be a dragon crossing the river. Lin Feng whispered to himself. Then, he began to analyze the situation within the Dragon Group. This is a more interesting sample. Represented by Professor Chen and Commander Wang are the high-level forces who are eager for change and urgently need the Phoenix Gene Project in his hands to break the deadlock. Their attitude is cooperation, winning over, and even flattery. Represented by Xiao Mei, they are the core elites who are arrogant and have a strong sense of superiority over their own strength and Dragon Group background. Their attitude is scrutiny and suspicion, but after witnessing their own strength, this attitude will turn into fear and curiosity. This kind of people can still be won over. Those represented by Qin Ming are grassroots termites who have been infiltrated and corrupted by external old forces and use public power as their own weapon. These people are obstacles that must be removed. It is obvious that the Dragon Group is not a united group. This game of chess was much more complicated than he had imagined. Lin Feng's thoughts finally focused on tomorrow's Technology and Strength Exchange Conference that Professor Chen and Commander Wang had repeatedly mentioned. He could figure it out with just his toes. The two confrontations today were merely private frictions, minor fights that could not be made public. And the so-called exchange meeting tomorrow will be the first official appearance of him, the Dragon Group, and the entire Beijing circle on the stage. That is the real battlefield. He can predict almost 100%. After suffering 2 consecutive setbacks and losing so much face, Qin Feiyang would never give up. He will definitely use his connections within the Dragon Group to set a more vicious and insidious trap at tomorrow's exchange meeting. Today's victory not only failed to restrain him, but instead aroused his stronger and more crazy desire for revenge. Lin Feng's mentality quietly changed at this moment. From countering each move with a countermove to taking the initiative to attack. He realized that simply passively defending and counterattacking was far from enough. He must demonstrate an irreplaceable absolute value at tomorrow's exchange meeting that will shock everyone, including his enemies and potential allies. He wanted everyone to understand. He, Lin Feng, is not here to seek cooperation. He is here to make the rules. Thinking of this, Lin Feng put down the teacup in his hand. The cup hit the table, making a crisp sound. His eyes became as sharp as a knife. He decided not to wait passively anymore, but to take the initiative to obtain all the information and make full preparations. He slowly closed his eyes. His mind sank into the depths of consciousness that only he could enter. He wanted to place all the chess pieces clearly on his chessboard. System. He muttered to himself. Retrieve all the intelligence data that was previously sent to you regarding the major forces in Yanjing and the Dragon Group. Chapter 106: The Invisible Network. Lin Feng's consciousness sank into a vast sea of stars. This is the inner space of the God-level selection system. As his orders were given, the glittering nebula before his eyes began to rapidly converge and reorganize. An enormous holographic database composed of countless light points and lines slowly unfolded before him. At the top level of the database, there are several eye-catching large labels that classify each category. 7 great aristocratic families of Yanjing. Dragon Group organizational structure and core member list. Relationship map of the major ministries and commissions in Yanxia. Analysis of the core circle of the new generation in Beijing. Under each label, there are thousands of smaller branches connected. This was the newbie gift pack that the system had given him when it rewarded him for his god-level business acumen. A complete intelligence network about the entire Yanxia power center, which can be said to be a god's perspective. Lin Feng's consciousness, like the administrator with the highest authority, is swimming in this ocean of information. He first took a quick look at the overall power distribution map of Yanjing. The Qin family, the Yi family, the Li family, the Wang family, the 7 major aristocratic families are like 7 towering trees with deep roots. Their roots are intertwined, covering almost every corner of the military, politics, and business. The complexity of its interest relations is far beyond the comparison of the Jiangnan province alone. This feeling of overlooking the entire power structure from a god's perspective made Lin Feng feel an indescribable sense of refreshment in his heart. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. And now, the other in front of him is almost one-way transparent. After a brief macro browse, Lin Feng quickly locked his search target on 2 keywords. Qin family. Dragon Group Qin Feiyang Relationship Network. The order was issued. The database responds instantly, and huge data streams are refreshed like waterfalls. 2 pieces of information, each one incredibly detailed, were clearly presented before him. The first one is about the Qin family. According to records, the Qin family is a prominent figure among the 7 great clans, having risen through military success and possessing a deep foundation. Many family members hold high positions in the military and political circles, and their style of conduct is known for being overbearing and protective of their shortcomings. The second one is about Qin Feiyang and his invisible network. Name, Qin Feiyang. Age, 26 years old. Identity, the eldest grandson of the Qin family, and the core leader of the princelings in the capital. Personality traits, extremely conceited, controlling, vindictive, and good at using status and connections to achieve goals. Social network. Lin Feng's gaze finally stopped on the densely packed relationship network diagram. He saw that Qin Feiyang's name was connected to many people within the Dragon Group through countless connections representing the transfer of interests, personal relationships, and common interests. Especially among the younger generation of the Dragon Group, his influence is huge. Several names in bold and red attracted Lin Feng's attention. Li Mo, deputy captain of the Dragon Group's field team, is assessed at T4 level in strength, is good at close combat, and is known as the Mad Tiger. Zhao Chong, a genius in the Dragon Group's technical department, was assessed at T3 level and was proficient in all kinds of traps and mechanical modifications. The information clearly states, these people are all Qin Feiyang's close friends. They play cars and drink together outside, and they have a close personal relationship. Qin Feiyang has provided a lot of convenience for their promotion within the Dragon Group through family connections. They have formed an unbreakable small interest group with Qin Feiyang as the core. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately retrieved the relevant information about tomorrow's Technology and Strength Exchange Conference. He saw 2 familiar names on a proposed list of players for the strength competition session. Li Mo. Zhao Chong. This is by no means a coincidence. An extremely clear outline of the conspiracy instantly took shape in his mind. Qin Feiyang suffered a great loss and lost all face in the 2 confrontations today. With his vengeful character, he would never swallow this humiliation. Therefore, he will definitely use his network of relationships within the Dragon Group to let his close friends kill him during the strength competition session of tomorrow's exchange meeting. By then, fists and feet will have no eyes. Even if they get themselves seriously injured or even disabled, they can use the excuse of failure in sparring to get away with it. He not only avenged himself, but also completely cleared the Qin family of any responsibility. What a good trick to kill with a borrowed knife. Interesting. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold arc. He was about to continue to analyze the combat data of Li Mo and Zhao Chong in depth and think about the response strategy. Just then, a bone-chilling chill suddenly rushed from the tail end of his spine to the top of his head without any warning. All the hairs on his body stood on end in an instant. God-level crisis premonition. Passive trigger. In his perceptual world, a blood-red deathline appeared out of thin air and was tightly wrapped around the event node of the exchange meeting. This indicates that tomorrow's danger will be countless times more serious than what he just deduced. This is no longer a simple dirty move. This is a deadly killing game. Chapter 107 Death Redline. Just at the moment when Lin Feng deduced Qin Feiyang's conspiracy. Buzz. An indescribable cold malice, like the deepest polar cold current, rose from the tail of his spine without any warning and instantly penetrated his entire body. Every hair on his body stood on end. This was no ordinary danger warning. Not that vague feeling of someone watching or impending conflict. This is a thrill from a higher dimension that touches the origin of life. God-level crisis premonition. The passive ability is activated to the extreme. The scene in front of Lin Feng began to distort and blur violently at this moment. The holographic interface of the system database peeled off like a broken mirror. His consciousness seemed to be grasped by an invisible and overbearing force and was suddenly pulled outward. Moment. He left the quiet of his study. The surrounding environment suddenly turned into the huge and solemn indoor training ground of the Dragon Group. The high dome, the cold alloy floor, and the blurry figures in the stepped auditorium. The atmosphere was as tense as a fully drawn bowstring. He saw himself standing in the center of the field. Opposite him was a tall, muscular man with eyes as fierce as a hungry tiger. It was the Dragon Team expert he had just seen in the information, Liam O, known as the Mad Tiger. In the referee's seat, Qin Feiyan was sitting with his legs crossed, staring at himself on the field with a cold and complacent look. And among the crowd, he saw Xiao Mei. Her face was filled with lingering worry and tension. The next second, the illusion accelerated. In the picture, the fierce battle between him and Liam O has reached a climax. The two men exchanged fists and kicks, and their energy overflowed. Sudden. The seemingly ordinary alloy training stick in Liam O's hand, which was used for safe sparring, broke without any warning with a crack sound when he chopped it down with great force. A sharp spike that had long been sharpened to be as sharp as a spear suddenly popped out from the broken end. It was heading straight for his heart at a speed and angle that completely violated the normal physical trajectory, with a deadly sound of breaking through the air. This was an accident that was carefully planned to the extreme. The picture flashed. Scene change. He saw another blurry picture. In the competition with another technical master, Zhao Chong, the opponent wore special fighting gloves. Just as the two men were fighting in close combat and the gloves were about to touch his body, there seemed to be some kind of micro device on the surface of the gloves that could instantly release high voltage current or highly toxic substances, and it was quietly activated. Another deadly trap. In the vision, he saw clearly. Xiao Mei, who was standing off the court, covered her mouth in shock at that moment, her cold phoenix eyes filled with disbelief and extreme fear. Her reaction indirectly confirmed how insidious, vicious, and unexpected these attacks were. All these deadly illusions eventually began to converge and condense like wisps of scarlet smoke. In the end, they converged into a scarlet, vague, and strange thread that seemed to connect reality and illusion. One end of this red line of death is tightly connected to his own heart. The other end extends infinitely, pointing to the direction of tomorrow's exchange meeting. Warning, fatal threat detected. Death red line has been marked. The cold system prompt sounded like a death knell in his mind. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. All illusions receded like the tide. He was still sitting safely in the study in the Tianzihao courtyard. The antique furniture, the wafting aroma of tea, everything is as peaceful as before. But his back was completely soaked with a layer of cold sweat. The invisible red line of death, brought about that heart-pounding feeling as if fate was strangling his throat, still vibrated in his perception very clearly. He understood instantly. Qin Feiyan. And the group of people behind him. They don't want to embarrass themselves at the exchange meeting. I don't want to suffer any physical pain. Them. With the intention of killing. They wanted to use a carefully designed accident in a reasonable and compliant public exchange on the Dragon Group's territory to put to death. Lin Feng completely came back to his senses from that fatal premonition. There was no fear or panic on his face. Instead, his eyes became colder and more excited than ever before. He slowly stood up from his chair and walked to the window. He looked out the window at the quiet night shrouded in darkness, and a sinister sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Want to kill me? Very good. Now that you've set up the stage, then I will sing a good show with you. Chapter 108, Taking Advantage of the Situation. Outside the window, the night is as dark as ink. Lin Feng stood in front of the window, and the physiological palpitations caused by the red line of death were calmed down by his strong willpower. He took a deep breath of the cool sandalwood air and forced himself to be absolutely calm. The brain, like the most efficient quantum computer, begins to work like crazy. He quickly analyzed the situation. The enemy's plan is already extremely clear. Take advantage of the rules, create accidents, and leave no evidence. This is a very sinister and difficult to guard against conspiracy. Because the initiative is in the hands of the other party. If he refused to participate in the strength competition session tomorrow, everyone would think he was cowardly in giving in, which would be exactly what Qin Feiyan wanted. This genius from the south had already lost his reputation before he even started performing. If he participates, he will have to face this carefully laid death trap. One wrong step can lead to eternal damnation. Hide? Or fight? A violent rage, like the magma from the center of the earth, suddenly rose from the deepest part of Lin Feng's heart. Since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he has been overcoming countless obstacles and encountered countless opponents. There are greedy businessmen, domineering second generations, and desperate killers. But most of them are conflicts of interest and positions. Qin Feiyan was the first one who wanted to take his life right away just because of some quarrels and face friction. This kind of recklessness and attitude of treating human life as worthless completely touched Lin Feng's bottom line. Hide? There is no such word in my Lin Feng's dictionary. A crazy and bold idea grew and expanded uncontrollably in his mind. Not only does he have to participate, he also wanted to turn this so-called Hongmen banquet into a guillotine. He wanted to take this opportunity to chop off all the claws reaching out to him at once. He wanted to hurt them, to cripple them, to scare away all the villains lurking in the dark. He wanted to let the entire Yanjing city know that he, Lin Feng, was not a soft persimmon that could be bullied by anyone, but a fierce dragon crossing the river. A man-eating evil dragon. A complete plan of turning the tables quickly took shape in his fast-moving brain. A cold and cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Tomorrow's exchange meeting will be divided into verbal struggle and physical struggle. That is, technical exchanges and competition of strength. Very good. Then I will use courtesy first and then force. He decided that first of all, in the verbal battle phase, he would use a way that the other party would never expect to give those self-righteous technical experts of the Dragon Group a devastating shock at the soul level. He wants to take the initiative, seize the absolute psychological advantage, and set the stage for the next performance. Then, in the fighting segment, he wants to pretend to fall into a trap. When the enemy thought his plot was about to succeed, when he was most complacent and had let his guard down, use absolute, crushing strength to completely smash the traps they are proud of. He doesn't just want to win. He also wants to expose those dirty, shady methods one by one, in front of everyone, under the sun. He wants to bring disgrace to Qin Feiyan and his lackeys. Finally, he has to use the opponent's force to counter the opponent's force. He wanted to use Professor Chen and Commander Wang, and the entire Dragon Group's top management's respect for him and their desire for the Phoenix Gene Project, to maximize the influence of this matter afterwards. He wanted to use the Dragon Group's sharpest knife to deal an extremely heavy blow to the arrogant Qin family. When the whole plan is completed in my mind, the boiling murderous intent and anger in Lin Feng's heart gradually subsided. Instead, there is a kind of calmness that is absolutely peaceful and still. Just like a top surgeon about to step onto the operating table, all emotions have given way to precise calculations and cold execution. He stopped thinking. He turned around and returned to the futon in the middle of the room. Sit cross-legged. He slowly closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing, adjusting his essence, energy, and spirit bit by bit to an unprecedented peak state. Wait for the next day to come. Outside the window, the night deepens and undercurrents surge. Inside the courtyard, the figure sitting quietly with eyes closed looked like a killing god about to sharpen his sword, motionless as a mountain, yet with a sharp edge. A huge storm that is about to shake the entire Yanjing and even the entire upper circle of Yanxia is brewing. No words were spoken that night. When the first rays of dawn appeared on the horizon, the courtyard door was knocked on time. Lin Feng opened his eyes. After a night of regulating his breathing, the gleam in his eyes disappeared, and was replaced by a bottomless calm. He straightened his clothes and opened the door. Outside the door stood Xiao Mei, dressed in black and looking heroic. She looked at Lin Feng with complicated eyes, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't speak. Lin Feng gave her a meaningful smile. Let's go. I can't wait to attend today's exchange meeting. Seeing the smile, Xiao Mei shuddered for no reason. Chapter 109 Exchange Meeting opens. Longzhou Shishan Base, a large multifunctional conference hall inside. This is one of the core areas of the entire base, and is usually used for holding the highest level meetings and the most important technical demonstrations. The design of the venue is solemn yet full of futuristic technology. On one side, there was a huge curved main screen that took up the entire wall. It was now emitting a faint blue light, displaying the emblem of the Dragon Group, a golden dragon perched on the top of the mountain. On the other side is a stepped auditorium that can accommodate hundreds of people. The entire venue was invisibly divided into several areas. On the front row of the podium, there are several nameplates, which are prepared for Professor Chen, Commander Wang, and other top leaders of the Dragon Group. Below the rostrum was the expert seat, where sat dozens of top experts from various technical departments of the Dragon Group. They all had serious expressions and were not smiling. In the center of the venue is an open area paved with special energy-absorbing materials. It is the martial arts area prepared for the afternoon's strength competition session. On the other side of the venue are the seats for special guests. Accompanied by Xiao Mei, Lin Feng slowly walked into the huge conference hall. His appearance was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly attracting the attention of the entire audience. Swish! 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 Hundreds of eyes, like searchlights, were focused on him. These gazes were extremely complicated. On the rostrum, Commander Wang and other Dragon Group leaders cast their gazes with scrutiny and anticipation. They wanted to see what made this young man, who even Professor Chen praised so highly, so exceptional. In the expert seats, those technical experts showed pure curiosity and a hint of well-hidden arrogance that belongs to technicians. In the martial arts area, the powerful members of the Dragon Group showed undisguised provocation and fighting spirit. And more of it was whispers from ordinary members. Is he the Lin Feng? I heard that Director Qin Ming was fired yesterday? The commander even apologized to him personally. He must be someone quite important. The entire venue was depressing, yet undercurrents surged. The air seemed to be filled with invisible electric charges, and just a spark could ignite a violent storm. Lin Feng's gaze slowly swept across the venue. Finally, he settled in the front row of the special guest seats. There, Qin Feiyan was sitting there. Around him, there was a group of young men from the aristocratic families in Beijing who were also dressed in fancy clothes and had arrogant expressions. He sat there like the moon surrounded by stars, with a playful sneer on his face and his eyes full of cat and mouse playfulness. When he saw Lin Feng looking at him, he even raised his hand and made a come-on gesture. The provocation in his words was obvious. Lin Feng just looked at him calmly. Then, she looked away indifferently, as if he was just an insignificant clown. This extreme disregard made Qin Feiyan's face gloomy again. Lin Feng could sense it clearly. Over in the martial arts area, those martial arts masters who had a close personal relationship with Qin Feiyan and whom he had seen in the information last night, Li Mo, Zhao Chong and others, were staring at him with undisguised hostility. Their eyes were cold, cruel, and filled with murderous intent. This confirms his warning of the death red line last night. Xiao Mei led Lin Feng to a separate seat in the first row and whispered to him, "Be careful, Qin Feiyang and his gang have bad intentions." Lin Feng nodded without saying anything. 9 o'clock in the morning. Professor Chen walked to the center of the podium and picked up the microphone. The venue fell silent instantly. "Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, good morning." He briefly introduced the purpose of this Technology and Strength Exchange Conference. It aims to promote in-depth exchanges and cooperation between our Dragon team and the country's top special talents, so that we can learn from each other's strengths and make progress together. Having said that, his gaze deliberately lingered on Lin Feng, and his tone became more enthusiastic. And today, we are very honored to have invited a young man who has achieved amazing achievements in both the biological genetics and business fields. He is Mr. Lin Feng from Jiangnan. Wow! As soon as Professor Chen finished speaking, the eyes of the whole audience once again surged towards Lin Feng like a tide. Qin Feiyang and the children of the aristocratic families around him all had undisguised sarcastic smiles on their faces. In their opinion, Professor Chen was putting Lin Feng on the fire. The higher you praise it, the harder it will fall. Professor Chen cleared his throat and continued. Then, I declare that this exchange meeting officially begins. According to the process, we will first enter the technical exchange session. I would like to invite Director Zhang Qingji, the chief expert of our cybersecurity department, to raise a technical problem we are currently facing and discuss it with Mr. Lin and the experts present here. Following his words, a middle-aged expert who looked to be in his 40s and wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a serious expression stood up from the expert's seat. Everyone's heart was lifted. The show has officially begun. Chapter 110 Technical Review. Zhang Qingji, chief expert of the cybersecurity department, took the stage. He has a serious expression and never smiles, and he carries the typical aura of a technology geek who has been immersed in his field for many years. He first nodded slightly to Professor Chen and Commander Wang on the rostrum, then turned around and faced the crowd. His gaze lingered on Lin Feng for a brief second, without any emotion, as if he was just looking at an ordinary object. Then he operated a few times on the computer at the podium. A picture flashed on the huge curved main screen at the back of the venue. An extremely complex encrypted communication code composed of countless symbols and garbled codes appeared in front of everyone. That piece of code seemed to have life, flowing slowly on the screen, exuding a dizzying and mysterious atmosphere. A slight gasp of air was heard in the conference hall. Many experts in the technical department frowned when they saw this code. Yanjing picked up the laser pen, pointed at the screen, and explained in a calm and clear tone. Everyone, what's displayed on the screen is an encrypted message we intercepted from an international secret channel 3 months ago. According to our intelligence analysis, the sender of this message is currently the world's top hacker group, codenamed Abyss. And the encryption method of this information is very special. He paused and emphasized his tone. It uses a dynamic encryption algorithm that we have never seen before, suspected to be quantum entanglement. This means that its key changes in real time, and any external computing behavior attempting to crack it will be instantly detected by its mother body, which will immediately change the encryption rules and even initiate a self-destruction program. With all the supercomputer power we have today and all the cryptographic cracking models we've built, we can't break it in the slightest. Having said that, he looked around the conference room and added one more sentence, adding the final stamp of authority to the difficulty of this difficult question. All the experts in our cybersecurity department, along with several of the country's top cryptography academicians, formed a research team. They spent 3 months analyzing and experimenting day and night. The final conclusion is, there's nothing we can do. This sentence directly raised the difficulty of this problem to the national level. This is no longer a problem for a single department of the Dragon Group, but represents the entire Yanjing encountering insurmountable technical barriers in this field. The atmosphere in the venue became more solemn. Just then, the chief expert of the biological genetics department, Professor Lee, a gray-haired man, also stood up. He adjusted his reading glasses and signaled the staff to switch the screen. A severely incomplete, spiral-shaped genetic map appeared on the screen. Many key base pair sequences appear to be broken in blank. Professor Lee walked to the front of the stage with a wry smile on his face. I'd like to take this opportunity, Director Zhang, to share with you a century-old problem that our department has encountered. This map contains genetic fragments of an ancient, unknown creature we discovered during an archaeological excavation of relics beneath the Kunlun Mountains' 10,000-year-old glacier. Our testing has revealed an astonishingly high level of biological activity. It may hold the ultimate secrets of life's evolution. His tone was filled with excitement and regret. However, its structure is so severely damaged. We've used the world's most advanced gene repair and sequence deduction technologies, but we haven't been able to complete it. Any attempt to fill the gap will instantly trigger a chain reaction of collapse of the entire genetic chain. It's as if it has a life and a will of its own, resisting our ability to fix and interpret it. Two difficult problems in two different fields, but both representing the ceiling of human intelligence, are placed in front of everyone at the same time. The atmosphere in the conference hall was extremely depressing. Everyone understood that this was no longer communication. But it is a naked test question. It is a demonstration of the Dragon team's technical strength, and also the most rigorous test for Lin Feng, an outsider. Finally, Zhang Qingji pushed his gold-rimmed glasses. His gaze, like a scalpel, was directed precisely and directly at Lin Feng, who was sitting in the first row. There was a hint of undisguised arrogance in his tone, which was unique to technicians. Mr. Lin, I heard that you are a once-in-a-century genius in both business operations and biotechnology. I don't know. What are your thoughts on these two difficult problems? He deliberately emphasized the word brilliant opinion, and the tone of his criticism, or even provocation, was not concealed at all. Puff. In the guest seats, some of Qin Feiyang and the group of children from powerful families around him could not help laughing out loud. In their view, this is simply a fatal question. These two questions are so difficult to answer that even if you invite Nobel Prize winners in these two fields, let alone Lin Feng, who is in business, they will be at a loss. This guy surnamed Lin is definitely going to be embarrassed today. Even Professor Chen, who had always been full of confidence in him, frowned tightly. Xiaomei held her breath nervously, her palms full of sweat. She felt that this situation was completely hopeless. However, amidst all the scrutinizing, sympathetic, and sarcastic gazes, the man who was pushed to the forefront always sat quietly in his seat. He listened carefully to all the questions. There was no trace of tension or embarrassment on that handsome face. There is not even a ripple, because he is making a choice. Ding! The host is facing a decision. Please make a choice. Option 1, immediately declare that you can't do it, slap yourself furiously, and beg the bosses to spare you. Complete this option. Reward, earn the title of weakling. Option 2, hack into the Dragon Group's central control computer, find all research-related data, extract the data, and solve the problem. Complete this option and receive a reward, God-level hacking skills. What's so hard to choose? You can make the right choice with your eyes closed, right? Lin Feng slowly stood up from his seat. He didn't walk towards the podium or look at anyone. Instead, he walked straight to the center of the venue. The one that connects to the Dragon Group's intranet and controls all technical equipment. Central Control Computer. Chapter 111, Paper Talk is Too Slow. Lin Feng walked towards the main control computer. This move was beyond everyone's expectations. The venue instantly fell into an eerie silence. Hundreds of gazes, like spotlights, were focused on him alone. Everyone was confused by his action. What does he want to do? The technical experts looked at each other, confusion written all over their faces. Professor Chen and Commander Wang on the rostrum couldn't help but frown. Qin Feiyang, who was sitting in the guest seat, had an expression of enjoying the show. He lowered his voice and sneered at the follower beside him. Look, this kid is driven crazy. I can't answer it, so I'm going to go up and do something stupid to save my dignity. It's going to be a good show. Xiaomei's heart was in her throat at this moment. She had no way of predicting Lin Feng's next move, but her woman's intuition told her that something big was about to happen. Under the gaze of the entire audience, Lin Feng walked to the central control computer that symbolized the core technology of the Dragon Group. He was not at all reserved or polite. Very naturally, he pulled out a chair and sat down leisurely. He even had the leisure to reach out and adjust the height of the seat and the angle of the monitor. His calm demeanor made it seem as if this wasn't the Dragon Group's highest conference room, but the study in his own office. He didn't look at anyone in the stands. His gaze fell calmly on the screen in front of him. Then he spoke calmly. The sound was not loud, but it was transmitted clearly to every corner of the venue through the microphone. It's just paper talk, it's too slow. He paused, as if forming his words. Then, he added a sentence. Also, it's easy to make mistakes. Boom! These two sentences, though understated, were like two invisible heavy hammers, striking hard on the hearts of all the technical experts present. Arrogant. How arrogant this is. What he meant was that their rigorous analysis and discussion were just a waste of time and empty talk. Are you saying that the 3-month research results of these top experts and academicians in the country are all error-prone garbage? The faces of Zhang Qingji, Professor Li and others turned ashen in an instant. Some young and energetic technicians were so angry that they almost stood up and refuted on the spot. Lin Feng didn't give them a chance. He spoke again and uttered the third sentence that stunned everyone. I'm used to just looking at the results. Before he finished speaking, his hands had already landed on the keyboard like lightning. Next second, his 10 fingers seemed to have transformed into insubstantial phantoms. A violent storm was set off on the large special keyboard. Crackling. Crackling. A series of dense keyboard tapping sounds, like rapid drum beats, seemed particularly harsh in the silent conference hall. On the main screen, the originally still picture was instantly activated. Countless lines of binary codes composed of zeros and ones, which ordinary people cannot understand at all, are refreshed rapidly like a rushing waterfall. The speed of its rolling is so fast that it has completely exceeded the limit of human eye's dynamic vision. The light from the screen shone on Lin Feng's calm face, making him look like he was emitting a godlike aura that controlled everything. In the expert's seat, cybersecurity experts such as Zhang Qingji initially folded their arms and watched with a sneer on their faces. Playing tricks. I want to see what you can come up with. Humph, you don't even have access to our intranet. You can't even access the most basic database. What can you do? But soon. The sneer on Zhang Qingji's face froze. As the chief of network security of Dragon Group, his professional ability is unquestionable. He discovered that the garbled text scrolling on the screen like a waterfall was not meaningless. Rather, it was a low-level assembly instruction with an extremely sophisticated structure and extremely rigorous logic, something he had never seen before. What shocked him even more was He saw a command for starting the wall of size firewall that he had written himself to protect the Dragon Group's core database, but it was actually, unexpectedly circumvented by the other party in an elegant way that was like a work of art that he could not understand at all. It was as if the wall of size, which he was so proud of and could withstand attacks from hackers all over the world, was just a thin layer of window paper in front of the other party. Etc. What is he doing? Zhang Qingji could no longer remain calm. He screamed and stood up from his seat. For the first time, an expression of horror, as if he had seen a ghost, appeared on his face. He finally realized it. This young man is not answering the question. He is. Attack! Attack the Dragon Group's intranet firewall. Chapter 112 3 Minutes of Fall. He's attacking our firewall. Zhang Qingji's terrified scream was like a huge rock hitting a calm lake, instantly causing 1,000 waves in the entire venue. Attack the Dragon Group's intranet firewall? At the Dragon Group's headquarters? In front of the Dragon Team's supreme commander and all the experts? This is either crazy or God. Almost at the same time when Zhang Qingji exclaimed, at the back of the venue, in the technical monitoring room belonging to the network security department, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded. Woo woo woo! The red alarm lights, representing the highest threat level, were spinning and flashing wildly, illuminating the faces of every technician in the monitoring room with blood red. Level 1 intrusion alert. Level 1 intrusion alert. An unknown data stream is impacting the wall of size. Activate the Skynet active defense system. Quick! Lock down the source of the intrusion. Oh my god! The source of the intrusion. The source of the intrusion is the main control computer at the venue. A young technician looked at the information fed back on the screen and exclaimed in disbelief. These panic-filled internal communications were clearly transmitted to the ears of every expert in the conference hall through wireless headsets. Zhang Qingji's face had turned from ashen to purple. He snatched the headset from his assistant and roared into the microphone. What are you panicking about? Stay calm. Activate the class of physical firewall bulwark. Stop him. The order was issued. On the main screen of the conference hall, in front of the code torrent that rolled like a waterfall, an extremely thick virtual light wall composed of blue data streams suddenly rose up. This is the first real line of defense of the Dragon Group network, the barrier. It is enough to withstand a cyber attack at the level of a medium-sized country. However, Lin Feng's code torrent only paused slightly in front of the barrier. Then, the huge data stream shrank and condensed in an incredible way, transforming into an exquisite, high-speed rotating data drill. It didn't go head-on. Instead, he pointed with incredible precision at the most inconspicuous node on the blue light wall where the energy flow was the weakest. Just be gentle. Next second. The impregnable barrier firewall is like a balloon punctured by a needle. There was a soft bow sound. It collapsed in an instant and disappeared into thin air. The entire process, from rising to collapse, took less than 10 seconds. Report. The barrier has been bypassed. He entered our secondary database. He's too fast. Our defensive commands can't keep up with his movements. Quick! Activate the S-Class encryption protocol Dragonlock. The increasingly terrified shouts of the subordinates were heard through the headset. Zhang Qingji was completely panicked. He and several other network experts no longer cared about their manners at this moment. They rushed to the spare computer on the podium and frantically tapped on the keyboard, trying to intercept and defend from the outside. Layer after layer of defense systems were activated by them. They issued one encrypted command after another. But in front of Lin Feng's overwhelming attack, all of this was as useless as paper. He wasn't using brute force to crack it. That feeling is more like an omniscient and omnipotent god. He seemed to know every detail and every logic of the Dragon Group's entire network defense system. He always finds the most unexpected logical loopholes in the entire defense system, even those that the designers themselves have not noticed. Then, with an elegance and precision that is almost like a work of art, it is instantly disintegrated. This type of attack no longer brings the shame of having their technology crushed to Zhang Qingji and others. But the deep fear stems from the fact that all one's lifelong learning and one's worldview have been completely overturned. On the rostrum, Commander Wang's expression was extremely solemn. He gave the final order in a deep voice. Activate the final Guishu protocol. Physically disconnected. This is the ultimate defense measure of the Dragon Group network. Once activated, the entire Shishan base will be completely isolated from all external network connections at the physical level. This is a tactic of mutual destruction. However, just as Commander Wang's order was issued, in front of the main computer, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. His hands, which were dancing like phantoms, slowly stopped. Then, with one finger, he gently tapped the last enter key. On the screen, all the flowing codes and all the dazzling lights and shadows disappeared in an instant at this moment. Instead, there is a simple access interface full of technology. At the top of the interface, there is a line of eye-catching large characters. Dragon Group S-level core database. And in the center of the interface, a line of black Song font typed by Lin Feng, with a hint of sarcasm, was clearly displayed there. Excuse me, I'm already in. The entire place fell into deathly silence. Time seems to be frozen at this moment. All the technical experts stared at the line of words in a daze, their minds blank and completely losing the ability to think. The sarcastic smile on Qin Feiyan's face had long since solidified, turning into an incomprehensible dullness and confusion. Professor Chen glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist and announced to the audience softly but clearly in an extremely dry voice, as if he had not had a drink of water for hundreds of years. From the moment Mr. Lin sat down in front of his computer to the moment he broke into our core database. Total time: 2 minutes and 57 seconds. 2 minutes and 57 seconds. This time, compared with what Director Zhang and his team had said before, it took 3 months and they were helpless, formed the most cruel and strongest contrast in the world. In the dead silence of the whole audience, Lin Feng did not stop there. He calmly entered the keywords of the difficult questions raised by the two experts in the search box of the S-level core database. Quantum entanglement encryption algorithm. Ancient active gene map. Then, he gently clicked the search button. Next second, the picture on the big screen switched again. All the relevant data on these 2-century-old puzzles, all the underlying theoretical models, and the final, perfect solution that all experts dream of. It was projected in front of everyone with incredible clarity. He answered their initial question with the most direct and domineering practical action. Chapter 113. This is unscientific. Lin Feng's action of breaking into the core database was like a heavy hammer, smashing the pride of all the technical experts present. His next move was like a tsunami, completely submerging the cognition they relied on for survival. In the dead silence of the whole audience, he ignored the petrified faces and calmly entered the keywords of the difficult questions raised by the two experts in the search box of the core database. Quantum entanglement encryption algorithm. Ancient active gene map. Then, he gently clicked the search button. The picture on the big screen switches instantly. Countless relevant internal research materials emerged like a tide. There are failed experimental data, abandoned theoretical models, and analytical reports written by experts with great effort. These are the crystallization of the wisdom and sweat of the Dragon team over the past 3 months, and also the proof of their powerlessness. Everyone present held their breath, not understanding what he was trying to do. Could it be that he wants to find inspiration by reading these materials? But that will take at least a few days, or even weeks. A glimmer of hope even rekindled in Qin Feiyan's eyes. He felt that Lin Feng was just being mysterious and trying to find a way out for himself. However, Lin Feng didn't read any of the information at all. His hands fell on the keyboard again. But this time, his operation was no longer the violent attack as before. It is a kind of, full of indescribable rhythm and creative beauty. His fingers seemed to be playing a gorgeous piece of music. On the screen, those originally disorganized failure data that were judged as useless by all experts seemed to be suddenly given life in his hands. They are rapidly screened, purified, reorganized, and arranged. Everyone saw a scene that they would never forget. Regarding that network problem, Lin Feng did not try to crack it head-on. He did the opposite and used the screen data as the basis to build a new, reverse quantum decoding logic model on the spot. He directly exploited the contradictory logical loophole at the bottom of the opponent's encryption algorithm. Like a key, he gently turned it and opened the lock that was thought to be impossible to open. As for that biological problem, his operation was almost a miracle. He didn't even bother with the complicated calculations. He called upon the God-level bioengineering knowledge that the system had bestowed upon him, which had long been integrated into the depths of his soul. In his brain, he performed a four-dimensional spacetime folding virtual deduction and completion of those incomplete gene fragments in an incredible way that was hundreds of years beyond current technology. The actual operation is even simpler. His fingers tapped on the keyboard, and one command after another, like an oracle, rearranged and combined the genetic fragments. The whole process was smooth and full of the confidence and composure of a creator. Just 1 minute later, Lin Feng stopped all operations. He stood up and took a step back. The entire home screen is displayed to everyone. Two final results were clearly presented on the screen. Left. It was the encrypted message from the Abyss organization. At this moment, it has been completely deciphered and translated into clear Chinese. The content is shocking. Target, Yanjing Financial Center Tianhai Stock Exchange. Operation time, 72 hours later. Operation codename, Black Monday. Mission, create panic, trigger systemic financial risks, and short the Yanjing stock market. Lin Feng not only solved the problem, he also avoided an impending, huge financial disaster for the Dragon Group and the entire Yanjing. This is a huge achievement. And the right side of the screen. It's that incomplete genetic map. At this moment, it has been completed into a complete, coordinated, and perfect double helix structure that exudes an enchanting beauty. Next to the map, there are a few lines of concise notes written by Lin Feng himself. Species name, soul-eating archaea tentative. Species characteristics, possesses the terrifying ability to devour and transform specific high-dimensional energies such as internal force, true qi, and supernatural energy. Handling recommendation, immediately seal and classify as the highest danger level. Its devouring and transformation mechanism has extremely high research value and may be used to develop the ultimate weapon against extraordinary beings. He not only solved the problem, he also pointed out the huge potential value and endless dangers behind it, which are enough to subvert the entire extraordinary world. 2 answers. Clear. Perfect. The logic is rigorous, and the process and results are presented to everyone, impeccable. The entire venue. It fell into a deathly silence that was even more terrifying than before. If we say that the breach of the Dragon Group as firewall just now brought shock to everyone. So now, solving these two ceiling-level problems that have troubled the country for months on the spot has brought them nothing less than miracle. This is not human wisdom. This is God's realm. Lin Feng calmly exited from the main computer system and deleted all traces of operations. It seemed like I had just done something insignificant. He stood up and looked around the audience, his eyes as calm as a deep pool. In the expert seat, the two experts, Zhang Qingji and Professor Li, seemed to have all their strength drained away in an instant. They slumped in their chairs, staring blankly at the two perfect answers on the screen, and unconsciously muttering to themselves over and over again. Impossible. This is unscientific. Oh my God. How is this possible? The pride they had built up over their entire lives, their absolute confidence in their field, the scientific knowledge they relied on for survival. At this moment, the young man smashed it to pieces in the most unreasonable, brutal, and domineering way. Completely crushed. No one in the entire audience dared to look at the young man standing in the center of the venue with a critical eye. That look, only. Look up. And awe. In the dead silence of the whole audience. The expressions of those martial arts masters who were hostile to Lin Feng before became extremely solemn. They were all outstanding people, so they could naturally see that the terrifying power of this young man had far exceeded the scope of technology. That is a kind of confidence that has absolute control over everything. And in the guest seats, Qin Feiyang's face had changed from dull to ashen, and then from ashen to pale. He knows. He completely miscalculated. The crushing defeat in the literary duel caused Lin Feng's value in the eyes of the Dragon Group's top management to rise to a height he could not have imagined. This also means that he must in the next fight, at all costs, kill Lin Feng. Completely useless. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Chapter 114 Reactions from all parties. After the miracle, there was a deathly silence that lasted for half a minute. You could hear a pin drop in the entire venue. Everyone was still immersed in the astonishing personal performance show just now and couldn't extricate themselves. Until on the rostrum, Professor Chen was the first to react. His wrinkled face flushed red with extreme excitement. His hands were trembling slightly. The way he looked at Lin Feng had completely changed. It was no longer about looking at an admiring little friend. Nor is it about looking for a highly potential partner. It's like looking at enough to change the fate of a country and suppress an era. A national treasure. Lao Wang. Lao Wang. He lowered his voice and nudged Commander Wang, who was also petrified, with his elbow. Did you see that? Did you see that? Commander Wang shuddered and came back to his senses. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, and his voice was dry. I saw it. Of course he saw it. The value of that piece of financial attack intelligence about Black Monday cannot be measured in terms of money. This means that Lin Feng, with his own strength, avoided trillions of dollars in economic losses for the country, as well as the immeasurable social unrest that might have been caused. This is a great achievement. The discovery of the soul-eating archaea made him, a martial artist, feel a wave of fear. Bacteria that can devour internal energy and superpowers? If this thing were to be obtained by hostile forces and made into a biological weapon, that would be a devastating disaster for the entire Yanxia supernatural world. Lin Feng, once again, saved everyone. Old Wang. Professor Chen's voice was filled with unquestionable determination. Do you understand what I mean now? That's what I'm talking about, a game changer. We must keep him on our side at all costs. Commander Wang nodded heavily, his eyes filled with unprecedented determination. I understand. Mr. Chen, don't worry. And in the expert seats, the atmosphere is completely different. Zhang Qingji, Professor Li, and a large number of the Dragon Group's top technical experts were like eggplants hit by frost at this moment, dejected and disheartened. They stared blankly at the back of the young man who walked off the stage. The look in his eyes had changed from scrutiny, arrogance, and dissatisfaction to a kind of pure, unadulterated admiration and awe. It's like an elementary school student who was just learning to paint and witnessed the whole process of Leonardo da Vinci creating Mona Lisa. That feeling is no longer I am not as good as him. Rather, he is not the same species as us at all. Zhang Qingji muttered to himself, his voice so soft that only he could hear it. So, those technologies we are so proud of, in his eyes? Really, it's just talk. From this moment on, all technical departments of the Dragon Group no longer have any hostility towards the name Lin Feng. What we have is just the students' admiration for their teachers, which is like looking up to a mountain. In the special guest seats, the atmosphere was extremely cold. Qin Feiyang's face was extremely ugly. He clenched his fists tightly, and because of excessive force, his nails dug deeply into the tender flesh of his palms, oozing out traces of blood, but he was unaware of it. Humiliation. This was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered in his life. The greater the value Lin Feng showed in the literary duel, the more his previous provocative behavior seemed like a jumping, stupid clown. He could feel that the gazes of the young men from the capital around him were looking at him with a hint of strangeness. This made his hatred and murderous intent towards Lin Feng reach its peak. He knew that he had no way out. Today, here, either Lin Feng dies, or he, Qin Feiyang, becomes the laughingstock of the entire Beijing circle. He calmly winked at a trusted follower behind him. The henchman understood what he meant and quietly took out his encrypted mobile phone and quickly sent a message under the table. The recipient was the stern-faced man, Li Mo, from the martial arts area. The content of the message was simple yet vicious. The plan remains unchanged. Be even more ruthless. I don't care what method you use, I must completely destroy him in the ring. If anything happens, my Qin family will bear the full responsibility. Do all this. The ferocity on Qin Feiyang's face slowly subsided, and he returned to his cynical look. However, the murderous intent deep in his eyes became even stronger. And in the center of the whole audience, Lin Feng had already walked back to his seat leisurely. It was as if the person who had just shocked the whole audience and crushed the entire Dragon Group's technical department by his own strength was not him at all. He picked up the cup of tea that had already cooled down and took a sip. He moistened his throat, which was a little dry because he hadn't said a word for a few days. He could clearly sense the extremely complex emotions coming from all directions. There is awe, ecstasy, worship, jealousy, and of course, that undisguised. A fierce murderous intent. But everything is under his control. He knew that the victory in the literary battle had paved the best and most magnificent stage for his next actions. He put down his teacup. His eyes calmly looked towards the huge martial arts area in the center of the venue. He knows. The real killer move. Now, it is about to officially debut. Professor Chen forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart. He walked onto the stage, picked up the microphone, and his voice trembled with excitement. Ahem. I declare that the technical exchange session of this exchange meeting has come to a successful conclusion. He paused, his eyes swept across the entire audience, and finally fell on Lin Feng, his eyes full of anticipation. He announced loudly, raising his voice. Next, let's proceed to our second agenda. Strength competition. As his voice fell. In the martial arts area, several Dragon Team masters with powerful auras and tall statures slowly stood up. Their eyes, like knives and swords, were fixed on Lin Feng. Chapter 115 Life and Death Certificate. Strength competition. When Professor Chen announced these 4 words, the atmosphere in the entire conference hall changed instantly. If the literary battle just now was a clash of wisdom and knowledge, it was a war without the smoke of gunpowder. Now, the air was filled with a masculine and iron-blooded feeling, the most primitive and direct. Fighting spirit. Everyone's attention shifted from the big screen to the open, huge martial arts area in the center of the venue. Roar. Someone in the crowd let out an uncontrollable roar of excitement. That is the desire for battle among the Dragon Group martial arts members. Following Professor Chen's announcement, 3 Dragon Team masters dressed in black tights slowly walked from the rest area next to the martial arts area to the center of the venue. The person in the lead was Liam O. He is tall, with a stern face and a pair of eyes that are full of aggression like a tiger ready to pounce. His temples bulged high, and his whole body emanated a powerful internal chi wave that was as condensed as substance. At first glance, he is a top master who has reached the pinnacle of both external martial arts and superior internal skills. The 2 people behind him are no ordinary people either. A thin figure, like a ghost, was Zhao Chong mentioned in the previous information. The other one was of medium build, but had unusually long arms and thick knuckles, and it was obvious that he was an expert in grappling and acupressure. The 3 of them just stood there quietly, doing nothing. However, the powerful martial arts auras of the 3 people naturally merged together, forming a heart-pounding and powerful sense of oppression, which froze the atmosphere of the entire venue. In the audience, many young members of the Dragon Team showed admiration and fanaticism in their eyes. These 3 are the top combat representatives among the younger generation of their Dragon Group. It is the goal they pursue and look up to. In the guest seats. When Qin Feiyang saw the 3 of them appear, the curve of his mouth widened. He leaned back comfortably in his chair, picked up a glass of red wine, and shook it gently, ready to enjoy the bloody show he had been looking forward to for a long time. Li Mo took a step forward. His gaze, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, crossed a distance of dozens of meters and pierced Lin Feng with incredible precision. His voice, as loud as a bell, echoed throughout the venue. Mr. Lin, I've long heard of your name. I, Li Mo, admire your accomplishments in the field of technology. He spoke politely at first, then changed the subject and became extremely sharp. But the foundation of our Dragon Group is not those codes, nor those bottles and jars. After all, it's this hard-hitting fist and kick skills. I wonder if Mr. Lin would dare to come up on stage and have a discussion with us. On the surface, he said this politely. But the 3 words dare you are full of naked provocation. Directly, Lin Feng was forced into a corner where he had to fight back. At the same time, he cleverly contrasted the 2 concepts of technology and fists and feet. He was hinting to everyone that Lin Feng might just be a tech geek who knew a little bit about technology, and he was completely vulnerable to the martial arts skills that their Dragon Group was most proud of. Without waiting for Lin Feng to answer, Li Mo looked at Lin Feng, a cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he continued. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. To avoid accidental injuries, the principle of our sparring is to stop when the time is right. But he deliberately prolonged the sound. Fists and feet are blind, swords are merciless. During this sparring session, if there are any bumps and bruises, broken arms and legs, or even, accidentally, the weapon drops. I also hope Mr. Lin doesn't mind. Oh, right. He seemed to have remembered something and added, to relieve everyone's worries, we will also follow the custom of the highest level of competition within the Dragon Group and sign a life and death agreement. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are determined by God. Weapon lost. Life and death certificate. When these cold words came out of Li Mo's mouth, the expressions of all the smart people present changed in an instant. How can this be called a competition? This clearly shows that they have made every possible preparation to kill. Moreover, we must use rules and conventions to shut everyone up and eliminate all worries. What a vicious conspiracy. On the rostrum, Professor Chen and Commander Wang's brows were instantly locked together. They were about to speak up to stop it. But in Lin Feng's mind, the premonition of the red line of death became extremely clear again at this moment. What Liu Mo said about the weapon failing was completely consistent with his previous premonition of the fatal scene where the alloy stick head broke and the spike went straight to his heart. The focus of the entire audience was once again on Lin Feng. Everyone looked at him, wondering how he would deal with this nearly unsolvable and deadly conspiracy. Agreeing to it means knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain and still going there, stepping into the death trap carefully set by the other party. If he didn't agree, he would be a coward, a coward. All the prestige and mystique he had built up in the literary battles would be greatly reduced, and he would become a laughing stock. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Feng slowly stood up from his seat. He gently placed the cup of cold tea in his hand on the table. There was a slight click sound. He didn't say a word. He gave the loudest and most arrogant answer with his actions. He took a step forward. Step. 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 He walked calmly towards the huge martial arts area filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. He walked towards the top opponents of the Dragon Group who were filled with murderous intentions towards him. Every step he took seemed to be stepping on the heartbeats of everyone present. One time. Again. Heavy. And powerful. Under the bright lights in the conference hall, his back was stretched very long. In the eyes of everyone, it seemed both resolute and full of endless, terrifying mystery. Chapter 116: A Solitary Battlefield. The moment Lin Feng stood up and walked towards the training ground, the atmosphere of the entire venue was completely ignited. The warrior's passion and fighting spirit, which had been suppressed by the verbal fight before, burst out at this moment. Just then, in the guest seats, Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up again. He had a smile on his face that looked fair but was actually full of malicious incitement, and spoke to the audience in a loud voice. Mr. Chen. Commander Wang. Heroes of the Dragon Group. Mr. Lin's skills just now really opened our eyes. We are completely convinced. He started with a compliment, then changed the subject to become extremely inflammatory. But I heard that Mr. Lin is also a martial arts master in Jiangnan who sweeps across the land with his force and is invincible. We in Yanxia have always respected martial virtues since ancient times. And the Dragon Group is the backbone of our Yanxia martial arts power. I think everyone here must want to see with their own eyes what kind of earth-shaking martial arts style this expert that Elder Chen values so highly really possesses. His words were very convincing and flawless. But then, he changed the subject again, revealing his true intentions. His eyes swept over the young, enthusiastic Dragon Team members in the audience. Please don't let outsiders like us think that Mr. Lin is just an outsider who knows a little bit of technology. He deliberately dragged out his voice and spoke word by word. Our Dragon Group's greatest pride, this patriotic martial arts prowess, is actually a weakness. These words are extremely insidious. In just a few words, he cleverly set Lin Feng's personal honor against the martial arts honor of the entire Dragon Group. He turned what should have been a private competition into an event to defend the dignity of the Dragon Group. He was forcing the Dragon Group to use all their strength to deal with Lin Feng alone. Well said. That's right. Technique is technique, and Kung Fu is Kung Fu. Let him see how powerful our Dragon Team is. Qin Feiyang's words were like a red-hot spark that instantly fell into a powder keg. Next to the martial arts arena, the young geniuses of the Dragon Team, who were already arrogant and famous for their bellicosity, were instantly ignited. A burly man with a body as big as an iron tower, whose arms shone faintly with a bronze metallic luster under the light, snorted coldly. He is the best in the Dragon Group's body training school and is nicknamed Iron Fist. He clenched his fist, which was bigger than a sandbag, and his joints made a series of crackling sounds like popping beans. Beside him, there was a thin young man with eyes as sharp as an eagle, who seemed able to blend into the shadows at any time. The corner of his mouth curled up with a cold and cruel arc. He is the ace of the Dragon Group assassination team, Phantom. There was also a young man with a buzz cut, a hot temper, and even tiny arcs of electricity unconsciously jumping on his body. He shouted directly. Damn it! You're right. Is there no one left to bully our Dragon Group? He is the combat genius of the superpower group, Thunder. Iron Fist, Phantom, Thunder, plus Liu Mo and Zhao Chong who were already standing on the scene. The most famous masters of the younger generation of the Dragon Group, at this moment, all turned their gazes filled with high fighting spirit to the figure that was slowly approaching. Their fighting spirit was completely ignited. Challenging Lin Feng is not just to help Qin Feiyan vent his anger. It is also to defend their pride and honor as members of the Dragon Team. Qin Feiyan's goal was achieved perfectly. In this tense and excited atmosphere, in the center of this storm that is being criticized by thousands of people and is the focus of everyone's attention, Lin Feng, however, remained calm. He even had the leisure to straighten the corner of his spotless suit. He didn't look at the shouting Qin Feiyan. Nor did he look at the talented members of the Dragon Team who were eager to try. There was not even a hint of pause or hesitation in his steps. Finally, he stood still on the huge, empty central training ground. He is alone. Stand there. Opposite him is the most elite and powerful new generation force of the entire Dragon Group. They are a group of truly talented warriors whose fighting spirit is ignited by honor and anger. On the rostrum, Professor Chen and Commander Wang looked extremely ugly. They knew that the situation was completely out of control. This dispute, under Qin Feiyang's instigation, has turned into a war against Lin Feng, a war to the death. Lin Feng calmly raised his eyes and scanned the young faces across from him that were filled with hostility and fighting spirit. His back, under the huge dome light, was stretched very long. Seems a little lonely. Yet, he also possessed a kind of silent arrogance that was enough to make him the enemy of the entire world. A one-man battlefield. The next chapter will officially begin. Chapter 117, One Punch Agreement. Lin Feng, alone, stood in the center of the huge training ground. On the opposite side, the group of geniuses from the Dragon Team, ignited by honor and anger, were full of energy and fighting spirit. Silence. Deathly silence. Then, a figure stood out from the crowd. Every step he took was like an invisible drum being beaten, heavy and oppressive. It was the burly man with a figure as big as an iron tower Iron Fist Lu Mang. He was the first to step onto the martial arts stage and faced Lin Feng from a distance. He stared at Lin Feng with his copper bell-like eyes and spoke in a muffled voice, his voice like a loud bell, echoing in the empty conference hall. Dragon Group, Special Operations Team 1, Lu Mang. Nickname Iron Fist. He pounded his chest, which was thicker than an average person's thigh, making a dull bang-bang sound. Mr. Lin, those mysterious techniques of yours are beyond the comprehension of us common folk. But in our Dragon Group, fists are the only way to win. Today, let me, Lu Mang, weigh you. This expert that even old Chen praised so highly, how many pounds and ounces do you weigh? His voice is full of explosive power and strong confidence. Before he finished speaking, roar. Lu Mang let out a low roar, and his arms quickly began to glow with a deep metallic luster, like that of fine steel, at a speed visible to the naked eye. It feels like molten iron is flowing under the skin. This is his power-type ability, Black Iron Arm. In order to demonstrate his strength, he turned around suddenly and casually punched the alloy stake made of a special memory alloy next to the martial arts stage, which was used to test punching power. Bang! A deafening bang. The alloy pile that was said to be able to withstand tons of impact force and could not be easily destroyed even by artillery shells, shook violently. On it, there suddenly appeared an extremely clear fist mark that was half an inch deep. Hiss. There was a uniform gasp of shock from the audience. What a powerful force. Lu Mang's Black Iron Arm has improved again. This punch could probably penetrate a main battle tank. The cheers from the Dragon Team members rang out one after another. In the guest seats, Qin Feiyan laughed triumphantly. He swirled the red wine in his glass, his eyes filled with cruel pleasure. In his opinion, this surreal, unreasonable absolute power is enough to crush any so-called martial arts master. He seemed to have seen the miserable end of Lin Feng being smashed into a pool of flesh by this punch. Lu Mang slowly retracted his fist, very satisfied with the destructive power he had caused. He turned around and walked towards Lin Feng again, step by step, with absolute confidence in his own strength. Every time he took a step, the special alloy floor beneath his feet made a heavy, dull bang sound. His huge body, like a giant bear from ancient times, exudes a terrifying aura like a mountain pressing down on one's head, and presses towards Lin Feng. He walked with a sinister grin on his face, trying to completely destroy the opponent in front of him mentally. Mr. Lin, did you see it? My fists once punched through the enemy's latest heavy tank armor on the battlefield. I advise you to kneel down and beg for mercy now. It's not too late. Otherwise, once I make a move, I won't be able to stop it even if I want to. If I'm not careful, I might beat you into a pulp. That would be terrible, ha ha ha. Faced with this overwhelming momentum and the oppression of vulgar words, Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. It was as if the giant in front of him, who was over 2 meters tall and weighed more than 300 kilograms, was just an annoying fly buzzing in his ear. This feeling of being ignored made Lu Mang's anger burn even more fiercely. How? Are you scared, silly? He finally stopped 3 meters in front of Lin Feng. The huge shadow enveloped Lin Feng completely. He looked down at Lin Feng condescendingly, his eyes full of cruelty. All right. Since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish. I'll give you 3 moves, so others won't accuse me of bullying. Right at this moment, Lin Feng, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. His calm voice clearly interrupted Lu Mang's words. It's too much trouble. He slowly raised his eyes. His calm gaze fell on Lu Mang, who was a head taller than him and as strong as a bear. His tone was so calm as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Just 1 punch. If you can take my punch. Even if I lose. Chapter 118 Vulnerable. Just 1 punch. If you can take my punch. Even if I lose. Lin Feng's calm voice sounded particularly clear in the silent conference room. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Mad. Too crazy. It's simply too crazy. Iron Fist Lu Mang was stunned for a second after hearing Lin Feng's arrogant words of 1-punch agreement. Then, his rough face instantly turned the color of liver due to extreme anger. Good. 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 He laughed out of anger and said okay 3 times in a row, his voice like thunder. Since I, Lu Mang, debuted, I've fought on the battlefield and never seen anyone more crazy than you. Boy, you asked for this. Today, I'll show you how to write the word death. He stopped talking nonsense. At this moment, all his anger and strength were poured into his right fist. Drink! All the muscles in Lu Mang's body expanded to a terrifying degree in an instant. On those arms that shone with a deep metallic luster, blue veins rose and coiled like a coiled dragon. The air around him was distorted and buzzing slightly due to the extremely powerful force. He gathered all his strength, all his anger, and all his murderous intent into his right fist, ready to deliver the strongest and most powerful blow of his life. Come and die. Lu Mang let out an earth-shaking roar, and his right foot, which was thicker than a bucket, suddenly stepped backwards. Bang! He actually managed to leave a shallow footprint on the hard special alloy floor. He was like a runaway heavy truck loaded with explosives, carrying an unparalleled, all-destructive force. He punched Lin Feng in the chest fiercely. This punch, before the fist arrives, the fist wind has already arrived. The fierce fist wind that was as condensed as substance made Lin Feng's high-end suit rustle, and even made the audience in the front row feel a suffocating sense of oppression. No one had any doubt. This punch was enough to turn an adult African elephant into a pool of blurred flesh on the spot. In the guest seats, Qin Feiyang's mouth was stretched to his ears. He seemed to have seen the tragic scene of Lin Feng's body being torn into pieces and blood and flesh flying everywhere under this punch. However, faced with this earth-shattering blow that is enough to destroy everything, Lin Feng, still standing there. No flash. Do not avoid. He simply raised his right fist and rushed forward with the same nonchalant attitude. His fists were white and long. Compared with Lu Mang's huge fist, which was as big as a casserole and gleamed with metallic luster. It looked so slender. So powerless. Under the breathless gaze of everyone in the audience. One big and one small, 2 fists of completely disproportionate sizes. It seems slow, but it's actually as fast as lightning. Collided together. There was no loud noise as imagined. There was no expected huge gust of wind. The moment the 2 fists touched, the whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button. There was a moment of eerie silence. Immediately. Crack, 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 crack. A series of extremely crisp and chilling sounds of bones breaking suddenly rang out. The sound was like someone was using a hammer to frantically smash a frozen cow bone. It was transmitted extremely clearly throughout the entire venue. Next second, Lu Mang's face, which was distorted by its hideousness, froze in an instant. Then, it was completely replaced by endless, extreme pain and disbelief. Ah! He let out a scream that was not like a human voice and was extremely shrill. Everyone saw it in horror. Lu Mang's proud, indestructible, metallic-lustered, black iron arm, starting from his fist. Break into pieces. Crush it inch by inch. Bones, muscles, and meridians were completely destroyed at that moment by an incomprehensible and extremely domineering force. His thick arm twisted and folded backwards crazily at an extremely terrifying angle that no ordinary person could do. The white bone streaks with blood even pierced through his tough skin and were exposed to the air. This is not over yet. That overwhelming force, after crippling his entire arm, continued to surge into his body. Puff. Lu Mangqiang spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments. He was like a tattered sack that was knocked away, flying backwards more than 10 meters. Finally, with a bang, it hit the edge of the martial arts arena heavily. After twitching twice, he completely fainted. One move. Just one move. The Dragon Group is known for its strength, and has awakened a top genius with A-level power abilities, Iron Fist Lu Mang. One punch crippled his entire arm. Kill instantly. The entire training ground. Even the entire venue. Everyone fell into a dead silence, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The expressions on the faces of those Dragon Team members who had been cheering for Lu Mang before were completely frozen, as if they were under a spell. In the guest seats, Qin Feiyang's smug smile froze at the corners of his mouth, looking extremely funny. And under the rostrum, Xiaomei was even more shocked and covered her mouth tightly with her hands. At this moment, in her cold, beautiful phoenix eyes, there was only incomprehension and deep horror. On the martial arts stage, Lin Feng slowly retracted his fist. His fist was as smooth as jade, without even a trace of marks. It seemed as if he had just done something insignificant. He raised his hand and blew gently on his fist. Blow away the dust that doesn't exist in the first place. Chapter 119 Genius? That's it? Quiet. Suffocating silence. The entire multifunctional conference hall, with hundreds of people, was in complete silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Iron Fist Lu Mang lying on the ground, whose life or death was unknown, and Lin Feng on the stage, who was calm and composed, with not even the corner of his clothes ruffled. Their brains have completely lost the ability to process information. How is this possible? Lu Mang's black iron arm has such a terrifying force that it can even punch through a tank's armor. How could it be? How could he be crippled by a single punch from a young man who looked so weak? And it was a crushing victory that was overwhelming and without any suspense. This completely overturned their understanding of power, martial arts, and the world. Gudong. I don't know who it was, but he swallowed hard. This sound was particularly harsh in the dead silence of the conference hall. Finally, everyone was brought back to reality from the almost suffocating shock. Oh my god. I'm not dreaming, am I? One punch killed Lu Mang instantly? How on earth did he do that? After a brief moment of dead silence, there was an uncontrollable cry of surprise that erupted like a tsunami. On the rostrum, Commander Wang suddenly stood up from his seat, his usually calm face now filled with shock. As a battle-hardened soldier, he knew better than anyone what the punch just now meant. That's no longer a difference in skills. That is, an absolute crushing force. It's a tiger attacking sheep, a dimensionality reduction attack. Professor Chen's response was more direct. He was trembling with excitement, and his eyes were shining with fanaticism. He knew he had made the right bet. This young man is not only a godlike existence in the field of technology, but also unfathomable in martial arts. This is an all-rounder. This is a true, peerless genius who can change the landscape of the times. And in the guest seats, the expression on Qin Feiyang's face could no longer be described as ugly. It was an expression distorted to the extreme, a mixture of shock, fear, humiliation, and extreme anger. The red wine glass in his hand was squeezed unconsciously by him, and with a crack, it shattered. The scarlet wine mixed with glass fragments dripped onto his expensive custom-made trousers, but he was completely unaware. He stared at Lin Feng on the stage. The murderous intent in his eyes was so strong that it almost turned into substance. On the martial arts stage, Lin Feng slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at Lu Mang, who was lying on the ground unconscious with his arms horribly twisted. He shook his head slightly. Then, his gaze turned to the audience, to the geniuses of the Dragon Team who had been eager to try before but now had extremely serious expressions. His voice, calm but with an unquestionable majesty, spread throughout the audience. Is this the genius that your dragon group is so proud of? He paused and uttered 4 words. Vulnerable. Boom. These 4 words, like 4 thunderclaps, exploded in everyone's ears. Arrogant. Overbearing. But, it's impossible to refute. Because the facts are right in front of us. He was trampling on the face of the entire dragon group in front of everyone. You. Presumptuous. Too arrogant. Below the stage, the geniuses from the dragon team were instantly enraged by these words. They can accept failure, but they can never accept this kind of naked humiliation. Kid. Don't think that just because you defeated Lu Mang, you have the right to speak so arrogantly here. Zhao Chong, known as Thunder, who had the hottest temper and arcs of electricity dancing on his body, roared and rushed onto the stage. Although the thin phantom Shen Feng did not speak, his eyes had become as cold as a poisonous snake. Just then, Lin Feng's gaze fell on the 2 of them. He didn't even bother to remember their names or nicknames. He just calmly stretched out a finger and gently hooked it at them. That attitude was extremely contemptuous. It seemed like he was not challenging 2 top masters, but teasing 2 pets. He spoke calmly, and said something that caused the whole audience to fall into silence again. Don't waste your time. You 2, come on together. Chapter 120 Joint Siege. You 2, come on together. This sentence is like a drop of boiling oil dropped into an already boiling oil pan. The entire venue exploded instantly. What? He wants to challenge Shen Feng and Zhao Chong at the same time alone? Are you crazy? This is simply courting death. The dragon team members in the audience were completely crazy. If we say that Lin Feng's instant kill of Iron Fist Lu Mang with 1 punch before brought them shock and disbelief. So now, he took the initiative to provoke the other 2 top talents of the dragon group to join forces, which gave them an almost absurd feeling, as if they were looking at a madman. Iron Fist Lu Mang is strong in pure strength and defense. But Phantom Shen Feng and Thunder Zhao Chong are completely different types of strong men. Shen Feng is the dragon group's top speed assassin. He is as fast as a ghost and kills people invisibly. With his poison dagger, he has taken the lives of countless enemy masters. Zhao Chong is a rare person with lightning abilities. The lightning power he controls is violent and overbearing, and its destructive power is even greater than that of Lu Mang's Black Iron Arm. Any one of these 2 people is a top master who is enough to cause people a lot of headaches. When the 2 of them join forces, they can unleash a terrifying combat power that is greater than the sum of their parts, which makes many powerful men of the older generation feel wary. Now, Lin Feng is actually going to fight 2 people alone? This is no longer self-confidence, but naked contempt for the dignity of the dragon group. Good. Very good. Since you are so anxious to die, we will grant your wish. Zhao Chong roared angrily, and the electric arcs on his body began to crackle wildly, and a violent aura rose into the sky. Shen Feng beside him did not speak, but his figure gradually became blurred in everyone's sight, as if it was about to blend into the air. Both of them moved at the same time. Whoosh! Shen Feng's figure disappeared from his original position in an instant. The next second, he appeared behind Lin Feng silently as if teleporting. That is an absolute visual blind spot. The dark green dagger in his hand, like the fangs of a poisonous snake, silently stabbed into Lin Feng's back. The tip of the dagger flashed with a faint green light under the light. Obviously it was tempered with some kind of deadly poison that would kill instantly upon contact with blood. This stab was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Full of assassin aesthetics. At the same time, right in front of Lin Feng, Zhao Chong raised his arms high, and violet lightning bolts, like dancing silver snakes, gathered madly towards his palms. Thunder Dragon Spear! He shouted loudly. A lightning spear as thick as an arm, formed by the condensation of high-concentration lightning power, quickly took shape in his hand. The powerful energy fluctuations on the spear caused the surrounding air to explode with an unbearable sound. He locked the lightning spear firmly on Lin Feng. One close. One far away. Yi Ming. A dark. One sneak attack from the back, the other a frontal attack. One pursues the ultimate assassination, the other pursues absolute destruction. The 2 cooperated perfectly, and in an instant, they formed a situation that was sure to kill Lin Feng. On the rostrum, Professor Chen and Commander Wang's hearts were in their throats. They wanted to speak out to remind him, but it was too late. In the guest seats, a vicious and excited light rekindled in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He just didn't believe that Lin Feng could survive under such a tight network of attacks. However, Lin Feng, who was in the center of the decisive game, still had a calm expression on his face. It seemed as if the deadly poisonous blade from behind and the violent lightning spear from the front had nothing to do with him. Just when the poison dagger was about to touch the clothes on his back, Lin Feng moved. His body didn't even turn around. His left hand, however, seemed to have its own independent consciousness, extending backwards at a strange angle that completely violated the common sense of human body mechanics. As fast as lightning. 5 fingers like eagle claws. With incredible precision, he grabbed Xin Feng's right wrist that was holding the knife. What? Xin Feng, who was about to enjoy the pleasure of seeing his prey fall, suddenly had his pupils contract. He only felt an irresistible force, like a huge iron clamp. His wrist was in great pain, as if it was about to be crushed on the spot. The poisoned dagger could no longer advance even an inch. The speed he was proud of and his silent stealth assassination skills seemed so ridiculous and so powerless in front of this grab. He was horrified and wanted to pull back. But he found that the other person's hand seemed to have taken root on his wrist, making him unable to move. He was captured alive. And just as Lin Feng grabbed Xin Feng with his backhand, in front, Zhao Chang's Thunder Dragon Spear, which had condensed all the lightning power in his body, had already flown out of his hand. Boom! A bright flash of lightning cut through the sky, carrying the power to destroy everything, and headed straight for Lin Feng's face. Facing this fatal blow, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold, mocking sneer. He grabbed Xin Feng, who was unable to move and had a look of horror on his face, and took steps with an extremely mysterious technique. His body was like a fallen leaf dancing gracefully in the wind. Lightly and freely, it turned a circle with Xin Feng's body as the axis. A perfect, gorgeous turn. This turn not only allowed him to easily avoid the deadly lightning spear. More so, he used the phantom Xin Feng in his hand as a perfect human shield, and faced the oncoming violent lightning with incredible precision. No! Zhao Chong, who was far away, saw Lin Feng's actions clearly and let out a roar of extreme despair. He wanted to retract his attack, but it was already a pipe dream. Ah! Xin Feng, who was used as a shield, let out a scream full of fear and disbelief. He watched helplessly as his companion's strongest attack, which was enough to destroy everything, came right at him. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. In the stunned and shocked eyes of everyone in the audience, the violent Thunder Dragon Spear hit the phantom Xin Feng squarely and accurately. Chapter 121: The Fall of Gemini. Boom! The violent Thunder Dragon Spear hit the phantom Xin Feng hard. A powerful electric current erupts in an instant. The silver-white electric snake, like a wild python, instantly wrapped up Xin Feng, Lin Feng who was holding him, and Zhao Chong who wanted to save his companions. Ah! Sizzle crackle. A series of extremely shrill screams and teeth-grinding electric explosions rang out at the same time. The center of the entire martial arts arena turned into a sea of thunder and lightning. The dazzling electric light made it impossible for everyone in the audience to open their eyes. Xin Feng. Zhao Chong. In the audience, several Dragon Team masters who were on good terms with them had their eyes bloodshot and cried out in surprise. On the rostrum, Professor Chen and Commander Wang stood up suddenly, their faces full of nervousness. It's over. It's completely over now. Zhao Chang's Thunder Dragon Spear is so powerful. With this blow, not only flesh and blood, but even steel would be melted instantly. Lin Feng, no matter how strong he is, if he is hit head-on by this kind of energy, he will probably be in great danger. In the guest seats, an ecstatic, morbid smile appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. Success! Finally succeeded. Although the process was a bit tortuous, the result was good. Lin Feng, the bastard who had caused him so much humiliation, was finally going to die under this violent thunder and lightning. Ha ha ha! Good death! Good death! However, he didn't even have time to laugh. On the field, the violent sea of lightning suddenly shrank at a speed even faster than when it appeared, and then disappeared. As if it had never appeared. The lightning dissipated. The scene on the field was clearly presented in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned. Just see. The center of the martial arts arena. Lin Feng still stood there quietly. One of his hands still maintained the posture of grabbing Xin Feng's wrist. There was not a speck of dust on his body. There was not a single wrinkle on the corner of his clothes. Not a single strand of his hair was out of place. It was as if the thunder and lightning storm that was enough to destroy everything was just a breeze blowing past him. And opposite him, the fate of Phantom Shenfeng and Thunder Zhaochong was extremely miserable. Their bodies were charred black, like two pieces of charcoal struck by lightning. Their clothes had turned to ashes, and their skin was covered with horrific electric burn marks. The two people's bodies were strangely entangled together due to the powerful electric shock and high-speed collision. Still maintaining a collision posture, smoke was still coming out of their mouths. His eyes were filled with endless fear and the grayness of rapidly fading vitality. They couldn't even scream. Lin Feng let go of his hand. The two charred bodies lost their last support. Like two pieces of rotten mud with their bones pulled out. With a plop sound, he collapsed softly to the ground. After twitching twice, he completely lost his voice. Quiet. Deathly silence. The silence was longer and more suffocating than any time before. If we say that killing Iron Fist Lu Mang with one punch shocked everyone, so now, using this almost playful, artistic, and imaginative method of leveraging the opponent's strength, he double-killed the two most famous geniuses of the Dragon Group. All that's left for everyone is endless fear from the depths of the soul. This is no longer a martial art or a superpower. This is witchcraft. This is the devil's method. From the beginning of the battle to the end of the battle. But only for a moment. 3 minutes? No, probably less than a minute. The three most famous top talents among the younger generation of Dragon Group. Iron Fist Lu Mang, with a broken arm, fainted. Phantom Shenfeng and Thunder Zhaochong were blasted into charcoal by their own people's attacks, and their life or death is unknown. Completely annihilated. On the rostrum, Professor Chen and Commander Wang stared blankly at the unbelievably calm figure in the field with their mouths open, completely speechless. In the guest seats, the ecstasy on Qin Fei Yang's face had already frozen. His face had turned from ashen blue to pale, without a trace of blood. He felt his hands and feet were cold. He finally realized it. What kind of monster did he provoke? In this extremely depressing atmosphere, Xiaomei had been standing at the edge of the martial arts field, witnessing everything from beginning to end. In her cold phoenix eyes, all the shock, all the fear, all the curiosity. In the end, it all turned into a stream that soared into the sky, extremely pure. Fighting spirit. She is not Lu Mang, not Shenfeng, and not Zhaochong. She is the youngest field captain of the dragon team. She is a true warrior who climbed up step by step from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Her pride wouldn't allow her to retreat without a fight. Base. A clear sword sound. A soft sword as smooth as autumn water popped out from her waist and was held firmly in her hand. Holding a long sword, she walked step by step into the absolute realm that belonged to the victor. Chapter 122: The Last Hope. On the martial arts field, Iron Fist Lu Mang, with a broken arm and unconscious, was urgently carried down. Phantom Shenfeng and Thunder Zhaochong, their bodies charred and their lives or deaths unknown, were also dragged away by medical staff at the fastest speed. The three young geniuses who were famous in the Dragon Group were all defeated in less than 3 minutes. The entire venue fell into an eerie, deathly silence. The faces of all the Dragon team members were filled with unspeakable shame and shock. The genius they were proud of, the idol in their hearts, was so vulnerable in front of this young man from the south. In the guest seats, Qin Fei Yang's face had turned from ashen blue to pale. His body trembled slightly, not because of anger, but because of fear. His greatest reliance, the fatal game he carefully planned, became a complete joke in the face of the opponent's absolute and unreasonable strength. He finally realized that the person he provoked was not a dragon crossing the river at all. But it is a prehistoric behemoth that is powerful enough to overturn everything. In this oppressive and suffocating silence, Xiaomei, who had been standing quietly at the edge of the martial arts field, moved. In her cold, beautiful phoenix eyes, there flashed a hint of shock, a hint of confusion, and a hint of deep fear. But in the end, all these complicated emotions settled down. Transformed into a force, as the leader of the younger generation of the Dragon Group, that unyielding, steel-like determination, and soaring fighting spirit. She knew she had to stand up. Lu Mang and the others were trying to help Qin Fei Yang vent his anger and settle a personal grudge. But she is different. If she stood up now, it would no longer have anything to do with her personal victory or defeat, nor would it have anything to do with Qin Fei Yang. It's about the entire young generation of the Dragon Group, that shaky honor. Under the gaze of hundreds of people in the audience, Xiaomei slowly reached out and untied the soft sword that had been coiled around her waist and used as a decoration. She flicked her wrist slightly. Bass. An extremely clear sword sound, like a dragon's roar, resounded throughout the venue. The soft sword belt was instantly stretched straight, turning into a 3-foot-long green sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing and shone with cold light. Under the illumination of the venue lights, the sword body reflected a cool light like autumn water. Holding a soft sword, she walked into the huge training ground step by step with determination. Her steps were not fast, but extremely steady. Every step seemed to step on the hearts of all the Dragon team members present. It rekindled a glimmer of hope in their hearts that had been turned cold by shame. It's Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao is about to take action. Great. The ace of our young generation, the last hope. Xiaomei stopped 10 meters in front of Lin Feng. At this moment, her cold and beautiful face was filled with unprecedented solemnity. There was no longer any contempt or arrogance as when they first met. She nodded slightly to Lin Feng, performing an ancient warrior etiquette. Her voice was cold, yet incredibly firm, and it carried clearly to every corner of the venue. Dragon Group, Special Service Team, Xiaomei. Please, teach me, Mr. Lin. Her voice was not loud, but it was sonorous, powerful, and resounding. It was also officially announced. From this moment on, the nature of this confrontation has completely changed. From a group of people besieging, it turned into a true ace-to-ace battle. The ultimate showdown. As her voice fell, the Dragon team members who were originally demoralized suddenly had a blazing fire of hope rekindled in their eyes. This is the trump card of their younger generation. It's their last line of defense. And on the rostrum, Professor Chen and Commander Wang exchanged a glance, and both saw a complicated look in each other's eyes. In the end, it turned into a helpless sigh, and they stopped trying to stop him. They knew that now that things had come to this battle was inevitable. On the martial arts stage, Lin Feng looked at the fighting-minded woman in front of him, and for the first time, there was a hint of genuine approval in his eyes. He can feel it. The opponent's pure fighting spirit of a warrior who fights for honor is completely different from those guys before who were full of selfishness and murderous intent. Can. Lin Feng nodded, accepting the challenge. Xiaomei's momentum began to slowly rise. The soft sword in her hand pointed at Lin Feng from a distance. The tip of the sword, as thin as a cicada's wing, trembled slightly in the air, making bursts of subtle buzzing sounds. Ready to go. A true showdown between masters is about to begin. Chapter 123 Death Rose. Please enlighten me, Mr. Lin. Xiaomei's cold but firm voice still echoed in the conference hall. As soon as the words fell, she moved. She didn't have any hesitation or temptation. Every move is like thunder and lightning. Bass. She shook her wrist, and the soft sword in her hand, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, instantly turned into a dazzling silver streak, like lightning that cut through the night sky, piercing Lin Feng's face. This sword, fast. Almost reaching the limit. The angle is extremely tricky. It is far beyond the crude attacks of those reckless men before. On the rostrum, Commander Wang's pupils suddenly shrank. What a fast sword. The level of this sword is enough to rank among the top swordsmen in the Dragon Group. However, facing this sword is fast as lightning. Lin Feng just calmly turned to the left. The movements were minor, even appearing somewhat casual. The deadly silver sword light passed by his nose dangerously. The sharp wind from the sword blew a few strands of black hair on his forehead. Missed the target. There was no trace of surprise on Xiaomei's face. If he couldn't even dodge the sword, then he wasn't worthy of killing Lu Mang and the others in one move. She didn't stop. With a light tap of the toes on the alloy floor, the whole person's figure became erratic like a colorful butterfly flying in the wind. The soft sword in her hand completely came alive under her miraculous control. Swish. 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 Silver sword lights continued to bloom in her hands. Sometimes it was like a spirit snake coming out of a cave, silently and directly piercing Lin Feng's throat, heart, and other vital parts of the body. Sometimes it is like flowers scattered by fairies, flying all over the sky, covering all directions, making it impossible to escape. Sometimes it is like a violent storm, continuous and endless, with one sword faster than the other, leaving no chance for the opponent to breathe. Her body movements and her swordsmanship are perfectly integrated. A gorgeous and impenetrable silver sword net was interwoven around Lin Feng. The sword net is getting tighter and tighter. The sword moves are getting faster and faster. The sword blade cut through the air, making a hissing sound, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, which made people shudder. View from a distance. The silver, ever-changing sword light was like a giant and gorgeous flower slowly blooming. Metal rose. And Lin Feng was standing in the heart of this rose of death. Each seemingly beautiful petal is actually a deadly sword edge that can split stones and cut iron like mud. Oh my god! This is Captain Zhao's famous skill Death Rose. So beautiful and so terrifying. I once saw Captain Zhao use this move to instantly cut an out-of-control armored vehicle into pieces. The Dragon team members in the audience were all terrified and their blood was boiling. Even Commander Wang on the rostrum couldn't help but show a look of approval. Excellent! This girl's swordsmanship has improved again. She's already somewhat reminiscent of her master's former style. In the guest seats, Xin Feiyang's heart, which had sunk to the bottom, was rekindled with a glimmer of hope. He stared at the field intently. He didn't believe that under such an impenetrable and unavoidable sword net, Lin Feng could still remain unscathed like before. However, Lin Feng is at the center of the death rose. Still, bare-handed. Still, his expression was calm. He stood there, facing the rain of swords, as if he was frightened silly. One moves, no moves. A gleam of light flashed in Xiaomei's eyes. She knew that this was the best and only chance. Her offensive has reached its peak. Combine! She let out a clear shout. The sword light all over the sky, the huge rose of death. At this moment, all the petals closed. All the sword lights merged into one. It transformed into a ray of deathlight that penetrated everything and took Lin Feng's life. However, just at the moment when all the sword lights were about to hit the body, the man who had been standing still. Finally, there was action. He moved. But not retreating. Not a block. It's not a dodge either. But, as if strolling in the garden, he took a step forward gently. Chapter 124, Breaking All Laws with One Finger. Facing the deadly sword net that merges into one like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, Lin Feng took a step forward. This step is not big, but it seems to contain some kind of ultimate truth of heaven and earth, which is extremely mysterious. Just this one step. He escaped from the stranglehold of the rose of death that was about to close completely. His movements did not seem like he was avoiding a fatal attack. It's more like dancing alone in the moonlight, gracefully. Full of free hand and calmness. The countless sharp sword lights that were powerful enough to split stones and break monuments just passed by the corners of his clothes, the ends of his hair, and the tip of his nose. Finally, he stabbed hard into the empty space. How is that possible? A huge wave rose in Xiaomei's heart. Once her death rose move is fully deployed, it will block all the enemy's escape space, leaving them with no escape and they can only take it head-on. But the other party? The other party just took a leisurely step forward and just walked out? This was completely beyond her understanding of martial arts and space. But after all, she is a top master who has experienced many battles. She didn't panic at all when she missed the attack. With a turn of the wrist, the sword move is reborn. The combined sword light exploded again. It turned into a rain of swords all over the sky, like a maggot attached to the bone, and enveloped Lin Feng again. However, Lin Feng's footsteps still did not stop. He strolled leisurely in the impenetrable sword net. One step left. One step right. One step forward. Next step. Every time he dodged, it was done to perfection. Every movement of his was filled with an indescribable sense of rhythm. The more Xiaomei fought, the more frightened she became. She felt like a little girl trying her best to catch a butterfly. And the other party is the butterfly dancing among the flowers. No matter how varied, tricky, or ruthless her sword moves are, the opponent can always dodge easily half a second in advance using the smallest movement and the most energy-saving posture. That feeling was like all her thoughts, all her moves, and even where she was going to stab in the next second. Everything was seen clearly by the other party in advance. This is no longer a matter of reaction speed. This is almost predict the future. After dodging dozens of moves in a row, Lin Feng seemed to be tired of this game of hide and chase. He finally started to fight back. It would be fine if he didn't take any action. As soon as he made a move, it was during Xiao Mei's sword move that the old strength was exhausted and the new strength had not yet been generated. It was the most uncomfortable and frustrating moment. He pointed his fingers like swords. The index finger and middle finger were covered with a light, almost invisible layer of qi. Without any worldly air, gently clicked it out. Bite. An extremely crisp sound. His fingertips did not touch the sharp blade. Instead, he pointed with incredible precision at the spine of Xiao Mei's rapidly vibrating soft sword. The power at that point is not very strong. But it just happened to be the core note of her entire sword move. Below this point, Xiao Mei only felt a strange vibration force coming along the sword. All her subsequent subtle changes, all her endless killing moves, were like a duck with its neck strangled, coming to an abrupt halt in an instant. The sword moves cannot be continued. She was so frustrated that she almost vomited blood. Bite. 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 The next scene left everyone present dumbfounded. On the court, Xiao Mei was still attacking frantically. The light of her sword is still brilliant and dazzling. But the rhythm of the battle was completely controlled by Lin Feng. He is like an experienced and capable martial arts master. He is instructing a student who is extremely talented and works very hard, but has many flaws. Every time, when she was most proud of herself, he would use a finger to gently crush her pride. This kind of mental torture is far more painful than physical injury. Xiao Mei's heart was completely confused. Her sword moves also began to show unnecessary delays and flaws. Just after her attack was easily broken by Lin Feng in the same way. Being restless and irritable, her movements finally revealed a flaw that wasn't in her technique, but rather fatal, huge gap. Now is the time. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Feng's calm eyes. He knew that the time had come to end this battle. For the first time, he took the initiative to move forward. The whole person was like a wisp of green smoke, like a ghost. In an instant, he broke through the layers of sword-like defense. Approaching aggressively, Lin Feng's figure was like a phantom that tore through space. In an instant, he broke through Xiao Mei's seemingly impenetrable sword-net defense. The distance between the two was suddenly shortened. Less than half a meter. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Xiao Mei's heart. Her battle-hardened fighting instincts allowed her to make the most correct response at the first moment. Without thinking, she shook her wrist, and the soft sword that was like a spirit snake gave up all attacks and returned to defend itself at an incredible angle. The sword tip, like a poisonous snake turning back, pierced Lin Feng's chest. She wants to exchange injury for injury. Even life in exchange for life. Facing Xiao Mei's hasty yet extremely ruthless final blow, a hint of approval appeared on Lin Feng's face. He is worthy of being the ace of the Dragon Group. This decisiveness and ruthlessness are indeed far beyond those previous pieces of trash. But that's all. His body simply slid sideways with extreme grace, like a ballerina. He easily dodged the deadly sword. The sharp sword edge was almost touching his chest, bringing up a gust of fierce wind as it whizzed past. The scene was extremely thrilling. But he seemed to be at ease, as if everything was under control. And at the same time he dodged the sword, Lin Feng's right palm has already stretched out. His movements were not fast. Even, it seems a little slow and gentle. He completely lacked the earth-shattering ferocity and tyranny he had shown when he dealt with Iron Fist Lu Mang. His palms were covered with a layer of gentle qi that was as warm as jade. Just like that, gently, it pressed against Xiao Mei's left shoulder. Xiao Mei's pupils suddenly contracted. She wanted to hide. However, she discovered that although the opponent's palm seemed slow, it blocked all her escape routes. She wanted to block it. But the soft sword that was trying to defend itself had already missed the target, and the new force had not yet been generated, so it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as the hand that was constantly growing bigger in her eyes, finally. Gently, it was imprinted on her shoulders. The pain was not as severe as I had imagined. There is no terrifying impact. The moment when the palm touches the shoulder. Xiao Mei only felt that an extremely strange, yet completely irresistible internal force, like warm water, flowed into her body. This internal force is not overbearing. But it contains a kind of spiral force like Tai Chi. This force instantly destroyed all the true energy circulating in her body. It took away all the strength from her body. She only felt that the left half of her body suddenly became numb. All the strength was drained away. Her right hand, which was tightly gripping the soft sword, could no longer hold it. Dang! A crisp sound of metal collision resounded throughout the venue. The soft sword, as smooth as autumn water, which had accompanied her for many years and drank the blood of countless enemies, flew out of her hand. It bounced a few times on the ground and finally fell silent. The winner has been decided. Lin Feng sealed the attack with his palm, then immediately withdrew his hand and stepped back. There was no drag or unnecessary movements. He once again distanced himself from Xiaomei by 3 meters and stood with his hands behind his back. There was a faint smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. The whole process was filled with the confidence of a strong man and the demeanor of a gentleman. Xiaomei stood there in a daze. Her left arm, as white as jade, hung down limply. She lowered her head and looked at the soft sword that fell at her feet, a symbol of all her pride. He raised his head again and looked at the man opposite him. His aura hadn't changed at all, and he hadn't even shed a drop of sweat. Her face was filled with shock, shyness, and an indescribable, deep feeling of frustration. She knows. She lost. A complete defeat. She knows better. The other party showed mercy from beginning to end. If that palm strike just now was intended to hurt her, it might even kill her. At this moment, she was already a cold corpse, or a useless person with her dantian shattered. This man. His strength and martial arts realm have reached a terrifying level that she is completely unable to understand and can only look up to. This is a highly anticipated showdown between the aces of the younger generation of Dragon Group. It ended in such an unexpected and gentle way. On the martial arts field, no one dared to go on stage anymore. The younger generation of the Dragon Group were all defeated. Just when everyone thought that today's strength competition was about to end. A figure that is awe-inspiring without even being angry, full of iron-bloodedness and domineering power. He slowly stood up from the audience. Chapter 125. I lost. On the martial arts stage, Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering. Xiaomei was distraught and her sword fell to the ground. The winner is already clear. Lin Feng looked at the woman in front of him with a complicated expression and eyes full of unwillingness, shyness and awe, and a sincere, appreciative smile appeared on his face. He spoke calmly, his voice was not loud, but it reached Xiaomei's ears clearly. Thank you. Captain Zhao's swordsmanship is quite good. There wasn't a trace of the arrogance and complacency of a winner in his tone. It's like a senior brother, after guiding his junior sister in her homework, gives her a pertinent and encouraging comment. Hear this. Xiaomei's tense body trembled slightly. She raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. The other person's eyes were clear, calm, and contained a hint of kindness. This completely crushed the last bit of pride and unwillingness in her heart. She knew that the other party had never regarded her as a real enemy from the beginning to the end. In fact, they are not even opponents. It's more of a guidance. And playful. From the very beginning, she and the 3 guys before her were just tools for this man to show off his muscles to the entire Dragon Group. This realization made her feel deeply powerless. And, from the heart, for that insurmountable, absolute strength. She bit her lips tightly. His chest heaved violently several times. In the end, all the unwillingness, all the shyness, all the grievances, all transformed into the purest, most direct love for the strong. Admire. She took a deep breath. He bowed solemnly and deeply to Lin Feng. She lowered her proud head. He spoke each word with an unprecedented seriousness and sincerity. I lost. I lost, with all my heart. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for showing mercy. Boom. Xiaomei's words I lost were like an invisible hammer, fiercely smashing the last trace of pride in the hearts of all the Dragon Team members present. The whole audience was silent for a moment. There was an eruption of disbelief and discussion like a tsunami. Oh my God. Even Captain Xiao has admitted defeat. And I am convinced. This Lin Feng, what kind of monster is he? It's horrible. Our Dragon Team's younger generation was actually swept away by him alone. The ace of their younger generation. Their last hope. Also lost. Moreover, the defeat was so clean and complete. In the guest seats, Qin Feiyang was struck by lightning. He completely collapsed on the wide seat. His face was ashen. His eyes were unfocused. All his plans, all his reliance, the big network woven by his connections and interests, which he thought was seamless. In the face of Lin Feng's absolute and unreasonable strength. Torn to pieces. It's all become a complete and utter joke. He's finished. He knew he was completely finished. From today on, he, Qin Feiyang, will become the biggest laughingstock in the entire Beijing circle. And on the rostrum, Commander Wang and Professor Chen looked at each other. Both of them saw an unconcealable ecstasy in each other's eyes. Powerful. So strong. It was so strong that it exceeded their expectations. Such a peerless monster who can stabilize the country with both literary and military power. They must win him over at all costs. Just when everyone thought that this ups and downs, wonderful strength competition would end with Lin Feng's complete victory. Sudden. A terrifying pressure as heavy as a mountain. Without any warning, it slowly rose from a corner of the audience. This pressure is not as violent as Lu Mang's. Not as sharp as Xiao Mei. It is steady, heavy, yet domineering to the extreme. It was as if an active volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years was slowly waking up. The overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the entire training ground. Everyone present held their breath at this moment. Everyone was horrified and looked towards the source of the pressure. Just see. In an inconspicuous corner of the audience, a middle-aged man wearing ordinary camouflage training uniform, with a resolute face and a majestic aura. Slowly, he stood up from his seat. Chapter 126 Chief Instructor, Long Zhan. The terrifying pressure, as strong as a mountain, descended instantly, silencing all the noise and discussions in the audience. Everyone present felt a palpitation from the depths of their soul. It was as if a ferocious beast that had been sleeping for thousands of years opened its eyes at this moment. Everyone was horrified and looked towards the source of the pressure. Just see. In an inconspicuous corner of the audience, a middle-aged man wearing an ordinary camouflage training uniform, with a resolute face and eyes as deep as the sea, was slowly standing up from his seat. After he stood up, he did not release any earth-shattering chi fluctuations. But all he did was walk down the stairs, step by step. Every step seemed to step on everyone's heart. The atmosphere of the entire training ground became extremely solemn and depressing. On the rostrum, Commander Wang's expression changed instantly. And when all the Dragon Group members present saw the face of the person who came, whether they are captains in high positions or new recruits who have just joined the army, whether they are technical experts or logistics clerks, at this moment, everyone jumped up. At the same time, they suddenly stood up from their seats. Their bodies are standing straight. Their faces were filled with the most noble and enthusiastic emotions from the bottom of their hearts. Ah! Then, they used all their strength to shout in unison. Hello, Chief Instructor! The sound gathered into an earth-shaking torrent, buzzing under the dome of the huge conference hall. Lasts forever. Chief Instructor! The martial arts legend of the previous generation of the Dragon Group. The man who created countless legends with his own hands and made great military achievements for the Yanxia Kingdom. The real stabilizing force of the Dragon Group. Dragon Battle. He actually took action himself. The appearance of Long Zhan was like a shot of the most powerful stimulant, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of all the Dragon Team members in the audience. Their hearts, which had become cold and humiliated because of the sweeping away of the younger generation, became hot again at this moment. All the previous frustrations are gone. Instead, there is endless, absolute enthusiasm and confidence. Because in their hearts, the Chief Instructor is invincible. The Chief Instructor is the true Dragon Group leader walking in the world. God. In the guest seats, Qin Feiyang, who was already slumped in the chair with a deathly pale face, saw Long Zhan appear. It's like a drowning person grabbing the last straw. The flame of hope rekindled in his eyes. He knew that if Long Zhan took action, that bastard named Lin would definitely die. Faced with this overwhelming power, facing the tsunami-like enthusiasm of the whole audience. On the martial arts stage, Lin Feng's expression became serious for the first time. He could feel it clearly. The middle-aged man in front of him, who was walking towards him step by step, had a terrifying power in his body that was as vast and powerful as a volcano. This is a Unlike everyone before, this person is in a completely different dimension. This is the Real. Strong. Long Zhan walked up to the martial arts stage step by step. Finally, he stopped 5 meters in front of Lin Feng. He didn't speak. He just looked at Lin Feng quietly with those eyes as deep as the sea, which seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. There was no hostility or killing intent in that look. Just one kind, the purest kind, like meeting an equine opponent. Appreciate. And the excitement of seeing the prey. Hot. A true, mythical showdown. On the verge of happening. Seeing that Long Zhan really walked onto the martial arts stage and formed a confrontation with Lin Feng. On the rostrum, Professor Chen and Commander Wang's expressions changed instantly. Nonsense. Commander Wang was the first one who couldn't sit still. He hurriedly stood up and rushed to the martial arts stage, his tone full of anxiety. Old dragon. Stop messing around. Mr. Lin is our Dragon Group's most distinguished guest. What are you doing? Professor Chen followed closely behind and came over, ready to mediate. The two of them knew Long Zhan's temper better than anyone else. This is a real martial arts fanatic. Once the fight starts, there's no way to stop. At the very least, it can cause serious injuries, and at worst, it can even lead to death. In today's situation, no matter whether Lin Feng or Long Zhan was injured, the consequences would be unbearable for them. However, faced with intervention from 2 top leaders, Long Zhan didn't even turn his head. He just, casually, waved back. A gentle yet irresistible invisible air wall appeared instantly, blocking Professor Chen and Commander Wang who were rushing towards them, firmly under the martial arts stage. His eyes were always fixed on Lin Feng. That look was like that of a top treasure appraiser who had discovered a unique and unparalleled uncut jade. Full of admiration and an irrepressible desire. He spoke loudly, his voice powerful and reaching every corner of the venue. Lao Chun, Lao Wang, you two, don't worry about it. My standing here today has nothing to do with the honor of the Dragon Group, nor does it have anything to do with the revenge of those worthless juniors. He paused, and a burning fighting spirit burst out from his eyes as if it were real. I, Long Zhan, am first and foremost a pure warrior. It's been many, many years since I've seen such an interesting young man like Lin Xiaoyu. Today, I'm so excited to see the prey that I can't help but feel itchy. I must come and test his strength myself. See for yourself how deep this bottomless pool of water is. How deep? He said this openly and honestly. It is filled with the purest passion of a top-level warrior. In an instant, the whole audience was ignited. The chief instructor is mighty. Well said. This is the spirit of our Dragon Group. Fight! 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 All the members of the Dragon team cheered excitedly. What they admired was not only Long Zhan's mythical strength. It is also his pure, open-minded heart of a strong man who only pursues the ultimate in martial arts. Under the rostrum, Professor Chen and Commander Wang, who were blocked by the air wall, looked at each other. They both saw a deep, helpless, bitter smile in each other's eyes. They knew that once this war dragon got angry, no one could stop it. This battle is inevitable. In the audience, Xiaomei looked at the two figures facing each other on the stage, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement. One is the Dragon Group's unshakable and undefeated myth. One is unfathomable, rising like a comet, a fierce dragon crossing the river. This showdown. There is no doubt that this will be one of the most pinnacle collisions in the current Yanxia martial arts world. Hear what Long Zhan said. He could feel the burning fighting spirit in the opponent, which was pure and without any impurities, like a flame. Lin Feng smiled. The blood in his body also began to boil slightly. This is the opponent he wants. He solemnly clasped his fists towards Long Zhan. Likewise, a loud response. It is Lin Feng's honor to receive personal instruction from Chief Instructor Long. Please. A word please. Sonorous and powerful. Very powerful. Following Lin Feng's response. The energy between the two of them was completely locked at this moment. Boom! An invisible airwave exploded with the two of them as the center, and spread wildly in all directions. The entire martial arts arena emitted a mournful buzzing sound under the collision of this momentum. Long Zhan's terrifying aura, as strong as a mountain and as vast as the sea, full of iron, blood and murderous spirit, and Lin Feng's master's demeanor that could accommodate all rivers and look down on the world, collided fiercely. Next second. Long John, move. He didn't use any fancy moves. It's as simple as taking one step. A straight punch. But this punch seemed to carry the brutal killing spirit of thousands of troops and iron horses. Like an invincible army going to war, they rushed towards Lin Feng fiercely. Chapter 127 Military Killing Fist and 10,000 Martial Arts Return to the Origin. Long John moved. As soon as he made a move, the atmosphere of the entire martial arts arena changed completely. It lacks the magnificence and splendor of Xiao Mei's swordsmanship. He also did not have the violence and brutality that Lu Meng had under his supernatural powers. He just took a simple step forward. One punch. But this simple punch brought out the terrifying momentum of thousands of troops galloping endlessly. His fist seemed to be condensed with an endless, brutal murderous aura that had been honed from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This punch is no longer a simple martial art, but road. It was he who, on the battlefield, watered it with the blood and lives of his enemies, and it belonged to him, Long John. Military Killing Fist. Faced with this earth-shattering and terrifying blow that seemed to shatter the entire world into pieces with one punch, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly froze. For the first time, he put away all his ease and carefreeness. What replaced it was unprecedented seriousness and focus. He also rushed forward with a punch. Boom! The two fists collided fiercely in mid-air. This time, it was no longer a silent collision. Instead, it was a deafening, thunderous sound like a huge bell. A white circular airwave visible to the naked eye exploded with the two of them as the center, sweeping madly in all directions. The audience in the front row felt as if a strong hurricane was rushing towards them, blowing them all over the place and making them almost unable to stand. Under the feet of the two men was an extremely hard martial arts arena floor made of a special memory alloy. Under this terrifying shock wave, the area centered around the two of them was instantly covered with spiderweb-like, hideous cracks. After one strike, Long John's attack not only did not stop, but became even more violent. His boxing style is powerful and vigorous. No unnecessary frills or changes. Every move, every form, is the most direct and efficient on the battlefield. Killing skills. Punch. Cannon punch. Benquin. His fists, elbows, knees, feet, every part of his body, at this moment, turned into the most terrifying killing weapons in the world. The wind from his fist, like a steel knife, tore through the air, making a sharp and piercing sound, like the howling of ghosts and wolves. On the martial arts stage, the invisible, violent energy plowed out deep grooves one after another. The entire martial arts arena was shaking violently and madly under his attack. It seems like it will collapse completely at any time. Oh my god. Is this the chief instructor's true strength? It's so scary. This is no longer a power that humans can possess. The Dragon team members in the audience were fascinated and terrified at the same time. They finally understood why Long John was called the undefeated Dragon Group is a myth. And facing Long John's terrifying attack that was like a storm and could destroy the world, Lin Feng also showed his true strength for the first time. He no longer simply dodged or stopped at the right time like before. But in the same way, he started to fight with his fists and feet. The most primitive and intense battle with the dragon began. Tit for tat, head-on collision. Bang! 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 The two figures on the martial arts stage were so fast that they almost turned into two entangled blurry shadows. The sound of fists and feet colliding was as dense as heavy rain hitting banana leaves. It's like a heavy hammer beating the war drum madly. Every collision will inevitably cause a circle of terrifying airwaves to erupt. Every fight will make the floor beneath your feet crack more severely. The audience in the audience could no longer see the two people's movements clearly. All they could see were two blurry shadows constantly intersecting and colliding. And the destructive shock wave that continued to spread in all directions. The entire venue was shaking violently under the attack of these two people. In the blink of an eye, the two of them have been fighting head-on, exchanging dozens of moves. For the first time, Lin Feng felt real pressure. He discovered that the opponent's boxing skills were extremely fierce and domineering. But there is some pattern between the moves. Instead, it is vaguely following a certain kind of extremely rigid, masculine, and unstoppable law. There was a gleam of light in his eyes. An extremely bold and crazy idea suddenly came to his mind. He decided. No longer passive, respond to each move. He wants to take the initiative. He is going to use his real and most important trump card. That set, which combines thousands of martial arts and encompasses everything. All warriors return to their roots. Just at the moment when Lin Feng decided to use Wan Wu Guizong, his entire aura suddenly changed. He is no longer the calm and reserved person he was before. But it is a kind of deepness that is like the vast ocean, unfathomable and can accommodate hundreds of rivers. It's like an emperor reigning supreme, looking down upon the world. The demeanor of a supreme master. Just in time, Lin Feng let out a long and refreshing roar. He no longer passively defends and dismantles. Instead, he displayed a set of domineering and extremely powerful boxing techniques. The most intense, head-on confrontation began with Long Zhan's military killing fist, which was full of iron-blooded murderous aura. Boom! 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 The battle between the two has completely entered a white-hot stage. The entire huge martial arts arena was transformed into a forbidden zone where anyone who touched it would die. The fist wind was as violent as a real blade. The energy scattered in all directions like an exploding cannonball. Occasionally, a trace of energy that leaked out inadvertently could leave deep, terrifying marks on the hard alloy wall dozens of meters away. The audience was already mesmerized and terrified. They have completely forgotten to breathe. I could only stare blankly at the two figures on the stage, fighting like gods and demons. This is the real peak showdown. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged hundreds of attacks. Judging from the situation, the two seemed to be evenly matched and neither could do anything to the other. But only Long Zhan himself knows the answer. He is almost reaching his limit. Each of his attacks was like a stone sinking into the sea, and was firmly taken over by the opponent with the same powerful punches. And every time the opponent counterattacked, his body, which had been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations, felt a surge of blood and energy. If he continues like this, he will definitely be defeated within 300 moves. This young man's inner strength is so powerful that he doesn't seem like a human at all. Just when Long Zhan was horrified and ready to launch his ultimate killing move even if it meant suffering internal injuries, to decide the outcome in one fell swoop. Lin Feng on the opposite side. His moves suddenly changed. That fist that was originally powerful, domineering and unstoppable. In a flash, without any warning, it transformed into palms as soft as catkins and as light as clouds. And he has the demeanor of a master who looks down on the world and is the only one of his kind. In an instant, it transformed into a feminine state of mind that was as round and harmonious as Tai Chi, encompassing everything and indestructible. This change is too fast and too sudden. Yet, it is harmonious and smooth, without any sense of stagnation. It's as if he was born to be this way. Long Zhan only felt a flash before his eyes. The opponent's attack style instantly changed from the heroic and domineering, the river flows east, the waves wash away everything. It has become the feminine and continuous small bridge in flowing water, moistening everything silently. This extreme contrast made him feel as if he had used up all his strength but hit cotton with a punch. He felt extremely frustrated. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Long Zhan's heart. But at this moment, his most powerful killing move, the mountain collapsing cannon fist, has already been launched. The old strength is exhausted and the new strength has not yet been born. There is no way to change tactics at all. He could only watch helplessly as his most powerful thunderstrike, which was enough to collapse mountains and split rocks, was delivered. It hit Lin Feng's palm, which looked so soft and powerless, hard. However, the expected devastating scene did not happen. Long Zhan only felt the power of his fist the moment it touched the opponent's palm. It's like a drop in the ocean, disappearing without a trace. The extremely strange, high-speed rotating spiral force in the opponent's palm completely dissipated it in an instant. What shocked him even more was the huge punching force that was taken away was his own. After an extremely mysterious flow through the other person's body. Surprisingly, it was superimposed with Lin Feng's own equally powerful internal force. In a more cohesive, more sinister, and more domineering way. From that seemingly gentle palm, the shock came back. Treat others as you would like to be treated. This extremely exquisite and strange recoil force came too quickly and too suddenly. After Long Zhan's full strength attack, his body paused for a fatal 1,000th of a second. Facing this recoil, the force was even more powerful than the one he had originally struck out. He has no way to avoid it. He is unstoppable. I can only watch it helplessly. hit his chest hard. A huge, unprecedented flaw. Just show up. Chapter 128, The End of the Myth. Flaw. A fatal, unprecedented huge flaw. Long Zhan, the undefeated legend who has experienced hundreds of battles and dominated the battlefield, revealed such a fatal gap for the first time in the battle. And how could Lin Feng let go of this fleeting, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win? There was a gleam of light in his eyes. Seized the moment when Long Zhan's body stopped and was repulsed by his own power, and his blood was boiling. He used the palm that had absorbed the opponent's punch to push forward. A seemingly ordinary palm strike, without any worldly airs. But it contains the most extreme and perfect control over power. With incredible precision, it was imprinted on Long Zhan's chest, which was as hard as steel. Bang! This palm strike did not produce any earth-shattering sound. All the power is contained but not released. Like mercury pouring out on the ground, it all penetrated into Long Zhan's body. Long Zhan's tall and burly body, as big as a mountain, shook violently as if struck by lightning. Then, tap. 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 He couldn't help himself and took 3 steps back. Every step left a terrifying footprint several inches deep on the extremely hard special alloy floor. When he stood still, his face flushed uncontrollably. Then, everything returned to normal. But the violent heaving of his chest and the slightly trembling of his hands clearly exposed the true state of his body at the moment, with his blood and qi churning and his internal energy in disorder. He lost. He lowered his head and looked at the inconspicuous, faint palm print on his chest. He raised his head again and looked at the young man opposite him, who was still breathing steadily and standing with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with extremely complex emotions. There was shock. There is reluctance. But more than that, it's a feeling of meeting a worthy opponent, a feeling of exhilaration after a thorough and satisfying match. Relieved. The entire training ground. Once again, it fell into a dead, suffocating silence. All the members of the Dragon team were stunned and petrified on the spot. They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. In their hearts, the undefeated myth. In their eyes, the invincible chief instructor. It turns out. Defeated? In this extremely oppressive silence, Long Zhan suddenly laughed out loud towards the sky. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was full of heroism and joy. There is absolutely no frustration or loss that a loser should have. He pointed at Lin Feng and spoke loudly in a tone full of appreciation and admiration. Good. What a 10,000 martial arts return to the origin. Hardness and softness combine to create harmony and perfection. Yin and yang interchange, just as you wish. Little friend Lin, your martial arts have already touched upon the legendary realm of the ultimate truth. I, Long Zhan, lose, wholeheartedly. His words completely broke the silence on the field. It also completely shattered the last bit of fantasy in everyone's heart. In front of everyone, he solemnly clasped his fists towards Lin Feng. Little friend Lin, your martial arts are already superior to mine. Today's battle was exhilarating. It was truly exhilarating. Then, he turned around and faced the hundreds of Dragon team members who were still in a daze. The voice was as loud as a bell, spreading throughout the venue. I, Long Zhan, lost. But he changed the subject, and an extremely hot light burst out from his eyes. We, Yanjing martial arts, have not lost. Having a peerless genius like little friend Lin here is a blessing for Yanjing martial arts. It's a blessing for our Dragon Group. And it's even more of a blessing for all of us martial artists. Yanjing martial arts, there are successors. His words were powerful and moving. In an instant, a personal victory or defeat was elevated to the grand heights of the inheritance and future of the entire Yanjing martial arts. This was also the most authoritative and unquestionable victory for Lin Feng. Crowning. With Long Zhan's personal admission of defeat. This thrilling and wonderful strength competition session has finally come to an end. Lin Feng, with an indisputable, overwhelming absolute strength, conquered the entire Dragon Group. From a genius of the younger generation to a legend of the older generation. Without exception. On the rostrum, Professor Chen and Commander Wang could no longer contain their excitement and quickly walked onto the martial arts stage. They walked up to Lin Feng and looked at him with eyes filled with unprecedented awe and enthusiasm. Commander Wang respectfully saluted Lin Feng again. Mr. Lin. Your strength is truly eye-opening for us. We are truly convinced. Professor Chen was even more excited and grabbed Lin Feng's hand. Little friend Lin, Mr. Lin. No, from today on, you are our dragon team's most honorary chief instructor. He paused, and spoke very seriously in a tone that was almost a request. Mr. Lin, our Dragon King would like to have a meeting with you immediately. Chapter 129. Hello, Dragon King. On the martial arts field. Long Zhan's loud and heroic declaration of surrender was still echoing under the dome of the conference hall. All the members of the Dragon team looked at the two figures on the stage, their eyes filled with extremely complex awe and fanaticism. They witnessed the end of a myth. It also witnessed the rise of a new myth. In the guest seats. While everyone was still immersed in shock, Qin Feiyang, along with his group of equally distraught followers, disappeared from the venue in a dejected manner, like a stray dog. He knew that he couldn't stay in this place for even a second. Lin Feng won the respect of everyone present with a resounding and undisputed victory. On the rostrum, Professor Chen and Commander Wang could no longer contain their excitement. The two men walked quickly onto the stage, their faces showing a mixture of excitement, shock, and an unprecedented, incomparable enthusiasm. Commander Wang walked up to Lin Feng and solemnly saluted him with a standard military salute. Said in a loud voice, Mr. Lin. Your strength and your broad mind have really opened my eyes, Wang Jinshan. I am truly convinced. Long Zhan, who was standing by, also came over after venting his joy. He stretched out his big hand like a palm leaf fan and patted Lin Feng's shoulder heavily, his eyes full of admiration and comrade-like intimacy. Good boy. It feels so good. It really feels so good. Let's go, little friend Lin, don't stand here anymore. He said with a hearty laugh. Our Dragon King is quite impatient. He's watched this live broadcast and must be eager to see you now. Professor Chen also echoed. Yes. Mr. Lin, please. Our Dragon Team's top leader, codenamed Dragon King, wants to have a top-level video conference with you immediately. Accompanied by three big-name figures from the Dragon Group, they were almost surrounded. Lin Feng passed through several heavily guarded passages that required triple verification of iris, voiceprint, and genes. Finally, we arrived at a huge circular conference room full of futuristic technology. This is the real core center of the Dragon Group. It is the highest hall that decides all major decisions in the entire Yanxia supernatural world. There was no one else in the conference room except the four of them. The huge circular conference table, made of an unknown black metal, gleams with a cold luster. And in the center of the conference table, stood quietly an extremely advanced, large-scale holographic projection device. The whole environment is solemn and dignified. It is filled with the supreme majesty of the highest national authority. Professor Chen walked to the main console and took a deep breath. His fingers entered a series of extremely complex passwords that were hundreds of digits long. Multiple bioinformatics verifications were performed. Ding verification passed. Activate the Tianshu system. Connecting to the highest encryption channel. The holographic projection device in the center slowly lit up. Blue beams shot out from the device, interweaving and reorganizing in mid-air. After nearly half a minute of extremely tedious encryption verification process, an extremely clear and lifelike three-dimensional holographic image finally appeared in the center of the conference room. He was an old man wearing a dark gray Zhongshan suit, with slightly gray hair and beard, but his back was straight. His face was gaunt and majestic. Although his eyes were no longer as sharp as they were in his youth, they were like the deep starry sky, as if they could see through all the hearts and secrets of the world. He just stood there quietly. An aura of majesty, which was powerful without any anger and seemed to be connected to the destiny of the entire country, emerged spontaneously. He is the founder of the Dragon Group. It is the Yanxia extraordinary world, standing tall for decades without falling, the Real. The magic needle that stabilizes the sea. Codename Dragon King. As soon as he appeared, his gaze, like a substance, crossed the distance of space and fell on Lin Feng. That gaze was calm and gentle, yet it carried a terrifying insight that seemed to be able to see through a person's inside and out, including their soul. A long time. He slowly spoke. The voice was gentle, yet full of unquestionable majesty. Young friend Lin Feng. We finally meet. The Dragon King's voice, though gentle, carried a natural majesty that only those who had long held a superior position could possess. His holographic image was so clear that even the wrinkles on his collar and the fine lines at the corners of his eyes were clearly visible and lifelike. It was as if the real person was standing in front of him. Lin Feng met his gaze that seemed to see through everything and nodded calmly. "Hello, Dragon King." He was neither humble nor arrogant, and his demeanor was calm. There was a brief silence in the conference room. The Dragon King seemed to be observing Lin Feng carefully, and a hint of imperceptible approval flashed in his deep eyes. He hadn't seen a young man who could remain so calm and composed under his aura for many years. Finally, the Dragon King smiled. A gentle smile like that of an elder appeared on that usually serious face. He was the first to break the silence. "My dear Lin Feng, your performance at the exchange meeting today was watched from beginning to end by me and several old friends in Beijing through the live broadcast." He was generous with his praise and his tone was full of sincerity. "Whether it's the miraculous, incredible network technology, or the superb martial arts that have touched upon the ultimate truth of martial arts. It really amazed us, old guys who thought we had seen a lot of storms, and it really opened our eyes." His words immediately set the tone of the entire meeting at one of friendship and appreciation. It shows the consummate control of a top politician. After some generous praise, the Dragon King changed the subject and finally got to the point. "Little friend Lin, if a pillar of the country like you, a national treasure, continues to wander outside the system, it will not only be a personal loss for you, but also an immeasurable loss for Yanxia. Therefore, today, on behalf of the Dragon Group and the senior management behind me, I formally extend an invitation to you. You are invited to join us." He paused, as if giving Lin Feng time to digest. Then, he dropped a bombshell that no one could refuse. "As long as you nod, from tomorrow on, you will be part of our Dragon Group. Deputy Chief Instructor. Position, on par with Dragon War. At the same time, you will directly enjoy all the privileges and benefits of an A-level core member within our Dragon Group. This means that you can mobilize all of the Dragon Group's resources, except for those core strategic strike units." Boom! As soon as this condition was put forward, even Commander Wang and Long Zhan next to them couldn't help but gasp. Deputy Chief Instructor. Fight on par with the Dragon. A level core authority. This is the highest, most advanced courtesy and the greatest sincerity that the country can give to a person outside the system. This is simply a step to heaven. The Dragon King looked at Lin Feng, still with a gentle smile on his face, and continued. "Of course, rights also mean responsibilities. We hope that after you join the Dragon Group, you will be able to share the technology related to the Phoenix gene that you possess with the nation." He cleverly packaged the core purpose of obtaining technology as support and help to the protagonist. "Don't worry, we will build the world's top scientific research team for you and provide you with absolutely unlimited funding and resource support. Let us work together to promote this great technology. Let it benefit our entire country and our people." His words were spoken with great righteousness and full of patriotism, making them impossible to refuse. After saying that, the Dragon King said nothing more. He just looked at Lin Feng calmly and smiled, waiting for his reply. In the conference room, Professor Chen, Commander Wang and Long Zhan, the three big guys, all looked at Lin Feng with anticipation. In their opinion, faced with such generous conditions, it is enough for anyone to rise to fame and bring honor to the family. Lin Feng, there is no possibility of refusal at all. He didn't even have room for bargaining. Because this is already the limit. Under the watchful eyes of four big men who represent the highest power in the Yanxia supernatural world. Faced with this huge temptation, which is enough to change his life, Lin Feng was silent for a moment. Then, he smiled. Chapter 130 My Pattern, You Can't Imagine. Lin Feng smiled. He looked at the Dragon King on the screen, who had a smile on his face and eyes full of confidence and control. He looked around again and saw the three big guys with eyes full of expectation and affirmation. When they all thought that they would be ecstatic and grateful to accept this great gift, Lin Feng slowly shook his head. "Thank you, Dragon King, for your kindness. I am also grateful for the country's attention." His tone was sincere, without a trace of hypocrisy. But then he said something that instantly made the entire conference room freeze. "But I cannot accept the position of Deputy Chief Instructor. I can't join the Dragon Group." Boom! Although this sentence was not loud, it was like a real blockbuster bomb, exploding in the conference room. The expressions on Professor Chen, Commander Wang, and Long Zhan's faces froze instantly. They looked at each other, and saw in each other's eyes the extreme shock and disbelief that could not be concealed. They thought that Lin Feng might bargain. There may be some other additional conditions. But they never expected it. He actually will refuse. Such a decisive rejection. Such a complete rejection. The gentle smile on the Dragon King's calm face slowly faded. His eyes suddenly became as deep as the sea. An invisible, enormous pressure began to spread in the conference room. Facing the Dragon King's gaze that suddenly became extremely sharp, Lin Feng remained calm. He calmly explained. Dragon King, fellow seniors, please don't misunderstand. My refusal is not because I have any opinion on the country or the Dragon Group. It's just that I'm a free and easy person, used to being free and unrestrained. I really don't like being bound by all kinds of rules and regulations. Letting someone like me who lacks discipline enter a state violence agency with strict discipline like the Dragon Group will only cause more harm than good. He paused and changed the subject. But, although I can't join the Dragon Group, I am very willing to become a friend of the Dragon Group. If the Dragon Group doesn't mind, I can serve as a person without any real power, only providing strategic direction and technical support to the Dragon Group when necessary. Honorary advisor. Honorary consultant? This new and unheard of word made the three big men present stunned again. And while they are still digesting the meaning of this new word, Lin Feng has already put forward his real core plan for today. As for the Phoenix Gene Project, it's what everyone calls the miracle drug. His gaze, piercing through the distance of space, stared directly into the Dragon King's deep eyes on the holographic screen. The corner of his mouth curled up in a confident, even a little arrogant arc. He spoke slowly, enunciating each word. I think so. If only the Dragon team were to lead this project, the situation would be too small. The layout is too small? These 5 words made Commander Wang and Longzhan almost jump up from their chairs on the spot. Dragon Group. The top extraordinary organization in Yanxia. In charge of the country's most powerful violence machine. It turns out. A young man in his early 20s said. The layout is too small? Just when they were about to lose control of their anger, Lin Feng once again proposed a more subversive and earth-shattering plan. That's what I think. Bypass all the intermediate links. I will lead the core technology research and development. Work directly with the highest levels of the military. Establish a brand new one with the highest level of confidentiality and autonomy, and a military-industrial background. Super biological group. Everyone was petrified. This time, I was completely and utterly petrified. Even the Dragon King, with his calm face, showed a truly moved expression for the first time. If Lin Feng had previously refused to join the Dragon Group, they would have considered it arrogant. So now, he proposed to bypass the Dragon Group, cooperate directly with the military, and set up a new company led by himself. In their opinion, this is simply crazy. Completely crazy. The Dragon King stared at Lin Feng intently. That look seemed to see through his soul completely. He finally realized it. From the very beginning, I completely underestimated the young man in front of me. He underestimated his ambition. Smaller. His pattern. The conference room fell into a long, suffocating silence. A long time. The Dragon King did not immediately respond to Lin Feng's proposal. He just asked slowly. With just one sentence, all the pressure was kicked back to Lin Feng. Little friend Lin. Why do you think so? Are you qualified to lead such a massive project that could impact the fate of the nation? Your chips. What is it? Chapter 131 My chips. What's your bargaining chip? The Dragon King's voice, though calm, carried a heavy pressure that struck the heart. The atmosphere in the entire conference room suddenly became extremely solemn. Professor Chen, Commander Wang and Longzhan were all nervous, holding their breath and looking at Lin Feng with burning eyes. They want to know too. Lin Feng, what on earth makes you dare to propose such a crazy condition? In their opinion, although Lin Feng demonstrated godlike skills in mythical martial arts. But, I want to lead a national strategic project. These are far from enough. You must come up with something genuine that the country and the highest levels cannot refuse. Chips. Facing the questioning of the Dragon King and the gazes of the 3 big bosses, Lin Feng, however, remained calm and composed. He even picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip gently. Then, he smiled and spoke slowly. My bargaining chip, of course, is the miracle drug itself. He paused, looking at the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, and continued. Only. Everyone's understanding of the miracle drug and their true value. Perhaps, it is still at a relatively elementary and superficial stage. As soon as these words were spoken, Professor Chen frowned slightly. As one of the first experts to come into contact with the Phoenix Potion and conduct in-depth research on it, he believes that his understanding of the miracle medicine is deep enough. Heals wounds quickly. Strengthen the physical fitness of ordinary people. Help warriors break through bottlenecks. Any one of these is enough to cause a sensation and have an incredible effect. Could it be that this is just primary stage? Lin Feng took in everyone's expressions, especially Professor Chen's. He didn't keep the secret any longer. Instead, he used a tone that was so calm that it was almost cold. Slowly, he threw out the card in his hand, the real one that could overturn everything. Trump card. As you know, I provided the Jiang family with the first generation of the Phoenix Potion, but perhaps its main function is still to heal wounds and strengthen the body. But his voice paused slightly. Everyone in the conference room was tense. I have the second generation Phoenix Potion in my hands, which has already reached maturity. Its real purpose is only one. Lin Feng spoke clearly, word by word. That is, in a very short time, in a way that can negligibly reduce costs, we can carry out mass-produced, assembly line-style production. Then, an ordinary soldier with qualified physical fitness. Its overall physical fitness, reaction speed, nerve resilience, and ability to withstand blows. Comprehensively improved too. Having said this, he paused. His eyes swept over the Dragon King, Long Zhan, Commander Wang, and Professor Chen. Finally, he slowly uttered those words, which were like a nuclear bomb, enough to detonate the whole world. Close to the level of our Yanxia's top special forces king. Boom! This sentence is like a real super-nuclear bomb with a yield of billions of tons. It exploded in the minds of the 4 Dragon King bosses. Time, at this moment, seems to have stopped. At this moment, space seemed to freeze. The holographic image of the Dragon King shook violently because he suddenly stood up from his seat. For the first time, his deep eyes, which had experienced countless storms and were long calm, revealed an unconcealable, extreme, and utterly utter emotion. Shock. And ecstasy. Commander Wang and Long Zhan beside him jumped up from their chairs. This is impossible. Commander Wang screamed in shock. Long Zhan's resolute face was also slightly distorted due to extreme shock. Even Professor Chen, who was always the calmest, couldn't help but gasp for a breath of cold air. They were all completely stunned by Lin Feng's words. Batch. Manufacture. Nearly at the level of a Special Forces king. Super soldier? They know better than anyone. What does this simple sentence mean? That represents an invincible and terrifying army composed of these super soldiers. That represents an ultimate, destructive force that is enough to completely subvert the existing military structure of the entire world. This is no longer a simple miracle medicine. This is the Real. A national treasure. It is more terrifying than aircraft carriers, nuclear weapons, and its deterrent power is enough to suppress an entire era. Strategic trump card. Lin. Little friend Lin. A long time. The Dragon King's voice, which had become a little hurried due to extreme excitement, sounded again. He stared at Lin Feng intently. He confirmed it again in an almost trembling tone. This. Really? Commander Wang behind him had also reacted. The look he gave Lin Feng was no longer one of admiration and awe. It's a kind of an almost fanatical, pilgrim look. His hand had uncontrollably reached for the red encrypted phone at his waist, which represented the highest communication authority of the military. He knows. This matter must be reported immediately to the highest levels of the military. Report. Chapter 132 Thunderbolt. Are you serious? The Dragon King's question, with a slight tremor in its voice, echoed in the silent conference room. His holographic image even flickered unsteadily due to the violent fluctuations in his emotions. This legendary old man, who had been in charge of the Yanxia supernatural world for decades and had witnessed countless storms, completely lost his composure at this moment. Lin Feng met his gaze, which was as sharp as an eagle and full of endless desire. He nodded calmly and firmly. Absolutely true. If there is even a single falsehood, I, Lin Feng, and all the assets behind me are at the disposal of the state. His voice was not loud. But he has an absolute confidence and unquestionable responsibility that is enough to convince anyone. Get Lin Feng's final confirmation. Dragon King, there will no longer be any hesitation. He suddenly slapped the table in front of him. The decision was made on the spot in a decisive tone that left no room for argument. Good. Just do as you say. Establish a new, independent, top-level biological group. You will lead the core technology research and development. We, the Dragon Team, the military, and the entire country, will provide you with all the top resources and cooperation you need. In an instant, he made the most decisive and correct decision. Because he knows better than anyone else. In front of this true national weapon that is enough to influence the country's destiny and suppress the times. Any departmental interests, any personal gains and losses, any so-called rules and procedures? They are all so small, like dust. Everyone must make way for it. After making the decision, the Dragon King immediately turned around and issued an order to Commander Wang, who was also in an extremely excited state, in a swift and decisive iron-fisted style. Old Wang. You, immediately, in accordance with the highest emergency code standards. Report this matter in detail to General Liu Tianxiong of the Military Commission. I'll talk to him in person later. Yes. Commander Wang straightened up suddenly and answered loudly. His face flushed with excitement. General Liu Tianxiong. That's the third most powerful man in the military. He is a military god-level existence in Yanxia. He could almost predict it. When this military god sees this secret message, what will happen? Thunderous wrath. And ecstatic. After making all the arrangements, the Dragon King then turned his gaze to Lin Feng again. Now, the way he looked at Lin Feng had completely changed. No longer scrutiny. It is no longer a simple appreciation. It's an equal, solemn, and even respectful one. The look of a true strategic partner. Mr. Lin. Even his name has changed. From now on, you are the first and only honorary chief advisor of our Dragon Team. You will enjoy the highest level of security protection and the highest level of information access within our Dragon Group. Wait for good news. He nodded solemnly to Lin Feng. The military will give you the most satisfactory answer. Half an hour later, Lin Feng was sent back to the Tianzihao courtyard by a special car to rest under the almost farewell and extremely admiring gazes of the three big bosses, Professor Chen, Commander Wang, and Long Zhan. This thrilling and eventful exchange meeting finally came to an end. Just as Lin Feng returned to the courtyard and was leisurely sipping tea. The heartland of Yanxia Kingdom. Inside a heavily guarded and mysterious underground military command center known as the Yanxia Shield. A confidential secretary was holding a newly deciphered encrypted telegram marked with the highest emergency level of SSS. His face was filled with unconcealable shock and excitement. He jogged all the way through the long corridor and finally arrived at the door of a spacious yet extremely simple office. He straightened his uniform and took a deep breath. Then, there was a knock on the door. Report. Enter. A calm, majestic voice full of iron and blood came from inside the door. The confidential secretary pushed the door open and walked in. He saw it. An old general, wearing a casual uniform without military rank, with a resolute face and slightly gray temples, but still standing as straight as a pine tree, was sitting behind his desk, reviewing documents. He is Liu Tianxiong. The Yanxia military, the real stabilizer. General, this is a top-level urgent message from Commander Wang Jinshan at Xishan Base. The confidential secretary handed over the thin yet heavy telegram with both hands. General Liu Tianxiong slowly put down the pen in his hand. He took the secret message and read it calmly. At first, his expression didn't change at all. But gradually, his brows furrowed slightly. Then, his pupils suddenly contracted. The hand that held the telegram also began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. Final. When he finished reading the last line. Bang! A loud bang. He suddenly slapped the heavy wooden desk in front of him. The entire table wailed violently under his palm. He suddenly stood up from his seat. A terrifying, iron-blooded murderous aura, like thousands of troops galloping, burst out from him. Good Lin Feng. What a great, national treasure. A war is about to break out due to the miracle medicine, sweeping across the highest power level of Yanxia, and even changing the entire world. Huge storm. Already, it has opened, it's magnificent. Prelude. Chapter 133 Military Thunder. Hot Summer, Yanjing. The Central Military Commission's highest operations command room was as bright as day late at night. This is the core armed center of the entire national apparatus. Every second, countless pieces of information related to national security are summarized, analyzed, and processed here. The atmosphere is always so solemn and dignified. However, tonight, amidst this solemnity, there was an indescribable heat. A tough soldier with a brilliant star on his shoulder, a broad face and eyes as sharp as an eagle, was staring intently at an encrypted report on the screen in front of him. He is Lu Tianxiong, one of the real powerful men in the Yanxia military, an undefeated general who fought his way through the hail of bullets. He has read more top-secret documents than the average person has eaten, and has witnessed storms strong enough to capsize the ocean. But at this moment, his breathing stopped for a moment. The document submitted overnight by the Dragon Group's highest leader, Dragon King, through the most urgent and confidential channels was terribly simple in content. Just a few words, but each word is like thunder. Phoenix 2, mass production, quasi-king level physique. An unprecedented terrifying gleam flashed in Lu Tianxiong's eyes. He seemed to have seen how a steel torrent composed of these super soldiers would crush all enemies in the future battlefield. This is not just about improving combat power. This is the key to changing the shape of war. This is a supreme weapon that can lay the foundation for Yanxia's national destiny for the next 100 years. That old fellow, the Dragon King. Lu Tianxiong paced back and forth in the office, his military boots tapping on the smooth floor, making a dull and powerful sound. Every step seems to be stepping on the hearts of all those who know about it. Final. He suddenly stopped, and his aura instantly changed from a thinking tiger to a peerless fierce sword about to be unsheathed. He grabbed the red confidential phone on the table, which represented the highest authority. The voice was cold, yet it contained a terrifying energy like a volcanic eruption. Connecting the Air Force Special Service Group. It took less than a second for a response to come from the other end of the line. Order the War Eagle strike team, all hands. After daybreak, set off immediately. Target, West Mountain, Dragon Group Base. Every word Lu Tianxiong said seemed to be cast in steel, filled with unquestionable absolute will. Mission target, Lin Feng. The mission level is the highest. The next morning, the Dragon Group's Shishan base was still shrouded in a tranquil and peaceful morning mist. The elites in the base have started morning exercises day after day. Xiao Mei was also among them. She punched again and again, and sweat soaked her training uniform, but the figure of the young man from yesterday could not be shaken off her mind. That person, in a way that she couldn't understand, amazed everyone with his literary skills and swept the whole place with his physical skills. Even the chief instructor Longzhan, the man who was like a martial arts legend, was defeated by him. What kind of monster is he? Not far away, Longzhan was also practicing boxing. His boxing style no longer had the domineering and fierceness of the past, but instead had a sense of returning to nature. It was obvious that he had gained a lot from the fight last night. But even he had a complex look of awe in his eyes when he looked at the Tianzi courtyard deep in the base. Everyone thought it would be a peaceful day. It was the day for the Dragon Group to reintegrate and settle down after experiencing a huge shock. Sudden. Buzz buzz buzz. A huge, oppressive roar, like the roar of a devil, came from the edge of the sky without any warning. It came from far away at an incredibly fast speed. What's that sound? Enemy attack? All the members of the Dragon team who were doing morning exercises suddenly stopped and their expressions changed drastically. They looked up in horror. I saw a heavy armed transport helicopter that was completely black, with ferocious lines and full of cold and murderous aura, tearing through the morning mist and rushing straight towards the apron in the center of the base in an almost brutal manner. It completely ignored the airspace control of the Dragon Group base. It didn't make any announcements. It was like a prehistoric beast breaking into a sheepfold, forcing its way in with the arrogance to crush everything. Boom! The helicopters suddenly hovered above the helipad. The terrifying airflow stirred up by the propeller instantly turned into a force 12 gale, sweeping across the entire square. Flying sand and rocks. The grass and trees are broken. Some members of the Dragon team who were close to them were even blown to the point of losing their balance and retreated repeatedly, with horror written all over their faces. Asshole. Commander Wang, the head of the base, was the first to react. He rushed out of the command room with a grim face and roared at the sky. "Whose troops are this? Want to rebel?" Long Zhan, Xiaomei and others also quickly rushed to the edge of the apron. They stared intently at the black behemoth that exuded terrifying pressure, and their hearts were filled with turmoil. This helicopter does not have any conventional military unit number on its fuselage. There is only a blood-colored War Eagle totem with wings spread out, ready to fly. It's War Eagle. Long Zhan's pupils suddenly shrank and he screamed in surprise. The War Eagle assault team directly under the military commission. Why are they here? Under the gaze of everyone's doubt and horror. Wow! The heavy door of the helicopter suddenly slid open to the side. The dazzling morning light instantly poured out from the open hatch. In the backlight, a figure stood there quietly. That was a woman. A woman wearing a neat colonel's uniform, with a figure as agile as a cheetah and a face as cold as frost. She seemed to be holding a document in her hand. An aura colder, more majestic, and more suffocating than the helicopter's airflow instantly enveloped the entire apron as she appeared. The whole audience was dead silent. Chapter 134. This is in order. The whole place was dead silent. Only the engine of the black behemoth was still roaring softly, and the strong wind stirred up by the propeller was blowing on the cheeks of everyone present. The female colonel standing against the light moved. She leaped up and jumped directly from the nearly 2-meter-high cabin opening. It landed silently. The movement was as crisp as a sharp sword being drawn from its sheath, without a single unnecessary movement. Behind her, 2 burly, fully armed guards also jumped down, standing on her left and right, exuding a terrifying aura of iron and blood. These 3 people were like 3 icebergs falling from the sky, causing the temperature of the tarmac to drop by several degrees. Commander Wang's face turned pale. As the person in charge of the Dragon Group's Xishan base, he could no longer remain silent. He gritted his teeth and strode forward. "Comrade." His voice was loud and clear, carrying the majesty of a soldier. "This is the Dragon Group's Xishan base, a special unit directly under the jurisdiction of the highest level. Please state your identity and purpose immediately." Commander Wang tried to use the identity of the Dragon Group to regain some face. However, the female colonel didn't even look at him. She just glanced coldly at the star on Commander Wang's shoulder, and then her eyes passed over him, scanning the crowd rapidly like the most sophisticated radar. That was a complete disregard. A blatant disregard coming from a higher level and higher authority. Commander Wang's next words were instantly stuck in his throat, and his old face turned the color of liver. He is a major general after all. The commander in charge of a base. I was treated so disrespectfully. But he just couldn't get angry. The blood-red War Eagle totem on the opponent's fuselage made him feel cold. The female colonel's gaze finally froze. She locked onto a direction. There, at the gate of the Tianziho courtyard, a young man was walking out slowly. He looked calm, as if the tense situation before him had nothing to do with him. It was Lin Feng. The female colonel moved. She walked with her straight and slender legs, ignoring Commander Wang who was blocking her way, ignoring the surprised looks of all the Dragon team members around her, and walked straight towards Lin Feng. Every step of her military boots stepped on everyone's heartbeat. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. She finally stopped 3 meters in front of Lin Feng. Crash. She took out a brown paper document bag sealed tightly with red wax from the black briefcase she was carrying. She didn't open it immediately. Instead, he held the file bag high and showed it in front of everyone. On the cover of the file bag, the 6 bright red song-style characters Supreme Military Secret Order that seemed to be written in blood were like a red-hot brand, burning deeply into everyone's pupils. The seal representing the highest authority of the military commission made even connoisseurs like Long Zhan and Commander Wang feel their hearts skip a beat. This is the highest level of military order. The highest order is enough to mobilize millions of troops and decide the outcome of a war. Hiss. The sound of people gasping for breath came one after another from the crowd. Everyone was shocked. What on earth could be going on that required such a high-level secret order? The display is complete. The female colonel took the document back, looked at Lin Feng, and finally spoke. Her voice, like her, was cold, crisp, and without any emotional ups and downs. Like a precisely cut piece of ice. Mr. Lin Feng. My name is Han Lin, a special liaison officer directly under the Central Military Commission. Her self-introduction was extremely simple. Following the highest order from General Liu Tianxiong. When the three words Liu Tianxiong came out of her mouth, Commander Wang's body trembled noticeably. That is the real pillar of the army. Please immediately bring all the Phoenix Potion samples you have and accompany us to the designated military base for the first order technical verification. Han Lin's voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. She paused and uttered the last two words. That's an order. Boom. Order. These two words, like a heavy bomb, exploded throughout the entire Dragon Group base. The whole audience was in an uproar. The military issued an order to a civilian? And it is the highest military secret order. What is the concept? This is not a negotiation. Not a request. Not cooperation. This is a direct, unquestionable, and compulsory conscription. Everyone in the Dragon Group was stunned. They had witnessed Lin Feng's magic and strength, and they also expected that the country's top leaders would attach great importance to him. But none of them expected that this kind of attention would be presented in such a domineering and unreasonable way. Professor Chen opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't utter a word. Xiaomei's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Is this the true power of the state apparatus? Once it starts running, any individual or organization will seem so insignificant in front of it. After Han Lin finished speaking, he stopped talking. She just stared at Lin Feng with her eyes that were sharp enough to pierce through people's hearts. The two guards behind her had unconsciously placed their hands on the weapons at their waists. The atmosphere froze to freezing point. The powerful military might, like a tangible dark cloud, envelop the entire tarmac. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Everyone wants to know what choice this young person who has repeatedly created miracles will make when faced with this unquestionable supreme directive and the female colonel who represents the country's strongest will. Is it surrender? Is it a protest? Still. Lin Feng, who had been silent all the time, finally raised his head slowly. There was no tension or fear on his face as everyone imagined. There wasn't even a trace of surprise. He just looked at Han Lin in front of him calmly. Then he smiled. Chapter 135. Negotiate the conditions first. Lin Feng smiled. In the face of the terrifying military might that made everyone tremble with fear, he actually smiled. The smile was faint and calm. Just like a spring breeze blowing across the frozen lake, it did not cause a single ripple, but made the ice begin to make a subtle, shattering sound. Han Lin's eyes, as sharp as knives, narrowed slightly. She couldn't see through the young man in front of her. In her past mission career, anyone had only two reactions when faced with the highest military secret order. Or, it is the fear and obedience that comes from the depths of the soul. Or, it is hysterical resistance and collapse. But Lin Feng is the third type. A third kind she had never seen, never even imagined. He was as calm as an outsider, a spectator who was not involved in the matter. This is not right. This is so unreasonable. Just as the whole place was in dead silence, everyone held their breath, waiting for Lin Feng's answer. He spoke. The sound was not loud, but it was like an invisible hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. Colonel Han Lin. The test is okay. I can also give you samples. Upon hearing this, Commander Wang, Professor Chen and others all breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, not bad. He didn't choose to fight back. Facing the state apparatus, choosing to cooperate is the only way out. The cold expression on Han Lin's face seemed to ease a little. As long as the target is willing to cooperate, her mission is half accomplished. However, Lin Feng's next words made everyone's hearts, which had just been put at ease, rise to their throats in an instant. He paused, as if asking a casual question about the weather today. But I need to know ahead of time. If the test results satisfy you, or rather, General Liu. He raised his eyes, looked at Han Lin calmly, and asked clearly, word by word. What can I get? What can I get? When these 6 words floated clearly into the ears of everyone present, the whole world seemed to have been paused. Time has frozen. Space also solidified. The only thing that was still flowing was the expressions on everyone's faces that instantly became extremely wonderful and distorted. Crazy. He must be crazy. This was the only thought in Commander Wang's mind. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Oh my God. What is he doing? He was negotiating terms with a special commissioned colonel holding the highest military order? He is questioning the military. What benefits can he get? This is no longer a question of courage. This is courting death. This is a blatant provocation to the entire country's violent machinery. It's over. Professor Chen's face suddenly turned pale and bloodless. His legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. He felt that Lin Feng must have had too much fun playing yesterday and his mind was confused. Negotiate terms with the military? What a joke! The other side. For the first time, an expression of unconcealable astonishment appeared on Long Zhan's calm face. He stared at Lin Feng in a daze, and then, that astonishment slowly turned into a bit of a helpless smile, admiration. Good boy. What a good boy. I have never seen such a courageous young man in my life. Negotiating business in front of the special envoy of the military commission. This courage, this magnanimity, is simply not human. As for Han Lin, who was at the center of the storm, a clear crack finally appeared on her icy face that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. Her sharp eyes suddenly widened uncontrollably. Deep in her pupils, a hint of absurdity and shock flashed across her face, something she herself hadn't even noticed. What? What did he say? He's asking, what can he get? Han Lin's brain went blank for 3 seconds. She has carried out SSS-level undercover missions, faced the most brutal international mercenaries, and once went deep behind enemy lines alone to guide missiles to destroy enemy bases. She thought that her determination had already become as hard as a rock and nothing could move her anymore. But today, she was completely broken down by a young man in his early 20s using the most ordinary words. In the face of the military order that represents Yanxia's highest military will. In the face of military might that is enough to make any aristocratic family tremble. He actually dared. How dare he? How dare he negotiate terms so calmly and confidently? This is simply ridiculous. At this moment, she even forgot her anger, and only a huge, unreal sense of absurdity remained in her heart. It seemed as if everything happening before my eyes was just a bizarre dream. The whole place was still dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. There was only the sound of the wind and the still roaring engine. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng and Han Lin. Lin Feng still looked calm and composed, as if the earth-shattering words just now did not come from his mouth. He just waited quietly. Waiting for Han Lin's answer. Finally, Han Lin moved. Her chest rose and fell slightly as she took a deep breath. A gust of cold air inhaled into her lungs made her brain, which had been somewhat malfunctioning, resume high-speed operation. Her extremely high professionalism allowed her to suppress all the waves in her heart. She realized. The young man in front of me cannot be judged by any common sense. Using coercion and orders seemed to have no effect on him at all. He is like a stubborn stone that cannot be influenced by anything. No. He is not a rock. He is an iceberg that appears calm, but actually hides an extremely terrifying huge volume beneath the sea surface that is enough to subvert everything. She looked at Lin Feng in front of her again. This time, there was no longer the initial contempt and condescending scrutiny in her eyes. What replaced it was an unprecedented solemnity. She did not answer Lin Feng's question directly. He did not fly into a rage as Commander Wang had expected. She just threw back the bomb that Lin Feng had just thrown at her in a more dangerous and deadly way. She looked at Lin Feng, her voice even colder and sharper than before. Mr. Lin. You are. She spoke each word clearly, and each word was like a poisoned steel needle, piercing Lin Feng fiercely. Negotiate terms with the country? Chapter 136 Unimaginable Opportunity. Are you negotiating terms with the country? Han Lin's voice was like a scalpel, precise, cold and deadly. She instantly raised this issue to a level that no one could bear. Negotiate with the country. What a heinous and heartbreaking statement that is worthy of death. The air froze once again. Commander Wang's heart stopped beating and he felt like he was about to suffocate. He looked at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with despair. How to respond to this question? This is a dead end. Admit? That would be courting death and making an enemy of the entire country. Deny? What about the previous sentence, what can I gain? Isn't it self-contradictory and self-humiliating? It's over. It's completely over. This young man is still too naive after all. In the end, he had to pay a heavy price for his arrogance. However, just when everyone thought that Lin Feng was in desperate situation, Lin Feng laughed again. His smile this time was brighter than before. It was as if what Han Lin threw to him was not a nuclear bomb that could blow him to pieces, but a harmless joke. Colonel Han Lin. He met Han Lin's sharp gaze and shook his head calmly. You misunderstood. I have never thought about negotiating with the country. He paused, then changed the subject, his tone suddenly becoming sonorous and powerful. I just want to discuss and advance the sincerity and foundation of our future cooperation with a great partner with whom we are about to engage in in-depth cooperation. Boom. The art of speaking. Logical transformation. With just a few words, he casually removed the shocking label of being an enemy of the country that Han Lin had put on her. He also instantly elevated his seemingly mercenary behavior of demanding benefits to the strategic level of exploring the cornerstone of cooperation. I'm not asking for it. I am looking for an equal, mutually respectful, and sincere start of cooperation. This trick of changing one's life into another is simply superb. Hiss. Professor Chen next to him took a deep breath, and an unprecedented light burst out in his cloudy old eyes. Wonderful. It's absolutely amazing. He looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at the most perfect work of art. This kid not only has terrifying strength and courage, but his intelligence and rhetoric are also extremely evil. And the moment Han Lin heard this answer, her pupils contracted uncontrollably for the third time. In her heart, there was a storm more violent than the previous 2 times combined. Master. This was definitely someone she had never encountered before, on another level, so powerful that even made her heart palpitate, a top master. He is not a reckless young man at all. Every word he said and everything he did contained unfathomable plans and calculations. He used the most arrogant attitude to test the bottom line of the military. He used the most clever words to resolve all the crises and kick the ball back in a way that she couldn't refuse. Discussing the cornerstone of cooperation? Can she refute this reason? She can't. Because of the value of the Phoenix Potion, this is destined to be a cooperation rather than a unilateral expropriation. For the first time, Han Lin felt that the professionalism and aura that he was proud of were completely shattered in front of this young man. She even had an illusion. From the beginning to the end, she and the powerful military represented by her were the passive party. From the very beginning, the initiative of the situation was firmly in the hands of this young man. What to do? Take away by force? Han Lin quickly weighed the pros and cons. General Lu's order was to bring people and complete the test. Leading people is a process, and completing the test is the core. If she completely ruined the relationship now and Lin Feng refused to cooperate, then her mission this time would be a complete failure. She can't bear this responsibility. She calmly tilted her head slightly, as if adjusting her collar. In fact, she had already reported the situation on the scene and her own judgment to the rear in the simplest language through the rice-sized micro-communicator in the headset. The target has extremely high psychological quality and a strong desire for control, so conventional pressure is ineffective. He asked for clear returns on cooperation. Requesting instructions. The tarmac fell into a brief silence again. But this time, the atmosphere has quietly changed. Everyone's gaze changed from nervousness to anticipation. They wanted to see how this strong female colonel would respond to Lin Feng's foolproof counterattack. A moment later, Han Lin seemed to get the response she wanted. She slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. She looked at Lin Feng again, and there was a hint of complexity on that cold face that she herself had not noticed. There is admiration, fear, and also the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. Mr. Lin. Her address has changed from the scrutinizing Mr. Lin Feng to the relatively equal Mr. Lin. I can answer your question on behalf of General Lu. She spoke every word with an extremely solemn voice. If the value of your miracle drug is finally proven. First, you will receive a personal audience with General Lu. As soon as these words came out, Commander Wang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. General Lu's personal reception. That is the supreme honor that countless generals dream of. However, Han Lin's next words made everyone feel as if their souls were being grasped by an invisible giant hand. Secondly, she looked at Lin Feng deeply, as if she wanted to carve his appearance into the depths of her soul. You will have an opportunity that you, and even your family, cannot even imagine. Opportunity. An unimaginable opportunity. She didn't specify what the opportunity was. But it is this blank space full of mystery and infinite possibilities that is more tempting than any specific, clearly priced promise. It is also more in line with a big boss of Liu Tianxiang's level, whose words are law. This is the biggest concession the military has made while maintaining its own dignity. It is also a promise that is enough to drive anyone crazy. Hear this. Lin Feng finally smiled with satisfaction. This is exactly what he was waiting for. He knew that he had made the right bet. From today on, his path to the highest level of power in this country has been completely paved. He stretched out his right hand towards Han Lin. Good. Make a deal. His voice is crisp and powerful. Colonel Han Lin, we can leave now. Han Lin looked at Lin Feng's outstretched hand. In her eyes, that white and slender palm seemed to contain the power to control everything. She hesitated for a fraction of a second. Finally, she reached out her hand and shook his gently. The two hands touched and separated as soon as they touched. This short but thrilling confrontation ended perfectly with Lin Feng's great victory. Han Lin turned around, turned sideways, and made a standard please gesture towards the helicopter. This gesture already represents her recognition of Lin Feng's status. Lin Feng accepted it calmly. Amidst the complex gazes of the dragon team, which were a mixture of awe, shock, envy, and admiration, he took a step forward and calmly boarded the black steel behemoth. The hatch slowly closed. The helicopter took off from the ground, stirring up a gust of wind, and rushed towards the unknown distance. The news that Lin Feng was picked up by the military in a special plane of the highest standards was like an unstoppable hurricane. In just a few minutes, it spread to every corner of Yanjing city at a terrifying speed. The first one to receive the message was the Qin family compound, located in the western suburbs, which was currently shrouded in endless dark clouds. Chapter 137: The Qin Family's Panic. Yanjing, western suburbs, Qin family compound. Inside a luxurious villa with security standards comparable to a military base. Qin Feiyan was like a wild beast trapped in a cage, pacing back and forth anxiously. The expensive handmade carpet was left with a clear mark by his steps. He is waiting. Waiting for the final result from the Dragon Group. He has already mobilized all his power in the Qin family, just to make Lin Feng lose his reputation in this Dragon Group exchange conference, and even die without a burial place. He doesn't believe it. He didn't believe that the peasant could make any waves in the Dragon Group base where there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The Dragon Group is where the best talents from all of Yanxia gather. That guy surnamed Lin, on what basis? Waste. A bunch of trash. Qin Feiyang picked up the valuable antique vase on the table and threw it hard to the ground. Bang! The sound of the vase breaking eased his irritability a little. Wait until that guy gets kicked out by the Dragon Group, and then I'll show you how I kill him. A ferocious smile appeared on his face. Just then. Buzz buzz. His private phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Qin Feiyang was cheered up, rushed over and picked up the phone. The caller ID showed that it was a spy that he had spent a lot of money to plant outside the Dragon Group. It must be good news. Qin Feiyang proudly pressed the answer button. Explain. Did that bastard have his legs broken and was thrown out like a dead dog? He asked impatiently. However, what came from the other end of the phone was not the flattery and seeking of credit that he had imagined. But it was a sound of teeth chattering. It is an incoherent trembling dominated by extreme fear. Qin. Young Master Qin. Something big has happened. The smile on Qin Feiyang's face froze. What happened? Stop hesitating. Speak now. The informant on the other end of the phone seemed to have used up all his strength to finish his words. Mr. Lin. He was picked up by a special military plane. Qin Feiyang's head buzzed. What did you say? A military plane? Are you fucking dazzled? Yes. It's a special plane. It's black. It has a War Eagle logo on it. The person who came is a female colonel. Her name is Han Lin. She has in her hand the highest military secret order. In front of everyone, please invite Mr. Lin onto the plane. The voice of the eyeliner was filled with endless panic. Every word he said was like a 1,000-pound hammer, hitting Qin Feiyang's nerves hard. Military special plane. War Eagle totem. Colonel Han Lin. The highest military secret order. When he heard that, Lin Feng even dared to openly negotiate terms in front of Colonel Han Lin, and finally succeeded. Snap. The latest model of Apple phone in Qin Feiyang's hand slipped quietly. It fell heavily onto the cold, hard marble floor, and the screen shattered into pieces instantly. And his whole body seemed as if all the bones had been pulled out. I lost all my strength in an instant. He collapsed onto the $1 million Italian leather sofa behind him. His face was ashen. His eyes were dull. His mind was blank, with only those few words circling and magnifying, carrying endless magic power. Highest. Military. Secret orders? He remembered his arrogant provocation towards Lin Feng at the airport. He remembered how he had made things difficult for Lin Feng at the Dragon Group base. He remembered that he had even instructed his men to kill Lin Feng in the ring. Scene after scene, like the most horrific nightmare, flashed back wildly in his mind. Gudong. He swallowed hard, but his throat was so dry that it felt like smoking. A bone-chilling chill instantly shot up from his tailbone to the top of his head. Cold sweat, like a waterfall, instantly soaked his back. What kind of existence did he provoke? Dragon crossing the river? No. In front of him, the dragon is probably not even as good as a loach. For the first time, he realized it from the depths of his soul. What I kicked this time was not an iron wall at all. It was an active volcano that was enough to crush the entire Qin family to pieces and doom them to eternity. He provoked a true god that even his extremely powerful grandfather must look up to and fear. No. No. This is impossible. Endless fear finally turned into a hysterical scream. Qin Feiyang suddenly jumped up from the sofa, looking like a madman. He rolled and crawled, using his hands and feet to rush to the study on the second floor of the villa. There is a confidential hotline that can contact his father, Qin Zhenhai, the current head of the Qin family. He rushed to the table, and with trembling hands, he almost broke the combination lock and picked up the red phone. He even forgot to dial the number and just frantically pressed the emergency call button representing the highest priority. Beep beep. The phone rang only twice before it was connected. Feiyang? A calm and dignified middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? How shameful. Hearing his father's voice, Qin Feiyang's nerves, which were stretched to the extreme, finally broke with a snap. With a cry of wow, he spoke incoherently, pouring out everything that happened in the Dragon Group base, his own guesses, and the endless fear. Dad. It's over. Our Qin family is finished. That Lin Feng, he's not a human. He's a devil. The military, the highest military secret order. Colonel Han Lin is here to pick him up personally. He even negotiated terms with Han Lin. And he succeeded. Dad. I've caused a huge disaster. I've brought great disaster upon the Qin family. On the other end of the phone, Qin Zhenhai, the head of the Qin family, who has always been as calm as a mountain and remains calm even when faced with a crisis, was listening to his son's incoherent and desperate report. His breathing also began to become rapid. When he heard everything, there was a long, deathly silence on the other end of the phone. No roaring. No cursing. There was only dead silence. But this dead silence frightened Qin Feiyang more than any thunderous roar. He knows. The Qin family's sky. Maybe it's really going to collapse. Chapter 138 God-level choice, coming again. The black military transport helicopter, like a sharp blade splitting the sea of clouds, flew at high speed 10,000 meters above the sky. The huge roar of the engine is enough to shatter the eardrums of ordinary people. Inside the cabin, there was an eerie silence. Colonel Han Lin sat upright like an ice sculpture, with his eyes slightly closed, not knowing whether he was resting or thinking. The two guards behind her were like two door gods, motionless and with a long breath. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, also with his eyes closed. He looked like he was resting with his eyes closed. But in fact, his brain is working frantically at an unprecedented speed. He is reviewing the game. Review all the data about the Phoenix No. 1 potion, every detail, and every possible flaw. In Tianhai City in Jiangnan Province, facing those so-called business tycoons and martial arts masters, Phoenix No. 1 is undoubtedly a magical weapon for dimensionality reduction strikes. Its effect is enough to shock anyone and crush all mundane forces. But now, what he has to face is the Yanjing military. It is the country's most advanced, rigorous and ruthless scientific research force. Lin Feng could guess how perverted the military's tests would be just by using his toes. It's more than just a simple test of strength, speed, and reaction. They will definitely use the most advanced equipment to conduct the most comprehensive inspections. Cell stability under extreme environments. Neuronal reaction speed under complex electromagnetic interference. Energy metabolism rate after high-intensity confrontation. Even comprehensive effectiveness evaluation in simulated actual combat. Any link, any tiny defect will be magnified infinitely by them using a microscope. And does Phoenix 1 have any defects? Have. Lin Feng knows it better than anyone else. As the first edition of the potion, Phoenix number 1 has amazing effects, but its strengthening effect is not stable and has extremely high requirements on the user's physical fitness. Moreover, it has certain side effects. Although these side effects may seem negligible to ordinary people, in the eyes of those crazy people in the military who are doing research with scalpels, any flaw may become a reason for them to deny the entire project. All the advantages he had built up before might be lost because of this. No. Absolutely not. Lin Feng's brows wrinkled slightly unconsciously. He needs a more perfect answer. What he needs is a perfect version that is more stable, more powerful, more universal, and has almost zero side effects than Phoenix 1. Only by coming up with something like this can he completely conquer the military's group of picky experts. Only then can you firmly grasp that unimaginable opportunity in your own hands. Only then can he get everything he wants. Can. Time is too tight. From Tianhai to Yanjing, and now flying to the secret base, he has no time to conduct more in-depth research and improvements. Just when Lin Feng felt a little bit troubled. A cold, emotionless, yet heavenly mechanical prompt sounded in his mind without any warning. Bite. Detected that the host is about to face a major strategic decision, the God-level selection system has been activated. Here we come. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He forcibly suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, and his consciousness instantly sank into the system space. In his sea of consciousness, 3 options emitting different lights were quietly floating. Option 1, play it safe. Description: using the existing Phoenix 1 sample for testing, with its already impressive results, it is likely to pass the military's basic testing. Completion reward: initial military approval, a C-level cooperation agreement, mission rating, pass. This option emits a dull white light. Lin Feng just glanced at it and skipped it. Pass? There are no such words in his dictionary. His gaze shifted to the second option. Option 2, seek progress while maintaining stability. Description: consume 50% of the host's current system points to perform a deep data level optimization of the formula of Phoenix number 1, eliminating most of its side effects and improving its stability by 30%. Completion reward: highly recognized by the military, a grade B cooperation agreement obtained, mission rating, good. Additional reward: Grandmaster level pharmacology knowledge. This option, emitting a faint blue light, looks very tempting. Eliminate side effects, improve stability, and obtain a Class B protocol and a master level knowledge. For anyone, this is a choice that is enough to make people ecstatic. But Lin Feng's gaze did not linger for a moment. He looked directly at the third and final option, which was emitting an extremely bright and dazzling golden light as hot as the sun. Option 3, go all in. Description: a revolutionary, groundbreaking upgrade, unprecedented in history. Abandoning all existing Phoenix 1 frameworks, using the host's own perfect genetic sequence as the sole blueprint, incorporating the cosmic dark energy catalytic model, to create a true, technologically superior super soldier's serum Phoenix 2. Completion reward: the military brass are completely shocked, developing a religious-like cult of worship for the host. Obtain the only S rank, highest strategic cooperation agreement. Mission rating, miracle. Bonus, God-level superpower, cellular-level microscopic manipulation ability. Boom. When you see the description of the third option, Lin Feng felt his soul trembling. S-level strategic cooperation agreement. Miracle-level mission rating. And that. God-level superpower's cellular-level micro-manipulation capabilities. This is what he wants. This is a reward worthy of his status. What does it mean to go all in? Every choice he makes is a gamble. Because his life creed has never been okay or good. But must be the best. It must be perfect. He. In reality, the corners of Lin Feng's mouth rose slightly uncontrollably, forming an arc of extreme confidence. Han Lin, who was dozing off nearby, seemed to notice something and his eyelids moved slightly. But Lin Feng no longer had time to pay attention to her. His entire mind was immersed in the golden light. Without any hesitation. Without any hesitation. In his heart, with a resolute and unshakable determination, he made the final choice of his trip. System. I choose. The third one. Chapter 139 Phoenix 2. The moment when Lin Feng silently made his choice in his mind. Boom. A torrent of knowledge that was so vast, majestic, and profound that it could not be described in any words, like a bursting dam in the universe, instantly broke through the dam of his consciousness and rushed madly into the depths of his mind. This is no longer just information. This is the Tao. It is the ultimate truth that has been developed in countless cutting-edge scientific and technological fields. The secrets of gene editing. The law of cell activation. The laws of energy conduction. There is even forbidden knowledge about dark matter in the universe and high-dimensional energy catalysis, which completely exceeds the level of civilization on this planet. Phoenix 2. Its complete formula, its theoretical basis, its synthesis process, and every atomic-level perfect detail were, at this moment, like the deepest imprint, engraved firmly into Lin Feng's soul. He even felt that his brain was infinitely developed at this moment, turning into a biological computer with computing power surpassing all supercomputers in the world. This is not over yet. While that huge torrent of knowledge is still surging, a strange, warm energy with the breath of creation quietly appeared. It did not attack Lin Feng's sea of consciousness, but like a spring breeze and rain, it silently integrated into every cell and every gene chain in his body. God-level superpower, cell-level micro-manipulation ability, activated. Buzz. At this moment, Lin Feng's consciousness seemed to be infinitely stretched, extended, and refined. His vision instantly penetrated the barriers of the macroscopic world. He saw it. He saw the red blood cells surging in his blood, the stem cells sleeping in his bones, and the brilliant electric lights of the neurons in his brain every time information was transmitted. He could even see the mysterious and magnificent double helix structure of DNA swirling inside each cell nucleus, like a cosmic nebula. He can not only see, he can also control. All it takes is a thought. He can make a certain cell divide faster. He can optimize the recombination of a certain gene chain. He can make his body's metabolism reach an incredible perfect balance. Is this what God feels like? From the microscopic level, control everything in life. Lin Feng felt that at this moment, he had transcended the scope of human. He is taking a solid step towards the realm of God. The whole process may seem long, but in the real world, it is just a short moment. Inside the cabin, Lin Feng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! Han Lin, who was sitting opposite him, only felt an indescribable brilliant light flash across Lin Feng's eyes. At that moment, she even had an illusion. It seemed as if the person he was facing was not a human being. But it is an ancient god who has awakened from his slumber and holds the power of life and creation. The fleeting pressure made her, a special forces soldier who was used to life and death and had a will as hard as steel, feel her heart skip a beat, and the muscles in her back tensed uncontrollably in an instant. Han Lin subconsciously wanted to ask something. But Lin Feng didn't give her this opportunity at all. He spoke directly, his voice calm, yet with an unquestionable, absolute will, as if he were issuing an oracle. Colonel Han Lin. I need to make an urgent, encrypted call. It concerns the final effect of this test. Han Lin looked at Lin Feng's eyes, which were so deep that they seemed to be able to swallow everything, and swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Although she was full of doubts, almost out of instinct, she took out a black, tough-looking military encrypted satellite phone from the secret compartment next to her seat and handed it to Lin Feng. Thanks. Lin Feng took the phone without any hesitation. His slender fingers quickly pressed a series of complicated numbers on the keyboard. This is the top secret line of Phoenix Gene Laboratory in Tianhai City. The phone rang only once and then was connected. Boss. On the other end of the phone came the voice of an old man, respectful but with a hint of excitement. It was Lu Mubai. As the chief scientist promoted by Lin Feng, he is on call 24 hours a day and dares not slack off in the slightest. What are your instructions? Lin Feng spoke directly without any nonsense. He spoke extremely fast as a machine gun firing, but every word was as clear as if it had been carved with a chisel. Professor Lu, listen. Immediately halt all Phoenix 1 production lines. All of them. Clear sterile laboratory number 3. Set the authority to the highest level. No one except you is allowed to enter. Prepare the following materials immediately. Immediately following. Lin Feng began to spit out a series of terms that would make any modern biologist doubt his life upon hearing them. High purity thymosin, purity required to be 6 nines after the decimal point. The activity of Dracaena cereus in supercritical extraction is required to reach over 99.8%. Neuron activating enzyme serial number alpha 734. Use a negative electric field for centrifugation, controlling the speed at 200,000 revolutions per minute for 3 minutes. Every material, every ratio, and every synthesis step he described completely overturned the knowledge system and scientific common sense that Lu Mubai had built up throughout his life. On the other end of the phone, Tianhai City, inside the Phoenix Gene Laboratory. Lu Mubai was holding a pen and writing quickly on paper. Before he knew it, beads of sweat the size of beans had already covered his forehead. The expression on his face gradually changed from initial respect to confusion. Then, it was unbelievable. Then, there was shock and horror. The hand holding the pen began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. Because what Lin Feng said, in the eyes of a top biologist like him, was simply a fairy tale. Crazy. The boss must be crazy. He was roaring madly in his heart. These instructions completely violate the most basic laws of chemistry and biological common sense. If you follow these steps, not to mention synthesizing the medicine, I'm afraid the entire laboratory will be blown to the sky in an instant. However, on the phone, Lin Feng's calm and majestic voice continued. That voice held a kind of magic that was irresistible and even impossible to question. It was as if what he said was not science, but the truth. It's an oracle. Chapter 140 Scientific Miracles. Tianhai City. Phoenix Gene Laboratory, core area. Lu Mubai hung up the phone. He was still holding the phone, frozen in place, motionless. On his forehead, cold sweat had gathered into streams, sliding down his old cheeks and dripping onto the white coat on his chest, leaving a small wet mark. The tip of the Parker pen in his hand was still on the last page of the shorthand notebook. But the hand holding the pen was shaking violently and uncontrollably. The shaking was so severe that even the writing on the paper began to become blurred. Crazy. He must be crazy. His lips trembled and he muttered to himself. In his mind, the instructions that Lin Feng had said in that shockingly flat tone on the phone just now were still echoing wildly. Add highly active protease under a high temperature environment of 200 degrees Celsius? That's not called fusion. That's called cremation. Use negative electric field to catalyze cationic polymerization reaction? This is a blatant challenge to the law of conservation of charge. And that molecular formula. Lu Mubai felt like his brain was about to explode. He spent his entire life reading through all the chemical and biological books in human history, but he had never seen such a strange and illogical molecular structure. That shouldn't even exist. Follow the steps the boss just told you. Lu Mubai didn't need to calculate, he could judge it based on his more than 50 years of experience in the field of biochemistry. There is only one final result. That is a terrifying explosion so violent that it could have razed this laboratory, which cost tens of billions of dollars and had a defense level comparable to a military fortress, to the ground. No. No. Absolutely not. Lu Mubai shook his head violently, and subconsciously wanted to tear the shorthand notebook in his hand that recorded the devil's formula into pieces. This is his instinct as a scientist. It was the scientific common sense that was deeply rooted in his mind and built up through countless experiments and theories that was sending him the strongest warning. Danger. Deadly danger. But his hands were raised in the air, but he couldn't tear it apart. The image of that young man emerged in his mind uncontrollably. He recalled the ward at Tianhai City First Hospital that was packed with top experts from home and abroad. How did Lin Feng use a few ordinary silver needles to pull a vegetative patient who had been sentenced to death back from the brink of death? That is a miracle. He remembered the birth of Phoenix 1. Lin Feng only gave him a few core formulas that also subverted his cognition. He personally created a miracle potion that could change the world. That, too, is a miracle. Again and again. That young man, in a way that he could not understand or explain, was constantly subverting the scientific views that he was proud of. What he thought was common sense was crushed again and again in front of him. What he thought was the truth was mercilessly mocked in front of him time and time again. A terrible thought began to grow wildly in Lu Mubai's mind. Perhaps the science I firmly believe in it's just a childish toy? Once this thought appeared, I could no longer stop it. It was like a crazy vine, instantly entangling all of Lu Mubai's sanity. His heart, which had been beating violently due to fear, gradually calmed down. Instead, there is an almost religious and fanatical worship. Right. Who am I? How could I, with my limited knowledge, dare to speculate on the will of a god? God said, "Let there be light." Then, there was light. The boss said, "It can be done." Then it will definitely succeed. Call. Lu Mubai let out a long breath. All the fear and doubt in his cloudy old eyes disappeared at this moment. What replaced it was an unprecedented determination and enthusiasm to risk everything. He slammed the table. "Someone come!" He yelled at the door. Several assistants in white coats ran in immediately. "Lu? Elder Lu, what do you want?" "Everyone." Lu Mubai's voice trembled slightly with excitement. "Evacuate Lab 3 immediately. Everyone. No one is allowed to enter without my order. Adjust the authority to the highest level." The assistants looked at each other, completely confused about what was happening. "Master Lu, but..." "Follow orders." Lu Mubai let out a shocking roar. The assistants were so frightened that they dared not ask any more questions and immediately ran out to carry out the order. Soon, Lu Mubai was the only one left in the entire laboratory number 3. He looked at the cold, sophisticated instruments in front of him, took a deep breath, and then put on gloves and a mask with the highest level of protection. He held the shorthand book as if it were a sacred text. He wanted to personally complete this sacred ritual which, in his opinion, was no different from blasphemy but was full of fatal temptation. First step. Following the boss's instructions, the high-purity thymosin was placed in a constant temperature reaction dish at 200 degrees Celsius. Lu Mubai's hands were shaking. He closed his eyes, as if he had seen the scene of the protein instantly denaturing, becoming inactive, and turning into a pool of charcoal. He gritted his teeth and flipped the switch. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The expected burnt smell did not come. He opened his eyes cautiously. In the transparent reaction dish, the pale yellow thymosin was not destroyed, but instead emitted a faint, soft halo like moonlight. Its activity. Lu Mubai rushed to the detector next to him and took a look. Activity, instead of decreasing, it increased. It increased by 10%. This. Lu Mubai's brain crashed again. He stared blankly at the data on the instrument, feeling that his worldview was being smashed to pieces by an invisible hammer. Step 2. He rushed to another device as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Inject the supercritically extracted Dracaena vine extract into a negative electric field centrifuge. It's going to explode. It's going to explode. He muttered nervously to himself as he operated. He even subconsciously covered his face with his arms. However, the explosion still did not happen. The centrifuge ran smoothly, making a pleasant hum. And in that test tube, the two substances that should have been violently repelling each other due to their electric charges, at this moment, were like lovers reuniting after a long separation. In a strange, dreamy blue glow, perfectly and flawlessly blended together. Formed a Lu Mubai had never seen before, a translucent, stable colloid that exuded a vibrant breath of life. God. Miracle. This is a miracle. Lu Mubai has gone completely crazy. He threw away all his protections and all his scientific common sense. Like a most devout believer, he began to carry out each subsequent step with fanaticism on his face. And miracles are happening one after another in his hands. Every step he took was like a miracle, overturning his cognition. Every fusion is like creating a new world. Final. When he injected all the intermediate products into the last molecular collider for the final structural reorganization, the entire laboratory was shrouded in an extremely bright light blue. The light faded. Lu Mubai looked at the mysterious liquid that was finally separated and lying quietly in the test tube. There was only 10 milliliters of it, and it was a dreamy light blue color, as if it contained the sea of stars. He was completely stunned. His hands were shaking as he held the test tube in his palm as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. He knows. He personally Synthesized a kind of blood that does not belong to this world, does not belong to mortal wisdom. God's blood. Quick! Quick! He suddenly woke up, rushed out, grabbed the phone, and dialed directly to the highest encrypted line of Dragon Shield security. I'm Lumubai. He roared in the most rapid and excited voice. Highest priority S-Class escort mission. Right now. Immediately. Send your strongest ace. To me. There's something powerful enough to change the world, and I need you to protect it with your lives. Chapter 141: A New Gift. Tianhai City, on the highway leading to the international airport. A heavily modified, completely black bulletproof off-road vehicle was roaring through the traffic at a speed far exceeding the speed limit, almost crazy. Its engine roared like a beast. Every lane change, every overtaking, is as precise as a scalpel, walking madly on the edge of the limit. All the surrounding vehicles avoided it in shock. Inside the car, Dragon Shield Security's most elite ace agent Ghost is driving it personally. There was no expression on his face, but his hands were tightly gripping the steering wheel, with veins bulging out. In the back seat, two agents, also at the level of a military king, were standing on either side, holding a silver, portable constant temperature refrigerator tightly in the middle. Their eyes, like the most vigilant cheetahs, scanned every corner outside the car. They knew that what was contained in this box was something 10,000 times more valuable than their lives combined. It was the boss who personally ordered the S-level escort mission, a divine object. At the same time, on the private apron of Tianhai International Airport, a Gulfstream G650 top-of-the-line private business jet belonging to the Tian Group has already obtained the highest priority takeoff permission. All routes have been cleared for it. When the black SUV did a beautiful tailspin and stopped steadily under the gangway, the Ghost ran down carrying the box. A seamless handover was completed in just 10 seconds. The engine roars. The plane taxied and took off into the sky. Soaring into the sky, flying at full speed towards the heart of Yanjing. An extreme transportation race against time, from the ground to the sky, from commercial security to private jets, is being staged in a tense and intense manner. Tens of thousands of meters above the sky. Inside a black military helicopter, Lin Feng hung up the phone. He slowly opened his eyes, and his deep eyes were as calm as a well. It was as if the order that had just mobilized massive resources and was enough to make any wealthy family take notice was just a trivial matter he had casually arranged. He turned his head and looked out the porthole. At your feet are endless towering mountains. Surrounded by clouds and mist, it is like a fairyland. He knew that beneath this fairy-like scenery lay one of the country's most cutting-edge and core secrets. And he is about to become the guest of honor here. Or rather, I am the one who comes here to inspect the results. The helicopter began to descend, breaking through the clouds. An extremely large military base hidden in the mountains, with extremely tight security, gradually appeared in sight. That ferocious anti-aircraft missile array. There were bunkers and firing points scattered all over the mountain. The soldiers patrolling back and forth in the base with live ammunition. All of them demonstrate the supremacy of this place. Just as the helicopter was preparing to enter the final landing route, the military satellite phone on Lin Feng's lap vibrated slightly again. A short message with the highest level of encryption was displayed on the screen. Sender, Lu Mubai. The content is just a short sentence. Boss, the gift has arrived in the capital. The Dragon Shield Nightingale team has completed the handover and is rushing to the coordinates you specified. Estimated arrival time, 10 minutes later than yours. Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a satisfied arc. Very good. Everything is under control. He deleted the message, then slowly turned his head and looked at Colonel Han Lin, who had remained silent since boarding the plane. Colonel Han Lin. His voice was soft, but it was like a pebble dropped into a calm lake. Han Lin's eyelids moved and he opened his eyes. She looked at Lin Feng with a questioning look in her eyes. She didn't understand why this man could maintain such a heart-pounding calmness from beginning to end. It seemed as if what he was about to face was not a rigorous test concerning his life and property, but a relaxing afternoon tea. What's the matter, Mr. Lin? Her tone was still cold, but unconsciously, it had a hint of politeness that she herself didn't even notice. Lin Feng smiled. He gave a meaningful, mysterious smile. Nothing serious. Just wanted to give you a heads up. To make this test more convincing. Also, we don't want to waste General Liu and the expert's precious time. His words made Han Lin frown slightly. She didn't understand what Lin Feng wanted to say. Lin Feng continued in that calm tone and said something that made her brain freeze instantly. I asked someone to prepare a new gift on the spur of the moment. It should be here, soon. So, I personally suggest that we use this new gift directly for all subsequent tests. New gift? For the first time, Han Lin's icy face revealed clear and undisguised surprise. She was completely stunned. What the hell is she doing? Where did he get this new gift? He has been with me since I brought him on the plane. The only call he made seemed to be back to Tianhai City. Could it be? An extremely absurd thought arose in Han Lin's mind. Could it be that with just one phone call, in just a few hours, he had remotely created a new gift that was powerful enough to influence this highest level test? How is this possible? This is totally illogical. She looked at the calm smile on Lin Feng's face, and for the first time, she felt that her IQ was being challenged like never before. She couldn't see through this man at all. Lin Feng did not explain any further. He simply leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes, leaving Han Lin with an unfathomable back. Boom! After the final identification, the helicopter finally landed smoothly on the helipad in the core area of the base. The hatch slowly opened. A gust of cold air mixed with the smell of disinfectant rushed in. Outside the cabin, there stood a row of at least a dozen scientific researchers wearing spotless white research coats, their expressions serious to the point of being rigid. The leader was an old man with gray hair, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with an elegant temperament but extremely sharp eyes. They are the top biological research expert team of the Yanjing military. They are the first batch of miracle drugs and also the most stringent testers. And the mysterious new gift that Lin Feng mentioned. What kind of subversive shock will it bring to this group of authorities standing at the top of the scientific research pyramid in Yanjing? Test. About to begin. Chapter 142, The End of Science. Lin Feng got off the helicopter under the guidance of Han Lin. A cold air with a strong smell of disinfectant hit me in the face. Before my eyes is an underground space so huge that it makes one's heart frightened. The dome is very high, flickering with soft shadowless light. All around him were various sophisticated instruments that Lin Feng couldn't name, but which were full of a sense of futuristic technology. Countless automatically operating robotic arms work silently behind transparent pipes and glass curtain walls. The researchers, wearing work clothes of various colors, walked in a hurry with serious expressions. Here is the most core and mysterious place in Yanjing, the National Bioengineering Laboratory. A scientific research holy land that is enough to make any country in the world jealous. In the core area of the laboratory, the old man with gray hair and gold-rimmed glasses was waiting quietly with the team of experts behind him. Their eyes, like sharp scalpels, were full of scrutiny and inquiry, staring straight at Lin Feng. Mr. Lin. Han Lin walked forward and introduced. This is our military's chief scientist in the field of bioengineering, Academician Qian Shuizhong. Academician Qian. The leading figure in the scientific community in the hot summer. This name represents absolute authority in the academic world. Academician Qian just nodded slightly to Lin Feng as a greeting. There was no enthusiasm in his eyes, only the rigor and prudence that is unique to scientists when facing the unknown. No unnecessary courtesy. No meaningless small talk. Everyone here is like a part of a precision machine, operating only to achieve the goal most efficiently. Just then, a staff member wearing special protective clothing, holding a silver portable constant temperature refrigerator, walked quickly into a sealed passage. His steps were steady and swift. He came to Academician Qian and handed the box to him respectfully. Mr. Qian, the stuff has arrived. Academician Qian nodded and opened the box himself. The moment the box was opened, a faint chill emanated. A test tube lying quietly in a special groove appeared in front of everyone. Inside the test tube, the light blue mysterious liquid, which seemed to contain the sea of stars, exuded a heart-pounding, vital breath even through the test tube. It's Phoenix 2. Lin Feng looked at the test tube calmly, then turned his gaze to Academician Qian. Academician Qian, fellow experts. That's what I was talking about, the new gift. His voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly in the empty and quiet laboratory. I suggest that all subsequent tests be conducted directly with it. What? Using this thing of unknown origin? Nonsense. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, a middle-aged expert behind academician Qian couldn't help but open his mouth to refute. His face was full of disapproval. Mr. Lin, you may not understand our testing process. Any unknown drug entering our laboratory must undergo at least 72 hours of comprehensive component analysis and toxicology testing. We will never perform live injections until we are absolutely sure it is 100% safe. The expert's tone was aggressive, full of arrogance that his academic authority could not be challenged. Academician Qian waved his hand to stop his subordinates from speaking. But he obviously agreed with his subordinates' views. He did not immediately agree with Lin Feng's suggestion, but instead signaled to another researcher under him in an unquestionable tone. Take a sample and immediately conduct the highest level of component spectral analysis and biological activity testing. Yes. The researcher immediately stepped forward and carefully used a microsyringe to extract just a drop of light blue liquid from the test tube. Then he turned around and put it into a huge precision analytical instrument like a behemoth at the back. The whole process was smooth and professional to the extreme. The laboratory fell into silence again. All the experts stared at the huge main control screen. Han Lin also stood aside with a serious expression. She also wanted to know what kind of medicine Lin Feng was selling in his gourd. Only Lin Feng still looked calm and composed. He even had the leisure to look at the priceless instruments around him. A few minutes later. Drip, drip, drip. On the main control screen, various data streams began to pop up crazily. Rows of complex graphs and strange curves refreshed the screen like waterfalls. What is this? Molecular structure analysis, failed? The biological activity test it's off the charts. The instrument is about to overload. Toxicology test, the result is 0? Absolutely harmless? How is this possible? The laboratory was in an uproar. All the experts gathered around the screen, as if they had seen a ghost, and exclaimed in disbelief. What did they see? One after another, completely contradictory and completely subverting their cognition, analysis reports. The report shows that the ingredients of this mysterious medicine are not only completely harmless to human cells, but also have a powerful nourishing effect. But its core molecular chain structure is so complex, stable and perfect, like a work of art that does not belong to this dimension. It shouldn't even exist. Qian, Mr. Qian. The middle-aged expert who was the first to refute Lin Feng just now was now pale, pointing at a piece of data on the screen, his voice trembling. Look at this energy model. Its internal energy cycle is surprisingly self-consistent. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. This sentence was like a thunderclap, striking the top of the head of all the experts. This violates the second law of thermodynamics. What is this concept? This is a fundamental denial of the entire foundation of modern physics and chemistry. Academician Qian's body also shook. He adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and stared at the curve. His cloudy old eyes were filled with shock and confusion. He studied science all his life. For the first time, his faith wavered. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the young man who had been terrifyingly calm from beginning to end with an unprecedented and extremely complicated look. Mr. Lin. His voice was a little dry. IMHO. The structure of this sample, its very existence, is beyond our scientific understanding. We cannot predict what uncontrollable changes will occur after it enters the human body. He took a deep breath and, using all his strength, expressed his final judgment as a scientist. From a scientific perspective, and from the perspective of a responsible scientific researcher, I cannot agree to inject it directly into the living body. His words were powerful. It represents the voice of all the scientists present. Han Lin's brows were also tightly furrowed. Although she didn't understand the complicated data, she could see the seriousness on academician Qian's face. It seems that things are more difficult than she thought. However, faced with academician Qian's authoritative questioning that was almost like a verdict, Lin Feng smiled again. He looked at academician Qian and the group of experts behind him who were in self-doubt and confusion, and slowly asked a question. A question full of philosophical meaning and supreme prestige. Academician Qian. What is the end of science? Well, academician Qian was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Feng to ask such a question. Without waiting for his answer, Lin Feng's voice sounded again. That voice carried a calmness and confidence that seemed to see through everything. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. If you don't try, how will you know? Isn't what you call scientific common sense itself a kind of limitation? This sentence, like a flash of lightning, instantly split the fog in academician Qian's mind. It was like a loud slap in the face of all the experts. Yes. Science advances through constant self-denial. Sticking to so-called common sense is not science, it's superstition. Academician Qian's face turned blue and white. He was stunned by Lin Feng's words. He was powerless to refute. Just then, Han Lin, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Her voice was cold and resolute. She looked at Academician Qian and said in a deep voice, Academician Qian, General Lu's order is: complete the test at all costs. Military orders are as heavy as a mountain. This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Academician Qian closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. When he opened his eyes again, there was only determination in them. Good. Test. Prepare subject number 1. Let's see for ourselves. This so-called miracle, will it actually create a miracle? Or bring destruction? Chapter 143, The Chosen One and the Final Disdain. Prepare subject number 1. When Academician Qian gave this final order in his hoarse voice, the entire National Biological Laboratory, this huge, cold and sophisticated machine, instantly began to run at high speed. The light of the shadowless lamp was brightened to 3 levels. On the screens of various monitoring instruments, countless data streams began to scroll rapidly and entered standby mode. A sci-fi silver-white metal chair surrounded by countless robotic arms slowly rose from under the floor in the center of the laboratory. Click. On one side of the laboratory, a heavy alloy isolation door slid open silently. 2 tall, stern-looking guards came in, escorting a man in a gray prison uniform. He is subject number 1. He was very young, looking no more than 24 or 25. He should be tall, but now he looks a little hunched, as if his spine had been pulled out. The way he walked was a little strange. There was a slight unnatural drag on the right leg. Every step requires a little more strength from the left leg than the left leg. He lowered his head and said nothing. The whole person exudes a strong and indissoluble aura of death. Like a walking corpse. Subject 1, take it to the designated location. A researcher gave instructions into the intercom without even looking up, his eyes never leaving the console in front of him. 2 guards carried the man to the central metal seat as if he were carrying a piece of cargo. Sit down. The guard ordered coldly. The man sat down numbly and obediently. Crack. 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 On the seat, several restraints that gleamed with cold metallic light automatically extended out, firmly securing his wrists, ankles, waist, and abdomen to the seat. He was like a sacrifice waiting to be sacrificed. Han Lin looked at the man with a frown on her face. She turned and looked at Academician Qian beside her. Mr. Qian, where is his information? Here. Academician Qian's assistant immediately handed over an electronic file. Han Lin took it and glanced at it quickly. Name, Li Wei. Age, 25. Resume, a former ace reconnaissance soldier of the Yanjing Marine Corps Tiger Shark Commando Unit. Awarded first-class merit once and second-class merit 3 times. 3 years ago, during a border counterterrorism mission, while shielding his teammates, he was hit by a collapsed bunker, resulting in devastating and irreversible damage to the 3rd and 4th spinal nerves. Medical assessment, permanent lower limb motor dysfunction. Possibility of recovery is 0. Handling opinion, recommendation, honorable retirement. Honorably retired. What a nice word. But for an eagle that once soared into the sky, these 4 words were equivalent to breaking his wings and sentencing him to death for the rest of his life. Han Lin's breathing stagnated slightly. She was also a soldier, and she knew better than anyone what a cruel ending this was for a former ace. She looked up and looked at the man named Li Wei. His eyes were empty. It's numb. It was a kind of complete despair, a feeling of having lost all hope in the whole world. Why choose him? Han Lin's voice was a little cold. Academician Qian pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and answered in a purely scientific tone without any emotion. Because his physical data best meets our discard criteria. His physical foundation is very good, having once reached the peak of human strength. This will help us observe the strengthening effects of the potion. At the same time, his injuries are completely incurable by modern medicine, which can fully demonstrate the healing power of the medicine. The most important point is? Academician Qian paused and spoke in a tone of stating fact. He himself has signed a voluntary agreement. For a person whose life has lost all its luster, being able to make a final contribution to the country may be his best destination. His words were extremely cold. It was as if in his eyes, the person sitting on the chair was a living person. He is not a hero who once shed blood for his country. And it's just an experimental material that is about to be scrapped and has the greatest value. Han Lin was silent. She was powerless to refute. Because what academician Qian said is correct from a certain perspective. This is the most rational choice. However, it was this rationality that made her feel a chill from the bottom of her heart. Lin Feng stood not far away and took it all in. He didn't speak. He just watched quietly. Watch how those scientists who represent the pinnacle of human wisdom use cold data to measure the value of a life. Watch how the former hero, due to the tricks of fate, became a consumable in the eyes of others. Prepare for the injection. Academician Qian's voice rang out again. Monitoring the experimental subject's vital signs. Heart rate 75, blood pressure 120/80, breathing steady, everything is normal. Neuronal activity monitoring. Brain waves are at a low point, and emotions, there are no obvious fluctuations. Very good. Academician Qian nodded with satisfaction. An emotionally stable experimental subject is most conducive to observing changes in data. Connect the auto-injection arm. DOS, 10 milliliters, one-time intravenous push. Countdown and prepare. A futuristic silver-white robotic arm suspended in midair slowly moved above Li Wei's right arm. At the front end of the robotic arm, a syringe filled with a mysterious light blue liquid was flashing with a cold light. The needle was aimed at the vein in his arm. Everything is ready. According to the procedure, the lead researcher needs to conduct a final questioning of the experimental subject before the final injection. Subject 1. Academician Qian picked up the intercom and asked in a formal voice. Do you have any final words you want to say? This may be his last and only humanistic concern for another life as a human being. Everyone looked at Li Wei. The man who had been keeping his head down like a puppet since he came in. After hearing this, his lifeless body finally showed some reaction. He slowly raised his head. His face was still numb and expressionless. His eyes slowly swept over everyone present. He glanced at the experts in white coats, their eyes full of inquiry and scrutiny. He glanced at the female colonel with a cold face who represented absolute authority. At last, his gaze fell on academician Qian. Then, just a second before the cold needle was about to pierce his skin, the corners of his numb, stagnant mouth suddenly lifted up a little bit. That was full of disdain. Full of mockery. Filled with the final and most thorough contempt for this group of self-righteous gods. As if to say, you mortals, how could you understand the hell I have been through? How could you understand the new life I am about to welcome? Drop. Start the injection. Chapter 144, Rebirth in Seconds. Data Tsunami. Drop. A cold mechanical prompt sounded. Start the injection. The automatic injection arm suspended in the air accurately inserted the needle, which was flashing with cold metallic light, into the vein of Li Wei's arm. The mysterious light blue liquid began to be pushed slowly and steadily into his blood vessels. Everyone in the laboratory held their breath. Academician Qian and the team of experts behind him all stared intently at the monitoring screens in front of them. Their expressions were serious, focused, and without a trace of emotion. In their eyes, Li Wei is no longer a human being. It is a data source. It is an experimental container, where an unknown reaction is about to occur. Vital signs monitoring, everything is normal. Neuronal activity, no significant changes. Cellular energy field, stable. A researcher reported the initial data in a formulaic tone. Everything seems so ordinary. Han Lin stood a little further away, with his arms folded across his chest and a frown on his face. She couldn't understand the complicated data curves, but she could feel the extremely depressing calm before the storm. Lin Feng stood behind everyone with his hands in his pockets. There was a faint smile on his face. Like a director who has read the script in advance and is admiring the opening of his work. Dosage, 10 milliliters. Injection completed. Drop. The moment when the automatic injection arm issued the last prompt sound and pulled the needle out of Li Wei's arm. A mutation occurred. Boom. That's not a roar of sound. But it is the life energy, a volcanic eruption without any warning. Alarm! Alarm! The subject's heart rate is abnormally high. An expert in charge of monitoring vital signs suddenly let out a terrified scream. On the screen in front of him, the green curve representing the heart rate was climbing up crazily at an almost vertical angle that completely violated common sense of physiology. 75. 150. 200. 300. Bang! The heart rate monitor couldn't withstand the terrifying data shock. The screen flashed, a ball of sparks burst out, and the screen went black. My heart stopped? Another expert shouted with a pale face. No. That's not right. Academician Xian rushed to the backup monitor. He looked at the new curve on it and was stunned. That's not stopping. But it is a more terrifying state. The heartbeat did not fail after breaking the peak limit of human beings. Instead, it was beating with an incomparably stable, powerful, and terrifying rhythm like the beating of a war drum. Boom! 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 Every beat seemed to contain the terrifying power of an ancient ferocious beast. This is not the heartbeat a human should have. Quick! Look at his spine. Han Lin's exclamation attracted everyone's attention. All I saw was that cold metal seat. Suddenly, a dazzling and dreamy light blue light shone through the spine on the back of Li Wei's gray prison uniform. The light is getting brighter and brighter. It was as if there was a sleeping blue dragon slowly waking up in his body. The light precisely covered his third and fourth spinal nerves, which were necrotic and had been sentenced to death by modern medicine. It was visible to the naked eye that the muscles there were wriggling and reorganizing at a terrifying speed. Rebirth in seconds. This is true rebirth in seconds. OMG. One young researcher simply collapsed to the ground, his face filled with disbelief and shock. And this is just the beginning. Next second. The real data tsunami has arrived. Woo woo woo. The shrill alarm, representing the highest level of danger, resounded throughout the entire huge laboratory. All screens. All the instruments. At this moment, everything turned into a glaring blood red, representing data overflow and system crash. The cell activity monitor exploded. His cell activity exceeded our set peak by 1,000 times. Neuron conduction velocity can't be calculated. Data overflow. The instrument has burned out. Muscle strength. Oh my god. His muscle fibers are undergoing super optimized reorganization at a frequency of millions of times per second. Bone density is increasing exponentially. Report. Bone density has surpassed titanium alloy. Brainwaves, his brainwaves, they're not human. These aren't the brainwaves a human should have. This is like a quantum computer performing super complex calculations. Terrified, crying, and completely incoherent roars rang out in every corner of the laboratory. Those experts and professors who are usually aloof, calm, and rational are all crazy at this moment. They were running around in the laboratory like a group of headless flies. Some were desperately tapping on the black screen console. Some of them grabbed their hair tightly and kept muttering impossible. Others simply knelt on the ground, looking at the man in the center who was enveloped in blue light, as if they were looking up to a god who had descended to the world. Science. The scientific edifice that they spent their entire lives believing in and maintaining. At this moment, I was shocked by that small, 10 milliliters light blue medicine. Collapsed with a loud bang. It was so broken that there wasn't even a single intact brick or tile to be found. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Academician Xian, the leading figure in the scientific community of Yanxia, has completely lost his composure at this moment. His old eyes were filled with bloodshot, and he tightly grasped the alloy guardrail in front of him. His body was shaking violently with excitement and horror. He watched the screen scroll frantically, filled with gibberish and alerts, none of which he could understand. He felt that his worldview was being repeatedly and ruthlessly crushed. Crush. The pride and authority he had built up throughout his life seemed so ridiculous and insignificant at this moment. Han Lin was also completely stunned. Although she couldn't understand the data. But she could understand the collapse of these top scientists. She could see what was happening to the man named Li Wei, a miracle that could not be described in any words. His hunched back was straightening up little by little. His limbs, which had appeared skinny due to muscle atrophy, were becoming plump and full of explosive power at a speed visible to the naked eye. His numb and lifeless face was now glowing with a light called life. The entire laboratory was plunged into unprecedented chaos and frenzy. Alarm sound. Scream. Roaring sound. Interwoven into a symphony called Science Collapse. And in the center of this chaos, Lin Feng, still standing there. There was a faint smile on his face. It seemed as if all this had been anticipated by him. Just then. Click. A soft sound. The sound was not loud, but it was like a flash of lightning, instantly splitting all the noise and chaos. The entire laboratory fell silent in an instant. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to the source of the sound. Just see. The one who had been tied to the metal chair, the one who was judged to be a useless person, the one who was used as an experimental material. Li Wei. Slowly, he clenched his right fist. It was a fist full of power, powerful enough to crush steel. Chapter 145 Monster. The terrifying physical test. Crack crack. That was not a sound. Instead, it was a series of teeth-grinding sounds of metal being twisted and broken. In the dead silence of the entire laboratory, it seemed so harsh. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the silver-white metal chair. All I saw were several restraints made of special alloys, strong enough to restrain a mad brown bear. At this moment, Li Wei's muscles, which seemed to be tensed casually, were deforming inch by inch. Distortion. Then. Bang. The first restraint closest to his heart broke. The broken metal head whizzed out and hit the bulletproof glass on the side, splashing a string of sparks. Bang. 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 Then, there is a chain reaction. On the wrist. On the ankle. At this moment, all the restraints were like fragile straw ropes, and were broken by the awakened and violent power in his body. Li Wei slowly stood up from the deformed chair. He straightened his back. The spine that was once diagnosed as permanently damaged is now as straight as a gun. He raised his head. In those once empty and numb eyes, there were now two burning flames that seemed to set the whole world on fire. It is the flame of rebirth. It is the flame of power. Test. Academician Qian's voice was as dry as two pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other. He seemed to have lost his soul, and was only mechanically issuing orders out of the last instinct of a scientific researcher. The first test. Grip strength. He hadn't finished speaking. A researcher, as if sleepwalking, handed Li Wei a military-grade, high-precision electronic force gauge that could measure a maximum grip strength of 500 kilograms. Li Wei didn't even look at the researcher. He just took the cold instrument. Then, under everyone's numb and dull gaze. Gently. A handshake. Crack. A soft sound. The dynamometer, made of high-strength engineering plastic and an alloy frame, groaned under the heavy load. The numbers on the screen jumped wildly, and then the screen went black in an instant. Immediately following. Bang. A muffled sound. The extremely sturdy force gauge was directly crushed in his palm. Countless tiny parts and circuit boards fell from between his fingers. Like a pile of garbage. The laboratory fell into deathly silence again. If we say that the previous tsunami of warnings and data had created countless cracks in their scientific views. So now. This was a casual handshake. It is to completely crush their worldview, which is already full of cracks, into pieces. Not even a residue left. Measure, dynamometer. A young expert, his lips trembling, pointed at the pile of parts on the ground. Its shell is made of bulletproof-grade composite material. No one answered him. Because everyone has lost the ability to think. Next. A sound like a broken bellows came from Academician Qian's throat. Like a puppet, he mechanically pointed to another huge device not far away. It was a military-grade, ultra-high-speed treadmill. Its top-of-the-line model is powerful enough to simulate a cheetah's full sprint, and is the ultimate device for testing the extreme cardiopulmonary function of those king-level warriors. Li Wei walked over. Every step he took seemed measured, full of power and rhythm. He stood on the treadmill. Let's get started. He spoke lightly, his voice carrying a hint of impatience and desire for power. Speed, turn it up to the highest setting. The researcher in charge of operating the treadmill had hands shaking as if he had Parkinson's disease. He looked at Academician Qian, seeking instructions. Academician Qian closed his eyes and waved his hand weakly. At this point, what process is there? Just let him go crazy for once. The researcher gritted his teeth and pulled the speed control lever to the bottom. Buzz. The tracks of the treadmill began to spin wildly. 20 kilometers h. 30 kilometers h. 40 kilometers h. This is already the maximum speed for the Olympic 100-meter sprinter. But Li Wei was just running on it, easily, as if he was taking a walk. His expression didn't even change a bit. Add. Power up to maximum. Academician Qian suddenly opened his eyes and let out a roar. He is crazy. He's going crazy too. He wants to see it. Where is the limit of this monster? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The motor of the treadmill roared as if it could not bear the heavy load. Speed soars again. 60 kilometers h. 80 kilometers h. 100 kilometers h. The speed displayed on the screen has completely exceeded the design limit of this machine. And Li Wei, he didn't even break a sweat. His figure on the tracks was almost reduced to a series of afterimages. Han Lin was standing aside, and her whole body felt cold as she watched. She is also good at fighting and speed. She knows better than anyone what this speed means. This is no longer human. This is a high-speed train covered in human skin. If it were on the battlefield, an enemy with this kind of speed. That's everyone's nightmare. Shu shh. Sudden. A pungent burnt smell filled the air. That military-grade treadmill had been running overloaded for a long time, and due to the intense friction between the tracks and rollers, it had begun to emit billowing black smoke. Alarm! Alarm! The motor is overheating. It's about to burn out. The tracks are about to break. The shrill alarm sounded again. But this time, no experts paid attention. They just stared blankly at the machine that was about to fall apart. And that figure, still running madly in the black smoke and sparks. Finally. Bang boom. A loud bang. The entire motor of the treadmill exploded. Countless parts flew everywhere, accompanied by sparks. The track made of special composite material also broke, was thrown out, and hit the wall hard. A whole machine worth millions of dollars, of top-grade military quality. After holding on for less than a minute. Completely scrapped. It turned into a pile of smoking, scrap metal. And Li Wei. At the moment the machine broke down, he took a light step and landed steadily on the ground. He stood beside the pile of scrap metal. The breath is still steady. Even the rhythm of breathing was not disordered at all. He slowly exhaled a breath of white air. Then, he turned his head and looked at the group of scientists who had been completely petrified, like clay sculptures or wooden carvings. There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. As if to say, "That's it? Is this the only capability of your most advanced equipment in Yanxia? Can't you even let me warm up?" Academician Qian's body shook. He felt like the sky had completely collapsed on him. Science. Where the fuck is science? He used up his last bit of strength, raised his trembling hand, and pointed to the last test area. There, placed a device made of a special alloy, filled with aerospace-grade cushioning materials and countless sensors. Heavy-duty dynamometric sandbags. His voice was so hoarse that it was almost inaudible. The last item. Strength. Li Wei smiled. He finally smiled a hearty smile filled with the joy of a new life. He twisted his neck, making a crackling sound like frying beans. At the same time, he strode towards the sandbag. This is what he wants. He wanted to throw a punch with all his might. All the repression, all the unwillingness, all the despair of the past 3 years. Use this punch to hit them hard. He stood in front of the sandbag. Slowly, he took a stance. Then, bring your right fist to your waist. Gather momentum and get ready to go. Chapter 146 Awakened Will and War God Instinct. Li Wei stood in front of the huge, heavy-duty force-measuring sandbag made of a special alloy. He smiled. In that smile, there is the joy of new life and the exhilaration of strength. More. A kind of complete pleasure that is about to vent all the past. He slowly took a stance. Just a simple opening move. But the moment he got ready, in the entire laboratory, everyone's breathing involuntarily stopped. Especially Han Lin. A gleam of horror and despair suddenly burst out from her cold eyes. As the top combat expert in the military, she understands it better than anyone else. What Li Wei was displaying at this moment was not an ordinary fighting stance at all. That is, the Yanjing military designed this specifically for special forces, integrating dozens of top-tier killing techniques from ancient and modern times, both in China and abroad, including Bajiquan, Xingyi, and Muay Thai, and refined through countless trials and tribulations. Military killing fist. And he was still displaying the most domineering, fiercest, most powerful, and also the most difficult to master opening move among the military killing fists. The dragon raises its head. Han Lin felt like his scalp was exploding. A former scout, no matter how ace he was, would never be able to access this level of fighting techniques. It's even more impossible to do this opening move so perfect. Not a single flaw. It was as if he had practiced this action millions of times and it had been completely integrated into his bones and his soul. This moment. The person standing there seemed to no longer be the Li Wei who had just been reborn. But it was a statue that had emerged from the battlefield of blood and fire, born only for killing. Peerless god of war. An invisible, cold, terrifying aura with the smell of iron, blood, and gunpowder erupted with him as the center. The temperature in the laboratory seemed to have dropped several degrees because of this. Those experts in white coats couldn't help but retreat one after another. They felt as if they were not standing in a bright and clean laboratory. Instead, he was in the sure hell, a sea of blood and corpses. Academician Xian's lips turned pale, and he pointed at Li Wei, but couldn't say a word. Li Wei moved. He slowly put his right fist back to his waist. There is no earth-shattering momentum. There is no gorgeous and dazzling light and shadow. There is only one kind of tranquility, returning to nature, like all rivers returning to the sea. The air around him seemed to be sucked away at this moment. An absolute vacuum zone was formed. Then he threw a punch. No shouting. No roaring. Just a simple punch, delivered. But at the moment he extended his fist. Bang! A sound, so crisp to the extreme, so sharp that it could pierce everyone's eardrums, a terrifying sonic boom, exploded without any warning. That's not the sound of a fist hitting a sandbag. But the speed of his punch was so fast that it was unbelievable, and it directly blew up the air. Right after the crisp sonic boom, there was a dull thud like a bolt from the blue. Boom! The entire huge underground laboratory shook violently because of this. Countless dust fell from the dome. And that one, made of a special alloy, weighing several tons, strong enough to withstand a frontal impact from a tank. Heavy-duty dynamometric sandbags. The second before Li Wei's seemingly ordinary fist touched its surface, it began to disintegrate from the inside. Not being beaten. Not pierced. But evaporation. Yes. It just evaporates. That terrifying fist wind, that air cannon compressed to the extreme. Let that incredibly strong sandbag, along with all the aerospace-grade cushioning materials and precision sensors inside it. Everything was completely vaporized in an instant. Turned into dust all over the sky. One punch, burst the air. One punch, evaporate the alloy. Is this fucking person still human? Everyone's brain became completely blank. They just stared blankly at the dust floating in the sky. But Li Wei's fists are still as powerful as ever. After punching through the original location of the sandbag, the terrifying force of the fist still remained, and it slammed heavily into the load-bearing wall of the laboratory made of special high-strength cement from a distance of several meters. Boom! Another loud bang. The wall, 1 meter thick and strong enough to withstand missile bombardment, was centered on the point where the fist's force landed. Crack! 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 The terrifying spider web-like cracks spread madly in all directions. Eventually, it covered the entire wall. Call! A white shockwave visible to the naked eye suddenly rolled back with the wall as the center. In the entire laboratory, all the instrument screens and all the glassware were swept by this shock wave. Bang! 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 All of them explode. It turned into fragments all over the sky. Those experts were blown all over the place and looked very embarrassed. Academician Xian, the leading figure in the scientific community in this hot summer, could no longer hold on. His legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. His face was full of dullness and bewilderment, as if he had just survived a disaster. Finally, everything returns to peace. Li Wei slowly retracted his fist. He stood in the middle of the mess and gently exhaled a breath of foul air. He lowered his head and spread out his palms. It was a pair of hands, so familiar yet so strange. He could feel it. The muscle memory of the ace fighter that had been dormant for 3 years. The war instinct of the military killing fist that is imprinted deep in the soul. At this moment, all are back. He is no longer the useless person lying in the hospital bed, unable to take care of himself. He is no longer the walking corpse who is barely surviving and has lost hope in the whole world. He is the ace of the Yanjing Marines and the Tiger Shark Commando. Li Wei. He is back. An indescribable ecstasy surged into my heart. He raised his head and almost let out a long roar. But at this moment, he saw it. I saw the young man standing not far away, with his hands in his pockets and a faint smile on his face. All the ecstasy. All the excitement. At this moment, everything transformed into a most extreme feeling originating from the depths of the soul. Gratitude. It's this man. It was him who gave me a second life. It was he who pulled himself back to the world from the boundless hell. It was he who helped me regain the dignity of a warrior. Li Wei's body shook violently. He didn't hesitate at all. He put his feet together and stood straight. Then, he turned towards Lin Feng. With a pop sound. The most standard, solemn, and sacred military salute. That look was no longer one of gratitude, but a reborn god of war, watching, created his own god. Chapter 147: The Ultimate Shock and the General's Bow. Li Wei's military salute, which was performed to perfection, was like a silent hammer, hitting Han Lin's heart hard. She looked at the fanatical light in Li Wei's eyes, like a believer looking up to God. She looked again at the young man not far away, who still had his hands in his pockets and a faint smile on his face. Her brain was completely messed up. She felt that the worldview she had built up over the past 30 years had been repeatedly and ruthlessly dismantled, reassembled, and shattered in just 1 hour today. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She knew that now, she had to do something. One of the most difficult and important things in her career. She must report everything that happened here to General Lu Tianxiong. She walked to a corner and picked up the only usable military satellite phone. Her hands were shaking. She didn't know what to say. How could she use words to describe the miraculous scenes she had just witnessed? Should we tell the general that one of our top-notch dynamometers was crushed? A super high-speed treadmill was broken? A load-bearing wall that can withstand missiles was cracked by a punch? The entire national laboratory is about to become a ruin? This doesn't sound like a report. More like the ravings of a madman. But that's the fact. She gritted her teeth and dialed the number that represented the highest authority. The call was connected instantly. Han Lin. From the other end of the line came the voice of General Lu Tianxiong, steady as a mountain yet filled with endless majesty. Has the test started? How is it going? Han Lin's throat felt dry. She struggled to organize her words. Report, General. Testing has been. She hadn't finished speaking yet. On the other end of the phone, General Lu Tianxiong's voice suddenly became extremely sharp. Is something wrong? Is there something wrong with the potion? Did it fail? He obviously heard a hint of foreboding in Han Lin's hesitant tone. Han Lin only felt a terrifying pressure, which made her almost breathless even through the telephone line. No. General, the situation is very complicated. I can't put it into words. The experimental subject is not dead. But the lab is almost destroyed. Her confusing words completely ignited the powder keg in General Lu Tianxiong's heart. What? From the other end of the phone came a terrifying roar like a tiger. The roar was so loud that the phone receiver was buzzing. The lab is ruined? Han Lin. Do you know what you are talking about? Did the potion get out of control and become highly toxic or explode? My highly anticipated super soldier project. Has it completely failed? General Lu Tianxiong was really angry. He even imagined a tragic scene in his mind. The drug failed, the experimental subjects died tragically, and the laboratory was destroyed. All his hopes, the national treasure that kept him awake at night. Could it be that this has become a joke? No, General. Listen to me. Han Lin was so anxious that she was about to cry. She wanted to explain, but she didn't know where to start. Just then. Call me. An old hand, but full of strength due to excitement, snatched the phone from Han Lin's hand. It's Academician Qian. This leading figure in the scientific community of Yanxia, at this moment, seems like a madman. His white coat was torn into several pieces by the shockwave just now. His gold-rimmed glasses hung crookedly on the bridge of his nose. His hair was as messy as a bird's nest. But in his cloudy old eyes, there was a burning passion, an unprecedented passion, blazing like a flame. Old Lu. He yelled into the phone in a voice that was almost a roar. He didn't even call him General, but directly called out Lu Tianxiong's code name from that year. You're wrong. We were all wrong. We were so wrong. Lu Tianxiong on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned by Academician Qian's sudden roar. Old Qian? What's wrong with you? What's wrong? Not a failure. Academician Qian's voice was trembling violently with excitement, and there was even a hint of crying in his voice. It was a cry of joy when the truth that one has been pursuing all his life finally appeared before his eyes. It's not a failure. It's a miracle. It's a miracle that has come to the world. Old Lu. You can't even imagine what we just saw. We have witnessed the birth of a new world. Academician Qian has become completely incoherent. Like a most fanatical believer, he was frantically describing to others the divine revelation he had just seen. Don't fucking tell me that. Lu Tianxiong roared. I want data. I want to see the video. Okay. Look. I'll show you. Academician Qian looked like a madman. He rushed to a console that was still barely usable, and his hands, like phantoms, frantically tapped on the keyboard. Connect me to the video. Highest encryption line. Soon. On one wall of the laboratory, the huge, intact main screen lit up. General Lu Tianxiong's face, full of anger and majesty, appeared on the screen. Old Qian. You'd better give me a. His question got stuck in his throat before he could finish it. Because Academician Qian had already projected a final test report that he had just urgently compiled onto the other side of the screen. That is a report that is enough to drive any head of state crazy. Look for yourself. Academician Qian pointed at the screen and showed off his new toy like a child. Cell regeneration and repair efficiency 100%. The speed of neuronal pathway reconstruction is instantaneous. Muscle fiber super optimization rate 98.7%. Peak bone density 213% higher than titanium alloy. Potential power output. Old Lu, let me tell you, we can't even calculate this data. Because he blew up all our equipment. And this. Academician Qian pointed to the last row. Side effect assessment. 0. Did you see that? It's 0. Absolutely, perfectly, 0 side effects. This ISNT medicine. Academician Qian let out an earth-shaking roar towards the screen. This is God's work. This is evolution itself. On the other side of the screen, General Lu Tianxiong was completely stunned. He stared intently at the data that was so unbelievable yet so real that it took his breath away. His anger had long since disappeared. What replaced it was endless, horrifying, and shocking. Experimental subject. He struggled to squeeze out these 3 words from between his teeth. Let me see him. Good. Academician Qian immediately asked someone to point the camera at Li Wei, who was already wearing a clean training uniform. Li Wei just looked at the camera calmly. Looking at the other side of the screen, the legendary god of war whom he had only been able to admire in the news. And Lu Tianxiong was also looking at him. He looked at Li Wei's tall and straight figure. Look into his eyes that are now ablaze with fire. Looking at the power in him, even through the screen, one can feel the majestic, mountain-like power. He saw it. He saw the future of Yanxia. He saw an invincible army composed of super soldiers. He saw the flags of Yanxia, which would be planted in every corner of the planet. Time. At this moment, everything seemed to be still. There was a long silence at both ends of the video. Finally, Lu Tianxiong moved. In the highest combat command room of the Central Military Commission. In front of countless subordinates who were equally shocked. This man, who carries the brilliant star of a general on his shoulders, has fought in the military all his life and has never bowed his head to anyone, an undefeated general. Slowly, he stood up from his seat. His back is straight. He straightened his uniform. Then, facing the screen. Facing the new god of war named Li Wei on the screen. Even more so, the young man who stood behind Li Wei and remained calm and composed. Raise your hand. The most solemn, dignified, and sublime military salute. That is not a reward from a superior to a subordinate. That was a ruthless general who wielded the nation's most powerful weapon, offering the most sublime gift to the god who had created it. Respect. This moment. Han Lin, who was standing aside, watched General Lu bow deeply on the screen. She felt like her soul had been completely drained away. There was only endless blankness left in my mind. Chapter 148: Ace vs. Rookie. In the capital, deep in the western hills. Inside a huge underground simulated city combat training ground code-named Beehive. Command Center. The atmosphere is solemn and dignified. Dozens of high-definition LCD screens, like a honeycomb grid, cover the entire wall. Each screen displays a clear picture of the training ground, a street, a building, and even a corner in real time. Here is the goddess perspective of this exercise. General Lu Tianxiong, the pillar of the Yanxia military, was now standing quietly in front of the main screen like a statue. There was no expression on his face. But in those eagle-like eyes, there was a flicker of nervousness and anticipation that he himself had not even noticed. Lin Feng was standing beside him. With his hands in his pockets, he looked calm. It seemed as if what was about to happen was not the ultimate test concerning his future destiny, but a movie that had nothing to do with him. Colonel Han Lin stood behind the two of them. Her mood was the most complicated. She witnessed the miracle of Phoenix 2 with her own eyes, and also saw Li Wei's inhuman and terrifying power. Reason told her that perhaps a miracle would happen in this exercise. But her experience and common sense as a soldier were screaming at her frantically. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. General. A staff officer walked over quickly, saluted and reported. Both parties involved in the exercise have entered their designated combat areas. The rules for the exercise have been issued. We can start any time. Lu Tianxiong nodded and asked in a deep voice. Confirm the information of both parties again. Yes. The staff took action immediately. Two pieces of information with extremely sharp contrast suddenly popped up on the main screen. Exercise Blue Team, Yanxia Army Special Operations Brigade, Snow Wolf Battalion. Number of participants, 20. Commander, Fong Yi, codenamed Wolf King. Unit introduction, Yanxia's most ace special forces, bar none. Every member is hand-picked from the entire army's millions of soldiers, chosen from among the best of the best. They have carried out hundreds of SSS-level covert missions, from the deserts of the Middle East to the rainforests of South America to the cities of Europe. They are the spears of Yanxia walking in the darkness, the snow wolves feared by all enemies worldwide. Red Team in the exercise, Phoenix Temporary Team. Number of participants, 10. Commander, Li Wei, former Marine. Unit introduction, it is a temporary unit composed of 10 ordinary soldiers from different units. The longest enlistment period is 5 years, and the shortest is 1 year. These two documents are placed together. It feels like, let a modern army equipped with aircraft carriers and intercontinental missiles deal with a group of primitive people armed with sticks and stones. This is not a drill at all. This is a naked massacre. In the command center, the officers who had been shocked by Phoenix 2 before now calmed down. They looked at the document and exchanged glances involuntarily. No matter how magical the Phoenix potion is, it only strengthens the body. But war, especially modern special operations, tests tactics, coordination, experience, and will. How can those 10 new recruits fight against the battle-hardened Snow Wolf? Training ground, Blue Team starting point. Inside an abandoned factory. 20 Special Forces soldiers wearing Snow Wolf special camouflage, with oil paint on their faces and equipped to the teeth, are making the final tactical arrangements. Their captain, Wolf King Fong Yi, was squatting on the ground, drawing a tactical map on the sand with a branch. He was a man with eyes as sharp as a knife, and the cold murderous aura on his body was almost condensed into substance. Our opponents are 10 new recruits. The data shows that they just formed a team yesterday. After Fong Yi finished the last stroke, he stood up and brushed the dirt off his hands. He looked at his teammates, and a sneer of contempt and disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth. Brothers, I don't know what those generals above are thinking. Let us, the Snow Wolf, use all our strength to deal with 10 rookies who haven't even touched a gun yet. Is this humiliating us? The team members behind him all let out low, confident laughs. Boss, this isn't a drill, this is an armed parade. Ha, I guess those new recruits must have peed their pants out of fear right now, right? Boss, I say, let's not make this so complicated. Let's just go ahead and punch each of us, and that'll be it, right? Fong Yi waved his hand to stop the team members from laughing. Although his face was also full of contempt, his tone still maintained the professionalism of an ace commander. Even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. This is the code of our Snow Wolf. No matter what the higher-ups think, our mission is to end this ridiculous farce with the fastest speed, the most professional method, and the most crushing attitude. He held up 5 fingers. I'll give you 5 minutes. The battle will be resolved within 5 minutes. Don't let the generals in the command center and that so-called technical advisor laugh at us, Snow Wolf. Do you understand? Yes. Wolf King. 20 Snow Wolf team members roared in unison. That voice was filled with the absolute confidence of an ace troop. Training ground, other end. The starting point of the red team. Behind a dilapidated bus stop. Li Wei and the 9 soldiers behind him, who had also just undergone a complete transformation, stood quietly. They don't have complex tactical maps. There is no sophisticated communication equipment. There wasn't even a unified tactical gesture. The only thing they have is absolute confidence in the terrifying power in their bodies that is surging like a river. And absolute trust in the man who gave them all this. One team member rubbed his hands nervously. Captain, can we really do this? The other party is the Snow Wolf. The 2 words Snow Wolf are myths and legends in the Yanxia army. He is an existence that all soldiers look up to. Li Wei, turn around. He looked at his comrades, who, like him yesterday, were considered wounded and sick by others. He smiled. He only said one sentence. With just one sentence, everyone's hearts, which were a little uneasy because of the legend, were instantly calmed down. It also made everyone's blood burn in an instant. Remember what Mr. Lin said to us before the exercise. Trust your own body. Then, crush them. Command center. On the main screen, a bright red countdown began to tick. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. General Lu Tianxiong picked up the golden microphone on the table. He took a deep breath and, in a voice as steady as a mountain, gave the final order to the entire training ground. Exercise. Start. The words fell. On the screen. The 20 blue dots of light representing the Snow Wolf Brigade moved instantly. They were like the most sophisticated machines, quickly dispersing and sneaking, forming a perfect fan shape, and encircling the red area. Textbook-like, tactical encirclement. And the 10 red spots of light represent the Phoenix team. After a 3-second pause. Also moved. Them. No dispersion. No stealth. No tactics. They just gathered together, like a group of disorganized reckless men, and rushed straight towards the blue team's encirclement. In the command center, a young staff officer looked at the strange scene on the screen and muttered to himself subconsciously. Is this seeking death? A game of cat and mouse. It seems that it is about to happen. Chapter 149, One-Sided Massacre. There was silence in the command center. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the main screen. Looking at those 10 people, like moths to a flame, they rushed headfirst into the red light spots of the Snow Wolf encirclement net. Many officers had expressions of dismay on their faces. In their opinion, this is no longer a drill. This is one-sided, the teaching bureau. Well, a senior colonel sighed softly. You're still too young. He has brute force, but doesn't even know the most basic tactical avoidance. This exercise will be over in 3 minutes. Several officers around him nodded in agreement. They even began to mourn in their hearts for the 10 recruits. Training ground, on the rooftop of an abandoned building. The man codenamed Hawkeye lay there quietly, just like the most patient hunter. He is the ace sniper of the Snow Wolf Brigade. The specially modified heavy sniper rifle in his hand is his closest lover. The number of enemies who died at the hands of his lover's gun was at least 80, if not 100. Through the eightfold scope, he had firmly locked onto the figure running in front on the distant street. That was the enemy commander, Li Wei. Distance, 1,487 meters. Wind speed, 3 meters per second. Humidity, 45%. The target is moving at high speed. The corner of Hawkeye's mouth curled up into a cold, death-like smile. At this distance, he was 100% sure that with one shot, he could blow the opponent's head into a ball of brilliant data. Buy now. New recruit. In your next life, don't be so reckless. He held his breath and gently placed his index finger on the cold trigger. He was about to pull the trigger. However, just when he was about to exert his strength, a mutation occurred. That figure, in his sight, was running at high speed. The one who should have known nothing about his location. Li Wei. Suddenly, without any warning, he stopped. Then, he suddenly raised his head. It's nearly 1,500 meters away. He looked precisely in the direction of Eagle Eye. Not only that, Eagle Eye can even see clearly through the high-powered scope. Seeing Li Wei's face, a cold, mocking expression appeared. Smile. Boom. At this moment, Hawkeye's brain was like being detonated by a nuclear bomb. He felt that all the blood in his body was completely frozen at this moment. An unprecedented, terrifying chill originating from the depths of his soul instantly swept through his entire body. Impossible. How the hell is this possible? He found me? 1,500 meters away. With his naked eyes, he discovered an ace sniper who had undergone the most advanced camouflage? This is no longer human. This is. Hawkeye's rock-hard fighting spirit was completely shattered at this moment. He even forgot to shoot. And just at that moment when he was stunned, Li Wei's figure flashed to the side like a ghost and disappeared behind a building. At the same time, on another street, a Snow Wolf demolitionist had just laid the latest M7 infrared booby trap in the corner of the wall. There was a hint of cat and mouse playfulness on his face. As long as an enemy passes by, this booby trap will explode instantly. Although the bombs used in the exercise had no lethality, the huge shock wave and smoke were enough to make the triggerer's sensor instantly determine that the person was killed in action. Just as he finished making the arrangements, he saw a member of the Phoenix team rushing towards him in a carefree manner. Bait. The blaster was delighted and immediately hid behind the cover, ready to watch the prey being eliminated. As expected, the member of the Phoenix team was completely unaware. He stepped hard on the infrared sensing area. Drop. The booby trap was triggered. Boom. A loud bang. The expected explosion came as expected. The huge flames and shockwaves instantly engulfed the team member. Get one. The blaster proudly shouted in the communication channel. However, when the smoke clears, the smile on his face froze in an instant. Just see. The team member who was supposed to be on the position just patted his training uniform, which was a little burnt by the explosion. Then, as if nothing had happened, he walked out from the center of the explosion. He even twisted his neck, as if the explosion just now had only tickled him. This. The Snow Wolf blaster's mouth was wide enough to fit an egg. What did he see? Use your body to step on a booby trap? Is this fucking carbon-based creature? And stab. What's going on over there? Why is your heart beating so fast? The urgent questioning voice of Wolf King Fawn Yi was heard in the communication channel of Snow Wolf. Darkthorn is the top expert in their team who was best at lurking and assassinating. At this moment, he was lurking in the shadow of a ruin. And his prey, a member of the Phoenix team, had his back to him and walked into his ambush circle step by step. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Now is the time. A hint of cruelty flashed in the eyes of Darkthorn. He emerged from the shadows silently like a poisonous snake hunting for its prey. The training dagger in his hand turned into a cold light and pierced the opponent's back. He could even foresee the pleasant sound of the other party's death in action alarm. However, the tip of his knife was only 0.01 centimeter away from the opponent's back. Stopped. It's not that he wants to stop. But, a hand. A hand like an iron clamp had appeared in front of him at some point. He tightly grasped his neck. You. Darkthorn's eyes were wide open. He looked at the face in front of him, which slowly turned around with a playful smile. His mind went blank. How did he find me? Wasn't he, his back to me the whole time? The member of the Phoenix team did not answer him. Just used the hand that was pinching his neck and apply force gently. Darkthorn, this Dark Knight killer who has made the enemy tremble in fear in countless actual battles. Just like that, he was easily pulled out from the shadows where he was hiding. It's like holding a chicken that has no power to resist. Bang! A soft sound. The opponent's sensor determined it to be killed. Dark stab, out. In the command center. The colonel who had previously asserted that the battle will be over in 3 minutes now opened his mouth even wider than the snow wolf demolitionist who stepped on a mine. The expression on his face was like seeing Godzilla dancing Swan Lake, ridiculous. And the officers around him were all petrified. They just stared blankly at the main screen. They watched as the blue dots of light representing the snow wolf appeared one after another at a terrifying speed that made their hearts tremble. Extinguish. The sniper was killed. Demoman, ignored. The assassin was captured in seconds. The Snow Wolf Brigade, with its proud, textbook-like, exquisite tactical system. In front of the Phoenix team, these 10 monsters. It became a joke. What a huge joke. This is not a fight at all. This isn't a drill either. This is a one-sided, dimensionality reduction attack. It was a complete massacre. Chapter 150 report, we are facing a monster. There was dead silence in the communication channel. All that was left was the sizzling sound of the electric current. And the Wolf King Fong Yi himself, breathing as heavily as an ox. On the display screen of his tactical helmet, the 19 blue dots of light representing his teammates had all gone out. Only he was left, this lonely blue dot representing the Wolf King, still flickering. Completely annihilated. Less than 30 minutes. He was proud of the battle-hardened Snow Wolf Brigade that had never been defeated. He was slaughtered completely by a group of new recruits whom he didn't even look at. Ah! A beast-like growl emanated from Fong Yi's throat. His eyes had turned blood red because of anger and humiliation. He is unwilling to accept it. He is not convinced. He is the king of Snow Wolf. He is the strongest soldier in Yanxia. Even if he dies, he will die standing. I also want to tear off a piece of the other person's flesh with my own hands. He kicked open the rusty iron door in front of him. He rushed into a narrow corridor filled with pipes and abandoned machinery. And at the other end of the corridor, a person was standing there quietly. It's Li Wei, commander of the Phoenix team. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The final showdown. Ace against ace. There was no longer any trace of contempt in Fong Yi's eyes. All that's left is the most primitive, craziest, and desperate fighting spirit. He moved. No nonsense. No temptation. He rushed in front of Li Wei in an instant, like an angry cheetah. Quick. Almost reaching the limit. He unleashed all he had learned throughout his life, all the killing skills he had honed in Blood and Fire, without reservation at this moment. CQC close combat techniques. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu joint techniques. Israeli fighting style chokehold. The special military dagger in his hand turned into deadly cold rays, like the fangs of a poisonous snake, and each move targeted Li Wei's throat, heart, and temple. If it were any other opponent within the human realm. Even the chief instructor of the Dragon Group, Long Zhan, came in person. Under Fong Yi's crazy attack, which did not seek to protect himself but only to die together with his enemies, he was instantly torn into pieces. However, the person he was facing was Li Wei. It's a drugged monster. Clang. Fong Yi's dagger, which was powerful enough to cut through steel plates, stabbed into Li Wei's chest. But the sound it made was not the sound of a sharp knife entering flesh. Instead, there was a sound, like the crisp sound of metal clashing against each other, as if it was hitting the armor of a tank. There wasn't even a white mark left on Li Wei's chest. Fang Yi's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Impossible. He used his joint technique to try to lock Li Wei's arm. But he used all his strength, only to find that the opponent's arm was like cast granite and did not move at all. Li Wei didn't even look at Fang Yi's exquisite attacks. He just frowned impatiently. It was as if a lion was annoyed by being harassed by a fly. He moved. His way of dealing with it was so simple and crude. He ignored all the fancy techniques. He just, simply, threw a punch. No rules. No tricks. Only the purest, most extreme speed and power. Call. A terrifying fist wind came towards me. Fang Yi's battle-hardened instinct was sending him the most shrill warning. Danger. Deadly danger. He wants to hide. But his speed, which he was so proud of, was as slow as a toddler in front of this punch. He could only watch helplessly as the fist grew bigger and bigger in his pupils. No! Fang Yi let out a desperate roar. He held the dagger in his hand across his chest, trying to make a final block. However, Li Wei's fist didn't even touch the dagger. That terrifying fist wind had already hit Fang Yi's chest. Crack! The military dagger made of special tungsten steel in Fang Yi's hand suddenly shattered. Turned into countless fragments. His entire body looked as if he had been hit hard by a speeding train. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood simulated effect in the exercise. The whole person flew backwards. It hit the thick wall at the end of the corridor hard. Then, it slid to the ground like mud. On the display screen of his tactical helmet, the glaring red alert representing "Killed in Action" began to flash wildly. Drip, drip, drip. He lost. The defeat was so easy. The defeat was so complete. The defeat was so unsurprising. He lay on the cold ground, looking at the unharmed figure slowly walking towards him. His pride as the king of the Snow Wolf. His dignity as the strongest soldier in Yanxia. At this moment, it was completely shattered. Crush it and smash it to pieces. He finally understood. He finally understood what kind of despair his teammates had just experienced. He used up every last bit of his strength. He let out the most unwilling, most desperate, and most real cry of his life into the communication channel. Report. Command Center. We request to abandon the mission. His voice was hoarse, trembling, and filled with endless bitterness. What we are facing is not a human. Repeat. What we are facing is not a human being. He raised his head and stared at the monster that was looking down at him from above. Then, he used up all the strength in his soul and roared out the final verdict that was destined to be recorded in the military history of Yanxia. It's a monster. In the command center. The desperate, heart-wrenching roar of Wolf King Fang Yi echoed in everyone's ears through the loudspeaker. The entire command center was silent. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were focused on the main screen. The last blue light spot represents the Wolf King. After a few crazy flashes. Finally. Completely extinguished. The final exercise battle report popped up in the center of the screen. The bright red, blood-like font stung the eyes of every officer present. End of exercise. Exercise duration, 28 minutes and 37 seconds. Blue Snow Wolf Brigade, 20 people participated in the battle, 20 people were killed. Red Team Phoenix Squad, 10 people participated in the battle, 0 people were killed. 0. An extremely huge, extremely cruel, extremely humiliating 0. An exercise between aces and recruits. In a way that was almost humiliating. In a way that completely overturned everyone's cognition. It was announced that the ace was completely defeated.